Hello everyone, hope you get your someone special in your life and you watching this video with your love. Best of luck, I believed on you. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobooks channel, and don't forget to supports me and your loved one. Hope you get your special. And this is Zero voice, pleases tell me which voice is more good for listen. Chapter 1, Invitation from the Cosmic Fighter Group. Dragon Ball World, the palace of all kings. Except for King Jian, who lives in King Jian's palace, the Grand Priest, and the 2 guards of King Jian. No one knew that in the deepest part of the whole king's palace, there was a figure sleeping. Now, this figure has opened his eyes. How long have I been asleep? Bai Yi shook his head, a daze flashed in his eyes. He slept for too long, causing his head to feel groggy. But soon, he recovered. He himself is not a person from this world of Dragon Ball. When he first crossed into this world, he didn't expect that he crossed too early, let alone Sun Wukong and the other protagonists. Even the great priests, the angels likewise, don't exist yet. If he hadn't seen King Quan, he wouldn't even know what world he had come to. After that, he lived a life of cultivating while beating up King Quan, the arrogant child. I don't know how long it took, a guy called Quan Mo appeared and even challenged Quan Wang. After helping King Quan defeat Quan Mo, Bai Yi fell into a deep sleep because he was too bored. Now that he woke up, for a while, he didn't know how long he had been sleeping. Looking at the place where he slept, Bai Yi walked out. Grand Priest, is there anything interesting recently? I'm so bored. On the other side, King Quan sat in his chair, shaking his little feet, and asked the great priest beside him. Master Quan Wang, wait a moment, I'll check. Looking at the great priest who was looking for something interesting in the 12 universes, King Quan felt bored. As King Quan, he has always stayed in the palace of Quan Wang. The point is that there are no entertainment activities here. For some reason, he began to miss the days when he was chased and beaten by Bai Yi. However, just starting to miss it, suddenly, a very familiar breath came, and the King Quan couldn't help but shudder. The great priest on the side also stopped searching and turned to look in one direction. He also felt the breath. Although he has not felt this breath for a long time. However, he still recognized the owner of this breath for the first time. Sir Bai Yi. The grand priest knelt down on one knee and shouted respectfully. And King Quan hurriedly jumped out of the chair, and that little face was full of inconceivable. Yo, great priest, Xiao Quan Quan, long time no see. Bai Yi appeared in front of the 2, looked at them, and said with a smile. You, why did you wake up? The king asked dumbly. He remembered that Bai Yi had slept for a long time, why did this guy suddenly wake up? However, in the sluggishness, the expression on King Quan's face was also filled with joy. Although Bai Yi woke up, it would remind him of the dark days when he was chased and beaten by the other party. However, in those days, at least he wouldn't be bored. You said it like I couldn't wake up. It's been a long time since I beat you, so you miss it very much. If Beerus, the gods of destruction, or even the angels like Whis saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This is the king of all. Who would dare to say such a thing in front of King Quan? But the great priest present, the 2 guards of King Quan, had a calm expression on their faces. In their opinion, this is a very normal thing. Before Bai Yi fell asleep, his relationship with King Quan had always been like this. Grand Priest, how long have I slept? Lord Bai Yi, you have been sleeping for a long time. If you want to know, I can help you calculate it. Forget it, tell me what's going on now. Afterwards, the great priest began to talk about the current situation, including the affairs of the 12 universes. The god of destruction in Universe 7 is Beerus. Hearing this news, Bai Yi wondered if the current 7th universe was on the timeline he knew. That is, Sun Wukong and the others have appeared. Grand Priest, what's the situation in the 7th universe now? Lord Bai Yi, wait a moment. After being silent for a while, the great priest waved his hand, a screen appeared, and a scene was projected on the screen. On the screen, Beerus is fighting a red-haired man. Oh? So it's this time. It seems that it's still time for me to wake up. Looking at the projection on the screen, Bai Yi immediately knew what time it was. Isn't the red-haired man who fought Beerus turned into the Super Sai God Sun Wukong? In other words, at this time, it happens to be the beginning of Dragon Ball Super. Ding! The Universe Thugs group invited you to join, would you like to join? It was at this time that a voice suddenly appeared in Bai Yi's mind, making him stunned for a moment. Cosmic Thugs? Shouldn't this be the gold finger he crossed over? However, he is now invincible in Dragon Ball world, this gold finger, will it be too late? Although he thought so, Bai Yi still chose to join. Asterisk. Chapter 2. As soon as he entered the Thugs group, Bai Yi saw a group chat interface similar to the one before crossing. But now, he is the only one in the group. Because you are the first person to join the group, you are automatically upgraded to the group owner. As the voice sounded, Bai Yi saw that the word group owner was added before his name. Congratulations, you have obtained the first level group master gift package, do you want to open it? Open. Congratulations on getting the Xun Bloodline X1, the Namekian Bloodline X1, the Frozen Demon Bloodline X1, the Demon Bloodline X1, and the Fairy Beans X500. Bai Yi didn't care much about the other things that came out of this big gift bag. Immortal Beans, Namek Bloodlines, etc., meant nothing to him. However, he was somewhat interested in the Xun bloodline. Obviously, as long as this Xun bloodline is used, a person's bloodline can be turned into a Xun bloodline. In the Dragon Ball world, even in the worlds of heaven, the Xun bloodline is one of the very powerful bloodlines. If nothing else, just transforming into a Super Xun can increase your strength by at least 50 times. This is still the most basic Super 1 transformation, followed by Super 2, Super 3, Super Red and even Super Blue. As for whether there are stronger transformations in the future, this Bai Yi does not know, but it is estimated that there are. Like this kind of bloodline whose strength can be increased by at least dozens of times as long as it is transformed. Even in those fantasy and immortal worlds, it is one of the best. Bai Yi still remembered that before he crossed over, many people shouted slogans like being a Xun in the next life. Now, this opportunity is in front of him, and he still wants to try it. However, he didn't know until Bai Yi tried it. Because his strength is too strong, the Xun blood cannot transform him at all. He also got a piece of information, like this ordinary Xun bloodline, once the strength reaches the angel level, it is useless. Because the level is too low. And Bai Yi's strength has long surpassed that of angel. Unless it is a higher level Xun bloodline. Make me happy for nothing. Bai Yi pouted, a little dissatisfied. And his expression also startled King Quan. According to his past experience, whenever Bai Yi's expression changed, and it was a bad change, that's when he's not far from being beaten. Bai Yi, I'm very good, you have no reason to beat me. Don't worry, I don't have the interest to beat you right now. Bai Yi's mind is now on this group of thugs in the universe, and he doesn't bother with King Quan. After some research, Bai Yi also understood the role of this group. It was a little different from the chat group novels he had read before. This cosmic thug group is to invite some people from the Dragon Ball world to join the group, and then complete some thug tasks in the heavens and the world. Of course, although it is a thug mission, which includes but is not limited to helping the employer to solve the enemy. In short, as long as someone in the heavens and the world is in difficulty, you can ask the people in the thugs to help. Help earn group experience and points. With points, you can buy things in the group mall. The group experience is naturally used to upgrade the level of the group. The higher the level of the group, the more people can join, and of course other functions will be enabled. The current level of the group is level 1, and a maximum of 10 people can only be invited into the group. Completing the task will earn you a rating from the employer on a scale of 1 to 5 stars. As long as you can achieve a 5-star rating, you can also get a chance to draw a lottery. Those things that Bai Yi opened up before can be obtained in the lottery. Interesting, this way, I won't feel bored in the future. Although this gold finger came a little late, it seems that there is no way to enhance his strength. But at least it can help him pass the time. After all, it is quite interesting to watch other people complete tasks. Moreover, although it is said that the group of thugs cannot enhance his strength now, what will happen later? Although the combat power of Dragon Ball world is the top among many anime. However, a world stronger than it is not without it. There are still a lot of fantasy worlds and immortal worlds that are more powerful than the Dragon Ball world. Now the level of the group is relatively low, and it may not receive thug tasks from those powerful worlds. But what about the group's rank in the future? Once he can receive quests from those powerful worlds, it means that he can also connect with those worlds. At that time, his strength will have further hope. But the first thing to do is to invite 10 thugs into the group. Glancing at the King Quan and the Grand Priest, Bai Yi said, "You've been here for so long, you must be very bored. How about I give you a chance to pass the time and even become stronger?" King Quan and the Grand Priest looked at each other, and although they didn't know what Bai Yi meant, they still nodded. Mainly, they didn't dare not to nod their heads. Asterisk. Chapter 3. The Universe Thugs invite you to join the group chat. Do you want to join? The same voice resounded in the minds of King Quan and the Great Priest. The two looked at each other, and both could see the surprise in each other's faces and eyes. What is this cosmic thug group? Could it be that Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, did it? Seeing Bai Yi nod to them, King Quan and the Grand Priest didn't dare to say no, they all nodded yes. Quan Wang joined the thugs group. The Great Priest has joined the group of thugs. Bai Yi, what is this? Did you make it? King Quan looked at Bai Yi and asked with great confusion. Almost, the two of you can study this group of thugs, and you should be able to understand it soon. I'll invite the rest of the people in and talk about it. A first-level group of thugs can invite 10 people, and now he has only invited the King Quan and the Grand Priest, and there are still 8 people. As for why he invited King Quan and the Great Priest, it was also because he was too bored to see them both, so he took them to have fun together. Of course, they can, if they want to get the job done. As for the remaining 8 candidates, after thinking about it, Bai Yi also made a decision. Although people from the 12 universes could be invited to join, Yan Mo decided to invite them in the 7th universe first. The rest of the universe will be invited later after the group is upgraded. There is no special reason, who made most of the things in the Dragon Ball world happen in the 7th universe. Many of the characters grew up with him. On Earth, a war is going on. Son Goku, who has become the Super Sai God, is in a fierce battle with Beerus. But at this moment, a voice sounded in the minds of the two at the same time. The Universe Thugs invite you to join the group chat, do you want to join? The appearance of this voice made the two stop their hands. Cosmic Thugs? What is this? It's interesting, but I want to see who is responsible for this. With curiosity, the two clicked to join. Not only them, Whis, who was enjoying the food, and Vegeta, Piccolo, Quelling, Tianjin Fan, and Turtle Immortal, who were watching the battle, also heard the same voice. They also made the same choice. Beerus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe, has joined the thugs. The 7th universe Sun Wukong has joined the group of thugs. Vegeta in the 7th universe has joined the thugs. The 7th universe Piccolo has joined the thugs. Beerus, who can explain to me, what is the situation of this cosmic thug group? Who the hell did it? Beerus, at Sun Wukong, is it the ghost you made? I advise you to explain it to me quickly. Weiss, at Beerus, Lord Beerus, I think you should see the other people in this group clearly before being so arrogant. Beerus, others? Isn't it Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others, who else? I'll go. What's the situation? Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest. Beerus also took a look at the other people in the group at the reminder of Whis. When he saw Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others, he was not surprised. When entering the group, the names of these people have already appeared. But when he saw King Quan and the Grand Priest, Beerustin was dumbfounded. Why are these two big guys in the group? Could it be that this group of cosmic thugs was created by these two bosses? Beerus, at All King, at Lord Quan Wang, Lord Great Priest, is this group of cosmic thugs created by the two of you? Sun Wukong, who are these two called King Quan and the Great Priest? Why does it seem that Lord Beerus is afraid of them? Beerus, at Sun Wukong, shut up. These two are the real bosses, you guys, you better be polite in front of them, don't make them angry. Beerus explained anxiously, causing Sun Wukong and the others to look at him. Anyway, these people are all present, even if you don't go through the thugs group, you can see them. You know, Beerus is the god of destruction. The entire universe stands at the pinnacle of existence. But with such a task, he was so afraid of the two Quan Wangs and the Great Priest. You can see how terrible these two are. King Quan, huh? Why did you join so many people at once? Grand Priest, at Weiss, I didn't expect Lord Bai Yi to invite you to join us. Weiss, at Grand Priest, I don't know who this Lord Bai Yi is. When Bai Yi was sleeping, the current Grand Priest had just taken the position of the Grand Priest not long ago. Therefore, the angels of the descendants of the Great Priests, Weiss, did not know that such a person existed. Bai Yi, introduce myself, my name is Bai Yi, and I'm also the group leader of this cosmic thug group. I invited you in. Bai Yi, you don't need to know my identity, and it doesn't make any sense. You just need to know the reason why I invited you into this cosmic thug group. Asterisk. Chapter 4. King Quan, yeah, Bai Yi, what do you want to do when you invited us into this cosmic thug group? Bai Yi, the situation of this thug group, I have already posted it in the group announcement, you can go and see for yourself. How to read the group announcement, the people in the group quickly understood. Group announcement. The Cosmic Thugs Group, a place that provides thugs to solve problems for the heavens and the world. Connect to the heavens and the world, and get a variety of tasks from the heavens and the world. By completing tasks, you can get points, which can be used to buy things in the mall. Heaven and Myriad Realms? This is the first time everyone in the group has heard this term. King Quan, Bai Yi, please explain to us, what is the situation of this world, and what is the situation of buying things in the mall? Not only King Quan, but others also want to know very much. This is completely beyond the scope of their knowledge. Bai Yi, all the worlds, as the name suggests, there are other worlds besides our world. After receiving the task, you can go to other worlds to perform the task. Bai Yi, with the points you get, you can buy things in the group mall. Bai Yi, although the Kun Mall has not been opened yet, you can also take a look. The items in it should be of interest to you. Such things as shopping malls are not unfamiliar to Sun Wukong and others who live on Earth. Before, they were wondering, what is in this group of shopping malls, is it the same as the shopping malls on Earth? However, when they saw what was in the mall, they were stunned. There are not only various bloodlines, but Xian bloodlines, Namekian bloodlines, and the like. And there are all kinds of moves, Turtle Qigong, Ultimate Flash, World King Boxing, Qi Yuan Slash. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that you can actually buy things that make them stronger. The power of Qi, the power of God, the power of destruction, and so on. As long as you buy these powers, you don't need any training at all, you can become stronger. Of course, there are a lot of points required. But even so, Sun Wukong and the others were already dazzled by the dazzling variety of goods in the mall. Vegeta, how is that possible? You can even buy Xian blood. Does that mean that even people who are not Xians can become Xians after they have Xian blood? He has always been proud of his identity as a Xian, a prince of Xians. Especially now that the number of Xians is small. But now even Xian blood can be bought. Wouldn't it be rotten in the future? But then again, even if there are more people with Xian blood in the future, his identity as a Xian prince will not change. Even more worthy of the name. A Xian prince with only a few Xians left is a bit embarrassing to say it. Beerus, the power of destruction? Is it possible that I bought this power, and even my strength can be enhanced? This is too exaggerated. Directly enhance the strength, and even destroy the strength of the gods. At his level, wanting to increase his strength is not something that happens overnight. But now there are things that can directly increase the strength. This simply broke his worldview. Although his worldview, when Bai Yi said that there are other worlds, was already somewhat broken. Weiss, unfortunately, there seems to be nothing that can enhance my strength. Bai Yi, because the level of the group is still a little low, there are only things that can improve the God of Destruction's power at most. Bai Yi, but as long as you complete more tasks, you can upgrade the group, and then there will be more good things. Bai Yi, so you two know why I'm pulling you in. Bai Yi, I just saw that you guys are too boring, so I found some fun for you. King Quan, it turns out that it is like this, you can see other worlds, it seems very interesting. Grand Priest, thank you, Lord Bai Yi. Beerus, wait a minute, it's hard, we have to fight with Lord Quanwang and Lord Grand Priest in the future? How can we get it? Beerus still didn't say a word, that is, how dare you grab it? If he robs King Quan of his mission, and King Quan is not happy, this is no joke. Bai Yi, don't worry, when you are fighting for a mission, it has nothing to do with your strength, it all depends on your luck and seriousness. Bai Yi, one more thing, you don't have to worry about other people being angry after taking the task. Bai Yi, you all rely on your own tasks. If anyone has an idea, let him come to me. Beerus, I see, Lord Bai Yi. Although I don't know who this Lord Bai Yi is. But Beerus knew that this must be a big man, even a big man above the whole king and the great priest. I didn't see that even the great priest was so respectful to him, and even King Quan didn't dare to say anything more. Ding! Received a new quest from all heavens and myriad realms. Would you like to accept it? Asterisk. Chapter 5. Huh? A new mission so soon. Bai Yi, who originally thought that the thugs group had just been established and would not have tasks so soon, was a little surprised when he heard this voice. I didn't expect this task to come so soon. Also, in the heavens and the world, there must be a lot of people who are in trouble. Take over. After receiving the task, a picture appeared in front of Bai Yi's eyes. The artillery roared and the voices were noisy. This was a battlefield where the two armies fought, and the battle between the two sides was very fierce. Somewhere on the battlefield, a man wearing a hat and clothes of justice raised his fist that turned into lava and hit a boy in a straw hat in front of him. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the young man, blocking the fatal blow for him. This is a young man with flames burning all over his body. After receiving this punch, the flame boy spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward. Ace! The straw hat boy saw this scene and quickly caught the flame boy. And this scene was also seen by others on the battlefield. They looked at the flame boy who was punched by a punch, and they were all stunned. Ace! After a while, the worried, unbelievable voice came to mind. Oh! It turned out to be this world. Looking at this picture, Bai Yi also recognized the world and these people. Needless to say, the source of this quest is Pirate World. At this time, it happened to be the top war, and Ace forcibly endured the picture of Akainu's punch in order to save Luffy. Ace's punch also caused a more violent impact from the Whitebeard pirates. They all wanted to rush to Ace to save Ace. However, although their attacks were fierce, because they relied on hot weapons, they had no effect in the face of Akainu, a natural fruit person. Half of Akainu's body was knocked out, and he walked out of the flames of the explosion. But soon, under the power of the fruit, his body returned to its original state. Walking in front of Ace, Akainu wanted to punch again. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard wanted to save Ace, but was stopped by Kizaru. Fortunately, Akainu's punch was blocked by Jinpei, one of the original Kaiwohei. Jinbei gave Luffy some time to drag him away from Akainu with Ace. But at this time, Ace was already dying. Ace! Luffy was holding Ace, covering Ace's wound with one hand, and he was a little overwhelmed. He could feel Ace's body temperature gradually disappearing. But he doesn't know what to do now. Luffy, do you need someone to help you solve the difficulties you are encountering now? Just when Luffy was at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. I don't care where the sound came from. Ace's serious injury has made Luffy like a drowning person. Anything, he wanted to grab. Any hope of saving Ace, he must seize. I need someone to save Ace. Luffy shouted loudly. His voice also caught the attention of others. They didn't know who Luffy was talking to. Ding! The negotiation with the employer is completed, and the task is generated. Go to Pirate World and save Ace. To save Ace is to heal Ace's serious injury. Ace is now dying, and it is very difficult to cure him. But in Dragon Ball World, it's fine even if it's dead, let alone not dead yet. There is a fetish that is specially used to treat injuries. Bai Yi, at Beerus, at Sun Wukong, you two don't fight now, there is a mission. Bai Yi, of course, if you don't want to take it, then go ahead. Earth. Seeing the news of Bai Yi, Sun Wukong and Beerus chose to stop the fight immediately. You can fight anytime, but missions are not always available. Seeing that Sun Wukong and Beerus stopped, the other spectators who did not join the thug group felt very strange. Such as Sun Gohan, Bulma and the others. Because from before, Sun Wukong and Beerus stopped there and did not move. Not only that, but also Krillin, Piccolo, Vegeta and the others around him. Don't know what happened. Sun Wukong, here comes the mission. At Beerus, Lord Beerus, let's wait for our battle first. Beerus, it's up to you to say it. King Quan, Bai Yi, do you assign the task to someone, or send the task out and let us grab it together? Bai Yi, for the sake of fairness, I will send the task to the group. Whoever grabs it will belong to you. Krillin, I want to grab a mission with Beerus and Goku, how can I grab this? Bai Yi, as I said before, grabbing a mission has nothing to do with your strength, but with your luck and seriousness. Bai Yi, so, even if you are the weakest among you, it is entirely possible to grab the mission. With that said, Bai Yi sent the task to the group. The moment they saw the mission appear, the others frantically started to grab it. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Quelling for grabbing the task. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Krillin, hey? Is it me? Did I grab the mission? Seeing that he had grabbed the mission, Krillin couldn't believe it. Because in his opinion, even if the Lord Bai Yi said that grabbing a mission does not depend on strength, it depends on luck and seriousness. But he never thought that he actually grabbed the mission for the first time. Monkey King, at Quelling, you are so lucky, you grabbed the first mission. Piccolo, I found a problem when I was robbing the mission just now. When I was robbing, I found that my strength couldn't help at all. Sun Wukong, me too. Vegeta, same. Beerus, I thought it was just me, but you are all the same. King Quan, are you all like this? I didn't grab it just now, so I don't know. Weiss, it seems that this is what Mr. Bai Yi said, grabbing a mission doesn't depend on strength. Bai Yi, that's why I said it a long time ago, if you can use your strength when you grab a mission, wouldn't the weaker people never be able to grab it? That's unfair. He already knew about this when he became the leader of the group. To be fair, let everyone in the group have the opportunity to grab the task. When robbing a mission, no matter how strong or weak it is, it will be pulled to a level. Therefore, who can grab the task depends on luck. As for seriousness, it is to pay attention to the emergence of tasks wholeheartedly. Krillin's strength is the last among the group. But he grabbed the task, which is luck. Krillin, rescue Ace? To complete the mission, it seems that you need the help of something. Kaylin, at Sun Wukong, can you go to the immortal Kalin and help me get the fairy beans? After knowing the content of the task, Krillin knew how to complete the task. Isn't it to save Ace, who was seriously injured and was dying? He has experience with this. He has encountered Ace's dying situation several times. But as long as he wasn't killed, he would be rescued by Xiandu every time. Immortal beans can be said to be a fetish for healing injuries. Although there are fairy beans in the mall to buy. But now everyone has no points, even the cheapest thing in the mall can't afford it. Sun Wukong, okay, Kelin, wait a minute. Although this task is not his own, Sun Wukong will naturally not refuse to help his good brother complete the task. Under the teleportation, Sun Wukong quickly brought a bag of fairy beans. Although it is a bag, there are not many fairy beans in the bag. Kling didn't just take one, but brought a bag of fairy beans. After taking the fairy beans, Kaylin opened the quest portal. The mission portal looks like a black vortex. Under the incredible gaze of everyone, he stepped into the portal and disappeared in place. He went to another world? It's amazing. Even as the god of destruction, Beerus had to sigh a miracle. Why did Uncle Kling suddenly disappear? Also, what happened to the black vortex that suddenly appeared? Son Gohan didn't join the group, so I don't know what happened. Krillin is going to another world. But Gohan, why didn't Lord Bai Yi invite you into the group? Master Bai Yi? Join the group? Dad, what are you talking about? Regarding his father's words, Sun Wukong said that he didn't understand at all. Sun Wukong, at group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, why didn't you invite my son Gohan in? Beerus, at Sun Wukong, shut up. Lord Bai Yi wants to invite someone, do you still want to ask your opinion? Seeing the news sent by Sun Wukong, Beerus was startled, first glared at Sun Wukong fiercely, and then said in the group. This big man is above the whole king and the great priest. Monkey King, this idiot, is very likely to anger the other party. However, Bai Yi also understands Sun Wukong's character, so naturally he won't blame the other party. Bai Yi, your son, Sun Wukong, doesn't he have a family now? Are you sure he can focus on the thugs and completing tasks like you? Sun Wukong, this doesn't seem to work. Sun Wukong knew his son and knew that Sun Wuhan didn't like fighting. Now that I have a family and become a scholar, I don't even want to fight. It is estimated that even if he is allowed to join the thugs group, he will not be willing. And that's why Bai Yi didn't invite Sun Wukong to join the group. Otherwise, even Quelling, Tianjin Fan, and Turtle Immortals would all be in the group. Why didn't Sun Wukong join the group? As for Yamcha, Sun Wukong and the others did not bring him during the power conference. It seems reasonable to not invite him into the group, right? Pirate World. Holding Ace's seriously injured body, Luffy was completely distraught, and he didn't know what to do. Don't blame him either. No one will calm down when they see someone important to them dying. The attention of many people present was focused on Luffy and Ace. Ace was seriously injured, even the Navy was very concerned. At this time, suddenly, a black vortex appeared beside Luffy. Then, a figure walked out of it. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Is this the world of pirates? It's really another world, it's amazing. Krillin looked at the surrounding scene and said somewhat magically. Before that, he had never imagined that there really was another world. However, to the scene of the surrounding pirates and navies fighting to death, Krillin did not react. After all, he has experienced a lot of big scenes. These battles around are just a lot of people, but in terms of strength, they don't seem to be very powerful. After that, Krillin's eyes were placed on Luffy and Ace in front of him. Are you the employer? I'm the one to complete your mission this time. Yes, it's me. The appearance of Krillin also gave Luffy, who was immersed in the sluggishness of Ace's serious injury and dying, some sobriety. Hearing Luffy's voice, Krillin's face became a little weird. Why is this employer's voice so similar to his? Shaking his head and not paying attention to this issue, Quelling took out a fairy bean and handed it to Luffy. Give him this fairy bean and he will be fine. Kling's move attracted the attention of others present. Those pirates and navy who were fighting to death all stopped. Their eyes were all focused on Krillin. They had seen before that Quelling came out of a black vortex. Who is this man? How did he appear? That black vortex, could it be the devil fruit ability? It does have the fruit ability that can open the door, but like this black vortex, and it can be teleported, it seems that there is no such fruit ability. Many were left wondering who Krillin was and how he came to be. Of course, what they paid more attention to was the green bean that Krillin handed to Luffy. They also heard Krillin's words. It seems that as long as Ace eats the green bean, Ace's injury can be recovered. But how is this possible? Ace's injury is undeniable, unless he can receive the best treatment now, it is possible to survive. But now, some people actually say that it only takes such an ordinary-looking little bean to recover Ace's injury. It's just a joke. Although you are joking, since you are here to save Ace, you are on the side of the pirates. After defeating Jinbei, Akainu looked at Krillin and walked towards Krillin as he spoke. He didn't know who Krillin was, but since Krillin came to save Ace, it was the pirates. In his concept, as long as they help the pirates, they will be labeled as a group of pirates. Quick, stop Akainu! Seeing that Akainu wanted to attack Krillin, the members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly tried to stop him. Since this little dwarf is here to save Ace. Whether what he said was true or not, it couldn't have happened to Krillin. The blocking of the Whitebeard pirates also slowed Akainu's footsteps. What are you still doing? Hurry up and feed him. Seeing that Luffy was so stunned, and he didn't take the fairy beans, Krillin was a little anxious. He could feel that Ace's anger was getting weaker and weaker. If this delays any longer, his mission will fail. Even if Ace dies, he can be resurrected. But this time, the mission is to save Ace, not resurrect Ace. If the first mission fails, then he will have no face to grab the mission in the group in the future. And maybe, it will anger that Lord Bai Yi. He won't have the chance to grab the quest anymore. Okay. After Krillin said this, Luffy reacted. He looked at the fairy bean in Quelling's hand, without doubt, took it and gently fed it into Ace's mouth. He didn't doubt that just such a little bean could save Ace. Because now, this bean is the only hope. In other words, Luffy set a hypnosis for himself. That is this bean, it can definitely save Ace. This is a fantasy generated in a desperate situation where there is no way to do anything. But what Luffy didn't know was that his fantasy was real. The fairy bean entered his mouth, and Ace chewed it subconsciously, then swallowed it. In the original novel, Ace gave up treatment because of the severe injuries he received. But now, because he was dying, something entered his mouth and he ate it subconsciously. After eating the fairy beans, everyone was surprised to see it. Aisha was pierced with a big hole by Akainu, and the completely penetrated body was restored immediately. If it weren't for the scars were still there. It even made people doubt whether Ace was seriously injured just now. Me, what's wrong with me? I remember, I was obviously seriously injured. Ace, who was fully recovered, stood up from the ground. He moved his body, his eyes filled with confusion. God, fetish. That green bean that Ace ate is a fetish. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Ace's complete recovery stunned everyone watching. A seemingly ordinary bean actually made Ace, who was dying, fully recover. A fetish, this can only be described as a fetish. Afterwards, their eyes turned to Krillin again. Who is this person with a magical object, and what is the origin? Could it be that such a fetish has appeared on the sea now? Ace, it's great that you've recovered. When I saw Ace recover, I was most excited, of course, was Luffy. He hugged Ace and hugged the body that had regained its temperature. Ace's gradually icy body made his heart tremble. Now that Ace is back, it's great. Luffy, what the hell is going on here? Ace looked at his brother who was hugging him, and asked very puzzled. He just thought he was dead. Why did he suddenly come back to life, and even the injuries he suffered were completely healed? Cough, this employer, your mission to save Ace has been completed, I don't know if you are satisfied or not. Looking at the two brothers who were deeply in love in front of them, Klein interrupted the relationship between the two. If they continue like this, the employer will probably forget about the task. Oh, satisfied, very satisfied. Krillin's words made Luffy react. He looked at Krillin and nodded desperately, his eyes filled with gratitude. Don't be too satisfied. He actually rescued Ace. But soon, Luffy discovered a problem. Why do you have the same voice as me? Before Luffy's thoughts were all on Ace, so he didn't pay attention to Krillin's voice. But now, he suddenly discovered that the voice of the person who saved Ace in front of him was exactly the same as his. I'm also wondering why our two voices are exactly the same. Maybe it's a coincidence. Krillin shrugged, also a little curious about this question. Bai Yi, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but smile. Can the voices of these two be different? This is dubbed by the same person. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is God's will that Quelling can grab this mission. If you are satisfied, please give me a 5-star review. 5-star praise. Luffy couldn't understand what Krillin was saying. But in the next moment, some information appeared in his mind. It's information about the Cosmic Thugs. It turned out that this Cosmic Thug group would receive thug tasks from all over the world, including but not limited to helping employers deal with enemies. For example, this time, saving Ace. This task has nothing to do with thugs, but it is also a thug's task. Employers, on the other hand, rate thugs based on how well they complete their tasks. Moreover, hiring thugs is not free, and you need to pay for something you own as a reward. Fortunately, after paying for these things, the employer's own things will not disappear. The thugs just make a copy if the employer agrees to pay. It's still very human. Of course, for Luffy, let alone just copying, even if he really wants to deprive him of something, as long as he can save Ace, he is willing. Nothing to say, 5-star rating, that's for sure. As for the reward to be paid, it won't disappear anyway, so Luffy took the rubber fruit ability he had as a reward. Of course, even if it disappears, he will pay without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Quelling for completing the task and getting points, 200,000. Congratulations to the thug Quelling for getting a 5-star rating and a chance to win a lottery. After Luffy's evaluation and payment were over, 2 messages appeared in the group. Of course, this is for the members of the group. Bai Yi, the group leader, saw other news. Congratulations to the thug Quelling for getting 200,000 points. The group owner gets a rake, 20,000 points. It is detected that the group owner has reached 10,000 points. Do you spend 10,000 points to open the group mall? Oh! As the group owner, can I get a tenth of the points earned by the group members? How embarrassing that is! He said so, but there was no embarrassment on Bai Yi's face. As a group owner, it is normal to have such a little benefit, right? As for opening the group mall, needless to say, it is naturally chosen to open. Otherwise, those guys in the group can only drool at the things in the mall, but can't buy them. What's the point? Ding! The group mall has been opened, and members of the group can spend points to buy goods in the mall. Beerus, oh! The group store is open, and I can finally buy the power of destruction inside. Whis, Lord Beerus, you don't even have any points right now. Beerus, as long as I take more quests, I can always scrape together enough points to buy the power of destruction. Sun Wukong, are the products in this mall very expensive? Vegeta, Kakarot, shut up, you idiot who doesn't understand numbers. Asterisk. Chapter 9. There are many good things in the group mall. Even Vegeta, the Sun Prince, wanted to drool. But the problem is, these products are too expensive. At least 1,000,000 points, as many as zeros, he didn't even want to count them. Of course, these are all good things. There are cheap ones too, but you don't really need them. If only these things could be bought with money. Vegeta thought with emotion in her heart. If you can buy it with money, with the wealth of your wife, the richest man in the world, you can buy everything in the mall without any problem. But unfortunately, no, you can only use points to buy. And my current points, sorry, only a bare 0. Take the mission, take the mission. This idea not only appeared in Vegeta's mind, but also the other members of the group. Monkey King, at Quelling, since you have completed the task, you can come back now. After you come back, tell us about other worlds by the way. Krillin, no problem. However, just as Krillin was about to return, another message appeared in the group. Ding! Discover the hidden mission. Hidden mission, help the Whitebeard pirates end the war on the top. Complete this hidden task, you can get additional rewards and double your strength. If you want to accept this task, please ask the group member Kling to find Whitebeard. If you don't want to accept it, you can return. Bai Yi, oh! It's actually a hidden quest, luckily, the hidden quest was triggered on the first quest. Hidden tasks are not so easy to trigger. First of all, there must be a hidden task trigger. Not all missions have hidden missions. Also, you have to get a 5-star review from the employer of the first assignment. Not even 4 stars. Of course, although the hidden task is difficult to trigger, once the trigger is successful, the reward is also very rich. Not only can you get more points, but also get one more chance to draw a lottery. There are even extra rewards. But the premise is that you must have this strength to complete the hidden task, and get praise. Of course, this first mission, even if it's not Klein, can be replaced by any other person, and the hidden mission can be triggered. As long as Ace is saved, Luffy's affection for him will naturally reach its peak. As for Krillin to get this mission, he can only say that he was very lucky. In other words, it was caused by some fate between him and Luffy. Quelling, @group owner Bai Yi, thank you Mr. Bai Yi for your compliment. To be praised by the big boss Bai Yi, I am even happier than completing the task. Beerus, there are still hidden tasks. This is equivalent to completing 2 tasks. This guy named Krillin is very weak, but he is lucky. Beerus, double the strength. If I get this reward, then I can suppress those 11 guys with one hand, although they can't beat me now. Weiss, @Beerus, Lord Beerus, don't underestimate Krillin's strength. Maybe he has completed more tasks than you, and his strength will be stronger than you at that time. Beerus, @Weiss, Weiss, you're joking. If you want to catch up with my strength, even if he takes on the task crazily, it's not that easy. Krillin, of course, Lord Beerus is so powerful that even if you give me a lifetime of time, I won't be able to catch up. Beerus, there is no need to say that. Now that you have a chance to become stronger, you must have confidence in yourself, or else you will be blinded by the opportunity that Mr. Bai Yi gave you. Vegeta, damn it. If I can get this reward, then Kakarot will definitely not be my opponent. Bic, @Vegeta, Vegeta, now Goku can become a super sailor, it seems that even if you double your strength, you are not his opponent. Vegeta, he can't become a super sailor himself, he can change, and so can I. Turtle Immortal, however, Goku can still become Super 3. Although the strength you burst out before surpassed Super 3 Goku, that power is not something you can master. Turtle Immortal, you can't find someone to slap Bulma before you fight Goku in the future. Monkey King, @Vegeta, how dare you hit my Bulma, sorry. Vegeta, @Sun Wukong, Kakarot, how did you know about this? Piccolo, how else would you know, he must have used teleportation to come here long ago, just hiding and peeking. Vegeta, @Sun Wukong, Kakarot, /angry. Sun Wukong, hey, Quelling, you can accept this hidden mission. I just don't know if there are any strong people in the world you went to. Quelling, @Sun Wukong, you don't have to think about it. I sensed it. People in this world are very weak in chi, and there are no strong people. Even I can kill here. Krillin, but some of their abilities are interesting. Sun Wukong, since there is no strong man you can't deal with, then you should complete this hidden mission. Krillin, of course. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Because of the appearance of the hidden mission, Kling, who originally wanted to return, suspended his return. Excuse me, who is Whitebeard? Now that you have decided to accept the hidden quest, you must find Whitebeard first. So, Krillin looked at Ace and Luffy and asked. These two people, someone should know who Whitebeard is. You're looking for Daddy? Daddy is right there. After looking around, Ace pointed to the location of Whitebeard. However, this finger also made Ace discover that the injury on Whitebeard's body was so serious. In order to save himself, Dad was injured so badly, and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were more or less injured. This made Ace feel guilty at the same time. Oh? He's Whitebeard? Sure enough, he's very impressive. Krillin saw Whitebeard and looked at the iconic Whitebeard of the other party, and felt that the name was very vivid. Seeing Whitebeard's tall body, Klein was not very surprised. It was not that he had never seen such a tall man. The original Frieza, when he first transformed, was no worse than Whitebeard's. Krillin's actions again attracted the attention of others. Since Ace's recovery, the battle between the pirates and the navy has temporarily stopped. Because Krillin, or the fairy beans he gave them too much impact. Therefore, their minds were placed on Krillin. They were curious about Kling's origins. Now, seeing that Quelling is looking for Whitebeard again, they are even more curious, what Quelling is looking for with Whitebeard. All navies, stop him for me. It was at this time that the warring states suddenly reacted and issued an order. Although he didn't know what Krillin wanted to do with Whitebeard. But since he saved Ace, it means that he is not the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. If you really let him go to Whitebeard, give Whitebeard that magical bean, and let the injury on Whitebeard recover. That is a major blow to the navy. After finally beating Whitebeard into a serious injury, if this is recovered, the losses of the navy will be lost in vain. The order of the warring states period also made other navies react. They rushed to Krillin one after another, trying to stop Krillin. Of course, the people of the Whitebeard pirates naturally began to block the navy. Krillin saved Ace, and that was their own. Although I don't know what to do to find their father, I certainly can't let the navy stop him. My name is Krillin. Mr. Kling, I'll show you the way. Ace said, with flames wrapped around his body, intending to make way for Krillin. Ace is very grateful for Krillin, the savior. So Krillin is in trouble, and he definitely wants to help each other. That's right, in Ace's opinion, if Krillin is blocked by those navies, it will be a little difficult to reach Daddy Whitebeard. Don't be so troublesome. Krillin smiled, and then, under everyone's stunned eyes, he flew up. Fly, fly. What is this? Is it fruit power? But he has no trace of using the fruit power. Krillin's takeoff stopped the navy and pirates who had started fighting again. Because they have never seen such a strange thing. Flying into the air, it's actually not that surprising. A lot of fruit abilities can do it. But the problem is that these fruit abilities must be used. Like Marco's phoenix, he has to turn into a phoenix first. Kaido's blue dragon has to become a blue dragon. Like Klein, who just flew up without any change, could it be some new fruit ability? Piao fruit? No, this is not the ability of Piao fruit. Sengoku looked at Queling, squinting his eyes, thinking about what kind of fruit ability this is. The most suitable is actually the fluttering fruit of the Golden Lion. However, he who had fought against the Golden Lion knew that this ability was not the ability of the fluttering fruit. Is it really a new fruit ability that allows people to fly into the air without any changes? Stop him. Although I don't know what fruit ability Krillin uses, one thing is certain. That is, Go can't let Krillin come to Whitebeard's side. With the order of Sengoku, the navy began to move again. The Whitebeard pirates also began to act. Even Whitebeard walked towards Krillin. Save Ace, this is enough to betray you to death. Akainu looked at Krillin in the air, his right hand turned into lava, and he spit out fire and hit Krillin. Krillin glanced at Akainu's attack, didn't care, and disappeared in place with a dodge. His purpose now is to find Whitebeard to take the task, and he doesn't want to waste time with these people. When Krillin appeared again, he was already in front of Whitebeard. Okay, so fast. How did he get there? Krillin's sudden disappearance and sudden appearance surprised the navy and pirates again. They couldn't even see how Quelling came to Whitebeard. Chapter 11. Mr. Kling. Seeing that Krillin came to Dad so quickly. An embarrassed look appeared on Ace's face. It turned out that people didn't need his help at all. But in addition to embarrassment, Ace was also very surprised at the ability that Krillin showed. He can fly again, and the speed is so fast. This Mr. Kling must be a devil fruit person. But what fruit power can do this? Sure enough, it's not a fluttering fruit. Warring States has been very sure. Fluttering fruit, not so fast. The speed that Kling showed just now, even he couldn't see clearly. He even felt that even the yellow monkey with the ability to glitter fruit might not be able to match the speed of the other party. It's terrible. Krillin's speed also startled Kizaru. But then, he stretched out a finger and aimed at Krillin, and a laser shot directly towards Krillin. Although he was paddling, now that Queling had reached Whitebeard's side, he had to pretend. If you look closely at Kizaru's attack, you can see that his attack was not aimed at Krillin's deadly part at all. At most, it will hit Krillin's hand. Be careful. Kizaru's attack caught Whitebeard's attention. He wanted to block this attack for Krillin. Although Krillin's speed surprised him. But the speed returns to the speed, and Queling's speed is fast, which does not mean that he can block Kyabu's attack. He had endured Kizaru's attack, and he still had something. However, Kizaru's attack was very fast, and when Whitebeard reacted, he was already in front of Krillin. In other words, even if Whitebeard wanted to help Krillin stop the attack, it was too late. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates showed worry and guilt on their faces. Krillin helped them save Ace, but they actually injured him. This is really embarrassing for the Whitebeard pirates. Now they only hope that Quellin's injury will not be serious. Krillin, who was the client, also saw Kizaru's attack. The next moment, he did something that stunned everyone present. I saw that Queling slapped the attack at will, and slapped Kyabu's attack away. How is this possible? Kizuna's attack was slapped by him at will. What a powerful strength! Could it be that he is the savior sent by God to help our Whitebeard pirates? Krillin's actions made the morale of the Whitebeard pirates rise all of a sudden. The morale of the navy has dropped a lot. General Huang Yuan's attack was so easily blown away. What a terrifying strength! Who is this man? Why is there not even a little information about this person? Sengoku's eyes were fixed on Krillin. The stronger the person, the more they know what Kelling's strength just understated the power of the flying yellow monkey. Although it wasn't Kizaru's full blow, it wasn't so easy to shoot. Krillin's relaxed look was as if he had slapped a bug. How could such a person remain unknown? Kling looked at the people around him, including the surprised expression on Whitebeard's face, wondering why they showed such an expression. Could it be because he shot the laser light just now? No, he's just taking a shot. In his world, in the face of other people's attacks, if it is not an attack that cannot be resisted and dodged, it seems to be a normal thing to shoot flying. It's nothing surprising. Shaking his head, Krillin looked at Whitebeard. You're Mr. Whitebeard, right? That's it. I'm here to help you settle this war. Do you have any requests? Krillin looked at Whitebeard and was a little nervous. He wasn't nervous that Whitebeard would make any difficult demands. Rather nervous, what if Whitebeard doesn't need his help? Although he said he wanted to accept the hidden quest, he went to Whitebeard. But the problem is, such a hidden task of finding someone to pick up, even if it has been triggered, but if Whitebeard doesn't need help, it is also possible that the mission will disappear. If Whitebeard doesn't need help causing the hidden quest to disappear, that would be a real pity. Of course, generally speaking, hidden tasks have already been triggered, and they can all be successfully accessed. Sure enough, after hearing Krillin's words, Whitebeard said, "Thank you for your help, I only have one if asked." Whitebeard looked at Akainu. "I want him to die." Whitebeard's tone was full of murderous intent. He doesn't care about other people, but Akainu must die. If it weren't for the help of the person in front of him, Ace would be dead now. Although Ace has recovered now, the fact that Akainu almost killed Ace will not go away. Whitebeard wanted to avenge Ace himself. But his previous battle with Akainu made him know that he can fight against Akainu, but if he wants to kill Akainu, he can't do it now. Asterisk. Chapter 12. In the past, Whitebeard didn't care about his own aging and disease. But after this battle, let him know how much his disease and aging will make him suffer during the battle. If he was young, he would have the confidence to kill Akainu. But now, at most, he can only hurt the opponent. Therefore, if you want to kill Akainu to avenge Ace, you can only rely on this mysterious young man in front of you. He didn't think about anything. Anyway, Ace has recovered now, and Ace will avenge himself in the future. Although Ace's strength is strong, it is estimated that it is impossible to grow to the point where he can kill Akainu. If nothing else, just his fruit ability is the lower rank of Akainu's fruit ability. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult for Ace to grow to the point of killing Akainu. Now, the young man said he wanted to help him settle this war with the navy, and asked him what he wanted. Then he had an old face and handed Akainu to the other party to deal with. If it was before, he would definitely not have said that. But after seeing how easily the other party slapped Kyabu's attack just now, the strength of the other party, maybe it is really possible to kill Akainu. Ding! Congratulations to the group members for successfully accepting the hidden mission. Task content: kill Akainu and pacify the war on the top. The moment Whitebeard said his request, Krillin's hidden mission was successfully accepted. Sun Wukong, it's not a good idea to kill your opponent, isn't it? Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, if you think this kind of quest is not good, then you don't want to grab the quest in the future. In case the employer asks you to kill the opponent, you can't do it, and you can't complete the quest. It's still a small matter, it's embarrassing for our thugs, but it's a big deal. Beerus, what Vegeta said still makes sense, at Sun Wukong, if you can't get over this hurdle, then don't grab the quest. Sun Wukong, that's it. Pick, at Sun Wukong, Sun, in fact, you don't have to worry so much. It shouldn't be all tasks that have to kill the opponent. There will definitely be some who just want to defeat the opponent, or simply help the employer to solve the trouble. Piccolo, also, if it's an evil enemy like Majin Buu, there's no problem in killing him. Turtle Immortal, yeah, Wukong, like the old big demon King Piccolo and the demon Buu, didn't they all die in your hands? You're welcome to deal with such an evil enemy. Monkey King, I see, Piccolo, Grandpa Turtle Immortal. King Quan, at Group Owner Bai Yi, speaking of Bai Yi, can you show me the situation in another world? King Quan, didn't you just let me join the group to prevent me from being bored? If other people complete the task and I can't see what's going on in other worlds, then I'm still just as bored. Bai Yi, if you want to see what's going on in other worlds, you have to let the person who accepts the mission broadcast live. Monkey King, at Quelling, I don't know if you can start that live broadcast, we want to see what's going on in another world. Krillin, no problem, just a moment. After looking for a place to start the live broadcast, Quelling turned on the live broadcast. Afterwards, everyone in the group could see what the pirate world looked like. King Quan, is this another world? It seems very interesting. Grand Priest, it looks like this world is going through a war. Vegeta, hi, that's all? When we Suns went to conquer other planets, the scene was much more intense than this. Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, this doesn't seem to be anything to be proud of, and maybe it's because the Suns often go to conquer other planets, so it will lead to genocide. Vegeta, Kakarot, you forgot Frieza, didn't you? The destruction of the Suns was obviously caused by that guy Frieza. Sun Wukong, but if the Suns don't join Frieza in the first place, they won't necessarily be destroyed. Weiss, actually, about the Suns being destroyed. Beerus, ahem, Wes, you know what to say and what not to say. Weiss, oh, Beerus-sama, I didn't say anything. Piccolo, by the way, have you found a problem? Actually, this hidden mission of Quelling is divided into two parts. Piccolo, it doesn't mean that killing this Akainu is enough to complete the mission. We must solve this or something like a war. Krillin, indeed, I also discovered that killing Akainu was just a request from the employer, Whitebeard. In fact, the real task is to pacify the war. The real hidden task is to pacify the war on the top, not to kill Akainu. So, even if Krillin doesn't kill Akainu, as long as he can pacify the top war, he can actually complete this hidden mission. Asterisk. Chapter 13. But the problem is, killing Akainu is at the request of the employer, Whitebeard. If it is not completed, then Whitebeard will not give a 5-star evaluation, it will be bad. Therefore, although Akainu has no grievances with him, but Krillin still has to say sorry to the other party, who made the employer want him to die. Whitebeard's voice echoed on the battlefield, and everyone heard it. His words also caused another shock in the navy and pirates. Whitebeard, one of the 4 dignified emperors, wants to kill the Admiral Akainu. If it's just this, it's not surprising. After all, the fight between the pirates and the navy is life and death. The 4 emperors want to kill the admiral, and the admiral wants to kill the 4 emperors. This is normal. But the problem is, Whitebeard is asking others to help him kill an admiral. And the mysterious man that Whitebeard asked for, the mysterious man who took out the magic beans to save Ace, came to Whitebeard, and actually wanted to help Whitebeard solve this war. Killing Akainu was just a request from Whitebeard after he asked Whitebeard. What does this represent? This means that this mysterious person did not take this war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates seriously at all. Before he asked Whitebeard what he wanted, they also saw it. That's called a random. As if, no matter what Whitebeard asks, he can do it. But despite this, Whitebeard actually made a request to kill Akainu. He is really confident in this mysterious man. Of course, the conversation between Whitebeard and this mysterious man also let the other pirates and the Navy know one thing. That is, this mysterious man, not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. It wasn't even invited by the Whitebeard pirates. Didn't you see that even the members of the Whitebeard pirates were suspicious of him? Kill Akainu, worthy of being a father, it is domineering. It's a pity that Dad has been hit hard now, otherwise, he could have done it himself. However, Dad, please ask this mysterious person, can the other party really do it? Although he can fly in the air and is very fast, it doesn't mean that his strength is strong. Since the father asked the other party, it means that the father has this confidence in him. What we have to do is to help this gentleman and solve Akainu. Yeah, without this gentleman, Ace would be dead. It's not that easy to let Akainu go. The goals of the Whitebeard pirates have changed, and they are no longer interested in blocking the Navy in front of them. All they have to do now is to help Krillin kill Akainu. All navies, stop the pirates. Aokiji, Kizaru, you two go help Akainu. And Kaiwohei, so do you. The pirates want to help Krillin solve Akainu, and the Navy will naturally not watch it. Zhang Guo immediately gave an order. He didn't know how strong Quelling was, but he knew that he must be careful when facing this mysterious guy. The unknown is the scariest thing, though it's hard to kill an admiral. But who can guarantee that this mysterious guy does not have this strength? If he really did it, then the face of their navy would be completely lost. At the Admiralty, an admiral was killed. This is a very shameful thing for the Navy. It must be a huge blow to the prestige of the Navy. Therefore, the warring states will naturally not allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the goals of the Navy and pirates have undergone some changes. Hearing Sengoku's order, Kizaru and Aokiji came to Akainu. And the remaining Kaiwohei, there is no action. They were just invited by the Navy to resist the Whitebeard pirates. And when they fought with the Whitebeard pirates before, they were already paddling. Now, Sengoku actually asked them to help Akainu and the others to resist an enemy whose strength and identity are unknown. Isn't this a joke? They are just Kaiwohei, and they are not courting death when they intervene in the battle of the general level. Although they do not know the strength of Krillin. But it seems that it should not be worse than a general. Otherwise, his indifferent appearance would become ridiculous. So, they just need to watch the battle from the sidelines. As for joining in, sorry, they don't have that idea. It turns out that he is Akainu. The actions of Aokiji and Kizaru also let Krillin know who Akainu is. Originally, he also wanted to ask Whitebeard, who is Akainu? And Krillin's words also made others feel a little speechless. This co-author doesn't even know who Akainu is. That's it, he actually dared to agree to Whitebeard's request to kill Akainu. How confident is this in his own strength? Mr. Kling. I'm really sorry, can I trouble you with one thing? At this time, Ace and Luffy also felt Whitebeard's side. Ace looked at Krillin and said a little awkwardly. Asterisk. Chapter 14. What's up? Krillin looked at Ace curiously. Although Ace is not an employer, the relationship with the employer should be good, so if the other party asks anything, then you can be satisfied. I wonder if you have the kind of magic bean that saved me? Can you give one to my dad? Don't worry, it's not for you to provide it for free. What do you need and what you want me to do, I will do it even if I try my best. Luffy had already told him how he recovered. So Ace also knows that Krillin has a very magical bean. Therefore, he wanted to ask for one for his father. Seeing his father, in order to save himself, suffered such a serious injury. In Ace's heart, it is really very uncomfortable. If it is said that the father's injury can be recovered, then the guilt in his heart will be much better. Since that magical bean, even his dying, dying person can be rescued, and even recover all his injuries. It must be easy to recover from his father's injury. However, Ace didn't know if Krillin would agree. And he also knew that his request was a bit excessive. So in the beginning it was very awkward. But for his father, he gave up. Ace, I'm fine with this injury, there's no need for this gentleman to take out that kind of fetish again. Before Krillin could say anything, Whitebeard had already spoken. Although he also had some longing for the magic bean that rescued Ace. But he never thought about asking Krillin for it. In his opinion, there must be not much of such a miraculous fetish in Klein. And although the injury on his body was a little serious, it was not fatal. With proper treatment, it can be recovered. So there is no need to waste that kind of fetish. And, although Whitebeard doesn't know why Krillin is here to help him. But he doesn't believe it's gratuitous. The other party had already helped him save Ace, and even helped him deal with Akainu to settle the war. This reward will definitely break through the sky. If you add a divine object. It is estimated that even his Whitebeard pirates may not be able to pay. Although he is one of the 4 emperors, he possesses countless treasures. But you can't buy such a magical bean. Not to mention too. Because Ace is still young, he may not understand some of these issues. But he has been in the sea for so many years, and some things are still very clear. So that's all there is to it, a small problem. However, what Whitebeard didn't expect was that after listening to Ace's words, Klein actually took out another fetish bean from the bag. Not even hesitating. It's as if such a magical thing is worthless in the eyes of the other party. In fact, in the eyes of Krillin, or in the eyes of people in the Dragon Ball world, fairy beans are not valuable in themselves. It used to be because the number of immortal beans was not very much anymore, and they were rare and expensive, so they would not use immortal beans unless it was necessary. But now, the group mall has been opened, fairy beans are available in the mall, and the price is still very cheap. After all, although the effect of the fairy bean is very powerful, it itself is not so precious. In the past, fairy beans were packed in tanks, and there were at least a dozen tanks on the Kailan. However, because Yakilob lived in Kailan, the number of fairy beans decreased a lot. Therefore, the price of fairy beans is still very cheap in the group mall. In the future, Sun Wukong and the others will no longer have to worry about Xiandu. Seeing the casual look of Quelling taking out the fairy beans, Whitebeard and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Such a miraculous thing, in the hands of this Mr. Kling, is so casual. Could it be that the bag was filled with this kind of fetish? Sure enough, in the eyes of this mysterious existence, this kind of thing that is like a fetish in their eyes is worthless at all. Quelling handed a fairy bean to Whitebeard, and felt a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had more fairy beans. If he only took one, he would have been embarrassed just now. If you can exchange a fairy bean for a 5-star praise, it is definitely worth it. Kizuna, Aokiji, Akainu. Stop Whitebeard for me, don't let him eat that bean. Seeing that Whitebeard got the fairy beans, the Warring States period was anxious and hurriedly shouted. What he was worried about still happened. If Whitebeard really eats fairy beans to recover from his injuries, the losses of the navy before that were lost in vain. And the point is, once Whitebeard recovers, it will bring even greater losses to the navy. Needless to say more about the Warring States, the 3 of Akainu also understand what it means to restore the Whitebeard. Aokiji and Kizaru are not bad, they were originally paddling, even if the Whitebeard recovers, it doesn't matter to them. But since the Warring States Marshal said so, then they still have to pretend. As for Akainu, it's in a hurry. Chapter 15. From Akainu's point of view, he finally beat Whitebeard like this. If Whitebeard were to recover, then he would have done nothing before, and his injuries would have been for nothing. After all, he doesn't have that kind of fetish. The 3 admirals attacked Whitebeard together. Among them, Kizaru and Aokiji only attacked Whitebeard and did not attack Krillin. And Akainu also attacked Krillin. Among the fighters, Sun Wukong, is this the attack method of people from another world? It's amazing. Piccolo, ice, light, magma, these attack methods are very rich, but I don't know how powerful they are. Tianjin Fan, Quelling said before that people in this world have interesting abilities, but their strength is not that great, so their power should be average. Beerus, that's it doesn't make any sense. Sun Wukong, Lord Beerus, you are a bit bullying. King Quan, how interesting. I haven't seen such a scene before. Beerus, interesting. These abilities are really interesting. Sun Wukong and others. They understood now that Beerus was above them and ignored them. But among the other bigwigs in the group, it is really as humble as it is. Compared with the previous god of destruction, Beerus was really like two people in front of those big bosses. However, to be able to make Beerus the god of destruction afraid of being like this, these bigwigs are definitely very unusual. Sun Wukong, I don't know if Quelling can block their attack. Piccolo, at Sun Wukong, Sun, are you underestimating Quelling? Piccolo, although his strength is indeed weak compared to yours, it is compared to you. After all, destroying a few planets is not a problem for him. Tianjin Fan, yeah, these attacks are interesting, but it's impossible to hurt Quelling. As if to confirm the words of Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. In the picture, Quelling saw the attack of Akainu flying towards him, and with a wave of his hand, an energy ball also flew out and collided with Akainu's attack. In the collision of the two sides' attacks, Akainu's attack was instantly disintegrated, while Kelling's attack continued to fly towards Akainu with unabated power. Don't look at this as just a casual strike from Klein, but the power, although not as exaggerated as destroying heaven and earth, is not something that anyone can easily resist. Although Krillin's strength is in the Dragon Ball world, he has been reduced to the role of soy sauce. But in other worlds, in many worlds, it is definitely a level that can be killed. What? Seeing that his attack was disintegrated so easily by Krillin, Akainu was shocked. Looking at the attack that Krillin flew over, although it looked like it was just an ordinary energy ball. But Akainu can feel a powerful energy from above. If he hit it hard, he might be hit hard. Although he is a natural fruit ability, it is difficult to hit him with an attack that does not contain domineering. But he didn't dare to gamble. So, he hurriedly jumped aside and avoided Krillin's attack. But although Akainu had already dodged quickly, Krillin's attack almost hit him. It was completely rubbing Akainu's body in the past. If Akainu dodged a little later, he would definitely be hit. Krillin's attack missed Akainu and flew into the air. Then, it exploded in the air, forming a violent explosion. Okay, what a powerful attack! Although it only exploded in the air, anyone with a discerning eye knew how powerful this attack was. The bottom line is an attack that can only be played by the strong of the four emperors or generals. This is just the bottom line. Moreover, even a powerhouse at the level of the four emperors or generals, if they want to launch such an attack, they must be serious. However, many people saw the appearance of Krillin's attack just now. That's called a casual. A casual strike has a power comparable to that of the four emperors or the generals who might make a full-force shot. Could it be that the strength of this mysterious man surpasses that of the four emperors and generals? As for the attack on Whitebeard, it was blocked by Ace and other masters of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition to resisting Akainu's attack is somewhat difficult. There was no difficulty in blocking the attacks of Kizaru and Aokiji. Is this the strength of Mr. Kling? What a powerful attack! Ace looked at Krillin's back with great admiration. Originally, after Krillin saved him, Ace was very grateful to the savior. Seeing that Kellin's strength is so powerful now, in addition to being grateful, he is even more admired. Worship the strong, this is a very normal thing. Although in Ace's heart, Daddy Whitebeard's status is the highest. But that doesn't stop him from admiring others. It just made him curious, after he finished speaking, why did Kellin, the savior, turn around and look at him strangely? Asterisk. Chapter 16. What Ace didn't know was that the reason why Krillin looked at him strangely was because of his voice. Because Krillin suddenly discovered why Ace's voice and Piccolo's voice are so similar. Simply the same. Krillin hadn't noticed it before, perhaps because Ace's voice wasn't obvious. But just now, Ace's excited voice was exactly the same as Piccolo's. Not only Queling, Sun Wukong, and others who were watching the live broadcast among the thugs also discovered it. Sun Wukong, at Pic, this person's voice is similar to yours. Tianjin Rice, indeed, it's exactly the same. I didn't expect that in other worlds, someone's voice would be the same as Piccolo's. Piccolo, after all, this is another world. It's not surprising that there are people with the same voice as me. Piccolo, on Namek, there are people who look like me and have the same voice, so it's nothing special. Monkey King, at Quelling, who is this person? Krillin, he was the target of my previous mission, Ace, and not only him, but my previous employer, the one who issued the mission to save Ace, and his voice is exactly the same as mine. Kling, when I heard his voice before, I was stupid. Krillin, I didn't expect that this world not only has the same voice as mine, but also has the same voice as Piccolo. Beerus, this is quite interesting, but I don't know if there is anyone in this world that has the same voice as mine. Seeing the news from Beerus, Bai Yi smiled slightly. In the pirate world, there are people who have the exact same voice as Beerus. It was Doflamingo's younger brother. But not on top of the war. There is a Marco with the same voice as Wes, who is fighting at the top. It's just that Marco's voice is a little different from Wes's, and it's not necessarily audible. The three Akainu failed to block, but also allowed Whitebeard to successfully eat the fairy beans. Afterwards, all his injuries recovered. Even Whitebeard felt that the dark wounds in his body had all disappeared. Whitebeard has been across the sea for decades and has suffered countless injuries. Although these wounds were all healed, the dark wounds caused by some wounds were not. These dark wounds accumulate in the body, and they have a great impact on Whitebeard. Now, all these dark wounds have been healed by the effect of fairy beans. Whitebeard even felt that his disease was not so serious. In fact, this is not his illusion. His dark wound was healed, which meant that his body's immunity had improved a lot. Therefore, his disease is not as serious as before. Although fairy beans cannot cure diseases, they can improve Whitebeard's own immunity by treating dark wounds. Therefore, after eating the fairy beans, Whitebeard not only recovered all his injuries, even better than before. Mr. Kling, thank you. That magical bean not only healed the wounds on my body, but also healed the secret wounds that I had accumulated over the years. I feel good now. Whitebeard looked at Krillin with gratitude in his eyes. Fantastic, worthy of being a fetish. He was plagued by illness before. But now, he feels that he can defeat the disease. Great, Dad has recovered. Dad looks rosy and shiny. It seems that years of dark wounds have been healed, and it has made Dad less tormented by disease. Great, that domineering old man is coming back. The recovery of Whitebeard makes the people of the Whitebeard pirates very happy. Not only the wounds on the body were healed, but even the dark wounds were healed. Although the current father is not at his peak. But it's much better than before. Compared to the happiness of the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy's face was very ugly. Completely recovered, even Whitebeard in better condition than before. Plus a powerful mysterious man. It's really unfriendly to their navy. Okay, now that you have recovered, I have to finish my task. Saying that, Krillin looked at Akainu. He did not forget that he still had tasks to complete. Let's not talk about the task of pacifying the war on the top, let's finish the task of solving Akainu first. This is about whether he can get a 5-star praise, but he can't let it go. Mr. Kling, I will trouble you, you should concentrate on dealing with Akainu, and I will block those who dare to stop you. Although it has been restored, Whitebeard did not revoke his request, and still gave Akainu to Krillin. Although he is now confident that he can kill Akainu, this is something he asked Krillin to do. Whitebeard, one of his dignified 4 emperors, naturally wouldn't do such a renegade thing. Need not. However, Krillin shook his head and refused. The task is for him to pacify the war. If Whitebeard helps, what if the task is not completed by then? Asterisk. Chapter 17. This Krillin didn't know if the employer's help would cause the mission to fail. But he didn't want to gamble. Anyway, with his strength, it is completely possible to complete this task with his own strength. So, there is no need to gamble on this. If this fails and something goes wrong with his mission, it would be embarrassing. Among the fighters, Beerus, I suddenly thought of a question. How can the task of pacifying the top war be considered complete? How can it be considered a successful pacification? Beerus, help this employer and kill all his enemies. Monkey King, Lord Beerus, since it is to pacify the war, then as long as this war is over, there is no need to kill everyone. Bick, that's right, I think, if the two sides stop the war, this task should be considered completed. Vegeta, humph, it's so troublesome, it's better to get rid of all the enemies of the employer. Turtle Immortal, there is not only one way to complete the task, Vegeta, your killing intent is too heavy. Vegeta, I'm the most efficient way. Sun Wukong, but Quelling will definitely not choose this method, since this employer only asks Quelling to kill the man named Akainu. Sun Wukong, then as long as Quelling takes care of that Akainu, the employer should stop the war. Tianjin Fan, however, if the employer wants to continue fighting, then Quelling will also fight along with him. Beak, anyway, Kling can definitely complete this task, so we don't need to worry about it here. Because Krillin's attention is now on Akainu, he didn't notice the news in the chat group. After he refused Whitebeard's help, looking at Akainu, his expression became serious. Although he is confident that he can solve Akainu, he will not underestimate the enemy. And Akainu, after seeing the recovery of the Whitebeard, his face became very ugly. All his previous efforts were in vain, and the injuries he suffered were also in vain. He looked at the bag on Krillin's waist, he remembered that the magic beans that could heal injuries were in that bag. As long as he can get the bag, he can get the fetish, and he can recover his injuries. However, how to get it is the question. Kizuna, Aokiji, cover me. Akainu said to Kizaru and Aokiji who were beside him. He may not be able to deal with Krillin alone, but he doesn't believe that the three generals of them can't win the other side together. Even if the opponent's strength is above the general. But it is absolutely unbearable, the three generals join forces. Especially if Whitebeard doesn't make a move. Aokiji nodded, no nonsense, with a move of Ice H, the ground was frozen, and then spread to Quelling. As for Kizaru, he still used the laser attack, but this time, his attack was much stronger. In front of so many people, it's not easy to paddle, so I can only get serious. As for Akainu, his hands turned into lava, and he kept firing lava fists into the sky. This is one of Akainu's moves, Meteor Volcano. This move is a range attack, so his purpose is also obvious. He attacked not only Klein alone, but also the surrounding Whitebeard pirates as his target. The attack of the three people flew to Krillin together, and Whitebeard was worried that Krillin might be difficult to deal with and wanted to help. But then he saw that Quelling disappeared in place. Behind. Under the reminder of the warring states, the three of Akainu quickly turned their heads and saw that Quelling had come behind them. They can't even see how Krillin got here. Even Kizaru, the fruit-flaring person, was amazed at Klein's speed. Although his speed is also very fast, but at least he has to turn into light. But what about the other side? No trace at all. If it wasn't for the other party possessing this aspect of the devil fruit ability, that means that the other party is completely relying on his own ability to display such a fast speed. It's terrifying. Kizaru, a master of paddling, no longer wants to fight against the monster Krillin. But there is no way, now everyone's attention is on their fight with Krillin. If you openly paddle, that's not good. Therefore, Kizaru shot again, and he stretched out two fingers and aimed at Krillin, but this time it was not a laser, but a dazzling light. He wanted to shake Krillin's eyes so that the other two could attack. Quelling didn't expect Kizaru to have such a hand, and was accidentally shaken in his eyes. Akainu and Aokiji also seized this opportunity and unleashed their most powerful single-target attacks, Ming Dog and Violent Pheasant Mouth. Quelling's eyes were temporarily invisible, but he could also feel two cold and one hot breaths flying towards him. Because the distance between Quelling and the three of them was relatively close, Akainu and Aokiji's attack soon came to Quelling. If it is replaced by someone else, there is no other way but to choose hard resistance. But Krillin is different. His reaction speed is not on the same level as Akainu. Therefore, in such a situation that other people could not avoid it, he jumped up and avoided the attack of the two. ***. Chapter 18. How is it possible? This can be avoided by him. Seeing that Krillin actually avoided his own attack in this situation, Akainu felt incredible. Even if the strength surpasses that of the general, in the situation just now, it is too late to escape. But it was actually avoided by the opponent. What a terrifying speed of reaction! Your abilities are really interesting. But it's not a problem just for you to attack, so let's change it to me too. Krillin flew in the air, looking at the three people below, and then, a dive, came to Akainu, and then punched. This punch is very fast, and Akainu can't dodge it at all, so he can only subconsciously elementize his body. As a result, Krillin discovered that his punch had actually passed through Akainu's body. Huh? What's going on here? Seeing the Akainu in front of him, Krillin turned into lava, which was very strange. Mr. Krillin. Akainu is a natural fruit person who needs domineering to hit. Seeing Krillin's puzzled look, Whitebeard quickly explained. However, he was also very puzzled. It stands to reason that a strong man like Quelling should know about this matter. Domineering? What is that? The next moment, Krillin said something that left the top players speechless. If it is an ordinary small navy or a small pirate, or even those civilians, I don't know if it's normal to be arrogant. However, a top-level powerhouse like Quelling, even a powerhouse above the four emperors and generals, does not know what domineering is? This is not a joke. Although domineering sounds like a very powerful look, but among the top powerhouses, domineering is not a valuable thing at all. Which top powerhouse will not be domineering? Among the three colors of domineering, in addition to the tyrannical domineering that may be relatively rare, the other two domineering, people with a little bit of strength can take a shot. As a result, there is now a person who is clearly at the top level, but doesn't know what domineering is. Is this person from this world? How did he get so much power? Among the thugs at this time, there was a lively discussion about Akainu's abilities and domineering things. Sun Wukong, did that person turn into lava? That's why Quelling missed the shot. Piccolo, no wonder Klein said that people in this world have interesting abilities. It is indeed interesting that they can actually turn themselves into magma. Tianjin Fan, so, the other two abilities are light and ice, shouldn't they can turn themselves into light and ice. Turtle Immortal, it is very likely that this ability to turn oneself into an element is the fruit ability that the world calls it. Weiss, although the strength of this world is not strong, this ability is really interesting. It can turn oneself into an element, so that it can be immune to many attacks. Sun Wukong, if that's the case, wouldn't Quelling just hit the opponent? Vegeta, Kakarot, didn't you listen to that Whitebeard, just use domineering and you can hit it. Sun Wukong, but Quelling can't be so domineering. Vegeta, this domineering sound is similar to our chi, so as long as Krillin uses chi, he should be able to hit it. Sun Wukong, that makes sense. Sun Wukong, at Quelling, try attacking with chi, maybe you can hit the opponent. Krillin, okay, I'll give it a try. Krillin also felt that what Vegeta said made sense. The domineering in this world should be similar to that in their world. Krillin withdrew his fist, intending to use chi to attack. Mr. Kling, is it possible that you can't use domineering? Whitebeard asked uncertainly. I really won't be arrogant. Krillin nodded, this kind of thing has nothing to hide. If Mr. Kling can't be domineering, then he can't hit Akainu. How come, a strong man like Mr. Kling doesn't use domineering? Seeing Kling nod, the people of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but feel very strange. They also started to worry. If Krillin wasn't domineering, then he wouldn't be able to deal with Akainu at all. And the worry of the pirates is exactly what the Navy is happy about. Krillin will not be domineering, but for them, it is a great thing. If he wasn't domineering, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to hit Akainu. If the attack fails, it is meaningless. A strong man who is not domineering, even if it is Akainu, they can't do anything about him. But in the same way, he can't do anything about Akainu. Mr. Kling, I'm here to help you. Krillin won't be domineering, so he can't hit Akainu no matter what. So, Whitebeard wanted to help again. He couldn't just watch their benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates being played by Akainu and the others. Need not. Although I won't be domineering, but I will. Saying that, Quelling shouted loudly, and a powerful aura erupted from him. A layer of white arrogance enveloped him. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Explosive. This is a skill that Dragon Ball warriors will have. It's not even a skill, it's just an explosion of one's own power. Quelling has long been familiar with this matter. So as soon as he came up, he burst out with all his momentum. But he forgot that he is no longer in the Dragon Ball world, but in another world. In Dragon Ball world, even if he burst out with all his strength, it would not cause any sensation. After all, there are too many people stronger than him. But in the pirate world, it's different. When Krillin exploded, the entire Marin Vando, and even the surrounding sea, were shaking. What is this? The ground is shaking. Could this be Mr. Kling's true strength? What is that layer of white that surrounds Mr. Kling? Okay, what a terrible sense of oppression. Just standing still can cause such a shock. Look! Cracks have appeared on the ground under Mr. Kling's feet. Because of Krillin's explosive gas, the ground under his feet began to collapse and cracks appeared. This is a normal operation in the Dragon Ball world, but in the pirate world, it is enough to cause a big stir. Could it be that this is domineering? No, this is not domineering, Mr. Kling, what is the origin? Whitebeard looked at Krillin, and his heart was full of shock. He can also make the ground shake, but that requires the ability to use the shaking fruit. And Mr. Kling just stood there and shouted a few times. Moreover, the layer of white arrogance surrounding the opponent is not domineering. Could it be, what kind of fruit power is this? Impossible, the power displayed by Mr. Kling does not belong to the fruit ability. After all, what kind of fruit ability is there that can both fly and have such a fast speed, and even this kind of white arrogance that doesn't know what it is? But if this is Mr. Kling's own power, it is quite terrifying. Mr. Kling, take your supernatural powers. If we go on like this, we won't even be able to stand up. Ace shouted at him while resisting Krillin's aura. The aura that Krillin exudes has shocked everyone around him. Weak people, even lying on the ground, can't stand up. Even a stronger person is very difficult to resist. If it goes on like this, it's just a matter of time. Sorry, I forgot. Ace's words also made Krillin realize that he was not in his own world. Because in his own world, every battle requires him to break out with all his strength. Who made him weak? Therefore, he has become accustomed to exploding with all his strength. Now, seeing the people lying all over the place, plus Ace's words, made him come back to his senses. He was in another world. What kind of ability is this? Why does such a person suddenly appear? At this time, the warring states only felt that his mind was in a mess. Known as a general of wisdom, he really can't figure out what the hell is going on. Why does this sudden appearance have such a powerful strength? And he didn't even know the opponent's ability. Not to mention the abilities that have been shown before. Just the powerful sense of oppression just now is enough to kill anyone in seconds. Don't say it's someone near the other side. Even he, standing some distance away from the other party, felt the sense of oppression. There were even cracks on the ground where he stood just now. Even the most powerful overlord can't achieve this level of domineering. And looking at the appearance of the other party, it seems that they have not used their full strength. Carp, you used to wander outside a lot, have you ever seen such an ability? No, although it is similar to some abilities, it is not. His abilities seem to be unknown. Unknown ability, unknown identity, unknown origin, and there are such magical beings. Who is this person, and why does he want to help the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku looked at Quellin's figure, at the same time dazed and envious. He was at a loss because he didn't know a little bit of information about this sudden appearance. Envy is for the Whitebeard pirates. Obviously, Ace has been executed successfully, and he has also severely injured Whitebeard. It is very likely that Whitebeard can be kept. But it was because of the appearance of this person that the situation was suddenly reversed. Not only did Ace recover, but even Whitebeard recovered. Moreover, he has to help Whitebeard to kill Akainu. If this mysterious man came to help their navy, how wonderful it would be. With his help, their navy would have killed the Whitebeard pirates long ago. Cap, you also help Akainu. I'm worried that the three of them won't be able to stop each other. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp hesitated. Akainu almost killed Ace just now. If it weren't for the warring states pressing him, he would have done something to Akainu. Now let him help Akainu without asking him if he wants to. Chapter 20. Cap, you should know that if the opponent really kills Akainu, it will be a huge blow to the navy. Seeing the reluctance of his old brother, warring states also knew what he was thinking. But there is no way, in this case, he must be asked to help. As for myself, as a naval marshal, I won't take action unless I have to. After hesitating for a while, Garp finally decided to help Akainu. Sengoku was right, if Akainu was really killed by the opponent, it would be a huge blow to the navy. He could not take action to save Akainu, but he had to take action for the navy. Because, he is a navy, a vice admiral, a navy hero. Seeing Garp walking towards Akainu, Sengoku was also relieved. He was worried that Garp would not agree, so he had nothing to do. But fortunately, his old brother is finally not confused. Warring states, let's talk about it first. I can help Akainu. But I can't guarantee that I can deal with that person. Halfway through, Garp turned around and said. Judging from the strength that Krillin just showed, even he has no certainty of victory. After all, even if he can compete against the three generals alone, he cannot do it. Just do your best. Sengoku also knew this, so he didn't say that Garp had to save Akainu or something. If you let Garp do things beyond his ability, isn't that embarrassing him? If Garp can't deal with the opponent with all his strength, it can only be said that the opponent's strength is too strong. You two, don't paddle anymore, go all out. Garp walked to the three generals and said to Kizaru and Aokiji. The two were paddling, how could he not see it? After all, when it comes to paddling and fishing, he's not bad. Hearing Garp's words, Kizaru and Aokiji changed their lazy appearance before and began to get serious. It's one thing to paddle and fish, as long as you don't get caught. But if you are caught and don't change, then this nature is a bit bad. Akainu glared at his two colleagues. He felt something was wrong just now, and he was trying to launch an attack, and although these two people also attacked, but the attack strength was a bit wrong. Damn, these two guys are paddling. Now solve the enemies in front of you first, and then find them to settle accounts. Lieutenant General Garp also shot, the three generals plus the naval heroes, what a luxurious lineup. With the help of Lieutenant General Garp, that person will definitely be defeated. The addition of Garp made the morale of the navy, which had begun to slump, rise again. The legend of Garp penetrated deep into their hearts. Many of them joined the navy because of Garp. Although the strength that Kling showed just now is very powerful, even the three generals can't take him down together. But with the addition of Lieutenant General Garp, the situation will definitely be reversed. Dad, now that the old man has joined, do we need to help Mr. Kling? On the pirate side, seeing Garp joining, Ace also asked quickly. No, Mr. Kling's strength is not the only one. Just watch it carefully, Mr. Quellin's strength surpasses this world. In Whitebeard's heart, although Klein hadn't shot with all his strength, but the strength he showed was already above the world. They are 4 emperors, 3 admirals of the navy, and even Garp, a naval hero. Fighting alone, no one is the opponent's opponent. Even if a few of them join forces, they may not be able to win each other. If this kind of strength does not surpass this world, the situation between the navy and the pirates has long since changed. Grandpa, this is the battle between Mr. Krillin and the 3 of them. What are you doing for fun? And Luffy, who was beside him, started to yell. Anyway, his identity has been revealed by the warring states before. So now in front of so many people, it's okay to call him Grandpa Garp. Shut up! Garp glared at his grandson. Since there are other things to do now, it is hard to say anything. But this kid, how can he not speak according to the occasion? Among the fighters. Sun Wukong, that's what Krillin said before, the employer with the same voice as him, and it really is exactly the same as Krillin's voice. Tianjin Fan, indeed, if Ace's voice and Piccolo's voice were not obvious just now, then this Luffy's voice is really exactly the same as Krillin's. Turtle Immortal, I don't know what Krillin feels when I hear Luffy speaking in the same voice as himself, even calling this old man grandpa. Vegeta, at Turtle Immortal, you are too embarrassed to say that he is an old man. He is definitely not as old as you. Turtle Immortal, but he is indeed an old man, I'm not wrong. Vegeta, but don't you find it weird coming out of your mouth? Asterisk. Chapter 21. To be able to call Garp an old man, among the thugs, Turtle Immortal is the least qualified one. Although the king of all, Beerus and the others are much older than the Turtle Immortals. But they don't look old. The Turtle Fairy is the only one who looks very old. In fact, his age, among ordinary people, is indeed very large. Turtle Immortal, although I'm over 300 years old now, I think I'm only 30 years old, so I call this person an old man, and it doesn't seem to be a problem. Sun Wukong, is this person the strongest? I don't know what fruit he has, what is the fruit? Vegeta, devil fruit ability, / disgusting. Sun Wukong, yes, devil fruit ability. Piccolo, if you want to know what fruit ability he has, if you keep reading, you'll know. Who are you? Why did you choose to help the Whitebeard pirates? Garp didn't attack Krillin immediately, but asked. It is also very important to find out who Quelling is. I'm sorry, these two questions, I can't answer you. But maybe, you may have a chance to know later. Krillin smiled and said. About the thugs, only the thugs and their employers know. So even if he said it, others couldn't understand it. Unless, they can also be employers. Of course, this is not impossible. This time it was because the Whitebeard pirates became their employers, so he would help them. Maybe next time, it's these Navy people who will become employers. At that time, if he can grab the task, he will also help the Navy to deal with the pirates. These thugs are neutral. Whoever posts the task, they will help whoever, it is very fair. What nonsense are you talking to him? You won't know if you take him down for interrogation. Akainu was a little dissatisfied with Garp's inquiries. In his opinion, don't talk nonsense with Clindo, just launch an attack and take him down. At that time, the first interrogation, won't you know everything? Although the opponent's strength is very strong, but now, all three of them are serious, and Garp is there to help. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't win the other party. What's more, the opponent is not domineering and can't hit him. Although Akainu didn't know what the white arrogance that enveloped Krillin was. But as long as it's not domineering, then he's not afraid. After that, Akainu launched the attack first. And Garp and the other two had to shoot together. Kizaru and Aokiji, who do not paddle, are not at the same level as before. Whether it is the speed or power of the move, it has improved a lot. Soon, the attack of the three people came to Krillin. And Garp, taking advantage of the three people's attack, went around from the side, and wanted to go around behind Krillin and attack. Although he can also turn over a Harrier and come behind Krillin. However, in front of Krillin was the attack of the three generals. If he did this, it would be equivalent to helping Krillin block the attack. Although he does not think that the attack of the three generals can cause too much damage to Krillin. But it is impossible to help the opponent to block the attack. But what Garp didn't notice was that Krillin glanced at him as he ran behind him. The attack of the three generals is faster than that of Garp. Before Garp came behind Krillin, the attack of the three generals had already arrived. In this attack, Akainu and Aokiji still used the previous moves, that is, Ming Dog and Violent Pheasant Mouth. Even the Yellow Monkey used the Bakakayangu Jade seriously. Moreover, the 8-foot Kyangu Jade he cast on Quelling was not the kind of 8-foot stroked jade that attacked the submarine carrying the injured Luffy in the original book. If you are a little bit arrogant, you will be hit. But like he beat his teacher Zifa, he attacked very hard. Since Garp told him to stop paddling, he naturally had to take his shot seriously. The powerful attacks of the three generals soon came to Krillin. Facing the attack of the three, Quelling did not choose to dodge. With a wave of his right hand, the three energy balls were thrown out, hitting the attack of the three generals. As for his left hand, he grabbed it casually. Krillin's attack collided with the attack of the three generals, producing a violent explosion and thick smoke. Devouring Krillin's figure makes it difficult to see what's going on. Whether it's a navy or a pirate, they all have a heart and are very nervous. The ideas of the two sides are naturally completely different. On the one hand, I hope Krillin is okay. Needless to say, the other party hoped that Quelling had something to do. As the smoke cleared, Krillin's figure reappeared. What stunned the navy happened, except for a bit of dust sticking to it, Krillin was unscathed. Moreover, his left hand is still holding Garp's fist. In addition to the title of naval hero, Garp also has the title of Iron Fist, which is very famous. After being punched by him, even the powerhouses of the Fourth Emperor and the general level would not feel well. But now, the fist of Garp, known as the Iron Fist. It was actually caught by Krillin easily. Chapter 22. Lieutenant General Garp's Iron Fist was blocked so easily, and he was even caught by the opponent. How is this possible? The surrounding navies who regarded Garp as their faith, seeing the faith in their hearts, were easily blocked by Krillin. One by one was stunned. Although Krillin's strength is very strong, in their opinion, as long as Garp makes a shot, he will definitely be able to win the opponent. This is their blind worship of Garp. But now, here's how. Why was Lieutenant General Garp's Iron Fist blocked so easily? Moreover, when blocking Lieutenant General Garp's Iron Fist, the opponent was even dealing with the attack of the three generals. Could it be that Lieutenant General Garp didn't use his full strength? It's possible, otherwise, how could Lieutenant General Garp's attack be blocked so easily? Lieutenant General Garp, use your full strength to take down the opponent. Yeah, Lieutenant General Garp, we believe in you, show your true strength. Under the leadership of a small number of navies, more and more navies began to cheer for Garp, so that Garp could make all his efforts to take Klein. But what these navies don't know is, at this time, Garp was about to scold his mother in his heart. In the face of such a powerful and unknown opponent as Krillin, how could he still hide his strength? The punch just now was already his all-out punch. Just the punch just now, he is confident, if any other four emperors or generals, if he takes this punch. Not to mention direct instant kill, but it will definitely be hit hard. However, the person in front of him took it so lightly. Moreover, his feelings are very profound. His fist seemed to be clamped by a pair of sturdy iron pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Damn it! Garp's all-out punch was so easily blocked by the opponent. As Garp's old brother, Sengoku naturally knew that Garp's punch just now was his full strength. But even so, it was still easily blocked by the opponent. A very ominous premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. This time, Akainu may really have to explain. But, even though he knew it was hard to stop, he still couldn't let this happen. Cap, I'll help you. As a naval marshal, the Warring States period would not take it lightly. But now, he is the only top combat power left in the navy. He couldn't help it. Although he felt that even if he shot himself, it would not make the situation better. But knowing the outcome is one thing, not taking action is another. Warring States jumped from the high platform, the whole person turned into a big Buddha exuding golden light, and slapped Quelling with a palm. And Krillin just glanced at Sengoku, flicked his hand, and threw Garp over. Warring States. Cap. Sengoku and Garp shouted at each other one after another. Garp released his arm domineering, trying to block Sengoku's palm. As for the Warring States period, he tried his best not to let his palm hit. The result of this is that Garp's armed arrogance is released, but not fully released. The Warring States period has pulled back, but not completely. Afterwards, the two collided, fell to the ground, hugged each other, and rolled a few times on the ground. It can be said that the brothers are good. Quelling didn't care about them anymore, his goal was only Akainu, so for other people, even those who blocked him, it was enough to teach them a little lesson, and there was no need to kill them. Except for Vegeta, the other Z warriors basically don't kill much. Both the naval hero and the marshal took action, but they were so easily disintegrated by the opponent. The morale of the navy has completely slumped. On the side of the pirates, they have already started to cheer. This battle with the navy, their Whitebeard pirates, can basically be said to have won. Unless the navy can find a strong man who can rival Mr. Kling. Otherwise, the navy has no hope of turning defeat into victory. Can the navy find them? Cannot. However, there is one more problem. Mr. Kling can't be domineering and can't hit Akainu, which is a bit difficult. Seeing that Garp and Sengoku were defeated so easily, the three of Akainu were also very surprised. Aokiji and Kizaru don't want to fight anymore. They weren't Krillin's target anyway, and Whitebeard didn't let him kill them. Of course, they didn't run away on purpose. Still, that sentence, you still have to pretend, but don't expect them to work hard. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other, and the two old oilers instantly understood each other's thoughts. Afterwards, Kizaru and Aokiji rushed towards Quelling. However, they didn't want to attack Krillin. It's just that I don't want to stay by Akainu's side. Because, if they stay by Akainu's side, when Krillin launches an attack, they will be accidentally injured. And Akainu thought that his two colleagues wanted to attack Krillin, so he also attacked Krillin. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Seeing this scene, Kizaru and Aokiji also pretended to attack. But the attack, how should I say it, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the attack of these two people is not only very light, but it is not aimed at Quelling at all. They don't even bother to aim for Krillin attacks now. Anyway, even if you aim, you may not be able to hit, and even if you can hit, it will not hurt the opponent. If so, why would they even aim at it? If you don't aim, maybe you can leave a good impression on the other party, so that the other party doesn't shoot at them. In fact, Kizaru and Aokiji really thought too much. Krillin had no intention of attacking them, and his goal had always been Akainu alone. He wouldn't even shoot at them just because they attacked him. To put it uglier, their attack was not strong enough to hurt Krillin. When Akainu saw the attack of the two old usse colleagues, he knew that he had been tricked. However, his attack had already been fired, and it was too late to take it back. Krillin dodged Akainu's attack in a flash, then came to him in the blink of an eye, and punched again. Krillin's speed was so fast that Akainu didn't react at all. However, when he attacked just now, in order to prevent Krillin's surprise attack, he had already elementalized himself in advance. He also wanted to try to predict Krillin's actions with a domineering look, but it was useless at all. So the best way is to elementalize in advance. The other party will not be domineering, as long as he is elementalized, then it will be fine. This idea was Akainu's greatest confidence in facing Krillin, until he felt that he was attacked by a force so powerful that he couldn't stop it at all. This time, Krillin's hand didn't go through it, instead, he punched Akainu directly. Others could even see that when Akainu flew out, blood was still spitting out of his mouth. Hit, hit. Mr. Kling hit Akainu. What, isn't Mr. Kling not domineering? Why did he hit Akainu? Could it be because of the white arrogance surrounding him? Those who can hit the natural fruit ability without domineering, Mr. Quelling, is indeed a god. Krillin hit Akainu, and the Whitebeard pirates sighed in relief. They were still worried before that if Quelling couldn't hit Akainu, no matter how strong he was, it would be useless. Just hit it now. I just don't know, how did it hit? Is it really because of that layer of white arrogance? In fact, Krillin was also a little surprised that he hit Akainu. Although he thought that Vegeta was right before, as long as he exploded, he could hit the opponent. But that's just speculation, not necessarily true. But now, he did, which is to say, Vegeta was right. Your own anger can really hit the opponent. In fact, one of the reasons why domineering can hit the natural fruit ability is because it is the user's own power. Unlike devil fruit, it uses fruit power. It doesn't mean that if you eat a devil fruit, you can turn the fruit into your own. Once the fruit-powered person dies, the devil fruit will reappear somewhere. But domineering is different. This is the power of the user's own cultivation and awakening. This is also the reason why Krillin can hit Akainu after his gas burst. Because his chi is also his own strength, and it is even stronger than domineering. Akainu was knocked flying by Krillin's punch, fell to the ground a few times, and fell to the ground. The corners of his mouth were still overflowing with blood. Quellin's attack was nothing in the eyes of those stronger than him, not even scraping. But that was in the eyes of those monsters. If it is placed in other worlds, there are really not many who can stop his attack. As for the pirate world, there is none. Even if it's just a normal punch. Akainu wanted to stand up from the ground, but found that he couldn't do it at all. That punch made his internal organs hurt. He even suspected that his internal organs had already cracked. Killing an admiral with one punch, Mr. Kling, is even more Iron Fist than Iron Fist Carp. This is the strength of Mr. Kling, the strength above the naval admiral. I really didn't expect that in this world, there is still such a powerful existence as Mr. Kling. But Mr. Kling has such a strong strength, how can he be unknown? Whether he is a navy or a pirate, then there is no room for the other party to survive. Who knows, maybe this is the difference between the gods and ordinary people like us. The morale of the pirates is very high, and the faces of the navy are all grey. Even the faces of Aokiji and Kizaru were filled with joy. Fortunately, the other party is not interested in them. If you give them a punch, their fate will definitely not be much better than Akainu. Then, under everyone's attention, Krillin raised his hand and aimed at Akainu. An energy ball condensed in his hand and flew towards Akainu. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Boom. The energy ball and Akainu collided, and a huge explosion sounded, and Akainu was instantly swallowed by the explosion. With the disappearance of the explosion, Akainu has disappeared, and the ground where he fell has disappeared, and even the sea water has evaporated a lot. The power of one blow is so terrifying. It's done. Krillin clapped his hands, and didn't feel much about his resolution of Akainu. Killing, he has also, this is not the first time. So, there is nothing wrong with it. But in the eyes of others, he did something earth-shattering. Kill an admiral, and still at the admiralty. This is something that has never happened. But now, it happened in front of them alive. Not to mention the navy, and even the members of the Whitebeard pirates were a little stunned. Although they knew that with Kellen's strength, Akainu could be killed. However, when he really saw Akainu being killed, the impact was still unbearable for a while. Even Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. What he didn't know was that if it wasn't for Krillin's arrival, it would not be Akainu but him who died this time. Okay, I have already fulfilled your request, so do you want to continue this war? It wasn't until Krillin came to Whitebeard's side that Whitebeard came back to his senses. No, no need. Whitebeard shook his head at Krillin, and then looked at Sengoku. Warring states, this war, I think, we can stop it. Whitebeard has no interest in killing the navy. If it wasn't for the navy to execute Ace this time, he would not have started a war with the navy. Now that the culprit who injured Ace has been solved, there is no need to continue this war. It is not necessary for Krillin to destroy the navy. Although he believes that Krillin has this strength. It is good. What else can the warring states say? Killed an admiral by others in front of so many of them. The prestige of the navy has taken a very serious blow. Moreover, if the fight continues, the remaining two generals may not be able to keep it. No, it's not possible, it's for sure. The opponent kills Akainu with no effort at all. This kind of strength, against the other two generals, the outcome is the same. Even, it is easy for the opponent to destroy the entire navy by himself. Therefore, Whitebeard said that a truce would be the best thing to do. He was still worried before, what if Whitebeard was not satisfied and let the mysterious man wipe out the entire navy? Since Whitebeard has given a step down now, let's go down. With Whitebeard and the warring states announcing the end of the war, this is the largest war between the navy and the pirates since the era of the great pirates. My mission is over, if you are still satisfied, please give me a 5-star praise. Like what he said to Luffy before, Krillin said to Whitebeard again. 5-star praise. Whitebeard didn't understand what Krillin meant. Later, like Luffy, Whitebeard's mind also had more things about the thugs. Only then did Whitebeard know why such a mysterious and powerful existence suddenly appeared. Why is this Mr. Kling's strength so strong that he doesn't look like someone from this world? Because, people are really not from this world. So to say. Whitebeard looked at Ace. No wonder this Mr. Kling appeared and saved Ace. Presumably, it was because Ace released a mission while he was dying. 5-star praise. This is not to say, Mr. Kling's task has been completed, which makes him very satisfied. As for the reward paid, it is using his shaking fruit ability, coupled with his domineering. Anyway, there is no need to deprive him, so he naturally wants to be generous, and he can also leave a good impression on Mr. Kling. But what Whitebeard didn't know was that the thugs couldn't see the remuneration paid by their employers. Because these rewards are given to the platform of the thugs group. The thugs will receive rewards after completing the task. Unless the employer has something else to give to the thugs in addition to the pay. In this case, this thing is owned by the thugs, and the thugs will not charge it. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Quelling for completing the hidden mission and getting points, 400,000. Congratulations to the thug Quelling for his 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. Congratulations to the thug Quelling for completing the hidden task, getting extra rewards and doubling his strength. With the news in the thugs group, Bai Yi gained 40,000 points. As for Queling, he clearly felt that his strength had really doubled. The feeling of this kind of strength being doubled directly is really very good. If he comes a few more times, then his strength might be able to catch up with Wukong and the others. But it's good to think about it. After all, such a reward can be said to be hard to come by. And it's impossible for him to grab the mission every time. Asterisk. Chapter 25. This service is over. If you want to seek help from the thugs next time, please give me priority. My name is Quelling. The mission has been completed, and there is no need to continue to stay in this world. After talking to Whitebeard, Krillin chose to return, and then the same portal appeared. Krillin stepped into it and left the pirate world. Quelling's departure caused another sensation. After returning to Dragon Ball World, Krillin also opened up a group of thugs. Krillin, everyone, I'm back. I've completed both tasks and both received 5-star praise. Turtle Immortal, there are additional rewards for that hidden mission. Quelling, has your current strength really doubled? Krillin, really, my strength has really doubled, which is really amazing. Knowing that Quelling's strength has really doubled, the other people in the group are also envious. This is directly double the strength. Vegeta, Beerus, and the others even felt that it was really a waste to give Krillin such a reward. If it was given to them, it would be even better. For rewards like this, the stronger the person gets, the more cost-effective it is. A weak person like Quelling won it, even if it was doubled, it would not be much stronger. In a word, it means that the grapes are sour if they cannot be eaten. Because Quelling is back, the live broadcast is also over. Sun Wukong and the others don't know what will happen next. But Bai Yi knew something. Although he doesn't know much about the world of pirates, he still knows about the famous top battle. Originally, Whitebeard would die, and his fruit of shock would be taken away by Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates were disbanded, and the world pattern changed. But now, the dead person is Akainu, and Whitebeard not only did not die, but even healed all his injuries, and his condition is better than before. In this way, Blackbeard can't take away his shocking fruit, and even Whitebeard will launch a hunt for Blackbeard. The death of a general in the Navy, although it can be supplemented, is also a big blow to the prestige of the Navy. In short, everything is not the same as before. Bai Yi had no idea about Akainu's death, just a little emotional. A lot of people hate him because he killed Ace and badly wounded Whitebeard. But in fact, this has to be viewed from a different perspective. From the point of view of the Navy and even most civilians, Akainu's approach is a hero. As for why so many people hate him, no way, who made this world be called One Piece? If it is called the Navy King, then Akainu will definitely be sought after by many people. However, it is also considered unlucky for Akainu, and the people who triggered the quest were all pirates. If someone from the Navy triggers the mission, then he won't die. Even, the dead are the Whitebeards. Of course, although no one in the Navy triggered the mission this time. But if there is a chance to trigger it in the future, even if the mission is to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, even if the person who accepts the mission is still Krillin, Krillin will not say a word, even if he has a previous employer against the Whitebeard pirates. The thugs in the thug group only recognize the task, not the employer. They are neutral and fair. Sun Wukong, Quelling, didn't you have 2 chances to draw a lottery? Let us have a look at the lottery. I want to see what good things you can draw. Turtle Immortal, yes, if you can draw those good things, then your strength will increase again. Krillin, okay, since everyone wants to see it, then I'll take a look. For the lottery, Kling was also looking forward to it. This thing, before the specific thing is drawn, the lottery people will look forward to it. Looking forward to getting something good. However, if you want to draw good things, you must have the possession of the Emperor. Bai Yi was also interested in Kelling's lottery. He didn't think that the thugs would be so kind and increase the chances of drawing those good things. So, if you want to draw good things, it really depends on luck. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Quelling for winning the lottery and getting a reward, with 200,000 points. Kling, 200,000 points, so. Klein wasn't satisfied with the 200,000 points he had drawn, but he wasn't dissatisfied either. Plus the 200,000 points that were drawn. His current points have reached 800,000. Don't look at a lot, but if you want to buy those good things, the 800,000 is still far from enough. Sun Wukong, there is one more chance to draw a lottery, do you want to use it? Turtle Immortal, the lottery thing, it shouldn't get better the luck later, so just take it away. Bick, but I got 200,000 points in the first lottery draw. It seems that Kelling's luck is not very good. You can find someone to draw for you. I think I'm very suitable. Piccolo, well, if you can get good things for you, you just need to give me 100,000 points. If you can't get good things, then I don't want anything. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Bick's words made Krillin a little moved. Judging from the first lottery draw, his luck was not that good. If you ask Piccolo to draw, you might be able to draw something good. Moreover, he only needs to pay Bick 100,000 points, which is absolutely earned by blood. Even if he can't draw anything good, he has nothing to lose. This transaction is definitely worthwhile for him. However, just when Krillin was about to agree to Piccolo, the others were also led by Piccolo. Sun Wukong, Quelling, you can also give me this lottery draw. My luck is also very good. Vegeta, hey, Kakarot, what is your luck? Mine is only good luck. Beerus, comparing luck with the gods? Are you too inflated? Whis, Lord Beerus, according to what you say, isn't my luck above yours? King Quan, I am me. My luck is also very good. Bai Yi, at Quan Wang, do you know what luck is, and luck has nothing to do with strength or status. Bai Yi, by the way, there is one more thing I need to make clear. After the thug completes the task, the reward he gets is his. You can make deals with each other, but you must not do anything to snatch each other's rewards. Bai Yi, if this happens, you will be responsible for the consequences. Beerus, don't worry, Lord Bai Yi. How could I do such a thing? I am a good god with a gentle personality. Bai Yi, I remember that you are the god of destruction, right? A god of destruction said that he has a mild personality. What do you mean, you are not suitable to be the god of destruction? Bai Yi, if that's the case, then I can. Beerus, no, Lord Bai Yi, I was wrong. Bai Yi, okay, just kidding, you don't really need to be too restrained in the group, you can just feel free. King Quan, yes, you don't dare to talk, it's so boring, you still need to talk more. Beerus, I see, Lord Quan Wang, Lord Bai Yi. Bick, it's obviously me who proposed it first, why are you all here to grab it? Who are you going to ask for the draw? Of course, if you want to draw it yourself, that's fine too. Krillin, let me think about it. Kaylin was a little hesitant. Why don't you just draw the lottery once? Why do so many people want to draw? This gave him some headaches, who should he give it to? Or do you smoke it yourself? However, he is really not confident about his luck. Bai Yi, otherwise, if you are really struggling, I have a solution here. Quelling, at group owner Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, I don't know what you can do, I can give you this lottery draw. In Kling's opinion, it is the best to give Bai Yi this lottery draw. Not only will it not let other people have any opinions, but as the group owner, the other party should be lucky. Bai Yi, no, I'm not trying to draw for you. I mean, I have something here, and you can take your chance to draw in exchange. Afterwards, Bai Yi put those things he got into the group. Bai Yi, you can choose to choose one of these things in exchange, but after the exchange, it means that you give up the chance to draw a lottery, so what? Bai Yi got some things from the group owner spree before. But he couldn't use it. It's useless to put it here, it's better to take it out and exchange it with others. Not to exchange their lottery chances. Once the other person chooses to exchange, the other party's lottery chance will disappear and will be converted into points to Bai Yi. As for how many points will be converted into, it depends on how many points they exchanged. Of course, it is not an equivalent exchange, but will be given to Bai Yi after the points are doubled. For example, if the exchanged item is worth 1 million points, the lucky draw opportunity will be converted into 2 million points for Bai Yi. As a group owner, it is normal to have such a little benefit. However, although it is beneficial to Bai Yi, the group owner. But for those who exchange, it is actually a matter of luck. Because no one knows, if they choose to draw, they will draw something better than the exchange. If they could have drawn better, but in the end opted for an exchange, that would be a big loss. However, there is no such if. Before the lottery, no one knows what will be drawn. And if you choose to trade with Bai Yi, you can clearly know what you can exchange, and it is not unknown. However, it is up to them whether they are willing to exchange or not. Bai Yi will not force. Bai Yi, of course, it's fine if you choose not to exchange, it's all voluntary. Quelling, at group owner Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, I choose to exchange. When he saw what Bai Yi took out, Quelling did not hesitate and chose to exchange. Because, he took a fancy to one of the things. Chapter 27. Although what Bai Yi came up with was not very good. But there is one thing in it that just makes Krillin's heart move. And such a thing is the blood of the Xuns. Since Sun Wukong's Xun identity was revealed, Kling felt more and more that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Obviously when he was a child, the strength gap between him and Sun Wukong was not very big. And all of this, in addition to the fact that Sun Wukong's cultivation is really serious, the most important point is that he is a Xun. With Xun bloodline, there are infinite possibilities. But on the other hand, looking at the blood of the earth, it is not very good. He is the strongest Earthman, although he can kill in the pirate world. But back, still cannot be ranked number. By the way, he, the strongest person on Earth, does not include his wife number 18 and brother-in-law number 17. Both of them have been transformed, and they are no longer pure Earthlings. Because of this, he wanted to quit the martial arts world and live an ordinary life. After all, in this world now, there are Sun Wukong and the Xuns to protect them. It's not like he used to be, it's time for him to help. In a word, people on Earth have limits. But now, seeing the Xun bloodline, his heart that had been silent for a long time was beating violently again. If he can obtain Xun blood, doesn't that mean that he can also become a Xun like Sun Wukong and the others? Then he can be as powerful as Sun Wukong and the others? Of course, he has no hope of catching up with Sun Wukong and the others. But his strength will definitely be stronger than now. You can even become the legendary Super Xun. Although doing so, will abandon the identity of the Earth. However, he abandoned the identity of the Earthman to become a Xun, just to better protect the Earth. Xun bloodline can actually be bought in the mall, but the price is relatively expensive and requires a full 1 million points. He only has 800,000 points now, and he can't afford it at all. Of course, other bloodlines are cheaper, but none of them are as strong as Xun bloodlines. Although if there is a lottery, it is possible to draw something with a better bloodline of the demi-human. However, Kling had no confidence in his luck. Although you can find someone to pump. However, since he now has a better choice, he doesn't need to find someone to draw on his behalf. Krillin, Lord Bai Yi, I choose to exchange Xun blood. Bai Yi, yes. With the completion of the transaction, Kling's lottery chance was converted into 2 million points. The Xun bloodline in Bai Yi's hands disappeared and appeared in Krillin's place. Sun Wukong, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, if we want to exchange in the future, is it okay? Bai Yi, yes, but I only have these things in my hand now, so you should think carefully before exchanging. Bai Yi, these things I have now are not useful to some of you, so if you get a chance to draw, you can try your luck. Bai Yi still had to make it clear in advance how much he had in his hand. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if someone came to him for an exchange later, but he couldn't come up with something new? If you say it ahead of time, it will be fine. Sun Wukong, so that's the case. At Krillin, after you use the Xun bloodline, you can also become a Xun. Krillin, yeah, that's why I exchanged it. Vegeta, I really didn't expect that Xuns would come out in this way. Vegeta, at Krillin, but your choice is correct, becoming a Xun, although the strength is not better than me and Kakarot, but at least there is an infinite possibility. Vegeta, it's so much better than having soy sauce on the side. Quelling, at Sun Wukong, right Wukong, if I become a Xun in the future, can you teach me how to transform into a Super Xun? Sun Wukong, of course, but it's not an easy task. Vegeta, humph, it's not easy to make him a Super Xun. At this moment, Vegeta has already thought of a way to turn Krillin into a Super Xun. The method he thought of was absolutely useful. Krillin, is it very simple? Then Vegeta, I'll ask you when the time comes. Vegeta, don't worry, after you become a Xun, I, the Xun Prince, will naturally help you become stronger. Bick, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad premonition. Turtle Immortal, Xun, I don't know if I have the opportunity to become a Xun. Sun Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, as long as you can get the Xun blood, you can also become a Xun. Tianjin Fan, indeed, in theory, we can all be Xuns. Beerus, oh? Interesting, the race of Xuns must be revived because of this. Whis, Lord Beerus, why don't you choose to be a Xun? Beerus, interesting, this one can also be considered. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Although Weiss was only joking. But Beerus felt that his proposal could actually be considered. No way, Xun bloodline is really powerful. It's not that their strength is strong, but that this bloodline is very terrifying for the increase in their own strength. Xuns like Sun Wukong and Vegeta are actually not that strong in their normal state. But they will transform. As long as he transforms, his strength is completely incomparable to the previous one. Just like Sun Wukong, Beerus still remembered that on the planet of the Northern Realm King, the other party seemed to have become that Super 3. As a result, he couldn't even handle his two casual moves. But after becoming the Super Xun God, he can live a few tricks with him. This increase in strength is very terrifying. And even that Super 3, the increase in strength is also very large. Therefore, if he is like him, his own strength is already very powerful. If you add that kind of strength increase, how powerful will it be? At that time, it is estimated that he can even fight an angel like Weiss. However, because this kind of transformation can only be changed by Xuns, he did not consider the issue of his own transformation. And even if he can't transform himself, he is already very powerful. But now, there is such a thing as Xun blood. In other words, he also has the possibility to transform into this bloodline, so as to master the transformation. At that time, his strength, the Jedi, will increase to a very terrifying level. By that time, he will be able to suppress the other 11 guys with just one finger. Beerus, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, I don't know this Xun bloodline, is it useful for a god of destruction like me? What Beerus is worried about now is that his strength is too strong, and he is a god of destruction. Will this Xun bloodline be useless to him? Whis, Lord Beerus, don't you really want to be a Xun? Beerus, what's the matter, can't I? And I just want to have Sun blood, not become Sun. Monkey King, is there such a big attraction to being a Sun? Even Lord Beerus wants to be. Scratching his head. Krillin, at Sun Wukong, don't say anything about you who was originally a Sun. Don't you know that you Suns can gain great strength as long as you transform? It's not a match for us. How attractive is it for a demi-human? Piccolo, indeed, although I am a Namekian, if I have a choice, I would rather choose to have Sun blood. Kling's idea, Baikna agrees and understands very much. His Namek blood is not very weak, but he also envies Sun Wukong and the Suns. Not to mention the Earthlings like Klein and the others. What if the mechs could be regenerated? Without great strength, everything is fake. Majin Buu's regeneration ability is much stronger than that of the Nameeks, isn't he still killed? And Piccolo is confident that if Sun Wukong and the others do not transform, his strength is not far from theirs. But once transformed, he is nothing. Vegeta, so, Suns will be the first fighting nation in the universe. Seeing so many people wanting to have Sun blood, Vegeta, the Sun Prince, is still very proud. Seeing that many people in the group wanted to have Sun blood, Bai Yi smiled and expressed his understanding. Even he wanted it, let alone anyone else. No way, Sun blood is really fragrant. Don't look at the original work, even if Sun Wukong and the others become Super Blue, they are not the opponents of Jiren and Hit. But that's because Jiren and the others are already strong. But what if Jiren and the others could also transform into Suns? Then how strong will their strength be? Sun bloodline, this kind of bug-level bloodline, even in the super powerful fantasy and immortal world, belongs to the top bloodline. The weakest transformation can increase the strength by 50 times, and the stronger transformation can also stack the multiplier. Who doesn't want it? Bai Yi, at Beerus, ordinary Sun bloodline is valid for angels and below, so God of Destruction can also be used. Beerus, I see, thank you Lord Bai Yi for clarifying your doubts. Sun Wukong, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, why do you want to listen to what you mean? There is an unusual Sun bloodline. Weiss, can the uncommon Sun bloodline be used by those above the angel level? Bai Yi, indeed, in addition to ordinary Sun blood, there are also unusual Sun blood. Bai Yi, as for whether this unusual Sun bloodline can be used by people above the angel level, I don't know. King Quan, at Group Leader Bai Yi, tell me first, what is this Sun bloodline, why do everyone want to get it? Asterisk. Chapter 29. The Sun bloodline discussed in the group also aroused the curiosity of King Quan. He didn't understand why so many people were interested in this Sun bloodline. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, wants to get it. Weiss, Lord Quan Wang, it's like this. Whis told King Jian about the Suns. After watching it, King Quan's eyes lit up and he thought it was very interesting. Not to mention that as long as you transform, you can improve your strength. But the handsome appearance after the transformation is very interesting. Bai Yi, okay, although theoretically you can all get Sun blood, but if you really want to get it, you can either buy it with points or draw a lottery. Bai Yi, so, let's work hard. Beerus, at Group Leader Bai Yi, don't worry, Mr. Bai Yi, I will definitely try my best to grab the quest and get 5-star praise. Sun Wukong, me too. Although I don't need Sun blood, it can also make me stronger. Turtle Immortal, maybe, old man, I can also become a Super Sun and play. Piccolo, in front of Sun blood, my Namek blood is not good at all. I have to work hard to complete the task and replace my Namek blood as soon as possible. Sun Wukong, at Pic, if you change the bloodline of Namek, will your appearance also change? You Namek people still look very distinctive. Piccolo, I haven't changed it yet. How do I know? It's just a change of bloodline. It shouldn't be necessary to change the appearance. Tianjin Rice, don't you fuse Sun blood? It's great that we are all at Bulma's birthday party now, just let us see with our own eyes, what will happen after you fuse Sun blood variety. Krillin, okay, I'll change it now. On Bulma's yacht, Sun Gohan, Bulma and the others who did not join the group of thugs. Looking at Sun Wukong, they are very strange. In particular, the eyes that looked at Krillin were full of curiosity. Because just now, in front of them, Klein walked into a black vortex, and then came out again. Not sure what's going on here. And Beerus and Sun Wukong's stop is a bit strange. Of course, the strangest thing is that Sun Wukong and Beerus stopped and didn't pay much attention to them. Even Vegeta and Piccolo are the same. Therefore, these people who don't know what happened are all very curious in their hearts. They suddenly feel that they are missing something. Krillin, you should merge the Sun blood now. Just when Son Gohan was about to ask what happened, suddenly, Sun Wukong said. 3 big question marks appeared on Sun Wufan's head. What was your father saying just now? Let Uncle Krillin fuse Sun blood? No, what does this mean? Dad, what did you mean just now? What does it mean to let Uncle Krillin merge with Sun blood? Son Gohan asked in confusion. It's literally, by the way, Gohan, you don't know yet, Krillin got the Sun bloodline, and after the fusion, he can have the Sun bloodline. Son Gohan was even more surprised. How could he not understand what his father was saying? What is it that Uncle Krillin will have Sun blood? Could it be that Uncle Krillin will become a Sun? How is this possible? Uncle Bick, do you understand what my dad is saying? Son Gohan, who didn't understand what his father was talking about, looked at his Uncle Pick again. Of course I can understand, Gohan, you don't have to ask so much, you will know soon. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan and said, sighing in his heart. If Son Gohan also joined the group of thugs, then he could understand what his father was saying. Too bad he didn't. But he also understood very well why Lord Baiyi didn't invite Gohan into the group of thugs. The reason, Lord Baiyi himself said. Gohan himself doesn't like training and fighting. Now that I have a family, I don't like it even more. To let him join the thugs group is a complete waste of the quota of a thugs group. The thug group has just been established, and there are not many places, so it cannot be wasted. It's a pity, if this kid Gohan can think more about training and fighting. Then he can definitely join in. Son Gohan didn't know what his Uncle Piccolo was talking about. He felt like his Uncle Piccolo was an old riddler. However, since he didn't tell him, he said he would know soon. Then he will wait. The next moment, something that shocked Son Gohan happened. Nor did he see what Uncle Kling did. But suddenly, the aura of the opponent suddenly began to rise. Of course, that's not the most important thing, and it doesn't come as a surprise. What really shocked him was, he actually felt a Sun breath from Uncle Krillin. Uncle Krillin is an Earthman, why does he exude a Sun breath? Asterisk. Chapter 30. Well, what's going on here? Why do I feel a Sun breath from Uncle Krillin? Son Gohan's unbelievable voice sounded, attracting the attention of others. Vegeta and the others looked at Son Gohan and understood his shock. If it weren't for the fact that they were also among the thugs. Krillin suddenly burst out with the breath of Suns, and they must be as shocked as Son Gohan. But now, because they have known it for a long time, their faces are calm. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta, you guys, why aren't you surprised at all? Sun Wufan looked at the expressions of his father, Uncle Piccolo, and the others. It was found that except for Uncle Yamcha and Aunt number 18, they were as shocked as he was. The expressions on other people's faces were calm. It's as if you already knew it. Aunt Bulma, Bidalai, and the others don't count, because they don't perceive chi. Coupled with what his father said before, Son Gohan seemed to understand something. So, you already knew that Uncle Kellen would do this. It's not too early. In fact, we only knew not long ago that Kellen would be like this. Sun Wukong said. Dad, what the hell is going on? As I said just now, Krillin obtained the Sun bloodline, so he was fusing the Sun bloodline just now. Sun Wukong looked at his son strangely. Is this thing hard to understand? Looking at his father's strange appearance, Sun Wufan was going crazy. How did your father say such a shocking thing with such a calm expression on his face? Obtain Sun bloodline and fuse Sun bloodline. This is something that is hard to imagine, isn't it? Wukong, Gohan didn't join the group of thugs, so I don't know, it's normal," Piccolo said when he saw Son Gohan's somewhat collapsed expression. "The thugs? What is that?" "This." Hearing Sun Wufan's question, Sun Wukong and the others did not immediately answer. Because they don't know, Lord Bai Yi is not allowed to talk about the group of thugs to those who didn't join in. Sun Wukong, at Group Master Bai Yi, "Lord Bai Yi, I wonder if I can tell my son Gohan about the group of thugs." Bai Yi, "Yes, the establishment of the thug group is to make the people of our world stronger together, so there is no need to hide it. Unlike the chat groups in other novels, the appearance of the thugs group does not need to be hidden. Because it's not the same as those chat groups, a world will only join one person or something, so it's a secret. Those who entered the group of thugs were all from the Dragon Ball world. So it won't be a secret. There is no need to hide." Sun Wukong, "Okay, I see." With Bai Yi's consent, Sun Wukong didn't have any concerns and told the story about the group of thugs. Hearing that Sun Wufan, Yamcha and the others who did not join, they were all stunned. "Go to other worlds. You can buy all kinds of things that get stronger. I had no idea there was something so amazing. No wonder these people behaved so strangely before. After knowing about the thugs group, I don't feel strange. But why, even Tianjin Fan and Quelling joined in, but Gohan and I didn't?" Yamcha couldn't help but said very suspiciously. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus and the others joined in, so he was not surprised. Quelling, Tianjin Fan and even teacher Wu Tian joined in. But neither he nor Son Gohan joined in, which is a bit strange. Compared with Yamcha, who felt strange, Sun Wufan was much calmer. Because, joining the group of thugs is not so attractive to him. He now has a family and is a scholar. Even if you join the thugs group, you won't necessarily be able to grab the quest, so don't occupy the place. Although he is still interested in other worlds. Gohan is because he has a family, and he doesn't like fighting and training very much, so it's not suitable for him to join the thug group. Piccolo explained. But as for why you didn't join, I don't know. Let alone Piccolo, no one knows about it except the group owner Bai Yi. Although they are also a little curious, but they will not and dare not ask. Why, who does Mr. Bai Yi want to join the group, and who doesn't want to join the group, and why do you need to tell them? I don't know if I can join the group after me. Yamcha is still eager to join the group of thugs. So, Uncle Krillin got the reward for completing the task, so he got the Sun blood, right? So, Uncle Quelling is now a Sun like us. Sun Wufan looked at Quelling and said somewhat miraculously. Although I know the magic of the thugs. But he saw that Uncle Krillin, who was originally a human being, turned into a Sun. Still has a great visual impact. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Is this what it feels like to have Sun blood? It's really good. Krillin looked at himself, clenched his fist, experienced his current strength, and nodded with great satisfaction. Fusion of Sun bloodline, transforming one's own earther bloodline, and there is no discomfort. The only difference is that Krillin found that his strength has increased again. Moreover, the degree of improvement of this strength is even more than that of his previous extra reward, the strength of which is doubled. He now finally understands what the Suns like Sun Wukong feel. It's no wonder that these Earthlings, even Piccolo, the name Qian, are not involved in the battle now. This Sun bloodline, and other bloodlines, are not at the same level at all. Krillin now has Sun blood, and his future strength will become stronger and stronger, so he doesn't have to be a spectator anymore. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan and the others looked at Quelling and were very envious. Suns have been the main force since a long time ago. Shiryu, Majin Buu, they can only watch from behind, even if they do it, they will be beaten badly. The ones who stand in the front are Monkey King, Vegeta and the Suns. And now, Krillin has also become a Sun, with the potential to be at the forefront. Although his current strength is not as strong as Sun Wukong and the others. However, he already has that potential. Maybe many people think it's not good to hide behind Sun Wukong and the others and let them deal with those powerful enemies. How dangerous it is to fight those powerful enemies. However, as a warrior, as a person who fought side by side with Sun Wukong all the way. Whether it's Piccolo, Quelling, or Tianjin Fan, they don't want to just hide behind Sun Wukong. Because they know that every time they encounter those powerful enemies, how much pressure is on Sun Wukong and the others. As Sun Wukong's life and death brothers, they don't want to, nor do they have to watch Sun Wukong fight bloody battles or even die every time. They also want to do their part. Great, Goku, I can fight with you again in the future. Quelling was also very excited. Finally, in the future, he was no longer the one who could only watch the battle behind Monkey King, and could only deal with some miscellaneous soldiers at most. From the Sun, no, it should be earlier, from the era of the great demon King Piccolo, his strength has been unable to keep up with the pace of his brother. How he missed the time when they were young, cultivating together with teacher Wu Tian. At that time, the gap between the two of them was not that big. Even, for a while, his strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong. But as the enemies that appeared became more and more powerful, as a human being, his strength began to increase slowly, and he gradually couldn't keep up with the pace of Sun Wukong. Whether it's Vegeta and the others coming to Earth for the first time, or fighting Frieza on Namek, and then the next android, Majin Buu. Every time he was reduced to the role of soy sauce, watching his brothers fight against those powerful enemies, watching his brothers get injured, or even die at the hands of those powerful enemies. Whenever he sees these, how much he wants to rush to help. But he knew that with his own strength, even if he rushed forward, it would only be a disservice, or even become a burden. But now, he can finally fight side by side with his brother again. No longer can I just watch my brother get wounded and killed by a powerful enemy. Krillin, but you've been fighting with me all the time. Wukong, you don't understand. All right. By the way, Uncle Krillin, since you have become a Sun now, can you also transform into a Sun? Gohan, it's not that easy to transform into a Sun, right? It took a lot of effort for you to transform successfully. Humph, I said, I know a way to quickly turn you into a Sun. Vegeta, what is the way? This method is very simple. While speaking, Vegeta turned her attention to number 18. He originally wanted to put it on Kakarot. But suddenly it occurred to him that he seemed to be unable to beat the opponent, so he had to change his target. Seeing Vegeta's eyes, Krillin knew what the other party was paying attention to. He also remembered that a very crucial way for a Sun to become a Super Sun. That is anger. Let your anger push the limits. Vegeta must have wanted to make herself angry by hurting number 18. Vegeta, I know your way, but forget it. Is there any other way? If you don't want to use this method, then you can practice slowly on your own. It seems that this is the only way to go before a better solution is found. After Bulma's birthday party, Quelling, who had given up his practice, started to practice again. And others are also waiting when the next mission will come. Ding! A new thug quest has been detected, would you like to accept it? Asterisk. Chapter 32. In the Quanwang Palace, every time Bai Yi opened the thugs group, he would see other people asking when a new mission would appear. However, although he is the leader of the group, it is not a matter of when the quest will appear. It is the employers of the heavens and the world who have the final say. Finally, a new mission appeared. Bai Yi is also a little curious, this time the new task, who the employer is, and which world he is from. Take over. A picture appeared in front of Bai Yi. A woman in white was running, and behind her, a monster-looking man was chasing her. Why do these two people look familiar to me? Looking at the two people in the picture, Bai Yi recalled the memories in his mind. Finally, he knew who the two were. Isn't that woman who is running away from Kamen Rider 555 Yuka Nagata? It was the one who was so pretty that led to the appearance of many people outside the play who regarded her as a wife. Bai Yi still remembers that when he was watching 555, he was still young. After seeing the appearance of Nagata Yahua, I was also shocked. But she didn't end well, and she died in the end. And the monster that was chasing her was one of the monsters in 555, one of Orpheus. Looking at it like that, it seems to be called Kageyama Psycho. When Bai Yi remembered it, it seemed that Nagata Yuka died in the pursuit of Kageyama's psycho. At this time, because she was being researched by humans, she lost the power of Orphano, so she could only escape in the face of Kageyama's psycho's pursuit. And her death was also the most important reason that inspired one of her partners, Yuji Kiba, to completely blacken. Yuji Kiba believes that it was humans who killed her, so he, who originally helped humans, completely blacken. The famous beach guardian, Sogaya, also known as Toga for short, also died at the hands of Yuji Kiba. At that time, Baiyi also felt sorry for Nagata Yuka's death and Kiba Yuji's blacken. Unexpectedly, Nagata Yuka has become an employer and inspired the task. At this time, Nagata Yuka was chased and killed by Kageyama's psycho all the way, and his physical strength was insufficient. If it wasn't for her previous experience of transforming into Orpheus, she would have been killed long ago. But if it goes on like this, she will be killed, which is a matter of time. She is now hiding behind an uncle with a mobile phone in her hand. She knew she was going to die, so she wanted to send one last message to someone before she died. It seems that you are in danger now, do you need help? At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in her ear, making Nagata Yuhua stunned for a moment. Yes, who is it? I am the one who can help you. You are in danger now, do you need help? Help? That's right, help you get rid of the man who was chasing you. Yes, can you? Of course you can, if you want. Okay, I will. Ding. The thug quest has been generated, save Nagata Yuka, and solve the Kageyama psycho who is chasing her. Dealing with Kageyama psycho is not a difficult task for the rest of the group. Although in the world of 555, Orpheanok is very powerful. But in front of those people in the group, it is nothing at all. Not to mention Monkey King and the others, even the Whitebeards of the pirate world can deal with them. Only this time, Bai Yi did not send the task to the group. Krillin's lottery draw aroused some interest in him. He also wanted to draw a prize to play with. After all, before he crossed over, he encountered a lottery draw, and his luck was not better at all. So he wanted to give it a try and see if his luck improved after crossing. After all, even the things that can only be encountered by the Son of Heaven's chosen through time have been encountered by him. Is this luck better than those of the European emperors? What's more, as the group owner of the thugs group, why do you have to participate in a mission to experience it? Otherwise, it seems that the group owner of the thugs group has not even completed a mission, which seems a little inappropriate. So this time, Bai Yi himself took over the task. After accepting the quest, a portal appeared in front of Bai Yi stepped out and disappeared into the room. If King Quan was here, he would definitely complain. Others in the group are eager to see if there are new tasks. The result was good, finally got a new task, but was taken down by the group leader Bai Yi. Is this appropriate? This is inappropriate. 555 World. Kageyama Psycho has found Yuka Nagata. Unfortunately, you obviously have the opportunity to join us, but in the end, you have fallen to this point. Kageyama Psycho looked at Nagata Yuka who was hiding behind a tree, and said with a sneer. Although there seems to be some sympathy in the words. But in fact the tone did not feel that way at all. As a member of the lucky four-leaf clover, Psycho Kageyama has long since abandoned such things as human nature. So there is no feeling of pity. In her opinion, Nagata Yuhua was reduced to where she is today, and she brought it up on her own. Before, the other party had a good chance to join her side. Asterisk. Chapter 33. If you were still Orphano, then I might be able to give you another chance. But now, you have lost the power of Orpheus and your last chance because of those humans, so go to hell. Saying that, Kageyama Psycho is about to launch the final blow on Nagata Yuka. And Nagata Yuhua has closed his eyes. However, at this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Yuka Nagata, causing Psycho Kageyama to stop. Then, a figure walked out of it. Looks like I'm here just in time. Bai Yi glanced at the sword in Psycho Kageyama's hand that was about to be stabbed, and said. Of course, even if Kageyama Psycho has launched an attack, as long as Nagata Yuka doesn't die immediately, he can use fairy beans to save him. Who are you? A mere human, for the sake of beauty, don't even want to die, why, want to be a hero to save beauty? Kageyama Psycho looked at Bai Yi, she didn't feel Orpheus' breath from him. In other words, this young man who suddenly appeared was a human being. If there is any difference, it is much more handsome than other men. But it's just a human. You are. Nagata Yuuka has opened her eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of her. The voice of the man in front of her made her feel familiar. It seemed that this voice was the one who asked her if she needed help before. I'm here to help you solve your predicament, don't worry, you're safe now. Bai Yi turned his head, looked at the goddess in many people's hearts, and said, as expected of the existence that once shocked him a little. When I saw it with my own eyes, it was much more beautiful than when I saw it through the screen. It's a pity to die like this. Safe? A mere human, how dare you say such a thing? Kageyama Psycho looked at Bai Yi, at this man who, in her opinion, was overwhelmed by beauty. In order to save the beauty from a hero, he doesn't even know what the current situation is. Could it be that he thought that a mere human could fight against her without the help of a belt? Not wanting to waste time, Kageyama Psycho stabbed Bai Yi with the sword in his hand. Be careful. Nagata Yuuka hurriedly reminded that although she didn't know what ability this ordinary-looking man had to save her. But since she was here to save her, she couldn't just watch the other party die in front of her. The next moment, Nagata Yuuka saw a scene that shocked her. Bai Yi turned his head, stretched out two fingers, and clamped Kageyama Psycho's sword. How can that be? You are a mere human, how can you have such power? Kageyama Psycho was shocked when he saw that his sword was actually caught. Especially, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't draw the sword. How can that be? She is now in the form of Orpheus. Compared with human beings, the power is not at the same level at all. Even those guys with belts can't do it so easily. But this guy in front of him, without even using a belt, has such a powerful force. This is simply a thing that subverts imagination. Could it be that you are also Afieno? Kageyama Psycho looked at Bai Yi and asked. What she didn't notice was that her voice was shaking when she said this. If the person in front of him is really Orpheus, there is such a powerful force in human form, and it requires a high-level Orpheus. Kitasaki, the head of the lucky four-leaf clover, is so powerful in human form. Could it be that the man in front of him is also an existence like Kitazaki? Orpheano? I'm not. Aren't you? How is this possible? If you weren't Orpheus, how could you have such a powerful force? How can a mere human being have such a powerful force? Kageyama Psycho just felt like he was going crazy. She has always been proud of herself as Orpheus, and believes that being Orpheus is an existence that transcends human beings and has power above human beings. But now, the man who appeared suddenly told her that he was not Orpheus, and he had such a powerful power without using the belt to transform. This made her become Orpheus, meaningless. Kageyama Psycho couldn't accept such a thing happening. She let go of the sword and started a frantic attack on Bai Yi with both hands. However, her attack did not cause any damage to Bai Yi. Not even a single hit. Although her power is very powerful in the eyes of ordinary humans. But in front of Bai Yi, it was nothing. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. After easily blocking the fist of several tons of power, which can easily smash steel, Bai Yi flicked his fingers, and a small spot of light the size of a grain of rice flew towards Psycho Kageyama. The flying speed of the small light spot was very fast, and Kageyama Psycho didn't react at all. Then, the small spot of light hit Psycho Kageyama, and she was instantly swallowed up by the explosion. When the sound of the explosion dissipated, Kageyama Psycho had completely disappeared, and not even the scum was left. Asterisk. Chapter 34. You're really stupid, didn't you see me walking out of the portal? You actually treat me like an ordinary human being. Looking at the place where Psycho Kageyama disappeared, Bai Yi said. Although these words could have been said before he killed Psycho Kageyama. But this is not necessary. It's not too late to wait until the other party is resolved. The so-called villain died of too much talk, although he is not a villain, but before the target is solved, there is no need to talk too much. Okay, your predicament has been lifted, and my mission has been completed. Bai Yi turned around, looked at Nagata Yuka, and said, Okay, okay. At this time, Nagata Yuka has not recovered from the fact that Kageyama Psycho was eliminated. Such a powerful Orpheus, even if they use the belt cleverly, they may not be able to defeat it. But the man in front of him, without any transformation, just relied on the human form to solve the other party. And, it's so easy. Who is this man? The next moment, things about the group of thugs appeared in Nagata Yuka's mind, making her understand what happened. According to the instructions, Nagata Yuka gave a 5-star praise. However, when it comes to paying the remuneration, it is difficult. Because she found that she seemed to have nothing to pay. If she can still become Orphano, she can use this ability to pay for it. But now, she has lost this ability. No. Sorry, I don't seem to have anything to pay. Nagata Yuka looked at Bai Yi timidly and said cautiously, fearing that Bai Yi would be angry. No remuneration to pay. Bai Yi frowned, he also knew that the other party didn't want to pay, but he really had nothing to pay. The other party is now not much different from an ordinary person. The only thing that can be paid, seems to be only life. But he didn't know how much life the other party had to pay. Possibly, it will directly drain the lifespan of the other party. However, the compensation must be paid, and although the compensation paid by these employers is not acceptable to him or the thugs, it is a transaction. It was at this time that a figure suddenly ran over. Jahua, are you alright? Bai Yi and Nagata Yuka looked back and saw a man running towards them. Bai Yi knew this person, and he was Yuji Kiba, the one who was blackened because of Yuka Nagata's death. He is also Afieno, but on the side of mankind. But because of Nagata Yuka's death, he blackened stood on the opposite side of mankind. But in the end, he still used his own death to help Qianqiao kill the final boss. A tragic figure. According to the normal plot, Kiba Yuji appears, will see Nagata Yuka who has been killed, and then think that it was killed by humans, thus blacken. But now, Nagata Yuka is not dead, so naturally blacken is no longer needed. I'm fine, this gentleman saved me. Nagata Yuka looked at Bai Yi and said. Yuji Kiba didn't know what happened just now, but since Nagata Yuka said he saved her, it means that the situation just now was still very critical. Therefore, Yuji Kiba looked at Bai Yi gratefully and thanked him. This gentleman, thank you for saving Jahua. Yuji Kiba is so grateful not because he likes Jahua, but because he regards Yuka as his most important partner and doesn't want his partner to have an accident. Change to another partner, Haitang, and he will react the same way. It's okay, you came just in time. She has one thing that needs your help now. I don't know if you want it or not. After Yuji Kiba appeared, Bai Yi knew how to solve the problem that Yuka Nagata was not paid. That is, let Yuji Kiba help pay for it. It's just that this kind of behavior of the employer to ask others to help pay the remuneration, then the remuneration paid is not copied by the thugs, but directly deprive. In other words, if Yuji Kiba is willing to help Yuka Nagata pay for it, that gang of thugs would deprive him of what he was paid for. Therefore, Bai Yi will ask Kiba Yuji in advance and ask him if he is willing. Yes. No matter what the knot has to do, I'm willing to help. Kiba Yuji didn't ask what it was, and agreed without saying a word. Don't rush to agree, you don't know what it is yet. Afterwards, Bai Yi told Kiba Yuji about the payment. Although this will expose the existence of the thugs. However, there is no need to hide the group of thugs, so there is no need to worry about exposure. And Yuji Kiba knew about the existence of the thugs, maybe he would become an employer in the future? So this is I really didn't expect that there would be such a magical existence. After hearing Bai Yi's words, Yuji Kiba had a surprised expression on his face. So, are you willing to help Nagata Yuka pay? I want to remind you that because you paid for her, what you pay will not just be copied, but will be directly deprived. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Yes, I will. Although Bai Yi has already said the price of paying the compensation on behalf of the employer. But Yuji Kiba chose to pay without hesitation. Moreover, he has already thought about what he wants to pay. It was his ability to transform into Orpheus. Although after being deprived, he will not be able to transform in the future, and will be transformed back into an ordinary human. However, if you can help Nagata Yuka, it will be worth it. Moreover, deep in his heart, in fact, he also had the idea of wanting to become an ordinary person. Okay, since you don't regret it, then you can choose the reward you want to pay. Bai Yi nodded and said nothing. He knew Yuji Kiba's character and knew that the other party valued his partner very much. Yuji Kiba nodded, and then, the option to pay the reward appeared in front of him, and he sighed at the magic of the thugs. Then, he chose his ability to transform into Orpheus as payment. Originally, Yuji Kiba had already prepared to lose the ability to transform into Orpheus. But after he chose to pay, he found that his ability did not disappear. Only, halved. In other words, if he becomes orphan now, his strength is half weaker than before. Oh? The thugs didn't completely deprive you of your ability to transform into Orpheus. In this case, you still have the ability to protect your partner. It's just that your power is now halved, so be careful in the future. Bai Yi looked at Yuji Kiba and warned him a few words. Without Blacken, Yuji Kiba was not weak, but not strong either. Now that half of his strength has disappeared, his strength is even weaker. Possibly the weakest kind of Orpheus. Originally, they had been targeted by the lucky four-leaf clover, and now they were even more dangerous. But fortunately, he did not completely deprive him of his power, at least there was still some strength to fight back. The task has been completed. If you need help in the future, you can ask the thugs for help. By the way, I know that you are Orpheus on the side of mankind, so I hope you can continue to maintain your original aspirations. After speaking, Bai Yi chose to return and disappeared in front of Nagata Yuka and Kiba Yuji. The last words he said to the two of them were also some of his personal opinions. Although he saved Yuka Nagata this time, Yuji Kiba did not have Blacken. But maybe something will happen later that will become an incentive for Blacken. Therefore, Bai Yi also hopes that these two people can always maintain their original aspirations and stand on the side of mankind. In this case, Yuji Kiba might still be able to survive in the end. Such an original tragic character, if he can change his original ending, it's okay to say more. Of course, whether Kiba Yuji listened or not, it was none of his business. He is only responsible for proposals. As for whether the other party accepts or not, that is the other party's business. Ding! Congratulations to the group leader Bai Yi for completing the task and getting 50,000 points. Congratulations to the group owner Bai Yi for his 5-star praise and a chance to win a lucky draw. After Bai Yi completed the task, the thugs group also sent messages to the group. Beerus, no, it's no wonder that I didn't wait for the task, it turned out to be completed by Lord Bai Yi. Quelling, Master Bai Yi, an existence like you is too talented to complete such a task. You should leave such a small person to us in the future. Piccolo, indeed, a big guy like you should be able to complete a task that is very difficult and absolutely impossible for us little people. King Quan, at group owner Bai Yi, you are actually vying for tasks with other people. I didn't do it before. I gave the opportunity to those young people. I really despise you. Bai Yi, at Quan Wang, Xiaoquanquan, are you itchy? You dare to talk to me like that? Do you miss the feeling of being chased and beaten by me back then? King Quan, you, what nonsense are you talking about, me, when did you chase me and beat me? Seeing Bai Yi revealing his dark history, King Quan was a little panicked. If it was just him and Bai Yi, it would be fine, but now in front of so many people, if his dark history is exposed, then his face is not necessary. Bai Yi, really? I have witnesses, tell me, did you see me chasing Xiaoquanquan? Grand Priest, this. Seeing Bai Yiqiu, the High Priest was stunned. Good guy, how should he answer this? These two big men, but they are existences that he can't afford to offend. Beerus, Sir Bai Yi, stop talking, we didn't see anything. Weiss, yes, we were busy with other things just now, so what happened just now, we didn't see anything. Krillin, what happened just now? Piccolo, did you see it? Piccolo, no, I yawned just now, so I didn't pay attention. What happened? Can anyone tell me? Tianjin Rice, don't ask us, we don't know either. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Joke. Just now, the group leader, Mr. Bai Yi, was the boss, who exposed the dark history of another boss. Like this kind of thing, even if they see it, they have to pretend to be stupid. They had already learned the identity of King Jian from Beerus-sama before. The god of destruction is in front of him, just like they are in front of the god of destruction, they are all ants. No, even more exaggerated. A black history like this big guy, if they don't pretend to be stupid, it's very likely that they won't live long. Although there is a group leader, no one can guarantee that the group leader will save them. So, for things like this, pretending to be stupid is the best way. Beerus and Piccolo understood this truth. But unfortunately, there is a stunned blue. Sun Wukong, at Bic, why don't you all know? Just now, Lord Bai Yi didn't say. Vegeta, Kakarot, shut up. You want to die, don't take us with you. Krillin, yeah, Wukong, we didn't see anything just now, and you didn't see anything either. Beerus, Monkey King, if you say one more word, I will destroy you. Beerus is going crazy. He knows that Sun Wukong's mind is a bit simple, but he didn't expect it to be very stupid. Everyone else has already reacted and pretended to be stupid, but he was good, but he still bumped into it. I have never seen such a stupid guy. In addition to his anger at Sun Wukong, Beerus was also shocked by Bai Yi in his heart. Although he already knew that the group leader Bai Yi must be a very great person, even above the whole king. But what did he just see? He saw that the group leader Bai Yi actually called King Quan Xiao Quan Quan. And he also said that he once chased after King Quan to fight. Although King Quan refuted, everyone knew that the strength of the refutation was the same as nothing. On behalf of King Quan, he admitted that what the group owner Bai Yi said was true. A character who can call King Quan a Xiao Quan Quan. A character who can chase after the king. Such a character has exceeded his imagination. In the eyes of others, what is his god of destruction? Bai Yi, okay, this time I will complete the task, just want to experience the feeling of completing the task. Bai Yi, if there is another task next time, I'll leave it to you to solve it. Beerus, thank you, Lord Bai Yi. Weiss, thank you Mr. Bai Yi for +1. Vegeta, thank you Bai Yi-sama +2. Piccolo, thank you Mr. Bai Yi +3. Bai Yi, since I have a chance to draw a lottery now, let me see what good things I can draw. Beerus, Sir Bai Yi will definitely be able to draw something good. King Quan, Bai Yi, why don't you give me this chance to draw the lottery, I also want to try to see what the lottery feels like. Bai Yi, let me give it to you? Forget it. I don't believe in your luck. King Quan, who said that? I'm lucky. Bai Yi, if I let you draw, and what you draw for me is not very good, what will you give me to compensate? King Quan, that's a big deal. If I complete the task next time, I will also give you my chance to draw the lottery. Bai Yi, if that's the case, why don't you smoke your own? Bai Yi, besides, letting others draw for you is not so much confidence in your own luck. Bai Yi, I still have some confidence in my luck. King Quan, humph, then I'll see, what good things can you draw? Ding! Congratulations to the group leader Bai Yi for winning the lottery and winning 10 times the World King Fist with no side effects. 10 times the World King Fist with no side effects. Bai Yi looked at what he had drawn and nodded with great satisfaction. At present, although the group mall has been opened, because the level of the thug group is not high, many of the products cannot be purchased yet. For example, the power of angels, the power of freedom, and the more powerful super bloodline of Xuns, the current icons are still grey, which means that they cannot be purchased. As for the lottery, if you draw something from the mall, you can only draw what you can currently buy. The World King Fist that Bai Yi has drawn 10 times without side effects is already the top among the products currently available for purchase. The World King Fist without side effects alone is already worth a lot of points. Not to mention 10 times as much. Bai Yi took a look and found that the current limit of what he can buy without side effects is 10 times the limit. As we all know, Zhuang boxing has side effects. If you use it carelessly, it will not hurt the enemy 1,000, but you will lose 800. But before hurting the enemy, he couldn't bear it and exploded. And the stronger the strength, the greater the burden on one's body. Moreover, using the World King Fist will also increase the corresponding multiples of one's own physical strength. For example, if you use 5 times the World King Fist, the rate of physical strength loss will increase 5 times. But there are no side effects of Kai Wang Fist, as the name suggests, there are no side effects of ordinary Kai Wang boxing. How to use it how you want, you don't need to worry about whether it will burden the body, increase your physical strength, etc. Chapter 37. Don't look like it only eliminates the side effects. But it is such a change that greatly enhances the power and practicality of this move. Not to mention 10 times as much. In other words, Bai Yi's strength is now 10 times higher than before. Among the skills that increase strength, the transformation of Xuns is definitely the top. Going down, it is the king of the world. Although the 10-fold increase of Kai Wang Fist is not as good as the super transformation of a Xun. However, ordinary Xun blood does nothing for Bai Yi. If you want to enhance your own strength, the World King boxing is already the best way. I hope Chuanchao bloodline can be useful to me, otherwise, it's really a pity. Bai Yi thought to himself as he looked at the Chuanchao bloodline that could not be purchased in the mall. The super bloodline is superior to the ordinary Xun bloodline. If it is useful to him, the boost to him will be much stronger than that of ordinary Xun blood. And the key is that the king of the world can also stack with it. In this way, his strength will definitely increase to a very terrifying level. Even the powerhouses in the very powerful fantasy world. He is also confident that he can compete. So the key now is that you can come to more tasks, let those people in the group complete more tasks, and let the thugs level up. As the level of the thugs increases, more items in the mall will be unlocked. And not only that, for moves with multiples like Kai Wang Quan, the maximum multiple that can be purchased will also increase. The highest multiplier that Kai Wang Quan can buy and draw now is 10 times. But if the level of the thugs group increases, then this multiple will increase upwards. The level of the thugs group is now level 1. If you want to advance to the second level, you need 10 points of group experience. And if you get 5-star praise, you can get 2 points of group experience. 4 stars is 1 point, 3 stars will give you no experience. As for the lowest 1-star and 2-star, not only will they not gain experience, they will even deduct the experience they have already gained. Now I have completed 3 tasks, all of which are 5-star praise, and I have gained 4 points of experience. That is to say, as long as you get 5-star praise for 2 more tasks, the thugs group can be upgraded, and the goods in the mall will become better. It is a pity that the lottery opportunity is time limited, and once the time limit is exceeded, it will disappear. Otherwise, Bai Yi wouldn't have chosen the lottery so soon, and he would definitely save the lottery opportunity and wait for more good things to draw the lottery. And Bai Yi's lottery draw also aroused a lot of discussion among other people in the group. Sun Wukong, Zhuangkan? Is it the Zhuangkan I know? Quelling, it's different. The one that Mr. Bai Yi draws is the World King boxing with no side effects, and it's 10 times as good. Wukong, it's much stronger than your World King boxing with side effects. Beerus, congratulations to Lord Bai Yi for becoming stronger. Grand Priest, Lord Bai Yi's strength has increased 10-fold at once. The already invincible Lord Bai Yi is now even more invincible. As a great priest, his strength is also very powerful. These angels, Weiss, are all vulnerable in his eyes. But he knew that in front of the super boss Bai Yi, he was also vulnerable. Now, the opponent's strength has increased 10-fold. How strong is it? Even he, the great priest, is unimaginable. King Quan, this guy Bai Yi has become stronger. No, I have to become stronger too. Otherwise, it will be easier for Bai Yi to beat me in the future. Bai Yi, at Quan Wang, Xiaoquanquan, if you want to become stronger, you have to complete the task first, and like me, you have to draw moves that can increase your strength. Bai Yi, however, you can't even grab the quest right now. Even if you grab it and complete the quest, you won't necessarily be able to draw the same thing as me. Bai Yi, so, you have to be careful in the future. I want to beat you now, but it's more convenient than before. King Quan, since this is the case, then I have to grab the task and complete the task. Bai Yi, you can grab the quest if you want, but you can't threaten other people in the group not to grab the quest. In the group, except for me, the group leader, your other group members have equal status. King Quan, I don't need you to tell me this. The task I grabbed is interesting. If someone else asked me, it would be meaningless. Bai Yi, it's good that you know. Of course, if there is a task that other people in the group can't complete, then I may give you the task to solve. Bai Yi, but now the level of the thugs is not high, so you shouldn't encounter that kind of task. A task that can make other people in the group, even the great priest, unable to solve it. That can only be from those top big worlds. Today, the only people in the group who have the strength to solve that kind of top-level task are him and King Quan. He can solve it once. But if there is such a task, it can be handed over to King Quan to solve it. Don't look at King Quan as if he's just a little kid, at most he has the ability to clear everything. But in fact, King Quan's strength is second only to Bai Yi and above the Great Priest. Asterisk. Chapter 38. When I watched the anime before, Bai Yi also had the idea that King Quan would only clear it, but his own strength was not strong. Of course, some people think that the strength of King Quan is actually very powerful and the strongest. And when Bai Yi came to Dragon Ball World, he knew that those who thought so were correct. The strength of King Quan is very strong. Before he has grown up, he is the strongest existence. The only one who can compete with him is Quan Mo. Don't look at King Quan, who usually doesn't make a move, but only uses the ability to clear. But that's because he only needs to use this ability, there is no need to shoot. After Bai Yi grew up, Quan Wang couldn't beat him, so he didn't want to shoot. Bai Yi was the only one who had really seen King Quan's attack. At that time, the two guards of King Quan and the Great Priest had not yet appeared. King Quan, when will such a task appear? Bai Yi, when the level of the thugs increases, there will be those kinds of difficult tasks, so what you have to do now is to complete more tasks to upgrade the thugs. Bai Yi, also, only with 4 and 5-star ratings can you gain group experience for leveling up your thugs. If you get 3 stars, you won't get any experience, and if it's lower, your experience will be deducted. Bai Yi, also, you can only get a chance to win the lottery if you get a 5-star rating. If the rating is 1 or 2, you will even be punished. So, when you complete the task, you should try to get a high-star rating as much as possible. Beerus, it turns out to be so, don't worry, Mr. Bai Yi, if I complete the task, I will definitely try my best to get a 5-star rating. Kling, actually, it's not that difficult to get a 5-star rating, especially when the task is simple. Kling, as long as you can complete the task, then ask the employer if there are any requirements, complete the employer's requirements, and gain the employer's favor. Kling, in this way, you can basically get a 5-star review. Sun Wukong, Quelling, you are so experienced. Krillin, anyway, I'm also someone who has completed 1 mission and 1 hidden mission, and both received a 5-star rating. I still have a little experience in how to get a 5-star rating. Kling, in short, when we go to complete the task, the employer is the most important, and we must not make the employer angry. Vegeta, although you told us how to get a 5-star rating, we have to get the mission first. Vegeta, only by experiencing it in person can you deeply understand the method you are talking about. Beerus, yeah, I don't know when I can have a mission. Bai Yi, you guys are lucky, a new mission just happened to appear. Just when Krillin shared his experience of getting 5-star praise. On Bai Yi's side, a new task appeared. Above a city, there are many people standing, 2 of them, a man and a woman, are looking at the front with worried eyes. There are 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man is wearing a suit of armor. Although his face is not very handsome, he has fortitude and integrity. At a glance, you can tell that this is a hero-level character. And the woman beside him, although she is middle-aged, has left some marks on her face. But these traces added a charm to her. In front of them was a crowd of black people, and it was estimated that there were tens of thousands of people. And above this city, there is the word Xiangyang. If Bai Yi didn't know which world this was before, and who was standing on this city, then when he saw that the city was called Xiangyang, he understood. This is the world of the Condor heroes. And the man and woman at the head are the legendary couple, Guo Jing and Huang Rong, who guard Xiangyang city and are famous in the arena. The lives of the two of them were no worse than that of the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny, Yang Guo and Zilongnu in this world. After all, they were also the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny before. But the final outcome of these two is not so good. They guarded Xiangyang for half their lives, but finally the city was broken. And they, sticking to the last moment, coexisted and died with this city. Guo Jing. If you don't surrender, what will happen to your little daughter? I can't guarantee it. Among the black crowd, there is a high platform. On the high platform, a man looked at Guo Jing and said loudly. Beside him was a little girl tied up. Needless to say, these two people, men, are naturally the common opponents of Guo Jing and Yang Guo, King Jinlun. And the little girl beside him was Guo Jing's youngest daughter, Guo Xiang. At this time, Guo Xiang was being used by King Jinlun to threaten Guo Jing to surrender. In fact, in the heart of Phelan Dafa King Jinlun, he was unwilling to hurt Guo Xiang. Because he wanted Guo Xiang to be his apprentice. In the end, he died to protect Guo Xiang. However, he was also the national teacher of Mongolia, so he had no choice but to use Guo Xiang to threaten Guo Jing. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Dad. You don't have to worry about your daughter. Even if your daughter dies without regret, you are a great hero. You cannot abandon the people in the city for your daughter. Beside King Jinlun, Guo Xiang cried out with tears in his eyes. She is just a teenage girl. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to say that she is not afraid. However, she also knew that her father was a great hero and the patron saint of Xiangyang city. If you want to surrender for your own sake, then your father will definitely bear the infamy of the ages. Therefore, although she is very scared in her heart, she would rather give up her life than see her father surrender for her sake. It doesn't matter if she is dead, but the tens of thousands of people in Xiangyang city cannot be massacred by the Mongolian army. Guo Xiang, being sensible makes people feel distressed. Seeing Guo Xiang's tearful appearance, King Jinlun couldn't bear it. But there is no way, the big Khan is on the side, as a national teacher, at this time, he can't ruin a big thing because he can't bear it in his heart. The best result in his mind was that Guo Jing promised him to surrender. At that time, Guo Xiang's family can be saved. For this sake, Guo Xiang also agreed to be his apprentice. Happy ending. But he knew that such an outcome should be impossible. If Guo Jing would surrender, it would not be Guo Jing. Xiang. In Xiangyang city, Guo Jing and Huang Rong looked at their daughter and felt a pain in their hearts. The daughter was right in front of him, but they couldn't save him. Surrender, they will definitely not surrender. If they surrender, what will happen to the people in the city? And they, too, will become sinners. What's more, even if they surrendered, would they be able to live? Moreover, if they surrender, that daughter will never forgive them. However, there is nothing they can do to save their daughter. Although they are strong in martial arts, they are not gods. It is simply impossible to save their daughter from so many Mongolian soldiers. At this moment, Guo Jing and Huang Rong just thought, what is the use of their illustrious names in the arena? In the end, he couldn't even save his own daughter. It seems that you are in trouble and need to help you deal with these Mongolian troops and rescue your daughter. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Guo Jing's ear. Who? Bai Yi's voice startled Guo Jing. He quickly looked around, trying to find out who was talking. Brother Jing, what's wrong with you? Guo Jing's actions also attracted the attention of others. Huang Rong looked at her husband and asked quickly. Rong, didn't you hear the voice just now? Sound? What sound? Brother Jing, are you too worried about Xiang, so you have hallucinations? Hallucinations? Is that true? Guojing had some doubts in his heart, but the voice just now was very real, and it didn't seem to be an illusion. Excuse me, do you need help to help you deal with these Mongolian troops and rescue your daughter? Seeing Guojing's appearance, Bai Yi asked again. Guojing's reaction was so normal, not to mention that he was from ancient times. The thought of Bai Yi's voice again made Guojing know that he was definitely not hallucinating. Moreover, this voice seems to be heard only by myself. Is it possible? Is it a fairy? Yes, it must be a fairy. Only the gods have this ability, and can only let him hear the voice alone. Could it be that the immortal saw that he was in trouble now, so he came to help him? If that's the case, that's really great. Xiang'er is saved. I need. Guojing shouted, startling Huangrong and Guofu who were beside them. Seeing her husband, father, excited look. They couldn't help but have an idea. Their husbands, fathers, must not be too worried about Xiang'er, so he must be crazy. Ding! The thug mission is created. Solve the Mongolian army and save Guo Xiang. Bai Yi, there's a new mission coming up, you all get ready to grab it. Beerus, finally there is a new mission, this time I must grab it. King Quan, grab the mission, grab the mission. I didn't grab it before, but I'm going to grab it this time. Bai Yi, let's talk first, if you can't get the task, don't get angry. King Quan, don't worry, I'm not that stingy. Bai Yi, okay, get ready to rob. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Piccolo for grabbing the mission. Piccolo, great! I got it. Monkey King, Bic, you are so lucky / envy. Vegeta, humph, I didn't expect you to grab it. Krillin, Bic, come on. You want to get a 5-star praise. Piccolo, don't worry, I will do my best. A portal appeared in front of Piccolo. Piccolo stepped into it and disappeared in place. Guojing. If you don't surrender, then your little daughter will die at my hands. Don't you have the heart to see this happen? King Jinlun grabbed Guo Xiang's neck with one hand and said to Guojing. However, what surprised Guo Xiang was that the hand that was pinching her neck did not exert any force. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Although King Jinlun's hand seemed to be pinching Guo Xiang's neck. But to be precise, he just put it on it and didn't exert any effort at all. Therefore, Guo Xiang did not feel the pain and suffocation. King Jinlun always wanted Guo Xiang to be his apprentice. So how could he hurt her? The pretense was just to threaten Guojing's surrender. Xiang'er. King Jinlun and Guo Xiang both knew the truth, but Guojing and Huangrong did not. When they saw that their daughter was strangled by Phelan Dafa King Jinlun, they felt a pain in their hearts. They knew the strength of King Jinlun, and killing their daughter would be effortless. Even strangling her daughter's neck will definitely make her daughter very painful. If possible, they really want to take the pain for their daughter. Because of the distance, Guojing and Huangrong didn't see the pained expression on their daughter's face. Just when the two didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the air. Then, a figure walked out of it. It was Piccolo. This is the world of employers, and it's really a very different world from my world. Piccolo looked around and muttered to himself. Who is this? God, this must be a god. Could it be that this immortal is here to save us? Piccolo's sudden appearance shocked both sides. Whether it was the way Piccolo appeared or the way he flew in the air, it was beyond their imagination. Although it is highly skilled, it can also fly in the air. But someone like Piccolo was stuck in the air, and there was nothing around him to take advantage of. No matter how high you are, you can't do it. Top players can stand on slender branches, but it is absolutely impossible to stay in the air with nothing. Only the legendary gods can do it. But, why does this fairy look so strange? All skin is green. On the side of Xiangyang City, most people hope that this immortal who suddenly appeared is here to save them. Piccolo found his employer this time, and he fled to Guojing's side. Piccolo's sudden disappearance and reappearance, although Guojing and the others were startled. But it made their minds even stronger. The other party must be a fairy. Whether it is staying in the air, or this sudden disappearance and sudden appearance. are beyond the capabilities of human beings. Only gods can do it. You are the employer of this mission. I am here to help you rescue your daughter this time. Piccolo looked at Guojing and said. Employer? Rescue my daughter. Piccolo's words reminded him of the voice that just appeared in his ear. That voice said, could help him rescue his daughter. So, the immortal in front of him was sent by the owner of that voice to help him? Because the voice of the immortal in front of him is different from the previous one. So Guojing didn't think they were the same person. And someone who can send this fairy to help. That voice must be an immortal, and an even more powerful immortal. Yes, I heard a voice earlier, he said he could help me rescue my daughter. That's right, I'm the thug who came to help this time. Excuse me, apart from helping you rescue your daughter and eliminate these people, do you have any other requests? Piccolo pointed to the Mongolian army on the opposite side and asked. Destroying the Mongol army and rescuing Guoxiang were all part of the mission. So beyond that, Bic wants to know if the employer has any other requirements. Helping the employer to complete the requirements will also help him get 5-star praise. No more. Guojing shook his head. It was good that he wanted to save his daughter. Now this immortal wants to help him eliminate these Mongolian troops, which has exceeded his expectations. How dare he make other demands? What's more, he had nothing to ask for. Okay. Piccolo nodded, the employer was quite satisfied, but he had no other requirements. Then, Piccolo looked at Guoxiang on the high platform. Guojing and the others couldn't see clearly, but he, an existence beyond the limits of human beings, could see very clearly. A man put his hand on his employer's daughter's neck, as if to strangle her. But the employer's daughter doesn't have any painful expression on her face. What's going on? Leave it alone. He only needs to rescue the employer's daughter, and then wipe out the people on the opposite side. Piccolo stepped slightly, and the whole person rushed out. The far distance was instantly shortened by him, and then appeared in front of Guoxiang. You are the daughter over there. I was invited by your father to save you. Although Guoxiang didn't know what the father said in Bic's mouth. But she understood what he meant. The other party is her father, please come and save her. Her father is so powerful that he was able to invite an immortal to save her. Chapter 41. Although Bic looked a little weird, Guoxiang didn't feel scared. Immortals look a little weird, is that weird? Not surprisingly. Master Immortal, when you save me, can you not hurt him? Guoxiang looked at Piccolo, and then at Phelan Dafa King Jinlun, and asked. Phelan Dafa King Jinlun didn't mean to hurt her, otherwise it would be useless to hold her neck. Moreover, although she was captured by the Golden Wheel Phelan Dafa, but thinking about it now, during the time she was captured, she did not suffer any harm. Although Phelan Dafa King Jinlun always wanted her to be his apprentice, he did not force her, and he was very kind to her. Therefore, she also did not want Phelan Dafa King Jinlun to be killed by an immortal. Piccolo glanced at Phelan Gong Jinlun, who was beside him, and nodded to Guoxiang. Kin. The requirements of the employer's daughter are also requirements, and of course they must be met. What's more, this requirement is too simple. At this time, Phelan Dafa King Jinlun had recovered from the shock of Piccolo's sudden arrival. Although Guoxiang let this one in front of him, people who don't know if it is a fairy should not hurt him. Impressed him. However, he would not let the other party save Guoxiang so easily. Therefore, Phelan Dafa King Jinlun used all his internal strength and slapped Piccolo with a palm. This palm contains the strongest inner strength of his dragon elephant Prajna Gong. Even an immortal would have to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood after being slapped by him. However, what surprised Phelan Gong Jinlun was that the immortal in front of him didn't seem to care at all in the face of his attack, and let his attack hit him. What shocked Phelan Gong even more was that when his own palm hit the opponent, it made him feel that his palm did not hit a person's body at all. It was as if he had hit a piece of indestructible black iron. Piccolo was not injured, on the contrary, it was King Jinlun who was blown away by the reaction force of his own palm. King Jinlun's palm is indeed very powerful, a palm that contains all his power, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain and gravel. Even Yang Guo couldn't resist this palm. But unfortunately, he met Bic. Even in the case of not bursting gas, Piccolo's physical strength is definitely not something that Jinlun Fatwang can hurt. With Piccolo's current strength, even if the body smashes the planet, it's nothing at all. Ah, this is what he called himself, I didn't mean to hurt him. Looking at Phelan Dafa King Jinlun who fell to the ground and vomited blood, Piccolo looked at Guo Xiang and said a little embarrassedly. He also promised the other party not to hurt this man just now. The next moment, the man fell to the ground and vomited blood. But, it's really not his fault. I know. Guo Xiang nodded, without any intention of blaming Piccolo. Afterwards, Bic held Guo Xiang in one hand and King Jinlun in the other, and returned to Xiangyang City. Since the employer's daughter won't let herself hurt this man, then just bring it back together. Otherwise, if you let the other party stay there, he will definitely die at his hands. Seeing that Piccolo not only rescued his daughter, but even brought Phelan Dafa King Jinlun here, Guo Jing and others were surprised for a while. Although this is not the level of taking the enemy's head from Wan Jun, it is not much different. I have rescued your daughter. Now, I have to complete the next thing. Hearing Bic's words, Guo Jing realized that the other party wanted to help him eliminate all the Mongolian army. I don't know, how did this immortal destroy all the Mongolian troops? Guo Jing did not object to the fact that Bic wanted to destroy all the Mongolian army. Although he is a generation of heroes who worry about the country and the people. But not a saint either. The Mongolian army wanted to break through the city of Xiangyang, and even break through the entire central plains. As the defending general of Xiangyang City, he naturally couldn't let the other party succeed. Destroying each other is the best way. Moreover, although he also grew up in Mongolia, his grievances with Mongolia had already ended when he was young. He also doesn't need to show any mercy to Mongolia. Piccolo flew into the air and looked coldly at the Mongolian army below. There are indeed many people, more than 10,000 people. But the strength of these people is really too weak, they are simply ordinary people. Although he is now 1 against 10,000, he is too embarrassed to say it. Attack! Bombard him! Mongolian Khan looked at Bic in the air, and the whole person was terrified. He can only let his subordinates fire and attack to make himself less afraid. Several cannonballs flew towards Piccolo, but in the face of these cannonballs, Piccolo waved them back. The shells landed in the crowd, killing many people. This scene shocked the Mongolian army. They don't dare to attack Piccolo anymore, they just want to run away. However, how could Piccolo give them a chance to escape? The next moment, Piccolo raised his hand, and a huge energy ball appeared in his hand. Did the gods create another sun? Guo Jing and others looked at the energy ball in Piccolo's hand and thought it was another Sunday asterisk. Chapter 42. Under the dumbfounded eyes of Guo Jing and others, Piccolo threw the energy ball in his hand towards the Mongolian army below. The Mongolian army fled everywhere, the scene was chaotic, and many people were trampled to death. However, their escape was pointless, and Piccolo's attack fell to the ground with a violent explosion. All the Mongol army, including those who escaped, were swallowed up by the explosion. The violent explosion caused the ground to vibrate. The people in Xiangyang City did not know what happened, thinking that the Mongolian army had launched an attack, and they were all afraid. The aftermath of the explosion even spread to Xiangyang City. If Piccolo wasn't blocking it, the city walls would have cracks and even collapse. After a while, as the explosion dissipated, Guo Jing and the others looked at the scene in disbelief. The Mongolian army has disappeared, replaced by a huge pit. This big pit is bottomless, and you can't even see the end at a glance. Guo Jing and others have no doubts that this deep pit is enough to fit the entire Xiangyang city. Under this deep pit, the corpses of tens of thousands of Mongolian troops are buried. What they didn't know was that under Bic's attack, it was impossible for the Mongolian army to leave corpses behind. This is the strength of the gods. If the immortals' attack falls on Xiangyang city, the entire city will disappear in an instant. Fortunately, the immortals are here to help us. If the Mongolian army invites over, I really can't imagine what will happen. Although he knew that the immortals were very powerful, after seeing the power of Piccolo's attack, Guojing and the others were still stunned and couldn't believe it. I actually attacked him just now. Falun Gong Jinlun stared blankly at the deep pit in front of him, a little confused in his mind. He didn't know how he had the courage to attack such an existence just now. Afterwards, King Jinlun looked at Guo Xiang gratefully. He knew that if it wasn't for the other party, he would have died by now, even earlier than those Mongolian troops. The task is completed. If you are satisfied, please give me a 5-star praise. Something that was stunned in the eyes of Guojing and others. For Bic, it's nothing more than something worth mentioning. After he looked at Guojing and said something, he chose to return. After Piccolo returned, more information appeared in Guojing's mind, and then he knew why the immortal appeared. The 5-star praise is positive. As for the reward, he used his 18 dragon subduing palms as a reward. Piccolo, everyone, I'm back after finishing my mission. Krillin, Bic, how do you feel? Going to other worlds to complete the mission, doesn't it feel good? Piccolo, indeed, although the world I went to is a little weaker, the feeling of helping the employer to complete the task is really cool. Ding! Congratulations to group member Piccolo for completing the task and getting 150,000 points. Congratulations to the group member Bic for receiving a 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. Piccolo, at group leader Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, I wonder if you still have Sun blood? If so, I want to change it too. Bai Yi, no, I only have one of that thing, but I have other bloodlines, do you want it? Piccolo, that's fine. Among the bloodlines, I still want the Sun bloodline the most. If that's the case, then I'd better draw a lottery. Sun Wukong, Bic, since you want to draw a lottery, do you want someone else to do it for you? Bic, no, I'll draw it myself. I haven't experienced the feeling of a lottery yet. Ding! Congrats to the group member Bic for winning the lottery and getting a reward, a card that doubles the power of his moves. Monkey King, move power double card? What is this? Cling, it seems to be a prop that can double the power of one of your moves. Sun Wukong, Bic, hurry up and try it. Bic, okay. Sun Wukong, Bic, how are you, how do you feel? Bic, it doesn't seem to feel anything, wait a minute, I'll try it. Piccolo, I'm back. I used that doubling card on my magic bullet, and as a result, the power of this move has doubled. Tianjin Rice, that's great, then, Nabek, your strength will become stronger again. Piccolo, although it can be said that, if possible, I would prefer a double strength card to double my strength, which is definitely better than doubling my moves. Krillin, Bic, you can be content, your luck is already pretty good. Krillin, it's better than if I only drew some points before. Bic, that's right. It seems that my luck is better than yours. Piccolo, unfortunately, Lord Bai Yi has no Sun blood, otherwise, I would definitely exchange it. Sun Wukong, Bic, you can also choose to buy it in the mall, but you need 1 million points. Piccolo, you need 1 million points? I only have 150,000 points now. Beerus, just be content, what are you going to do with us who don't even have points? Asterisk. Chapter 43. With Beerus' words, Piccolo's originally depressed mood suddenly improved. Yes, although his current points are still a long way from buying Sun blood. However, some others haven't even completed the task and haven't earned points yet. Thinking about it this way, he is actually much better than these people. Piccolo, Lord Beerus is right, I should be content. And, as long as I complete a few more tasks, I can always save up enough points to buy what I want. Beerus, you know that contentment is a good thing, but if you want to complete a few more tasks, then you are not content. Beerus, you've completed a few more tasks, so what about those of us who haven't even completed the tasks? Sun Wukong, yes, Piccolo, you have already completed a task, but I haven't grabbed a task yet. Vegeta, hey, Kakarot, I won't let you get ahead of me. Monkey King, okay Vegeta, let's compare and see who gets the mission first. Vegeta, humph. It must be me. Turtle Immortal, you two are even compared to this, you are really children, like me, look at it a little bit, what should be yours is yours, not yours, it's useless for you to force it. Tianjin Fan, as expected of Mr. Wu Tian, I just see it. I still have a lot to learn from you. Turtle Immortal, so I think the next task should be mine, so don't rob me. Tianjin Rice. Vegeta, old man, you are already old, and your strength is so weak. If you can't complete the task by then, wouldn't it be a shame for our thugs? Turtle Immortal, what if I'm getting old? Don't underestimate the old man. Turtle Immortal, also, although my strength is weak, there is no problem in completing the previous tasks. Vegeta, what if there is a mission that you can't complete? So you'd better save your life. When you're old, don't fight tasks with young people like us. Beerus, Vegeta, I'm very uncomfortable hearing what you said, what do you mean? You can't grab quests when you're old, right? Beerus, then I, who have lived for hundreds of millions of years, can't grab the mission. Vegeta, Lord Beerus, I didn't mean it that way. With your strength, of course, you can take any quest, but this old man is different. His strength is very weak, so he can't take any quest. Beerus, okay, Mr. Bai Yi said before that everyone in the thug group can take the quest. If you encounter that kind of difficult quest and feel that your strength is not enough, you should consciously not take the quest. Beerus, but the rest of the missions can be grabbed. Bai Yi, indeed, you can discuss in the group about grabbing a mission. It doesn't matter if you say that you can definitely grab it. Bai Yi, however, if I force others not to snatch the quest, then I will make a punishment. Of course, some quests and some understrength group members cannot participate in the snatch. Bai Yi, you can grab some less difficult tasks first to enhance your strength. Vegeta, I understand what you mean, Mr. Bai Yi, and what I meant before, let this old fellow Turtle Immortal stop robbing those quests that are beyond his strength. Turtle Immortal, don't worry, old man, I have lived for so many years, and I still have self-knowledge. I will not participate in the robbery of tasks beyond my strength. Turtle Immortal, but I still won't let go of the tasks that I can complete. I have lived for so many years, old man. I never thought that there would be a time when my strength could be greatly improved. Bai Yi, now there is only one task left to upgrade the thugs. After the upgrade, some items in the mall will be unlocked, and the more points you will get when you complete the task after the upgrade. Bai Yi, so cheer up, the faster you complete the tasks, the more tasks you complete, the faster the level of the thugs will be, and the more points you can get. King Quan, Bai Yi, what you said is useless. The key is to have tasks. Without tasks, what you said would be meaningless. Bai Yi, of course I know, but there will definitely be tasks. I said these words in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared. Bai Yi, one more thing, you don't have to always stare at the thugs and other tasks. Bai Yi, when there are no tasks, you can also cultivate and improve your strength by yourself. You don't necessarily need the goods in the mall to improve. Dragon Ball World is a little different from some other worlds. In other worlds, it may take a few months or even a few years to cultivate, and there may not be any increase in strength. But in Dragon Ball World, these times are enough for people to improve their strength. Asterisk. Chapter 44. For Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the Suns. Even if it's just a few months of practice, it can make a big chunk of one's strength. This is because they will transform into Suns. Once transformed, it will bring a very terrifying increase in strength. Therefore, they only need to improve their normal strength. The Sun who will transform, see the normal strength. The stronger the normal strength, the stronger the strength after the transformation will be. And more importantly, Sun Wukong and their normal strength are also very powerful. But it can't compare with some other top powerhouses. They can only do it if they are transformed. If they do not transform, their normal strength cannot be comparable to those of the top powerhouses. This leads to a situation. That is the strength of Sun Wukong and the others, which is much faster than those of the top powerhouses. The stronger the strength, the slower the improvement. This law actually applies in the Dragon Ball world. Because those top powerhouses can't transform, what they are powerful is their own normal strength. Because their strength is too strong, they will be slower to improve. But Sun Wukong and the Xuans, the normal strength is not strong enough for them to improve slowly. Therefore, they can completely improve their normal strength in a short period of time. Then once you transform, your strength will become stronger. This is why, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others, after only a few decades of cultivation, can compete with those who have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Just because they are Xuans, they can transform. So, if they abandoned their cultivation in order to keep their eyes on the task, that was really a pity. Of course, it's not just the Xuans like Sun Wukong, but others too. In order to stare at the task that I don't know when it will appear, I wasted my cultivation. No need. Although they can use the goods in the mall to become stronger. But in fact, it is possible that they will become stronger through practice faster than they will get points to buy goods in the mall to become stronger. Just like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, these Xuans. If they want to get Super Xuan or even Super Blue transformation through the mall, don't know how long it will take. These two variants are not cheap in the mall. It's not even unlocked yet. But if you let them cultivate on their own, it won't take long before they can master it by themselves. Of course, the premise is that there is guidance from Weiss. Bai Yi, at Weiss, at Beerus, let Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others go to your place to practice in the future. Bai Yi, the Super Xuan god that Sun Wukong transformed into before. He doesn't need the help of other Xuans. He can transform himself successfully. You can guide them when you have time. Weiss, okay, I see, Lord Bai Yi. Beerus, okay, Lord Bai Yi, let them practice with me later. Sun Wukong, at Group Master Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, the god of Super Xuans, can you really transform into success through your own practice? Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, why Kakarot, are you questioning Lord Bai Yi? Vegeta, at Group Leader Bai Yi, thank you Mr. Bai Yi for giving us a good place to practice. Cultivating with the god of destruction. Vegeta is very clear that following the cultivation of such an existence, his strength will definitely increase very rapidly. And this was brought by Mr. Bai Yi. Sun Wukong, at Group Leader Bai Yi, thank you Lord Bai Yi. Bai Yi, don't thank me, the potential of Xuans can be said to be endless, but if you don't know what to do next, you won't be able to reach your potential. Bai Yi, follow Beerus and them to practice, they will take you on a new path, and you can better develop your Xuan potential. Quelling, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, I already have Xuan blood now. I wonder if I can follow Lord Beerus and the others to practice. Bai Yi, of course you can. You only acquired the Xuan bloodline not long ago. If you want to realize its potential, you have to work harder. Piccolo, it's a pity that I didn't get the Xuan blood. Even if I go to Lord Beerus to practice, I won't improve my strength much. Piccolo, when I get the Xuan blood, I will go to Lord Beerus to practice. Tianjin Fan, Bic, you have completed at least one task, but I haven't even completed the task yet, and I don't know when I can get the task. Turtle Immortal, don't say it, it's all tears. Monkey King, that's great, Quelling. We can finally practice together again. It seems that we haven't practiced together since Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Quelling, no way, your growth rate is too fast, I can't catch up with you at all. Krillin, but now, I also have Xuan blood, this time, I won't be left too far by you. Sun Wukong, okay, let's become stronger together in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Because Bai Yi promised that when there is a task in the future, he will first notify them in the group to remind them. Therefore, other people in the group don't have to stare at the group of thugs all the time. Beerus and Whis brought Son Goku, Vegeta and Krillin back to his planet for guidance. As for Piccolo, because they knew their current potential, they were not enough to follow Beerus and Whis to practice. So they are very self-aware and stay on the earth. Looking forward to when, they can also change their bloodline, gain stronger potential, and follow Beerus, the god of destruction, to practice. This is your planet, Beerus-sama. It's a little different from what I imagined. Quelling looked at the beautiful surroundings and said somewhat unexpectedly. In his opinion, the place where Beerus, as the god of destruction, lived should be the kind of gloomy, ruined place everywhere. After all, god of destruction sounds a little dark. But now the environment he sees is very beautiful, the birds and flowers are fragrant, and it feels that it does not match well with Beerus, the god of destruction. Then what do you imagine my planet looks like? No. Nothing, it's almost like this. Seeing Beerus staring at him, Krillin was a little scared. Wouldn't Beerus-sama be angry if he spoke his heart out? Beerus didn't try to embarrass Krillin either. From the expression on the other side, he could probably guess what the other side was thinking. Since Lord Baiyi asked you to practice with me in the future, then you should practice for me. I will let Weiss guide you and strive to make you stronger. Your strength has become stronger. If you go to complete the task in the future, you will be able to complete the task better and not make our thugs lose face. Beerus looked at the three of Sun Wukong and said. It can be said that this is the task given to him by Lord Baiyi, so he must complete it seriously. Weiss, I'll leave it to you next. Beerus nodded to Weiss, then walked to a reclining chair beside him and lay down. Compared with him, Weiss is obviously more suitable for guiding Sun Wukong and the others to practice. The strengths of the three of you are different. Among them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are similar in strength, while Quellin's strength is far from theirs. So, your practice will be different from theirs. Weiss looked at Monkey King and Vegeta, then looked at Krillin, and said. Although Krillin has obtained Sun blood, his strength is still too weak. Compared with the two veteran Suns, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, there is still a big gap. Even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta don't change, their normal strength alone is much stronger than Kellin. Therefore, Quellin's cultivation will be much easier than the two of them. If Krillin accepts the same training as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, that's not training him, but killing him. By the way, Mr. Weiss, I wonder if you can guide me when I'm not training and make me a Super Sun. Krillin looked at Weiss and said with great anticipation. After he acquired the Sun blood, one of the things he wanted to do most was to become a Super Sun. Not only can you greatly enhance your strength. The key is, very handsome. Think about yourself now that you can't even change the simplest Super One. Krillin was a little unwilling. Humph, if you had adopted my method on Earth before, you could have transformed by now. Vegeta on the side spoke. If it's your way to turn me into a Super Sun, then I'd rather not. And I believe that there must be more than one way to become a Super Sun. Actually, the most direct way to become a Super Sun is to buy a Super Sun transformation in the mall. But with your current points, you can't afford it. As for other methods, to be honest, I don't know much about the transformation of Suns. So, instead of letting me teach you, you might as well ask your two partners. As an angel, Weiss knows many things. But he is not a Sun after all, and it is impossible for him to know how to transform into a Sun. He knew the way Vegeta said it was to transform through anger. But in addition to this method and the transformation in the purchase mall, other methods, he really is not very clear. Is that so, Wukong? When we are free from training, how about you teach me how to transform? Krillin didn't let Sun Wukong teach him now. Because he knows very well that it is impossible to become a Super Sun for himself. It hinders Sun Wukong and the others from their own cultivation. The ghost knows how long it will take him to successfully transform. It can't be that before he can transform, Sun Wukong has been teaching him, so he doesn't practice. Teach him when he is resting between cultivation practice, and there is no problem. But Krillin, I don't know how to teach you. Sun Wukong scratched his head, he only knew how to be angry. Asterisk. Chapter 46. You just have to tell me how you feel after you transform and when you don't. Besides the feeling of becoming stronger. Krillin thought for a while and said. He didn't believe that becoming a Super Sun could only rely on anger. If this is the case, then Monkey King and the others will be angry every time they transform? But in fact it didn't. Also, he remembered Sun Goshen and Trunks, and didn't turn into Super Sun through anger. Although it may be that these two boys are very talented. But Kling believes that there must be other ways. Maybe, this method, even Sun Wukong and the others don't know. Well, of course there's no problem with that. Monkey King nodded, if only to tell Quelling how he felt after the transformation. It's very simple for him. But if let him teach Krillin how to transform. It was really hard for him. It's not that he doesn't want to teach, it's that he doesn't know how to teach at all. Okay, then, let's start training. Krillin looked at Whis expectantly, wondering what kind of training this person who was following Beerus-sama would have. He doesn't seem to have trained in a while, and although the training process is very painful, it works very well. I really miss the time when I practiced with Wukong with teacher Wushin. By the way, Quelling, didn't you get hundreds of thousands of points? In fact, you don't need to accept my training, you can rely on the points to become stronger. Suddenly, Weiss thought of something, looked at Krillin and said. Yes, yes. Let me take a look. Krillin opened the mall, although he couldn't afford a Sun transformation. However, there are still things in the mall that can make him stronger. That's all kinds of power. The currently unlocked Chi power and God power. The Chi that Sun Wukong and the others cultivate is the power of Chi, and the power of God is the power of God's cultivation. When Sun Wukong and the others can become Super Psy God and Super Blue, they will be transformed into the power of God. As long as the Chi is stronger, the strength will be stronger. Originally, one could only rely on hard practice to make Chi stronger. But now, these powers can be purchased directly in the store. In this case, you don't need to practice so hard. Really, let me try it first. Saying that, Quelling first spent 10,000 points to buy some Chi power. Because this is his first purchase, he doesn't know how it will work, so he spends 10,000 points to test the water. And Sun Wukong and Vegeta were watching. They can't do anything, they don't have any points, so they have to follow Weiss to practice. If there are points, then they must try it too. Even Whis and Beerus looked at Krillin with anticipation. You must know that there is still the power of destruction and the power of angels in the mall. This can directly enhance their strength. It hasn't been unlocked yet, but it can always be unlocked. Therefore, they must first observe how the power of purchasing with points is effective. Krillin, how are you? How do you feel? It feels amazing. I just spent 10,000 points to buy some Chi power, and found that my strength has really become stronger. Saying that, Krillin burst out his momentum with all his strength. This is my full outburst right now, and the increase in strength is quite a lot compared to before. And the key is that there is no feeling of discomfort at all, it is completely as if you have worked hard to cultivate. Before, Kling was still a little worried about whether he would be a little uncomfortable with the strength of this kind of purchasing power. After all, it is not something you can cultivate yourself. But now, Krillin knew, this worry was completely unnecessary. Although it is purchased power, it seems to be acquired through hard work. But also, his strength has doubled directly before, and he doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. All I can say is, this is amazing. As long as you have enough points, you don't need to practice so hard at all, you can always become stronger. For the first time, Krillin felt that it was such a simple thing to become stronger. Afterwards, Quelling spent another 90,000 points to buy the power of Chi, making up an integer of 100,000 points. With the 90,000 points smashed down, Kelling's strength has improved a lot. The speed at which Krillin's Chi increased was also surprising to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As they watched, Kelling's anger suddenly increased a lot. Although not as good as them now. However, if they continue to grow like this, it won't take long before they can catch up with them. This time, it strengthened their determination to earn points by grabbing tasks. Why do they work hard to cultivate? Isn't it to make yourself stronger? Now, there is a simpler and more convenient way to become stronger, why not use it? Even Whis and Beerus looked at Krillin with envious eyes. Although Quelling has increased his strength, he is not in their eyes. But the growth rate of this strength, apart from the transformation of Sun's and theirs, is the first time they have seen it. And the point is, if they have enough points, they can also increase their strength at this speed. Beerus and Whis looked at each other. seeing each other's determination to grab the mission in each other's eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 47. In the Quanwang Palace, Bai Yi is experimenting with the 10x no effects Kaiwang punch he had drawn before. Sure enough, removing side effects and not removing side effects are completely two-level moves. After opening it 10 times, not to mention that the strength has increased 10 times, but the consumption of physical strength has not become 10 times the consumption. In other words, after the 10-fold World King Fist was used, the loss of physical strength was no different from when Bai Yi did not start. This is very scary. But also, in the mall, Kaiwang Fist and no side effects Kaiwang Boxing are two different products. And the points required are completely different. Bai Yi's strength is so strong now, it seems that I need to make him less angry in the future, otherwise it will be too easy for him to beat me. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Bai Yi, King Quan said with some discomfort. On the other hand, the great priest on the side had an expression of adoration. For King Quan, he was respected, but for Bai Yi, it was worship. Ding! A new thug mission has been detected, do you accept it? Huh? Are you on a mission? The arrival of the mission also stopped Bai Yi from experimenting. Subsequently, the situation of this task was investigated. A planet is sailing in the universe, but there is another huge planet near it. This sailing planet is the Earth. And the planet next to the Earth is Jupiter. Seeing these two planets, Yan Mo thought of the world where the mission came from. The picture that appeared at the next moment confirmed his thoughts. A man is sitting in a chair with a communicator in his hand. No, it's not over yet. Everyone, listen to me, I'm Lu Paiqiang, the astronaut of the pilot space station. Earth, there is still hope. That's right, this man is called Lu Paiqiang. Combined with the previous Earth and Jupiter, it is already obvious. This world is the world of wandering planets. At this time, because the Earth falls into the gravitational range of Jupiter, and the force has exceeded the sum of all the planetary engines on the Earth combined. Therefore, the pilot space station began to implement the human fire program. The navigator space station will take the fire of mankind to the new world. And the Earth can only be turned into dust in the universe because of Jupiter's gravity. However, Lu Paiqiang did not give up, he thought of a way to save the Earth. Lu Qi, remember what I told you before, Jupiter is a planet full of hydrogen. So, if you detonate Jupiter, you can have enough impact to get the Earth out of the gravitational circle. This is Lu Paiqiang's method. Although this method sounds bizarre, even a fantasy. However, it is already the only way to save the Earth. Later, Lu Paiqiang said his plan again. The power of the planet's power is concentrated in one launch port, so that the sprayed flames have enough power to reach the surface of Jupiter, thereby detonating Jupiter. This is the only way to save the planet. Lu Paiqiang's communicator not only connected to his son Lu Qi, but also other members of the rescue team could hear it. Therefore, after hearing about Lu Paiqiang's plan, although he felt incredible at first. But, if you don't do it, you will surely die. If you do, at least there is a chance. So what else is there to say? FK him. All the people in the rescue team took action. Programmer Li Yi changed the program of the engine so that the power of the engine was concentrated in one launch port. Others, joined forces to shut down the engine. And Lu Qi volunteered to transport the flint to the reactor. If you want to restart the engine, you need the help of flint. Everything is going on in Lu Paiqiang's plan. The flint was installed, and the program for concentrating the engine's power was changed. Just let the engine restart, and you can fire off a powerful flame. However, the starting of the engine was not successful because the firing pin was stuck. The rest of the rescue team alone was unable to get the firing pin back into the hole ahead. Knowing the situation, Lu Paiqiang opened the Global Broadcasting Authority and told the other members of the rescue team what happened. A difficult one, P+ support. What's more, it's a plan to save the planet. Many members of the rescue team came, and everyone united, and finally, successfully hit the firing pin into the hole. With the striker back in place, the ignition of the engine finally succeeded. A column of flames shot straight into the sky and sprayed out of the earth. 1,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. As the flame gets higher and higher, it gets closer and closer to Jupiter. However, when the flame column reached almost 50,000 kilometers, it couldn't fly any higher. The engine has a limit, and it can reach 50,000 kilometers, which is already very good. Although in addition to this one engine, there are other engines that also learn to restart here. However, the launch distance of none of the engines has reached the required 70,000 kilometers. The result of united efforts, after all, did not succeed. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Because he failed to detonate Jupiter successfully, Lu Piqiang's plan was declared a failure by Moss in the space station. At this time, Lu Piqiang's eyes were on the screen beside him. Above shows the remaining fuel of the space station. Then, a solution appeared in his mind. It seems that you are in danger, so do you need someone to help you get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle? Just when Lu Piqiang wanted to tell the people on Earth his plan, suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Who? I can help you. Do you need someone to help you get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational range? Need. Of course I do. Lu Piqiang said without any hesitation. However, he was very suspicious. Get help? How to help? Ding. The Thug mission has been generated to help Earth escape from Jupiter's gravitational circle. Bai Yi, at all members, the mission is here, you all get ready. Beerus, a mission here? Great. I've been waiting for a long time. Sun Wukong, grab the mission, grab the mission. Seeing that Quellin's use of points becomes stronger, I really want to do it. Bic, at Sun Wukong, Sun, it's really cool to use points to get stronger, you don't need to go through hard training, your strength can still be improved, and there's no discomfort at all. Sun Wukong, yeah, Quelling has already tried it. His current strength is stronger than before. Sun Wukong, if I don't get stronger soon, he will catch up with me. Quelling, Wukong, you are exaggerating. The gap between my strength and yours is so big before, and it is not that you can catch up. Krillin, also, I didn't use all the points to buy the power of Qi to become stronger. Vegeta, I must grab this mission this time. Seeing that Krillin became stronger so easily, Vegeta, the Sun Prince, although he didn't say anything, he was a little anxious and envious in his heart. He wants to learn Krillin too. But the premise is that you have to have points. Bai Yi, are you all ready? Since that's the case, I'll send the task to the group. Ding. Congratulations to the thug Beerus for grabbing the mission. Beerus, ha 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 ha. Got the quest, I finally got the quest. Monkey King, Lord Beerus, you are so lucky. Beerus, it goes without saying that I can finally complete the mission. Bai Yi, at Beerus, if you can get a 5-star rating for this quest, you can upgrade the thugs, so. Beerus, no need to say anything, Lord Bai Yi, even if I risk my life, I will definitely get a 5-star praise. Bai Yi, it's not so exaggerated. This task is easy for you. As long as you don't do something that makes the employer angry, it should be easy to get a 5-star praise. Weiss, at Beerus, Lord Bai Yi means that you don't put on the air of God of Destruction. When Sun Wukong and the others saw this news from Weiss, they also nodded in agreement. You know, Beerus was on Earth before, and being a god of destruction was very high. It will destroy the Earth at every turn. As a god of destruction, some of his tempers are normal. But it's not good to throw this tantrum on the employer. Beerus, you can rest assured on this point. In the task, the employer is the most important. I promise not to fight back if I scolded me, and I won't fight back. Krillin, cough, Beerus-sama, are you saying this the other way around? Beerus, is that so? It's true. Say it again, I promise not to scold you or fight back. Bai Yi, don't worry, it's not that exaggerated. The employer this time is still very good. Bai Yi, don't waste any more time. The situation on the employer's side is a little urgent, so hurry up and complete the task. Beerus, okay, I'll go right away. Then, Beerus opened the portal to the wandering planet world. In the space station, Lu Piqiang looked at the 300,000 tons of fuel displayed on the screen and hesitated. He didn't know whether he should believe the voice that appeared just now. Afterwards, Lu Piqiang firmed his eyes. At this time, we can't put our hopes on that voice who doesn't know the origin. Or rely on yourself. Lu Piqiang picked up the communicator and wanted to say his last solution. It was at this time that Beerus appeared beside him. I'm here to help your thug this time, you need help, right? Beerus looked at Lu Piqiang and kept his tone as gentle as possible. Although the employer in front of him is just an ordinary person, the other party is the employer, and at this time, his status is higher than him. Yes, it's me, you. Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus in front of him, and his expression was very surprised. A purple cat? And can stand on both feet and talk? Is this mature? You need someone to help you get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle. It's like this. I have two options on my side. I don't know which one you want to choose. Asterisk. Chapter 49. At this time, Lu Piqiang was also running a global broadcast communication. Therefore, not only Lu Piqiang could hear Beerus' words, but through the communicator, all the high-level people on Earth and those in the rescue team could hear it. At first, they were still wondering who Lu Piqiang was talking to. But then they were all dumbfounded when they heard Beerus' words. Getting the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle seems simple enough. But this is the strength of the whole world, and it is impossible to do it. But the person who was talking to Lu Piqiang actually said that he had two ways. This is really incredible. Not only those people on Earth, but even Lu Piqiang himself was a little stunned after hearing Beerus' words. Two ways. Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus and the cat that might become a sperm, and asked in a dull manner. Yes, both. Can I ask, which two are they? It's very simple. The first one is to get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle. And the second one is to directly destroy Jupiter, so the Earth can get out of its gravitational circle. These two methods, for Beerus, are easy things. So he said it very lightly, as if he was talking about two small things. But in the eyes of Lu Piqiang and those on Earth who can hear Beerus' words, this is simply a fantasy. The two methods that Beerus mentioned are indeed the methods that can get the Earth out of trouble. But in practice, it is impossible. Didn't they implement the second method before? But in the end it failed. How did this person, who I don't know, say it so lightly? Doesn't he know that the two methods he said only exist in theory and are impossible to achieve? If it can be achieved, then the Earth has long been out of danger, okay? Mr. Cat, we tried the second method you mentioned just now, but it failed. It turns out that's why you need my help. Okay, if you continue to waste time, the Earth may not be able to hold on, so which method do you want me to use? According to Beerus' idea, Jupiter was directly destroyed. He is a god of destruction, and doing such a thing is completely familiar. But now it's not his decision, it depends on the employer's intention. If the employer is satisfied, then he can get a 5-star praise. In this way, the employer is satisfied, he is also satisfied, everyone is happy, how wonderful. Therefore, in front of the employer, Beerus also put away his temper of the god of destruction, looked at Lu Piqiang patiently, and waited for the other party to give an answer. If you can really do the two methods you said, then I still hope that the first method is to get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle. Lu Piqiang did not hesitate, and directly stated his choice. Although they were using the second method before, it was because there was no way. If there are other ways, he will never use the method of detonating Jupiter. After all, Jupiter is also a planet in the solar system, and it can be said that it is a fellow with their Earth. If he could, he still didn't want to see Jupiter destroyed. Although Jupiter will be destroyed sooner or later due to the aging and expansion of the Sun. Okay, I know. After getting Lu Piqiang's answer, Beerus nodded, no surprise. After all, the other party is just an ordinary person, and he may feel that he does not have the strength to destroy Jupiter. At this point, the Earth is not much time away from being destroyed by Jupiter. When Beerus and Lu Piqiang were talking just now, the Earth was pulled closer by Jupiter's gravity. Those who don't know what's going on are utterly desperate, even dying. and those who can hear Lu Piqiang talking to Beerus. Although I think what Beerus said is a fantasy. However, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if this mysterious person really has a way to save the Earth? Anyway, the current situation can already be said to be a mortal situation. If that's the case, why don't you trust this mysterious person? Even if it is only 1 in 10,000, the possibility of 1 in a million. They also want to seize this last glimmer of hope. Although this glimmer of hope is in a person they don't even know who they are. Beerus asked Lu Piqiang to tell him how to leave the space station. Although he can directly break the glass and leave, in this case, the employer will surely die. He can survive in the universe, but the employer is just an ordinary person. Beerus entered the universe through the door of the space station. Then, under Lu Piqiang's stunned expression, he appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus, who was not wearing a space suit, and just appeared in the universe. His mind was in chaos. Without the help of any props, it just appeared in the universe. How did you do that? Chapter 50. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Piqiang, what's the situation now? Can you hear it? If you can hear it, please respond. The shocked Lu Piqiang came to his senses because of the voice coming from the communicator. Those people on Earth want to know what is going on right now. A purple cat suddenly appeared beside me and said he had 2 ways to save the Earth. I chose the first option, then he. What's up with him? Then he just appeared in the universe, without wearing a space suit, without carrying any survival props. What? Lu Piqiang's words also shocked those people on Earth one by one. For humans like them, it is impossible to appear in the universe without using any props or wearing space suits. The cosmic space is simply not something that humans like them can survive. But this sudden appearance can do it. They didn't doubt Lu Piqiang's words, because it was this time, and Lu Piqiang would not make jokes about this kind of thing. You said he was a purple cat. Yes, I suspect that he is either an alien life or a fairy in myth and legend. I prefer him to be the first possibility. The universe is so big that it is impossible that there is only life on the Earth. There is extraterrestrial life, which is a very normal thing. No matter who he is, as long as he can help the Earth get through this crisis, he will be our benefactor. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Piqiang, please keep reporting the situation of this Mr. Cat. We also want to know how he helped our Earth. It is good. Lu Piqiang's eyes were on Beerus, and he was also curious about what Beerus would do to get the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle. Even if he is an alien life, it is impossible to let the Earth escape with his bare hands, right? However, just when this idea first appeared in Lu Piqiang's mind, his worldview was refreshed again. He saw that Beerus came to the front of the Earth, and the figure of the other party was very small compared to the huge Earth. Lu Piqiang used the space station's monitor to see up close. He saw that Beerus stretched out a foot and kicked in the direction of the Earth. Afterwards, the Earth, which was getting closer and closer to Jupiter, just moved away from Jupiter at a very fast speed. Escaped. The Earth is leaving Jupiter's gravitational circle at a very fast speed. Lieutenant Colonel Lu Piqiang, what did that Mr. Cat do? The fact that the Earth is breaking out of Jupiter's gravitational circle has made people on Earth ecstatic. At the same time, they were also very curious as to how Beerus did it. Maybe you won't believe it, but what I said next is true. Okay, tell me, we'll believe it. Even alien life has appeared, and it has really helped the Earth through the difficulties. What else can they not believe? I saw that Mr. Cat kicked the Earth, and then the Earth moved away from Jupiter at a very fast speed. After Lu Piqiang finished speaking, the person opposite fell into silence. Obviously, although they said they would believe what Lu Piqiang said. But what Lu Piqiang said made it difficult for them to accept for a while. You said that Mr. Cat just kicked the Earth like this, and then the Earth escaped from Jupiter's gravitational circle. Yes. Lu Piqiang heard the other party's disbelief. Although he did not believe what he said, Lu Piqiang was not angry and even felt very normal. Because if it was him, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It was Beerus' move, it was too shocking. Lu Piqiang had thought that the other party might drive a spacecraft far beyond Earth's technology to take the Earth out of Jupiter's gravitational circle. Even he thought that Beerus would drive a Gundam robot of that future technology to help the Earth. However, he never thought that Beerus could solve the big crisis of the Earth with just one kick. Are all alien life so terrifying? In the eyes of the opponent, the Earth is like a football. With the help of Beerus' kick, the Earth soon broke away from Jupiter's gravitational circle and returned to its original orbit. The big crisis was lifted, and the Earth was full of cheers, and in the space station, Lu Piqiang's face also showed an excited smile that was difficult to suppress. Earth, saved. There is no better news than this. How is it, employer, are you satisfied with my performance just now? Beerus returned to Lu Piqiang and asked nervously. As a god of destruction, in front of ordinary people like this, he would actually feel nervous. Beerus would never have believed this before. But now, whether the other party is satisfied or not depends on his 5-star praise. Don't be too nervous. Satisfied, I am very satisfied, thank you for saving the Earth. Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus with gratitude. Chapter 51. Just like those high-level people on Earth said before. No matter who the other party is, as long as the Earth is saved, that is their benefactor. Seeing Lu Piqiang's grateful eyes, Beerus was also very happy. This time, the 5-star praise is stable. Soon, Lu Piqiang knew why someone came to help him, and the news about the group of thugs appeared in his mind. 5-star reviews, that's for sure. As for the payment, Lu Piqiang didn't know what to pay. After thinking about it, he paid the dormant cabin he had previously traveled as a reward. Because the dormant cabin is not Lu Piqiang's own thing, the thugs group did not copy it, but directly deprived it. However, Lu Piqiang was not at all distressed. Even if it's his, he won't feel bad. In exchange for a dormant pod for a chance to solve the great crisis on Earth. This is simply a blood-earning thing. If the upper echelons on Earth knew about it, they would definitely be willing to pay for all the dormant pods. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Beerus for completing the task and getting 300,000 points. Congratulations to thug Beerus for his 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. Seeing these two messages, Beerus nodded with satisfaction. This mission has been completed. If you need anything else in the future, feel free to find me. After that, Beerus wanted to leave. However, it was at this time that Lu Piqiang stopped him. Wait a minute, Mr. Beerus. Because he knew something about the thugs group, Lu Piqiang also knew the name of the Mr. Cat who came to help him. Is there anything else? Beerus turned around, drove Lu Piqiang, and asked patiently. Although he has now received 5-star praise, his attitude has not deteriorated because of this. What if the other party needs his help in the future? Even if not, the other party just gave him a 5-star praise. Just aiming at this, his attitude towards the other party will definitely not be bad. Of course, if there is an employer who deliberately picks up the slack and maliciously gives him a 1-star or 2-star evaluation, then he will also let the other party know that as a god of destruction, he is not so easy to mess with. I wonder if I can ask you to bring the Earth to our destination. Afraid that Beerus would not understand, Lu Piqiang told him the plan to wander the Earth. Hearing Lu Piqiang's words, Beerus understood that the other party wanted him to take the Earth directly to their destination, which is the place they would take 2,500 years to reach. This is also Lu Piqiang's whim. In his opinion, since this Mr. Beerus is so powerful, he can easily solve the big crisis of the Earth. Is it also possible that it can help the Earth to reach its destination quickly? Even if it can't, it's good to make the Earth closer to the destination. However, he didn't know if Mr. Beerus would agree. Therefore, Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus' eyes, full of begging and anticipation. Ding! Trigger the hidden mission. Hidden mission, help the Earth to reach its destination, another galaxy suitable for the existence of Earth and human beings. Complete this hidden task, you can get additional rewards, and your understanding of Zai Gong will be doubled. Hidden missions. Seeing the news in the group, Beerus was ecstatic. To know that triggering hidden tasks is not easy. And as long as it can be completed, not only can you have one more chance to draw a lottery, but you can also get additional rewards. And the extra reward this time, Beerus is also very excited. Doubling the comprehension of Zizay Ultimate Intentional Gong means that he is closer to comprehending the perfect Zizay Ultimate Intentional Gong. Beerus had a deep understanding of the difficulty of comprehending this thing. It is possible to double this one, which can save him a lot of time. Monkey King, wow! Lord Beerus triggered a hidden mission. Sun Wukong, however, what is this Zizay Gong? It looks like it's very powerful. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, you don't need to know this. This is the realm of God. It is basically impossible for you as a human to step into it. Weiss, at Beerus, Beerus-sama, that's not necessarily true. Maybe you forgot. You can buy Zizay Gong in the mall, and you can even buy perfect ones. Beerus, but you need a lot of points. If you rely on accumulating points, you probably won't be able to buy them for a lifetime. Weiss, but it is possible to draw a lottery. If you are lucky, you may still be able to draw Zizay Extreme Will, and you may even be able to draw the perfect one. Beerus, but how lucky is it? Weiss, although this does require good luck, it is not impossible, so Sir Beerus, you said that it is basically impossible for human beings like Sun Wukong and the others to step into the realm of the ultimate free will. Weiss, don't talk too much. Beerus, yes, with the help of a group of thugs, this kind of thing that was basically impossible before has become possible now. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Beerus felt that Wiss's words made sense. So. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, then you should try your best to grab the quest. When you get the Zizay Gong, you will know how mysterious and powerful it is. Monkey King, I see, Lord Beerus, I will definitely try my best to grab the mission. Vegeta, hey, Kakarot, I won't lose to you. Krillin, so Lord Beerus, you will accept the hidden mission this time. Beerus, that's for sure, this task is not difficult for me, and a fool would not accept it. Ding! Beater Beerus successfully accepted the hidden mission. After accepting the hidden mission, Beerus looked at Lu Piqiang. Because Beerus focused on the group of thugs just now, he ignored Lu Piqiang. This also made Lu Piqiang very nervous. Could it be that Mr. Beerus is unwilling to help? Or was the help he offered too much for even Mr. Beerus to do? I understand your request, don't worry, I will help you, as long as you give me a 5-star praise at that time. Just when Lu Piqiang felt uneasy, Beerus said. Hearing Beerus' words, Lu Piqiang was also relieved. The other party agrees. And listening to the other party's words, the help he just offered seems to have become a task again. Mr. Beerus, even if you don't help the Earth reach its destination, as long as the Earth can get closer to the destination, I will definitely give you a 5-star praise. Lu Piqiang's words also made Beerus satisfied. Although the other party's previous sentence, some did not believe his ability. But what does that matter? Just at the other party's last sentence, he must have fulfilled the other party's request perfectly. Moreover, this is also the requirement of the mission, and he cannot fail to complete it. Don't worry, it's just taking the Earth to the destination you want to go, it's a piece of cake for me. In addition to the Earth, you and everyone else in this place have to go to the destination, right? Since this is the case, then you don't have to stay here, go back to the Earth, and walk with the Earth. It is good. Lu Piqiang nodded. The people in the space station were originally to prevent that if something went wrong on the Earth, the civilization of the Earth would not be wiped out. But now, since this Mr. Beerus is willing to help them, bring the Earth closer to the destination, then they must be willing to go with the Earth. Seeing Lu Piqiang nod, Beerus left the space station, and then, with the space station, caught up with the Earth. The conversation between Beerus and Lu Piqiang was also overheard by the people on Earth. Learn that Mr. Beerus, who saved the Earth, is willing to help the Earth to its destination. Everyone was very excited. If it was before, they would not believe that someone has this ability to shorten the voyage of the Earth that originally required 2,500 years. However, before this Mr. Beerus saved the Earth. So maybe he really has the ability to do it. They now know that they can't look at alien life with their knowledge as Earthlings. Beerus came to Earth with the space station. On the Earth, it is already in the Ice Age, and the harsh environment cannot allow human beings to survive at all. It's useless in front of Beerus. It was cold enough to freeze people into ice sculptures, and Beerus ignored it. The environment in space is much harsher than the environment on Earth. Still ignore it? Many people on Earth also know that the space station came to Earth. Countless members of the rescue team rushed to the location of the space station. Except to pick up those people in the space station. They also wanted to see with their own eyes what the God-man who saved them and the Earth looked like. At this time, Beerus has returned to the universe. He knew where the Earth was going. All it takes now is to bring Earth there. For Earth, it takes 2,500 years to reach its destination. But for Beerus, it can be reached in minutes. You know, as an angel, Whis can span the entire universe in 20 minutes. Although Beerus is inferior to Whis, it doesn't take too long to span the entire universe. What's more, it doesn't need to span the entire universe now. Where Earth is going, it hasn't even left the Milky Way, it's still in the Milky Way. For people on Earth, even leaving the solar system would take a long time. Not to mention traveling to other galaxies. Interstellar navigation is still a big problem for the current Earth. But for Beerus, it was too trivial. Beerus waved his hand, and a purple light enveloped the Earth. This is the destructive power of Beerus. The power of destruction can not only destroy, but also protect. With the protection of this destructive force, the Earth can withstand living in the universe and fly at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk. Chapter 53. Traveling to other galaxies, or even across the universe, is no problem for Beerus, and it doesn't take too long. But not Earth. Because the Earth simply can't bear to sail at such a fast speed. For interstellar travel, the speed is at least the speed of light. Not to mention Beerus, that is faster than the speed of light, and I don't know how many times faster than the speed of light. At such a fast speed, if the Earth is not protected by any means, in high-speed movement, it will become dust in the universe. There may not even be dust left. Therefore, if you want to take the Earth for interstellar voyage, you must first protect the Earth. This is also the reason why Beerus wants to cover the Earth with a force of destruction. With the protection of his destructive power, the Earth will not disappear into the universe because of its high-speed movement. When Beerus brought the space station back to Earth before, he also made a protection for the space station. But what he didn't know was that after he covered the Earth with destructive power, the surface of the Earth, which was originally covered by ice and snow, began to melt. The heavy snow that has been falling and has not stopped also stopped. People on Earth soon discovered this too. They thought that this must have happened because that Mr. Beerus was taking the Earth and getting closer and closer to their destination. This is a great thing for the Earth. Because of the melting of ice and snow and the cessation of snow, it means that human beings will be able to live on the ground again, instead of only living underground as before. What they don't know is that it's just Beerus adding a layer of protection to the Earth. He hasn't started yet. However, after shielding the Earth, Beerus also moved. He reached out and grabbed it, and then began to sail through the universe. And the Earth also sailed with him, as if it was really caught by Beerus. Although Beerus' size is vastly different from Earth's. However, in Beerus' eyes, the Earth is just a toy. When he was bored, he often played with the planet as a toy and kicked it around like a football. And many of the planets he played on were much bigger than the Earth, and some were even bigger than stars. Led by Beerus, he arrived at his destination without even a few seconds. The destination that originally took 2,500 years to reach, in front of Beerus, didn't even need a few seconds. Moreover, this is the case that Beerus is not at full speed. After arriving at the destination, Beerus found a suitable place, settled the Earth, and then withdrew the power of destruction and came to the Earth. At this time, because of Beerus' destructive power, and the light of stars again, the snow and ice on the Earth has melted a lot. Although not completely melted, humans can already move on the ground without wearing any professional equipment. The temperature on the ground at this time is almost the temperature of winter. Although it is cold, as long as you dress warmly, you will not freeze to death. Lu Piqiang had already left the space station and came to the ground. Beside him were his son Lu Qi and other members of the rescue team. Because Lu Piqiang's previous actions also eased the relationship between the father and son a lot. Moreover, not only the people in the rescue team, but also the people who lived underground also knew that there was a god who helped the earth so that they could get out of the underground. Therefore, they also rushed to the space station, wanting to see the god-man. What has arrived is only part of it, the closest to the space station. A little farther, still on the way. Don't worry, everyone, with the help of Mr. Beerus, the Earth will be much closer to the destination. Even if it can't be reached, it doesn't take another 2,500 years. In order to reassure others, Lu Piqiang also said. And his words made others happy. Not long ago, they were desperate for Earth to fall into Jupiter's gravitational circle. But now, not only is the Earth out of crisis, it can even take a step closer to its destination. Originally, it would take the Earth 2,500 years to reach its destination. They certainly won't be able to see that day come. But now, maybe, while they're still alive, it's possible to see the day Earth arrives at their new home? And this was brought by that mysterious Mr. Beerus. Countless people are full of gratitude to Beerus. If it weren't for Beerus, he didn't practice with the power of faith. The gratitude these people have for him is enough to make him stronger. At this time, Beerus also came to the position of the space station. He saw Lu Piqiang in the crowd and flew towards him. Look! There's someone flying over there. No, that's not a person, it's a purple cat. Could it be that he is that Mr. Beerus? That's right, he saved the Earth, Mr. Beerus. Lu Piqiang looked at Beerus, who was like a god descending, and said very gratefully. Asterisk. Chapter 54. With Lu Piqiang's affirmation, the others looked at Beerus flying over with grateful expressions on their faces. As for Beerus' appearance, they were not surprised because they had heard about it before. Even, it feels very normal. Isn't it normal that alien life looks different from them? If they looked like them, they would be surprised. In addition to gratitude, these people are also filled with the worship and belief of Beerus. The way Beerus flew over was like the arrival of a legendary fairy. Although Beerus is not a fairy, he saved them and saved the Earth. In their hearts, he is an immortal. Beerus didn't know what these people were thinking, but looking at the grateful and adoring expressions on their faces, he was still very happy. Although these people are just ordinary people, if they put it in the past, he would not care about their admiration and gratitude. But now, these people are people from another world. It can make people in another world, even ordinary people, appreciate and worship him. This made Beerus feel that there was still a sense of accomplishment. Employer, I have completed the task, don't forget the 5-star praise. Beerus came to Lu Piqiang and said. What? Hearing Beerus' words, Lu Piqiang couldn't believe his ears. Mission completed? He didn't know what mission he had issued, but he hoped that Beerus could take the Earth and get closer to the new home of mankind. It is best to be able to arrive directly. And now, Beerus appeared here, saying that the mission had been completed. Is it possible that the Earth has now reached its new home? Lu Piqiang doubted whether Beerus could bring Earth to his new home, but he was not particularly suspicious. He felt that it was possible that Beerus could bring Earth to his new home. Not reachable, but it is possible to shorten the distance between Earth and new home. Now that Beerus said he had brought Earth to his new home, he should be happy. But the problem is, it's too fast. He didn't know when Beerus acted. But it has definitely not been more than 10 minutes since Beerus brought the space station back to Earth. In less than 10 minutes, the Earth has arrived at its new home? This speed is too fast. This speed is completely beyond the speed of light. What Lu Piqiang didn't know was that Beerus took the Earth to his new home, and it didn't take 10 minutes. Not even 10 seconds. Of course, he was surprised, but Lu Piqiang still had no doubts about Beerus' words. The other party has such a powerful ability, there is no need to lie to him. What's more, the next moment, the rescue team's communicator was connected, and there was a voice from the top of the Earth. Earth, the Earth has arrived at its new home. I don't know if Mr. Beerus is near you now. If he is, Mr. Beerus, please allow us to say thank you. The words of the upper echelons of the earth are also to let everyone around them know. Beerus wasn't lying to them. Earth has really arrived at its new home. It originally took 2,500 years to arrive, but with the help of Beerus, it arrived so quickly. They don't have to expect to see Earth arrive at their new home while they're still alive. Because now, it has arrived. Thank you, Mr. Beerus. Thank you, Mr. Beerus. Thank you, Mr. Beerus. Under the leadership of Lu Piccolo, everyone present thanked Beerus loudly. Their voices were filled with their gratitude to Beerus. Thank you so much, that's my mission. As long as you can give me a 5-star review, that is the best thank you to me. However, even though he said so, Beerus was still very happy in his heart. He never thought before that it would be such a cool thing to be thanked by some ordinary people. It is good. Lu Piccolo nodded heavily and gave Beerus a 5-star praise without hesitation. As for the payment, he thought about it and woke up all the sleeping people on the space station. Then, pay the entire space station as a reward. Looking at the huge space standing in front of them and disappearing, the people who saw it were surprised again. But when they learned that it was related to Beerus, they were not surprised at all. He even managed to quickly bring the Earth to his new home. It is not surprising that the space station disappears. Then, in the eyes of everyone's gratitude and admiration, Beerus returned to the Dragon Ball world. Ding! Congratulations to Beerus, the thug, for completing the hidden mission and earning 400,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to Beerus, the thug, for completing the hidden mission, receiving a 5-star praise, getting a chance to draw a lottery, gaining additional rewards, and doubling his understanding of Zai Gong. With the distribution of rewards, Beerus found that his understanding of Zai Gong had really improved. Asterisk. Chapter 55. Beerus is the only one among the gods of destruction who has comprehended the ultimate inspiration. But it's not perfect, at most it's just an easy sign of freedom. However, after receiving the reward, Beerus found that his understanding of Zai Gong deepened. Although it still has not reached the realm of perfect freedom. However, it is much stronger than the previous easy omen. If he uses Zai Gong again, his strength will become even stronger. Moreover, although his comprehension of Zai Gong has not yet reached perfection. But it's not far away. In short, Beerus is very satisfied with this reward. Beerus, everyone, I'm back after completing the mission. This time, I got 2 5-star praises for this mission. Weiss, Lord Beerus, the 2 tasks this time are not difficult for you. If you can't get 5-star praise, then there is a problem. Sun Wukong, yes, Lord Beerus, and Krillin also received 2 5-star praise before. Monkey King, but Lord Beerus, since you have 2 5-star praise, it means that you have 2 chances to draw the lottery, right? Weiss, cough, cough, Beerus-sama, I think my luck is good. Weiss, so, you can give me one of the lottery chances. Beerus, Weiss, don't think about it, I'll draw these 2 lottery draws myself. Beerus, I'm a god of destruction anyway, so luck must be good. Ding! Congratulations to Beerus, the thug, for winning the lottery and getting a reward, 100,000 points. Beerus. Whis, Lord Beerus, is this your luck? It doesn't look like it will work. Sun Wukong, 100,000 points, I remember that Quelling also drew points once before, but how many points did Quelling draw? Krillin, Wukong, I got 200,000 points. King Quan, oh, it seems that Beerus' luck is not very good, but you still have a chance, maybe you can get something good. King Quan, I don't know if you can draw something better than Bai Yi. Bic, I think it's a bit difficult to draw something better than Mr. Bai Yi. Whis, Lord Beerus, since your luck is not very good, how about the second lottery draw and let me do it? Weiss, no matter how unlucky I am, I can still draw something better than 100,000 points. Beerus, no, I don't believe it anymore. I've been able to draw good things twice. However, even though he said that, Beerus was already a little out of his mind. If it weren't for the group owner, Bai Yi, the things that could be exchanged there would be too bad. He must have chosen to exchange with Lord Bai Yi. It doesn't need anything too good, just a Xian bloodline like Krillin before. If he can obtain Xian blood and transform into a Xian, the strength can have a very huge improvement. But unfortunately, there is no Xian blood in Lord Bai Yi anymore. So it's just a raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Beerus for winning the lottery and getting the reward, a force of destruction. Beerus, the power of destruction? Yes, this thing is good. The power of destruction, this is something that directly increases the strength of the god of destruction. And still one. In the mall, whether it is the most common power of Qi, the power of gods, the power of destruction, or even the power of more advanced angels. Although you can use points to buy, but how much you can buy depends on how many points you have. Depending on the points, the units that can be purchased are also different. Take the most common Qi power for example. 1000 points can buy a trace of energy. 5000 points can buy a ray of energy. And 10,000 points can buy a power of Qi. Units are different, and the improvement of strength is naturally different. And different strengths require different points. But there is one thing, unless the strength is strong to a certain extent, otherwise, even a little bit of Qi can improve a lot of strength. Just like Kling before, he only spent 10,000 points to buy the power of Qi at the beginning. But even so, it still gave him a lot of strength. After that, he spent 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands of points to buy it. Compared with before, his strength has been directly increased by a dozen times. Although there is a reason for Krillin's weak strength in it. But it can also be seen how effective the power in these malls is. And the destructive power that Beerus drew, let's not say how much strength it can bring to him. Points alone are worth millions. Krillin, a power of destruction, although the power of destruction cannot be purchased in the mall now, but according to the price of power of Qi, this power of destruction is worth hundreds of thousands of points. Big, it should be, anyway, it should be more than 200,000 points, and even millions of points are not impossible. Whis, that's right, Beerus-sama, you're lucky this time. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Looking at the news in the group, Beerus was also very happy in his heart. Although he didn't get what he wanted, he was lucky to be able to get this destructive power. Krillin, but wait a minute, I remember that the lottery seems to only be able to draw things that can be purchased in the mall. Originally, the power of destruction cannot be purchased. Piccolo, that means. Bai Yi, you are right, because Beerus has received 2 5-star praise, and the experience of leveling up the thugs is enough. Bai Yi, so now the thugs group is level 2, and some of the products in the mall are also unlocked. Before Beerus completed his first mission, the thugs had already gained enough experience to level up. But at that time, Beerus had to complete the hidden mission, so Bai Yi did not level up. After Beerus completed the hidden mission and returned, Bai Yi directly upgraded the group of thugs. After the thug group was upgraded to the second level, Bai Yi had another 10 places where he could invite new thugs into the group. Moreover, he also got a new group owner gift package. 100 Qi power, 100 God power, 100 destructive power, move level upgrade card x1. This is what he opened from the Hearts group leader gift bag. Originally, he thought that the Xian bloodline would come out, but it turned out not to be, but 3 kinds of power. But the number is not bad, 100 for each power. Although it is useless to him, he can use it to reward people in the group. This can also better stimulate their fighting spirit. Moreover, in addition to the 3 powers, there is also a move level upgrade card. This card is different from the move power double card that Piccolo drew before. However, the difference is not very big. Under 10 times the power, the skill level upgrade card is better. And if it exceeds 10 times, it is better to double the power of the move. In the mall, all kinds of moves are graded. The grades are distinguished by multiples. Every time you upgrade 1 level, the power will increase 10-fold. In other words, the move level upgrade card can increase the power of a move 10-fold. Bai Yi didn't hesitate to use this card on the 10-fold non-effect free Kai Wang fist he had drawn before. And his 10 times the side effects free World King Fist has also become 20 times. 10 times, this is a critical point for distinguishing which card is better, a card that doubles the power of a move and a card that increases its level. If it is less than 10 times, it is natural that the level up card is better. Because even if the power is doubled, the multiple will not be higher than the direct increase of 10 times. If it is equal to 10 times, then the effect of these two cards is the same. And more than 10 times, it means that the effect of the double power of the move is better. In particular, the higher the multiplier, the better the effect of the doubling card will be. However, for the people in the group, the effect of the current level up card will be better. Because the power of their moves is less than 10 times, or even the most common one. Therefore, Piccolo drew the power double card before, which can be said to be good luck or bad luck. By the way, Sun Wukong has a World King Fist that can increase dozens of times. But for him, if he uses the power double card on Kai Wang Fist, he can't use Kai Wang Fist. Because it will die faster. All in all, for Bai Yi, his Kai Wang Quan is exactly 10 times as good. So no matter which card, it is the same for him. Beerus, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, thank you. Monkey King, Lord Beerus, what are you thanking? Piccolo, Lord Beerus is thanking Lord Bai Yi for upgrading the thug group and unlocking better commodities, which can allow him to draw the power of destruction. Sun Wukong, so that's how it is. Everyone except Sun Wukong knows why Beerus is grateful to Bai Yi. Because Bai Yi can wait until the Beerus draw is over to upgrade the thugs. However, he was promoted before the Beerus draw. In this way, Beerus Lottery can draw something better. And the truth is, Beerus draws the power of destruction. If the thug group hadn't been upgraded, it would have been impossible to get it. Bai Yi, don't thank me, I originally wanted you to get better things, but even if you level up, you may not be able to get better things. Bai Yi, it can only be said that your luck is indeed good. Beerus, thank you Bai Yi for your praise. After getting a good deal and being praised by Bai Yi, Beerus' heart was full of joy. Afterwards, he also directly used that destructive power. Soon, Beerus felt that his strength had really improved. Although the improvement is not much, it has already made him very satisfied. You must know that his strength is the top among the 12 gods of destruction. At his level, it is no longer easy to improve his strength. But it is just a force of destruction, but it can improve his strength. If this is placed on other gods of destruction, the effect will be even better. Asterisk. Chapter 57. This destructive power is really a good thing, it can really directly improve my strength. Even if it's my current strength, it's just one piece, it can make me feel the improvement of my strength. If this is placed on the guy like Xiongpa, wouldn't it make his strength increase a lot? Feeling his current strength, Beerus couldn't help but think. Compared with his strength, Xiongpa's strength is far behind. This destructive power can make him improve some strength. If this is used by Elephant Pa, it will definitely increase the strength of Elephant Pa. It's a pity that this guy like Pa did not join the group of thugs. This time the thugs group has been upgraded, and I don't know which people Bai Yi will invite into the group. Why don't you find Xiongpa to show off? Beerus was very moved by this idea of his own. Afterwards, it was better to act in a heartbeat. Before Lord Bai Yi invited a new thug into the group, Beerus asked Weiss to contact the Angel of the Sixth Universe, Vados. Beerus, why did you suddenly contact me? After contacting Vados, Xiongpa appeared in the projection, looked at Beerus, and said. Although Weiss is in contact, angels generally do not take the initiative to contact other angels, unless there is a god of destruction who wants to find another god of destruction. So, Xiongpa knew that Beerus must have something to do with him. It's a bit strange that you are not sleeping or eating. Seeing that there was no food around Xiongpa, Beerus said in surprise. In the past, when he contacted Xiongpa, Xiongpa was either eating or sleeping. This time, both things were not done, which is really rare. Of course, Beerus, do you think I can only do these two things? Xiongpa said very proudly. Master Beerus, because Master Xiongpa has just woken up. If you had contacted earlier, Master Xiongpa would still be asleep. However, Vados on the side unceremoniously demolished the stage. For her, dismantling Xiongpa's stage and seeing Xiongpa's embarrassed appearance is one of her favorite things to do. Hey, Vados! You don't need to say such things. Xiongpa glared at Vados and said a little unhappy, and then looked at Beerus. Beerus, what are you doing to me? It's nothing, I just want to tell me that my strength, accidentally, has improved a little. Oh, that's it, eh? Beerus, what did you say? I said, my strength has improved a little by accident. This time, Xiongpa finally understood. It turned out that he heard it right just now. The strength of this guy Beerus has improved. The strength has improved, which was originally something that was not surprising. But the person whose strength has improved is Beerus, which surprised Xiongpa very much. Because he remembered that the last time Beerus looked for him, his strength had not improved. What? How did he know that Beerus' strength hadn't improved the last time? It's very simple, because if Beerus' strength increased last time, as early as now, he showed off to him. And it had not been long since Beerus contacted him last time. With the strength of Beerus, it is no longer an easy task to improve his strength. Logically speaking, it should not be possible to improve so quickly. How did you do it? Would you believe me if I said it was talent? Although your talent is indeed very high, you haven't reached the point where you can improve your strength in such a short period of time. Xiongpa rolled his eyes with a look of disbelief. If Beerus contacted him after thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and said that his strength improved because of his talent, he would believe it. After all, Beerus' talent is indeed very high. But it's only been a few decades now, and Beerus' talent is high, but it hasn't reached this level yet. I tell you secretly, don't tell anyone else. Actually, in addition to improving my strength, I also went to other worlds to visit and help people in that world. People in that world are very grateful to me. Beerus said with a smug look on his face. When he joined the group of thugs, he actually wanted to find Xiongpa to show off. But after thinking about it again, if he waits for him to complete a task before showing off, he will be more proud and the effect will be better. Unexpectedly, his luck was good, and he really grabbed the task. Looking at Xiang Fana's face, what are you talking about? How can I not understand the expression? Beerus felt relieved. Beerus, what are you talking about? What other world? Hehe, you don't understand, you really don't know. Beerus was even more proud. Lord Beerus, if you didn't join the thug group, you wouldn't know, there are other worlds. Whis, who was beside him, glanced at Beerus and said lightly. Although Beerus was showing off to the elephant, Whis felt a little unhappy in his heart. After all, he has not yet grabbed a mission or traveled to other worlds. Asterisk. Chapter 58. Cough cough cough, Weiss, don't I know now, I have even been there, isn't this more knowledgeable than Xiongpa? Beerus glanced at Whis and said. The conversation between Beerus and Whis made Xiongpa even more incomprehensible. What group of thugs? Beerus, why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Master Xiongpa, let go of the feeling, Master Beerus is hiding something from you. Vados on the side also said, with curiosity in his eyes. She was also curious about what the group of thugs her brother was talking about was. Xiongpa, I won't tell you more things. What I can tell you is that Wes and I joined a group of thugs. And it's not just the two of us, even Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest, and even Lord Bai Yi are in the group. It's my luck to be able to join in. As for whether you can join, it depends on whether Lord Bai Yi invites you. If you are invited, all your doubts can be resolved, but if you are not invited, then I won't tell you more, lest you be more curious. Having said that, Beerus knew that Xiongpa was very curious now. You can tell just by looking at his expression. Seeing Beerus' smug look, Xiongpa wanted to punch him in the face. Although he knew that he was no match for Beerus. However, he was still very shocked by Beerus' words. This group of thugs, if Beerus and Whis joined it, it doesn't matter. Even Lord Quan Wang and the Grand Priest joined in. Doesn't that mean that Beerus can get closer to these two bosses? However, who is this Lord Bai Yi? Why hasn't he heard of it? The one who can call Beerus an adult is also a big guy. Beerus, how do you get into that thug group? Xiongpa is very interested in the group of thugs and wants to go in and have a look. As I said before, it needs to be invited by Lord Bai Yi. He is the group leader of the thugs group. I can't get in without his invitation. I was also invited by Mr. Bai Yi before. So, if you want to go in, pray that Lord Bai Yi can invite you. Beerus, who is this Lord Bai Yi? This one is very likely to be an adult above the Lord Quan Wang. What? Above the Lord Quan Wang? Xiongpa was completely shocked. He had always thought that Lord Quan Wang was the boss with the highest status. As a result, now, a big man who is superior to Lord Quan Wang has emerged. The point is, he, the god of destruction, doesn't know it yet. Xiongpa suddenly felt that the water between those bosses seemed to be a little deep. Shouldn't it? There are other big guys. He, the god of destruction, is nothing at all in front of those big bosses. At this time, because of the upgrade of the thug group, Bai Yi has 10 more places to invite. After thinking about it, Bai Yi began to invite new thugs into the group. Although there are more thugs in the group, the chances of everyone being able to grab the mission will drop. But you can't help but invite new thugs into the group. The Universe Thugs group invited you to join the group chat, would you like to join? This voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the 7th universe, the Earth, the 17th and the 18th. About the group of thugs, Quelling had already talked to number 18 before, so number 18 also had some understanding. Now that she found out that she was actually invited to join the group, she chose it without hesitation. On the 17th, he didn't know about the thugs. Therefore, he was very vigilant about this sudden voice. However, he still chose yes, because he wanted to see what this cosmic thug group was. In addition to these two siblings, Satan's house, Majin Buu also received an invitation. Satan, I have received an invitation from a group of thugs. Majin Buu did not join immediately, but said to Satan beside him. He also knew about the thugs, but he wanted to ask Satan's opinion. If Satan lets him join, he joins. If you don't want him to join, then he won't join. That's great. Mr. Buu, hurry up and join. Satan also knows about the thugs, so he is also very happy that Majin Buu can receive an invitation. Although he is also curious about the thugs group and wants to join in. But he also knew that he did not have the qualifications. He, the fighting champion, is only among ordinary people. In front of those monsters, what is it? Mr. Buu, after you enter the thug group, be polite. There are many people in the group that we can't afford to offend. Thinking of Beerus and the others, Satan hurriedly warned Buu. The reason why Beerus was angry before and wanted to destroy the earth was because Buu didn't want to share the pudding with him, angering him. This kind of thing can't happen a second time. Don't worry Satan, I try not to speak after I go in. With that said, Buu also chose to join. Asterisk. Chapter 59. In the 7th universe, who else should I invite to join the group? Inside the king's palace, Bai Yi touched his chin and was thinking about this. Inviting thugs to join the group, his priority must be the 7th universe. No way, who made the 7th universe the protagonist universe? After inviting number 17, number 18, and Majin Buu, he suddenly couldn't imagine who else would be invited to join the group in the 7th universe. Sun Gohan has said it before, it doesn't make sense to invite him into the group unless he can once again embark on the road of martial arts. And Trunks and Sun Wushan, they are still little kids, even a little bit of a child. If they grab the mission, they might screw it up. As for the future Trunks, because he is not in this time and space, he cannot be invited. Ordinary people like Satan, it's useless to join the group, there is nothing that he can accomplish. As for Yamcha, Bai Yi thought about it and decided not to invite him for now. Because he wanted to see when those guys in the group could think of Yamcha. In the original book, when Sun Wukong and the others were choosing candidates for the power conference, they also forgot about Yamcha. Poor Yamcha, let him continue to be pitiful. Wait, I almost forgot about him. After recalling, Bai Yi finally found a candidate that he had missed. Wampa Star. Broly was playing alone with a huge rock. It was one of his few forms of entertainment on this harsh planet. The universe thugs invited you to join the group chat, do you accept it? The sound of the invitation to join the group startled Broly, shook his hand, and threw the stone aside. Broly looked around, but no one was there. He felt very strange, since there was no one, where did this voice come from? Hearing the meaning of this voice, it seems to be asking him to go somewhere? Broly, who was deeply curious, chose yes. Among the fighters, the 7th universe number 17 joins the group chat. The 7th universe number 18 joins the group chat. The 7th universe Majin Buu joins the group chat. The 7th universe Broly joined the group chat. The addition of new members also attracted the attention of the old members of the group. Sun Wukong, wow, someone has joined the group again. Quelling, number 18, you are also in the group. There is number 17, so are you. Number 18, yeah, I'm here too. Quelling, is this the group of thugs you're talking about? It's amazing. Krillin, there's more magic, you'll find out later. Number 17, where is this place? What is this group of thugs? Bic, newcomers can look at the group announcement, which contains an introduction to the thugs group. Bai Yi, at Beerus, I'll give you a mission now, go to Wanpaxing, bring Broly to you, and let him also accept training. Bai Yi, after the task is completed, I can give you an invitation. Sun Wukong, Broly? Is that the new Broly? Who is he? He can actually attract the attention of Lord Bai Yi. Beerus, I see, Lord Bai Yi. I promise to complete the mission. The task given by Lord Bai Yi. This is sure to be done perfectly. After receiving the mission from Bai Yi, Beerus didn't waste any time, called Whis directly, and went to Wampa. Bai Yi, at Broly, you are waiting on Wampa, I have sent someone to pick you up, you can leave that planet soon. Broly was another person Bai Yi thought of to invite. As a Super Saiyan, his potential is much higher than that of Sun Wukong. No way, who made his bloodline powerful? Chuanchao bloodline is one of the bloodlines that surpasses the bloodline of ordinary Saiyans. It is a pity that Chuanchao bloodline cannot be purchased in the second-level mall. And the group owner gift bag did not come out. Otherwise, Bai Yi really wanted to try it, and whether he could use the Chuanchao bloodline. However, Chuanchao's bloodline has a big side effect, that is, he will fall into a frenzy and lose his mind. So, let Broly grab the task and complete the task normally. Let him overcome this side effect first. Otherwise, if the time comes when he goes on a mission, and suddenly a madness destroys the world where the employer lives, it will be interesting. As for how to make Broly overcome the side effects of super blood transmission, Bai Yi believes that Whis and Beerus will find a way. Broly, who are you? What is this? Why am I in there? Bai Yi, you can look at the group announcement, and you can find it. I know your situation. You have lived on a planet with very harsh environment for decades. Bai Yi, but don't worry now, I have sent someone to pick you up, you can leave that planet very soon, and your road in the future will be very wide. If Broly can grow up, he will definitely be a stronger warrior than Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, because Broly was too buggy, he did not join the ranks of Z fighters in the original book. Otherwise, let Broly turn into a Super Blue, that's not killing. Asterisk. Chapter 60. Bai Yi is still looking forward to how far Broly can grow. Even if he can't grab the quest, as long as he can practice with Whis, like Sun Wukong and the others, he can become a super race god or even Super Blue. His strength can be raised to a very terrifying level, and he can even compete with a top god of destruction like Beerus. If he is lucky and grabs a few more missions, it will be even more incredible. Wampa Star. Broly sat on the ground and had read the group announcement. Is this group of cosmic thugs he joined really so amazing? And is what Mr. Bai Yi in the group said true? Is someone really coming to pick him up? Can he really get out of here? Although it has been living on Wampa for decades. But if he could leave, he would still like it. He wanted to see if other planets had the same harsh environment as here. Or rather more comfortable than here. Broly, what are you doing here? A voice sounded, interrupting Broly's curiosity and anticipation. He looked back and saw his father was looking at him. Father, someone told me that they could take me off this planet. Broly looked at his father and said. Broly, what's the matter with you? Are you still awake? Is there anyone else here besides the two of us? Paragus looked at Broly, thinking he was drowsy. If he could leave this planet, then he would naturally. But there is no third person here besides him and Broly. Who's talking to Broly that you can take him out of here? Moreover, how to leave without a spaceship? Broly wanted to continue to say something, when suddenly, a beam of light fell from the sky. Then, two figures walked out of it. It was Beerus and Whis. You two, who is Broly? Beerus looked at Broly and Paragus in front of him and asked. Yes, it's me. Broly looked at Beerus and said curiously. Could it be that the person in front of me is the one Bai Yi? It turned out to be you. I was ordered by Lord Bai Yi to take you out of here and come with me. Beerus nodded and wanted to leave with Broly. As for Paragus on the side, he ignored it. Lord Bai Yi only asked him to take Broly, but did not say that he would take the second person. Wait, are you here to take Broly? At this time, Paragus walked up to Beerus and said excitedly. He could see the arrival of Beerus and Whis just now, very clearly. It fell from the sky. No spaceships. In other words, the two people in front of them are likely to have the ability to move in the universe. If that's the case, then they can really get out of here with themselves and Broly. Yeah, so, what's the matter? I'm Broly's father, and my name is Paragus. I don't know, can you take me away too? Paragus said, turned around and signaled to Broly, and asked Broly to speak for him too. You guys, can you take my father away too? Broly, who received the signal from his father, said to Beerus. Take your father away too. Beerus frowned. Lord Bai Yi's order was only to take Broly away. If you bring one more person, will it make Mr. Bai Yi angry? Just ask Mr. Bai Yi. Whis saw Beerus' embarrassment and said. Yup. Beerus, at group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, Broly said he would take his father too. Do you want me to take his father too, or just Broly? Bai Yi, Broly's father? By the way, and his father. Bai Yi remembered that on Wampa, Broly lived with his father. Also, Broly had great respect for his father. Although his father was very strict with him, some even regarded him as a tool of revenge. But Broly still loves his father so much that he doesn't even allow others to speak ill of his father. So, if you don't take Paragus, only Broly. Broly could go wrong after that. But if Paragus is taken away, and when he sees Vegeta, Paragus will definitely let Broly do it. But soon, Bai Yi thought of a way. Bai Yi, at Weiss, look at Paragus' memory and erase all his memories of King Vegeta. Just let Paragus lose his memory of King Vegeta. Then he would naturally forget his hatred for King Vegeta. Sometimes, living with hatred is exhausting. Even lose his own life. In the original book, didn't Paragus die at the hands of Frieza for revenge, making Frieza the father of the three strongest Saiyans, namely Monkey King, Vegeta and Broly? Lost memory, lost hatred for King Vegeta. After Paragus, at least he will live a little easier, and he will not die so early, so that Frieza can complete one less achievement of destroying his father. Asterisk. Chapter 61. Although I don't know why Lord Bai Yi asked him to erase Paragus' memory of King Vegeta. But Weiss didn't ask, just do it. This kind of thing is very simple for him. After checking Paragus' memory, Weiss knew the reason. If he took the other party and Broly back together, when he saw Vegeta, there was a high chance of a fight. Because Lord Bai Yi already knew, he asked him to erase the other party's memory and let him lose his hatred for King Vegeta. Whis started, no accident, Paragus lost his memory of King Vegeta. Moreover, Weiss also created a new memory for him. In the memory, he brought Broly back to planet Vegeta when the spacecraft was damaged, so it fell on this planet. In this way, Paragus will not have any doubts about his decades of experience in Wampa. Afterwards, Beerus and Whis also returned to Destruction Star with Broly and Paragus. Beerus, at group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, I have brought back Broly and his father. Bai Yi, okay, as I said before, I'll give you an invitation. Bai Yi, at Weiss, you have also helped and solved a problem, so I can also give you a place. Who the two of you want to invite, think for yourself. With that said, Bai Yi gave Beerus and Whis 2 invitations. And he still has 4 invitations left. He has already thought about who to give these 4 invitations. Beerus, thank you, Lord Bai Yi. I'll invite you now. Having said that, Beerus used the invitation quota, and the object of his invitation was his happy enemy brother, Xiongpa. Although Xiongpa and Beerus are always noisy, and sometimes even fight, but the brotherhood between them is still very deep. When Beerus was looking for Xiongpa to show off, he thought about whether he could invite Xiongpa if there was a chance in the future. Now that there is a chance, he certainly did not hesitate to invite directly. Whis, on the other hand, invited his sister, Vados. The 6th Universe Destroyer Elephant Pa joined the group chat. The 6th Universe Angel Vados joins the group chat. Elephant, what is this? Beerus, at Xiongpa, Elephant Pa, this is the group of thugs I told you before, and there are Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest and Lord Bai Yi, so when you talk in it, it's best be careful with me. Xiongpa, what? Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest. Also, Lord Bai Yi. Although Beerus had already told him before, among the thugs were Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest, and Lord Bai Yi, who was above the other 2 adults. However, when he actually saw them, Xiongpa was still very surprised. He didn't wonder if they were real. Beerus wouldn't lie to him about such a thing. Beerus, at Xiongpa, you have to thank me very much. It was Lord Bai Yi who gave me an invitation, and I invited you in right away. How's it going? I'll treat you well. Weiss, at Vados, sister, the place I invited you in was also given by Mr. Bai Yi. Only then did Xiongpa and Vados know why they could join the group. Xiongpa, at group owner Bai Yi, thank you Mr. Bai Yi. Vados, thank you, Lord Bai Yi. Beerus, at Xiongpa, you should thank Lord Bai Yi, but as for me, I invited you in, why don't you thank me? Xiongpa, humph, if Lord Bai Yi didn't give you this invitation, how could you let me in? So the person I should be most thankful for is, of course, Lord Bai Yi. Xiongpa, as for you, I would at most say thank you. As for the rest, don't think about it. Beerus, you're really a tsundere, don't you still thank me? Xiongpa, is there? No. Although tsundere, like Pa Beerus, is very grateful. Otherwise, I wouldn't say thank you to Beerus. After all, the invitation quota can be said to be very precious, and Beerus gave him this quota. From this point of view, Beerus is very kind to him. Bai Yi, okay, I'll invite the remaining 4 thugs in, and this time the 10 thugs will be all together. The 6th Universe Hit joins the group chat. The 6th Universe Gabe joins the group chat. The 6th Universe Califla joins the group chat. 6th Universe Kyr joins the group chat. Sun Wukong, the 6th Universe? What is this 6th Universe? Kling, I remember, when we entered the group, it seemed that the prefix was the 7th Universe. Kling, is it possible that there is more than one universe? Beerus, of course there is more than one universe, there are 12 in total. Before, Mr. Bai Yi invited people from the 7th universe, and now he invites people from the 6th universe. Elephant Pa, at Hit, at Gabe, at Carifura, at Kyr, I am the destruction god Elephant Pa of the 6th universe. You can join the group because of the invitation of Lord Bai Yi. Xiongpa, so, now give me my thanks to Lord Bai Yi right now. Asterisk. Chapter 62. People from the 6th universe joined the group. As the god of destruction in the 6th universe, Xiongpa felt that he should leave a good impression on the group leader, Lord Bai Yi. So, he hurriedly asked Hit and the others to thank Lord Bai Yi. However, Hit and the others haven't figured out the situation yet. Beerus, at Xiongpa, Elephantpa, you people in the 6th universe probably haven't figured out what happened yet. Let them figure out what the thugs are first, and then let them thank Lord Bai Yi. Sun Wukong, at Height, @KayleeFLA, @Kyr, @Gabe, you can look at the group announcement, which can explain a lot of your doubts. Califla, the group announcement, I found it. So this is the case, what kind of thug group, is it so magical? I can even go to other worlds and even improve my strength. As a fighting maniac, Califla's desire to become stronger is no worse than that of Sun Wukong. So, when she learned that the group of thugs could actually make her stronger, she suddenly became excited. Hit, is that so? Grabbing a mission and going to other worlds to complete a mission is somewhat similar to my work. As a killer, there are many people who entrust him with tasks, which is somewhat similar to the situation of the thugs. But the difference is that the tasks in the group need to be grabbed, and they need to go to other worlds to complete. Califla, @group owner Bai Yi, you invited us to the group, thank you. Kale, thank you, thank you. Gabe, it's amazing, there are even people from other universes in this group. After the people of the 6th universe join the group, in order to distinguish the universe that each person is in. So before their names, they add the universe they belong to. For example, Sun Wukong and others from the 7th universe added a prefix of the 7th universe. The people of the 6th universe are prefixed with the 6th universe. Bai Yi, you can chat and get acquainted with each other. Now you are not only people from the 6th and 7th universes, but also a part of the thugs. Bai Yi, of course, @Beerus, @Xiongpa, if there is any conflict between you, then resolve it in private, don't bring the conflict to the group. Beerus, don't worry, Mr. Bai Yi, we are all part of the thugs, and we won't make the thugs into a mess. Xiongpa, yes, Mr. Bai Yi, we will definitely solve it in private. Bai Yi, by the way, the group of thugs has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and there is one more function. Then, a leaderboard appeared in the group. Bai Yi, this is the top fighter ranking. There are 10 places on the list. Bai Yi, ranked according to the number of tasks you completed, the evaluation of your employers, the difficulty of tasks, etc. Bai Yi, the top 3 fighters, according to the power you cultivate, will gain different amounts of power, such as the power of Qi, the power of God, the power of destruction, etc. Beerus, there is actually a reward for power. The power in the mall, Beerus has already tasted the sweetness, this kind of thing can directly improve his strength. Although it is not the strongest thing to enhance one's own strength, it is the most direct. Beerus, @group leader Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, I don't know, when will I get the reward? How long do I need to stay in the top 3 before I can get the reward? Bai Yi, after the thugs are on the list, before the next level of the thugs group, rewards will be issued. Bai Yi, so, don't think that you are already in the top 3, just feel stable. If you are overtaken at the end, you can only blame yourself. Beerus, don't worry, Lord Bai Yi, I will definitely not let anyone overtake me. Kling, there are 10 places on the leaderboard. Even if only the top 3 are rewarded, as long as you can be on the list, that's an honor. Bick, yeah, but if I can, I'd still like to be in the top 3. Kling, Bick, we're already in the top 3. On the leaderboard, there are 3 thugs already on the list. They are Krillin, Piccolo and Beerus who completed the mission before. Among them, Beerus ranked 1st, Krillin ranked 2nd, and Piccolo ranked 3rd. Beerus, @Xiongpa, Elephantpa, did you see, I'm the number 1 thug. Xiongpa, hey, Beerus, what are you proud of? As long as I get the task, I will definitely surpass you soon. Beerus, really, then let's wait until you grab the quest. Now, there are 20 people vying for the quest, and the probability of getting the quest is only 1 in 20. I don't even have the confidence to get the quest again. Beerus, by the way, I forgot to tell you that when you grab a mission, your strength has no effect, so you don't have to think about how your strength can help you. Elephant Paw, Beerus, I can guess it without you telling me. Xiongpa, if your strength is useful when robbing a quest, how could you possibly be given a quest by you? The quests must all belong to Lord Quan Wang, Lord Grand Priest, and Lord Bai Yi. Chapter 63. Sun Wukong, by the way, I remember that Lord Bai Yi also completed a task, why is he not on the list? Bai Yi, the group owner is not on the list, this is also for the sake of fairness. Bai Yi, otherwise, when there is a task in the future, I will complete it, so I can always be in the first place. Beerus, so that's how it is, Lord Bai Yi is indeed fair and just. Xiongpa, yes, and, even if Mr. Bai Yi is not on the list, we know that you are actually the number one in the group of thugs. Beerus, at Xiongpa, you guys are really good at flattering. At group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi is number one. Of course, Lord Quan Wang and Lord Grand Priest are also very powerful. Like this kind of compliment to the big guy, you can't favor one over the other, only praise one, not the others. It is true that Lord Bai Yi is number one, but Lord Quan Wang and Lord Grand Priest cannot be left behind. Although these two adults are not comparable to Lord Bai Yi, it is still very easy to deal with a small god of destruction. Elephant Paw, Master Quan Wang is great, Master Grand Priest is great. Xiongpa also thought of this and spoke quickly. Bai Yi, okay, alright, stop flattering. I won't turn the task to you just because you flattered. Bai Yi, there is no task now, you should chat, and you should practice. Bai Yi, at Weiss, Broly will practice with you in the future, but he has a problem, that is, he can't control his power. So, you first find a way to let him control his power as he wants. Weiss, okay, Mr. Bai Yi, promise to complete the mission. The seventh universe, on the planet of Beerus. Weiss looked at Broly in front of him, a little curious. Lord Bai Yi said, this person can't control his own power, what is the situation? Broly, you first burst out all your power, and I will formulate a solution according to your specific situation. Broly nodded and began to increase his strength. On the side, Sun Wukong and others also suspended their cultivation and looked at Broly very curiously. This person, who was ordered by Lord Bai Yi and brought back by Lord Beerus himself, is also a Sun. What is so special about this person? Broly's momentum soon reached its peak. But just like this, Weiss and Sun Wukong felt strange. If that's the case, Broly won't attract the attention of Bai Yi-sama? Sun Wukong, go and fight with him. Beerus thought for a while and said to Sun Wukong. Maybe, during the battle, you can find something special about Broly. It is good. Monkey King nodded, although Broly looked now, there is nothing special about it. But the aura emanating from him was already very strong. To be able to fight against the strong, Sun Wukong can't ask for it. Fighting, Weiss and the others finally found out that something was wrong. Broly, who had already raised his breath to the top, actually started to rise again during the battle with Sun Wukong. Moreover, in his breath, there is also a kind of madness in it. Please stop. Once Broly fights, he will become very violent, and even lose his mind. At this time, Paragus suddenly spoke. Huh? It will become very violent and lose its mind? Could it be that this is what Lord Bai Yi said, the reason why Broly couldn't control his power? As if to confirm Paragus' words, Broly's aura became more and more violent. If you look carefully, you can find that the pupils in his eyes are gradually disappearing. When the pupils disappear completely, it is time for Broly to completely lose his mind. Sure enough, this is what makes Broly special. Weiss nodded, and finally found out what was so special about Broly. I finally understood why Lord Bai Yi asked him to find a way to help Broly. Once Broly's problem is found, it becomes much easier to prescribe the right medicine. Quan Wang Palace, when Bai Yi was resting, suddenly, the reminder of the group of thugs sounded. Ding! A new thug mission has been detected, do you accept it? The appearance of the new task also woke Bai Yi up. Accept? There is a task, how can you not accept it? Oh? It turned out to be this world. After accepting the mission, Bai Yi also saw the scene of the world where the mission is located. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood in a hall. In front of him, there were 3 men standing. One has a strand of white hair, one has a broken arm, and the other has some ruffian air on his face. The man in the yellow robe was named Zhu Ignore. He has a nickname, Lord of Iron Courage. Marquis of Iron Courage, Zhu ignores it. And the three men standing in front of him were the three secret agents under Zhu Ignore. Tianzi number 1 spy, Duan Tianya. The number 1 spy in the word Daizi, returned to the sea with a knife. And the number 1 spy in the yellow letter, become right and wrong. Seeing Zhu ignoring in the yellow robe, Bai Yi knew that this was the end. The three secret agents battle Zhu Ignore. Asterisk. Chapter 64. In the past few years, I haven't taught you Kung Fu well. Let's see how you got in today. Zhu ignored the three former subordinates and adopted son in front of him and said. Okay, please ask God Ho to teach you. The three of Duan Tianya looked at each other, and finally Duan Tianya spoke. Originally, Duan Tianya respected the Marquis of Iron Courage very much, and always called him his adoptive father. But now, because his face has been torn apart, he is directly called God Ho. Hearing Duan Tianya's words, the Marquis of Iron Courage smiled coldly, jumped up, slashed down with a palm, and started a battle with the three secret agents. Although it is 3 against 1, the Marquis of Iron Courage has absorbed the skills of many people at this time. The strength has already grown by leaps and bounds. Therefore, even if Duan Tianya and the three of them join forces, they are not the opponents of the Divine Marquis. The three were beaten out of the hall by the Marquis of Iron Courage and looked at Zhu ignoring who was standing on the stone statue of the giant dragon. I am the real son of heaven. Those who obey me live, those who go against me die. If you obey me today, I will let you live. Of course, the three of them directly ignored Zhu Ignore's words and continued to attack Zhu Ignore. However, no matter how the three attacked, it was of no use to Zhu Ignore, but was knocked to the ground by Zhu Ignore. Afterwards, Zhu ignored the use of one hand to control the three of them, and the other hand sucked up the Hulong Villa behind him. Seeing this scene, Duan Tianya's faces were extremely ugly. You are in danger now, do you need a thug to help you solve this crisis? At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Cheng Zheng's ear. Although Cheng Zheng was taken aback by the sudden voice. But the meaning of listening to this voice seems to be helping them. Therefore, Cheng Zheng didn't think too much about it and said. Yes, I need help. I need someone to help us deal with Ho Zhu's ignorance. He spoke very urgently. Can you be in a hurry? If this goes on like this, Zhu ignores it and will smash Hulong Villa down. The ghost knows if they can survive after being smashed. Okay, the task has been generated, and someone will come to help soon. Ding! The thug task is generated. Help Cheng Zheng and Fei defeat the Iron God God Ho Zhu Ignore. Bai Yi, at all members, there is a mission, you all get ready to grab it. Xiangpa, great, finally I have a mission. Lord Bai Yi, please send it out quickly, I can't wait to grab the mission. Beerus, just you? Don't forget, there are 20 people in this group waiting to grab the mission. The probability of you being able to grab the mission is very low. Xiangpa, Beerus, don't just talk about me, don't you? Don't you want to stop robbing me? Beerus, nonsense, how could I not grab it? Bai Yi, okay, now that you are all ready, I will send out the task. Ding! Congratulations to the thug number 17 for grabbing the mission. Beerus, number 17? It's the thug from Universe 7. At Xiangpa, although I didn't get it, my thug from Universe 7 got the mission, what should I say? Xiangpa, humph, you have more thugs in the 7th universe than mine in the 6th universe. Of course, the chances of grabbing the mission are higher than those in my 6th universe. Beerus, Xiangpa, I told you to be careful with your words. Are you blaming Mr. Bai Yi for inviting you too few people in the 6th universe? Xiangpa, I didn't mean that. At group leader Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, don't listen to this guy Beerus. Bai Yi, okay, since number 17 grabbed the mission, let's go quickly. 17, okay. With curiosity and anticipation, number 17 stepped into the portal. At this time, Zhu Ignore had already smashed Hulong Villa towards Cheng Zheng and the wrong three. On the 17th, who arrived, just saw this scene, he hurriedly rushed in front of the three of them, and then kicked Hulong Villa into the air. Later, in order to prevent Hulong Villa from falling down and hitting his employer, number 17 waved his hand, and an energy ball flew towards Hulong Villa in the air, directly turning Hulong Villa into dust. The sudden appearance of number 17 made Zhu ignore it for a moment. In particular, number 17 kicked Hulong Villa with one kick, and even made Hulong Villa disappear with one palm. It made Zhu ignore even more surprised. This sudden appearance is not weak. At this time, the three of Cheng Zhenfei also reacted and looked at number 17 standing in front of them. Duan Tianya and Gui Hai Yudao didn't know what was going on. Being right and wrong is somewhat enlightened. Are you the one who came to help us? Cheng Zhenfei looked at number 17 and said somewhat uncertainly. He used to have the mentality of breaking the jar, and he didn't really think that someone would come to help them. After all, even they are not opponents that Zhu ignores. In the entire martial arts, no one will be Zhu ignore's opponent, unless his father Gu Santung can be resurrected. But when I saw number 17 just now, I can actually kick Hulong Villa so high with just one kick, and it can also be turned into ashes with one palm. This strength, even if it is compared to Zhu ignore, is probably not weak. Asterisk. Chapter 65. I am, so you're the employer, right, and you need help. Number 17 looked at right and wrong and said as gently as possible. His character itself is a bit cold, and only when he treats his sister number 18 will he be gentle. However, the one in front of him is the employer and someone who can evaluate him. Therefore, number 17 tried his best not to keep his tone cold. Can you help me deal with him? When he learned that number 17 really came to help him, he became ecstatic, pointed at Zhu ignore, and said, "Do you want me to kill him or let me defeat him?" This. Hearing the words of number 17, Cheng Zhenfei and Duan Tianya, Gui Hai glanced at each other with a knife. Then, Duan Tianya said, "Your Excellency, if you can, kill him." When he said this, Duan Tianya's voice was a little tangled and trembling. It can be seen how difficult it was for him to make this decision. Although he has a falling out with Zhu ignore now, no matter what, he was brought up by Zhu ignore. Although after that, Zhu ignored it and probably just regarded him as a tool man. But at least before, Duan Tianya could be sure that Zhu ignore really treated him as his son. In fact, before Xin appeared, although Zhu ignoring also had ambitions, he could still suppress it. But after Xin appeared, his ambition couldn't be suppressed, and he regarded everyone else as a tool person. So at least for a long time before, whether it was Duan Tianya, Gui Hai Yidao, or even the dead Haitang, they all felt the fatherly love that Zhu ignored to them. It's just that the current Zhu ignores it has completely changed. Duan Tianya also knew that if he didn't kill Zhu ignore completely, if he just abolished the opponent's martial arts, maybe in the future, Zhu ignoring will make a comeback. For a hero like Zhu ignore, only by killing him can he completely stop him and truly restore peace to the world. Okay. Although this was not a request from the employer, the 17th accepted it. Since the employer has not raised any objection, it means that this condition is in favor of the employer. Number 17 looked at Zhu ignore, who was standing on the dragon stone statue, with a flash of interest in his eyes. Although he didn't know what happened before, when he arrived just now, he happened to see the other party, holding a huge room in the air and smashing it at the employer. Although the strength is not very good, the ability to control things from a distance is still interesting. Who are you? It seems that there is no such person as you in the arena. Zhu ignored number 17, looked at the strange clothes he was wearing, and said solemnly. Not only the clothes the other party is wearing is very strange, but just now, the other party can kick Hulong Villa into the air with one kick, and he can also destroy it with one palm. This martial arts has already exceeded the scope of top masters. This requires a very strong internal force to be possible to do. And people who can have this kind of strength, generally speaking, should be famous in the arena. Hulong Villa should have information about each other. However, Zhu ignored it and found that he didn't know number 17, and he didn't even know any information about him. On the 17th, he couldn't understand what the rivers and lakes Zhu ignore was talking about, but he could understand that the other party was asking who he was. I'm just an ordinary person passing by, because someone needs help, so I'm here to help. Although you and I have no grievances or enmity, since the employers want me to kill you, I can only kill you. Ha 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 ha. You want to kill me? My current martial arts is already number 1 in the world, even if the ancient 3 links are resurrected, it is impossible to defeat me. Although your strength is very strong, it is impossible to kill me. On the 17th, Zhu ignored it and laughed. He is indeed a little afraid of the strength of number 17, but it does not mean that he is afraid. His current strength is already number 1 in the world. Even if his biggest opponent Gu Santung is resurrected, it is impossible to kill him. How could it be possible with such a person who appeared from nowhere? Although I don't know who you are very lucky. Before you die, you can see the highest level of my star-absorbing Dafa. Zhu Ignore flew down from the giant dragon stone statue, stretched out his hand to aim at the stone statue, and ran the great law of absorbing gong. Then, the giant dragon, which was originally just a stone statue, actually moved as if it had life. The flying dragon is in the sky. Zhu ignored the words and lifted the stone statue. The giant dragon stone statue flew in the air, as if it had survived and really turned into a dragon. This is another use of Qigong Dafa. Qigong Dafa can not only absorb the opponent's internal strength, but also use martial arts for one's own use. Moreover, you can also pass on your inner strength, martial arts, etc. to others. Zhu ignores the reason why he can give life to the dragon stone statue, making the dragon stone statue seem to come alive. It is because he transferred part of his spirit to the stone statue. It may sound fantastical, but in the world of number 1 in the world, inhaling Gong Dafa is a martial art at the fantasy level in itself. Asterisk. Chapter 66. The Qigong Dafa of number 1 in the world is somewhat different from the Qigong Dafa in other martial arts worlds. In other worlds, the practice of absorbing Gong may only be able to absorb the internal force of other people. However, the great practice of absorbing Gong in the first world can not only absorb the internal strength of other people, but also the martial arts practiced by other people. Moreover, after the absorption, what level did the absorbed person cultivate to? Those who absorb it can directly reach any level. This thing, after absorbing other people's martial arts, does not need to practice again, and can absorb other people's martial arts realm together. Superb! In addition to restraining this martial arts, the King Kong indestructible magic cannot be absorbed. Other martial arts can be absorbed. Because of this, Zhu Ignore absorbed an unknown number of people's martial arts and internal strength. He can't do anything except King Kong's indestructible magic, and he can do all other martial arts. Moreover, the internal force he absorbed, added up, was at least several thousand years old. A monster with thousands of years of inner strength. Plus will almost all martial arts. The strength that Zhu ignores can be said to have surpassed this world. If only he was troubled by a love word, he can really achieve his ambitions. However, in the eyes of number 17, such a powerful monster just finds it a little interesting. After all, the ability to make a stone statue come alive is rare. It's interesting, you can actually make the stone statue fly, and it seems to be alive. Your ability is really interesting. Number 17 was not afraid of Zhu ignoring at all, and even commented there. And his actions like this also made Zhu Wushi realize that he was humiliated. Because the actions of number 17 are equivalent to not taking him seriously. This makes Zhu ignore this arrogant person. How can he accept it? Take the call. Zhu ignored the shouting, controlled the stone statue dragon, and rushed down to number 17. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say how powerful this move was. The oppressive force of the giant dragon statue alone can make people unable to exert much strength. But to the 17th, it was nothing at all. The giant dragon statue opened its mouth wide and bit down on number 17. Number 17 stretched out a hand and stood in front of him, letting the dragon statue bite. Then the other hand punched the head of the giant dragon stone statue, directly blowing the head of the giant dragon stone statue. Not only that, after the head of the giant dragon stone statue was blown up, the cracks also spread to the whole body. Afterwards, the entire stone statue exploded and turned into pieces of small stones. On the other hand, number 17 was unscathed except for the bite marks on the clothes. Okay, it's amazing. This is even more powerful than my King Kong indestructible magic. The picture of number 17 blowing up the entire dragon statue with one punch made Cheng's Haifei a surprise. Even if he used the King Kong indestructible technique, it would be impossible to do such a thing. At most, he can blow the head of the giant dragon statue, but it is impossible to blow up the entire statue with just one punch. But the helper he invited did it, and it was just a simple punch. No matter how deep the inner strength is, it is impossible to achieve such a level. Cheng, right and wrong, this helper, where did you find it? Duan Tianya and Gahaya Udao on the side were also surprised by No 17's performance. They looked at right and wrong and asked quickly. When we were about to be hit by Hulong Villa, a voice suddenly sounded in my ear, saying that he could help me. And then he showed up. Voice? Why didn't we hear it? I don't know about this, but I know that we should be safe now, and Zhu ignores it, so there should be no way to take him. No, that's not necessarily true. The Marquis of God can absorb Gong and Dafa. Only your Vajra indestructible magic can restrain this move. If he absorbs that Your Excellency's internal strength and martial arts, it will become even stronger. So we have to remind you. With that said, Cheng's Haifei shouted towards number 17. The person who came to help us, Zhu ignore, is the person who fought with you. He will absorb the Dafa and absorb your martial arts. So you have to be careful. Absorbing the power of Dafa? Will you absorb my martial arts? Number 17 doesn't know what martial arts is, but it combines the meaning of the employer's words. Does it mean that his mission target has the ability to absorb his own energy and moves? He's right. If you can follow me, I can let you go and not absorb your internal strength and martial arts. But if you still want to be my enemy, don't blame me for turning you into a cripple. Zhu ignored and heard what was right and wrong, so he said to number 17. The strength shown by number 17 is much stronger than the three of them. If you can take the other party as your subordinate, then you can definitely become a general of your subordinate. Of course, if the other party wants to continue to be an enemy of himself, then he can only drain the opponent's internal strength and martial arts. Asterisk. Chapter 67. Zhu ignored and didn't think about whether he could absorb No 17's internal strength and martial arts. In the whole world, except for the right and wrong King Kong indestructible magic, which he cannot absorb, there are no other people and martial arts that he cannot absorb. Moreover, although he can't absorb right and wrong, he doesn't need to be afraid now, even if he is using the King Kong indestructible magic. He has absorbed so many people and gained such deep inner strength. It even absorbed the phantom magic of the four ghosts in western Hunan, so there is no need to be afraid of the magic of King Kong's indestructible magic. If it was used by the ancient three links, then maybe he would still be a little bit afraid. But right and wrong, this guy has no inner strength, but he doesn't know how to exert his power. Not at all to be afraid of. In other words, he ignored it and didn't need to be afraid of anyone in this world. He is the real number one in the world, invincible in the world. Turn me into a cripple? It's interesting, you can let me see your ability to absorb Gong and Dafa. On the 17th, there was some interest in Zhu Shishi's Qigong practice. He wanted to know how the other party absorbed his energy and how he turned himself into a crippled person. Okay, since you're obsessed, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu ignored the sneer, although the strength of the young man in front of him was very powerful. But he was too young and had too little knowledge, and he didn't even know about Qigong Dafa. If that's the case, don't blame him for being rude. Absorb the martial arts and internal strength of this young man. His strength will definitely go up a level. Inspiration Dafa. Zhu ignored the rudeness, and directly faced number 17, and performed the Qigong Dafa. Not good. Seeing this scene, Cheng Zheng and the other three suddenly felt bad. The person who came to help them is really too much. Not only did he not know what Qigong Dafa was, but he even let Zhu ignore it and take the initiative to absorb it. If this made Zhu ignore it, he really absorbed his internal strength and martial arts. Definitely going to get stronger. Moreover, the other party also came to help them. Therefore, even if their martial arts and internal strength are absorbed, they cannot let the other party be absorbed. Therefore, they want to stand in front of number 17 and block Zhu Ignore's absorption for him. It's a pity that it was a step too late to become the right and wrong three. Before they came to number 17, Zhu's ignoring Qigong Dafa had already worked on number 17. And this scene also made the faces of the three of them extremely ugly. The worst has happened yet. But soon, their faces changed again. Because they saw that after the 17th was hit by Zhu Ignore's Qigong, there was no reaction at all. People who are ignored by Zhu to absorb internal strength and martial arts, no matter what, will have some reactions. For example, the expression of pain, for example, desperately trying to resist. But on the 17th, there was no such reaction. He just stood there and let Zhu ignore it and absorb it. His expression was calm, without a trace of pain. Hey, what's the situation? He fell into Zhu Ignore's Qigong practice. Why does it seem like there's nothing wrong with him? Could it be that he can resist Shenhe's great practice of absorbing Gong? Cheng Zheng and others are puzzled, they don't understand. And Zhu ignored the present, more puzzled than them. Originally, after his Qigong Dafa hit number 17, he was ready to have a lot of internal energy pouring into his body. Number 17 possesses such a powerful strength, and his inner strength must be much deeper than others. But what Zhu Ignore couldn't understand was that he had already hit number 17, but he didn't have any internal energy sucked in. How is this going? He has clearly been shot. And apart from the King Kong indestructible magic, other martial arts, he should be able to absorb it. Is this what your Qigong practice is? It's really interesting. If it weren't for me, if it were someone else, you might actually be able to absorb some qi. Number 17 looked at Zhu ignoring it and said lightly. His words also made Zhu ignore it, and even became a trio of right and wrong, even more shocked. It was the first time they saw that after being absorbed in Qigong Dafa, they were still able to speak so calmly. Really fierce is also. Impossible, why can't I absorb your inner strength? Finally, after absorbing for a while, no internal force was absorbed. Zhu ignored the defense. He stopped absorbing the exercises, looked at number 17, and asked in shock. It's simple because I'm an android. Cyborg. Zhu ignored and said that he didn't understand, what is this artificial man? It seems that you don't know what an artificial human is. In short, you only need to know that your ability is useless to me. Even though he said that, in his heart, number 17 still admired Zhu ignoring's great practice of absorbing the power. The ability to absorb the energy of others is really rare. At least, except for those two old-fashioned androids 19 and 20. He had never met anyone else with such abilities. Even though he doesn't feel at all now, the other party can't absorb his energy. But that's because he's an android and doesn't have anger. His energy comes from the energy furnace in his body. Asterisk. Chapter 68. Regarding Zhu's ability to ignore, what number 17 can think of is that the original Dr. Gallo and the android number 19 he made. But this ability is only useful to humans with qi. For an android like him, it's useless. Because he is not angry at all. If not, how to absorb it? Number 17 watched Zhu ignore it, feeling that the other party was both unlucky and lucky. Fortunately, it is because, fortunately, it was him who came to complete the task this time. If it was replaced by someone else, maybe he would really be absorbed by the other party. What? Why is this lucky? Because unfortunately, if this is another person, the energy is really absorbed by the other party. Even if only a little bit of energy was absorbed, it was enough to burst the opponent. You must know that the qi of other people's cultivation is much stronger than the inner strength of this world. It's not at the same level at all. Even if Zhu ignores it really can be absorbed, but if there is not a strong enough physique. Even if only a little was absorbed, it was enough to make the opponent explode and die. Therefore, Zhu ignored and did not absorb the energy that he could not bear and caused his body to explode. This is already a lucky thing. Although he still had to die in the end. Okay, I've seen your abilities. Now, it's time for me to complete the task of my employer. Saying that, number 17 stretched out a finger and aimed at Zhu, ignoring it. The reason why the mission objective has not been resolved is that I am a little curious about the ability of the mission objective. Now, his curiosity has been satisfied, and it is time to complete the task. An energy beam emanated from the 17th finger and penetrated Zhu's body, leaving a large hole in front of him. What kind of defensive martial arts? Zhu ignored it and didn't have time to use it. Of course, even if it is used, it is of no use. This is impossible. Zhu ignored and looked down at the wound in front of him, feeling that his consciousness was rapidly draining. In the end, only one last word was left and fell to the ground. Strong, very strong. This is the truest thought in the hearts of the three of them. Whether it was the power-sucking method that resisted Zhu ignore before, or the one-shot kill Zhu ignore now. I'll show the strength of the 17th. Okay, my task has been completed, and I hope you can give me a 5-star praise. After speaking to Cheng right and wrong, the 17th left. Seeing the scene where the 17th left, the three of them were right and wrong, and they had already treated him as a god. After all, besides gods, who else could leave in such a way? Ding! Congratulations to the thug number 17 for completing the task and earning points, 500,000. Ding! Congratulations to the thug number 17 for his 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. Sun Wukong, not bad, number 17, got a 5-star praise. Quelling, but why, after completing this task on the 17th, I actually got 500,000. Beerus, yes, my previous mission only had 300,000 points. Could it be that this mission on the 17th is more difficult than my previous mission? Bai Yi, at Beerus, I've said it before, after the thugs level up, the points you get for completing tasks will increase. Beerus, so that's the case. I was too careless, and I forgot what Lord Bai Yi said before. Krillin, at no 17, now you have a chance to draw a lottery, let's draw the lottery directly. Kling, there are more good things that you can draw now, and the chances of you being able to draw good things have also increased. Number 17, okay, then I'll try it out. Ding! Congratulations on the success of the draw on the 17th, and the reward, a combat power upgrade card. Piccolo, combat power upgrade card? This sounds like a good thing. Sun Wukong, no, Piccolo, how much combat power can be improved by this combat power upgrade card is not fixed, it depends on your luck. Beerus, let me take a look. The maximum strength can be increased by twice, and the minimum strength can only be increased by 10%. Beerus, how much strength you can improve with this thing really depends on your luck. Gabe, however, even if you can only improve your strength by 10%, that's an improvement in your strength. It's already pretty good. Califla, I really want something that can be improved directly. If I can get it, I will definitely be able to at least double my strength. Xiongpa, oh? It seems that you are still very confident in your luck. If so, then give me a mission. Xiongpa, don't always let the people in the 7th universe grab the mission. Caulifla, I know, I make it seem like I don't want to get the quest. Hit, what I care about is how much strength number 17 has improved. Krillin, yes, number 17, how much did you improve your strength? Number 17, it seems that my luck is not very good. I only improved my strength by 50%. Number 17, but 50% is 50%. Compared with before, my strength has improved a lot, and I can't be too greedy. Asterisk. Chapter 69. Number 18, you have been like this since you were a child, and you have a somewhat indifferent attitude towards everything. Number 18, if you were luckier, you could improve your strength even more. Number 17, I'm very satisfied that I can directly improve my strength. As for how much I can improve, it can only depend on my luck. Krillin, on the 17th, you really can read it. Turtle Immortal, actually, the mentality of number 17 is correct. It has already improved. Even if you are not satisfied with your own strength improvement, and there is no chance to do it again, it is better to look at it. Turtle Immortal, you young people, sometimes you are a little too greedy, that's why you are dissatisfied with that one. Turtle Immortal, I am a little older than you. As someone who has come here, I want to tell you a truth. Being content and happy will make our lives easier. Beerus, what, so you're going to compare me with who outlives me? Xiongpa, someone wants to live longer than the god of destruction? It's really interesting. At Turtle Immortal, how long have you lived, tell me and let me see. Turtle Immortal, I didn't mean that, I said these words to Wukong and the others. Xiongpa, so I'm curious, how long have you been alive? Turtle Immortal, it's more than 300 years old, nearly 400 years old. Sun Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal is the longest living person among us. Beerus, but I have to say that as a human being, it seems to be good to be able to live a few hundred years. Xiongpa, at Beerus, don't you underestimate the lifespan of humans? There are quite a few humans who can live for thousands of years. Beerus, really? I didn't notice that. Vados, Lord Beerus, hit of our 6th universe has lived for 1,000 years, and he is also a human being. Hit, yeah, I'm 1,000 years old now. Kling, the physique of human beings is really different. Some human beings can live for thousands of years, while people on Earth can only live for more than 100 years at most. Quelling, of course, teacher Wu Tian is an exception. Tianjin Fan, Quelling, I agree with your words very much, but you are no longer an Earthling, but a Xun. Krillin, yeah, but then again, Xuns can stay young for a long time, but how long do they live? Will they also live 1,000 years or something? Vegeta, at Krillin, then I can only say that you think too much. Our Xuns don't live long, at most, they can only live for more than 100 years, which is not much different from Earth people. Vegeta, but we Xuns stay young for a lot longer than Earthlings, so we Xuns are less old than Earthlings. Monkey King, at Vegeta, Vegeta, what do you mean by saying this? Are you saying that Bulma is old? Vegeta, cough cough, cockroach, don't talk nonsense, I don't mean it. Krillin, it seems that Vegeta is afraid of Bulma. Number 18, so Krillin, what do you mean by that? Krillin, I don't mean anything, I mean, Vegeta is not afraid of Bulma, but respects Bulma. Kling, just like me, we men, we are not afraid of wives, we just respect wives. Number 18, humph, you're quick to react. Xiongpa, so a young man who is not even 400 years old is teaching other people in the group with the tone of a veteran. Turtle Immortal, at Xiongpa, Mr. Xiongpa, I don't mean it, I really don't mean it. Beerus, at Xiongpa, he said he didn't mean it anymore, why do you keep catching him and not letting go? Beerus, why, do you want to live longer than anyone else, then I'll outlive you, so what do you want to say? Weiss, this, Lord Beerus, it seems that I have lived a little longer than you, so. Vados, but Weiss, I'm your sister, and I've lived longer than you. Grand Priest, if you say this, then I won't be sleepy anymore. As your father, I have lived longer than you, is there any problem? Bai Yi, why do you talk about who lives longer? If that's the case, then I have something to say. Bai Yi, speaking of which, I remember the great priest. When I was asleep, you seemed to have just appeared. What do you say about this wave? Grand Priest, Lord Bai Yi, you can't compare with me. Besides Lord Quan Wang, who else in the group can compare your age? Bai Yi, although I know you don't mean that, but I always think you're saying I'm old. Grand Priest, no, no. Lord Bai Yi, I don't mean that. King Quan, Bai Yi, you have changed, you are bullying the great priest now. Bai Yi, so you mean, let me bully you, right? Asterisk. Chapter 70. As soon as Bai Yi said this, King Quan was silent for a while. He just saw that Bai Yi was actually bullying the high priest and was amused, so he just added a sentence. Unexpectedly, he would actually burn this fire on himself. How does this make him answer? Answering yes or no is not appropriate. So, just be silent. Bai Yi, okay, Okay, although the turtle immortals don't live as long as you old monsters, their thinking is much higher than yours in some respects. Bai Yi, instead of worrying about why you can't get better things, it's better to be satisfied with what you've already got, so that you won't be so tired. Beerus, Lord Bai Yi's teaching is very reasonable to me. The lottery has already been drawn, and there is no chance to do it again. Even if you are not satisfied with what you have drawn, you should be content. Elephant Pot, at Beerus, you really don't miss any opportunity to flatter yourself. Xiongpa, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, I will definitely remember your earnest teachings in my heart. Beerus, you are not the same, but if you draw something you are not satisfied with in the future, I hope you can remember what Lord Bai Yi taught us today. Beerus, I'm sorry, I forgot. If you want to win the lottery, you have to grab the quest first and then get a 5-star praise. Beerus, unfortunately, you can't even complete the first supplement and grab the mission, let alone the things that follow. Xiongpa, Beerus, didn't you just complete a mission, what are you proud of? I will definitely grab the mission in the future. Beerus, I'm sorry, I not only completed a mission, but also completed a hidden mission. Beerus, if you want to catch up with me, why do you have to do the same as me and complete a hidden mission? Unfortunately, hidden missions are not so easy to trigger. Xiongpa, since you can trigger hidden missions, I can definitely trigger them too. Kling, there are 4 guys on the thugs list now, and number 17 is also on the list, but he's ranked 4th. Quelling, unfortunately, only the top 3 are rewarded, but it's not bad to be ranked 4th, or in other words, to be on the list is already very good. Beerus, although I am still number 1, Lord Bai Yi said before that until the end, you must not take it lightly. Beerus, so, I have to work harder to grab the mission and complete the mission. Elephant Paw, Beerus, I won't lose to you. I want to surpass you and rank first in the thugs list. Beerus, then go for it. You still have dreams. Although it's unrealistic, it can at least give you a motivation to work hard. Xiongpa, why is this impractical? I'll finish it and show you. Beerus, your attitude is okay, but it can last a little longer. Beerus, if you used to put this attitude of wanting to surpass me and put it on your cultivation, instead of eating, drinking, or sleeping, your strength should be stronger than now. Beerus, but I can understand your feelings. After all, no matter how hard you try, you can't surpass me, and you can't even catch up with me. Over time, everyone will become decadent, not just you. Elephant Paw, Beerus. Don't be too complacent. Now that I have joined the group of thugs, I have a chance to surpass you. Monkey King, what is the relationship between Mr. Xiongpa and Mr. Beerus? Why is it so noisy all the time? Weiss, at Sun Wukong, the two of them are just a pair of good brothers who are happy with each other. You will get used to it if you see it a lot. Monkey King, it turns out that Lord Beerus and Lord Xiongpa are brothers. It seems that the relationship between their brothers must be very good. Beerus, who has a good relationship with him. Elephant Paw, who has a good relationship with him. +2. Krillin, although Xiongpa-sama and Beerus-sama are noisy, but Gaku is much better than you and your brother. Krillin, when you and your brother met for the first time, they started fighting. Even after that, you and Piccolo killed your brother together. It was really a brother-in-law. Vegeta, that rubbish Raditz, even the weak Kakarot couldn't solve it at the beginning, it's really shameful. Piccolo, Vegeta, it's not right for you to say that. Son also paid the price of his life to kill Raditz. Krillin, that's right, Vegeta, if I asked you that, when you came to Earth, didn't you kill Gaku and us? Vegeta, really? I remember Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, they all seem to be dead, only Kakarot and his son, and you survived. Krillin, yes, when I say we, I mean me and Wukong. Vegeta, at Krillin, you've got Sun bloodline, and you've swelled up a lot. Let's practice while there's no quests now. Asterisk. Chapter 71. On Beerus, Vegeta stopped speaking among the thugs, and went directly to Krillin. This guy, since he acquired the Sun bloodline, has become a little swollen. Vegeta felt that as a Sun prince, it was his responsibility to let Krillin know that it was not good to be too inflated. Vegeta, are you going to fight me? Does this mean that my status in your heart has risen? Looking at Vegeta, who came looking for him, Krillin said with a smile. When Vegeta came to fight him, Krillin was not only not afraid, but rather relieved. Because this means that his status in Vegeta's heart has improved a lot. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have fought him. You know, with Vegeta's strength, not everyone is willing to fight. Weak people, he is not even interested in taking a second look. If this was before, he would never have been looked down upon by Vegeta. But yes, after all, before, he had given Vegeta a few blows. I also successfully turned into Super Saiyan Blue not long ago, so I want you to know that under the same transformation, you are not as good as me. Vegeta looked at Krillin with some inexplicable light in his eyes. That is the light that wants revenge. Before, Whis made them understand the power of gods, so that they could become Super Sai gods by their own power. At that time, because Kakarot had transformed once before, it was the first among the three of them to succeed. Originally, Vegeta thought that he would be next. But I didn't expect that the second successful transformation was actually Klein. This guy who was an Earthling not so long ago. This made Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, a little burst of mentality. Although he also succeeded in transforming later, he was the last one to succeed. Losing to Kakarot, he admitted it, after all, he was used to it. But he couldn't bear to lose to Krillin, a guy who had just become a Saiyan. At that time, Vegeta had a fight with Krillin, and Krillin lost in the end. Although Quelling relies on points, his strength improves very quickly. But after all, the normal strength gap between him and Sun Wukong and Vegeta was a bit big before. Although a lot of strength has been improved, it is not enough to bridge the gap. However, it was not easy for Vegeta to win. After all, Kelling's hundreds of thousands of points are not in vain. After defeating Krillin, Vegeta was still very proud, even if it was earlier than he was transformed into a Super Sailor. In terms of strength, he is not yet his opponent. However, shortly after Krillin's transformation into the Super Saiyan God, Kling combined the Super Sailing transformation he had learned earlier. On the basis of Super Sai God, Super Game transformation was carried out. That is, Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Then Vegeta lost to Krillin. Vegeta, who can only become the Super Sailor God, is not the opponent of Krillin who becomes Super Blue. Originally, this was already very annoying to Vegeta. But what made him even more upset was that Krillin told him and Kakarot about how to become Super Blue. The point is, he couldn't resist the temptation of Super Blue and learned. This made Vegeta feel like he was bowing his head in front of Krillin. Therefore, after he learned the Super Blue transformation before, he always wanted to fight with Quelling again to revive his glory. Well, this time he found an opportunity. Vegeta, we had already fought once before when we became Super Saiyan. I am not your opponent. Since you can transform into Super Blue now, under the same transformation, I'm still not your opponent, so I don't think this is necessary in this battle. Of course, if you really want to fight, you can fight Goku, and he can also become Super Blue, and it's earlier than you. Krillin didn't want to fight Vegeta, because he knew that he would definitely not be Vegeta's opponent. If it's an ordinary sparring, that's okay, so he can also enhance his strength. But the problem is, looking at Vegeta like this, it is obvious that he is here to beat him. If that's the case, then it's better not to promise. However, what Krillin didn't know was that what he said seemed to have stabbed a knife into Vegeta's heart. Because, among the three of them, the first to turn into Super Blue was Klein. And the second transformation is Kakarot. That's right, he, Vegeta, is the last one to transform. He was the last one when he became a Super Sailor. Transformed into Super Blue, he is the last one again. If Kakarot surpassed him, he could endure it because he was used to it. But Vegeta really doesn't understand why Krillin, who used to be an Earthling, how could it change so quickly? In fact, this is also a normal thing. Because Krillin's talent is very high. If Sun Wukong doesn't have Saiyan blood, then he really might not be able to compare to Krillin. You know, Quelling is good at creating his own moves, and he invented the Chi-Yuan slash with the strongest cutting ability. Asterisk. Chapter 72. Although in the original work, Kling later became a soy sauce character. But that was because he was limited by his bloodline. If you put aside the bloodline and talk about talent alone, Krillin's talent is also very powerful. You know, when he and Sun Wukong were young, they were cultivating with the immortal turtle. Krillin once surpassed Sun Wukong. However, in the process of Sun Wukong's growth, Quelling was limited by his blood, which made him more and more unable to keep up with Sun Wukong's footsteps. But even so, he still created a lot of moves. Among them, the most famous and the most powerful is the Chi-Yuan slash. This move is a counter-killing skill. Kling used this trick to almost kill Nappa, who was much stronger than him. If it wasn't for Vegeta's reminder, Nappa would have been single-killed by Krillin. And when he was on Namek, Krillin also used this trick and almost succeeded in attacking Frieza. If Frieza hadn't reacted, he would have been cut in half. But even if Frieza escaped, his tail was cut off by the Chi-Yuan slash. You must know that at that time, the strength gap between Krillin and Frieza was huge. It can be seen how strong the cutting ability of Chi-Yuan Zhan is. Although the latter move is basically useless. But that's because the opponent's strength is too strong, and whether it's Shuru or Majin Buu, both have the ability to regenerate, and this move is even more useless. But it cannot be denied that Chi-Yuan slash is powerful. And Kling, who was able to create this move, had such a powerful talent. After he transformed into a super race god, he had an idea. That is what will happen if you transform into a Super Saiyan based on Super Saiyan. Although Chao Sai God is also a kind of transformation. But its essence is that the power of the Saiyans is transformed into the power of God. So in essence, being a superhero is actually a normal state. Since it is the norm, it is possible to become a Super Saiyan on this basis. With this idea in mind, Kling tried it. Then, it worked. Then, Vegeta felt very unhappy with Krillin surpassing him, and at the same time couldn't resist the temptation of the Super Blue transformation, and learned the Super Blue transformation. Vegeta, if you want to fight, let's do it. After hearing Krillin's words, Sun Wukong said with great interest. Okay, Kakarot, I'm going to beat you. Seeing that Krillin was unwilling to fight him, Vegeta had no choice but to fight Sun Wukong. Well, if only Frieza was alive at this time. At the beginning, my strength was insufficient and I died at his hands. Now my strength has become stronger. If he is still alive, then I can seek revenge from him. Thinking of the scene where he was killed by Frieza on Namek, Krillin was filled with emotion. At that time, Frieza killed him like killing an ant, very simple. And now, Krillin has this confidence, he wants to defeat Frieza, it is very simple. Sadly, Frieza is dead, and has been dead for a long time. Earth. In a certain place, the sky has turned black, but not at night, but because there is a dragon hovering in the sky. That's right, someone used Dragon Ball to summon a dragon. Say your wish, no matter what you wish, I can help you realize it. My wish is to bring King Frieza back to life. In front of Shenlong, several strange-looking aliens wearing uniforms said. After hearing their wishes, Shenlong's eyes glowed with two red lights, and then, your wish has come true. After the wish was fulfilled, the dragon disappeared in place, and the sky regained its light. When these few wishers returned to the spaceship, they saw that their King Frieza had been resurrected. They are called an old tearful awe. Since their King Frieza died, the entire Frieza army has fallen apart, and even some guys who had never dared to provoke the Frieza army before dared to step on it. That's why they want to resurrect King Frieza. King Frieza, you are resurrected now. Under your leadership, the Frieza army will surely be able to restore its former glory. Before this, I have one thing to do, and I have some grudges that I need to revive. King Frieza, do you want to take revenge now? Don't worry, with my current strength, it is still very difficult to get revenge. It's just that if I can cultivate for a period of time and unleash my potential, then revenge will be an easy task. I see. What's your name? Tell King Frieza, my name is Tagama. Tagamason, in the next time, it's up to you to accompany me to practice. Okay, King Frisia. Ding! A thug mission was detected, do you accept it? Oh! Finally another mission. Accept. There have been no new tasks for a while, and now that they have appeared, it is natural to not let them go. This mission is from the world of pirates again. And this time the employer is actually Warring States. Asterisk. Chapter 73. When Bai Yi saw that the mission was from the world of pirates again, and this time the employer was actually from the Warring States period. I find it interesting. Last time, the employer was from the pirate side, so it caused huge losses to the Navy. At that time, he thought that the people from the Navy would also trigger the thug mission. Didn't expect it to actually exist. After accepting the task, Bai Yi also understood what happened. Pirate World. Navy Headquarters Marin Fando, since the last time the Whitebeard pirates attacked here, and I don't know where a god-man appeared to help the Whitebeard pirates. Marin Fando and the Navy were hit hard. Most of the open space in front of Marin Fando was destroyed, and the Navy was even worse. Not only did a lot of ordinary soldiers die, but an admiral of the Navy also died. At this time, on the sea in front of Marin Fando, many pirate ships were densely parked. Judging from the flags on the pirate ships, these pirate ships belong to two different camps. Those who are familiar with these two flags will definitely be very surprised. Because these two flags belong to two pirate groups. And they are two big Four Emperor pirates. Four Emperor Kaido's Beast Pirates. And the Big Mom Pirates of the Four Emperors Big Mom. Although the Four Emperors are all pirates, they have the same title. But it does not mean that they are a group, or even that they are still in competition with each other, or even an enemy relationship. Therefore, it is not always possible to see the situation where the two big Four Emperor pirates get together at the same time. Especially where they are now. The door of the Navy headquarters. The two big Four Emperor pirates appeared at the gate of the Navy headquarters at the same time, and after a little thought, I knew that there must be something wrong. I didn't expect you to agree to come with me. On a huge pirate ship, Kaido looked at the ant not far away and said. Before, when he heard that there was a big problem in the Navy, Akainu died, and the entire Navy fell into chaos. He just wanted to come to the Navy headquarters to do things. He also contacted Big Mom and asked him if he wanted to come with him. Originally, he thought that the other party would refuse, but he did not expect that he would agree, and it actually appeared. The Navy is in chaos now, and this time is a good opportunity to weaken their strength. How could I miss such an opportunity? Auntie glanced at Kaido and said. If it was before, she would not be interested in attacking the Navy headquarters. But now, because of the death of a general, the morale of the Navy has dropped significantly, and the interior is in chaos. At this time, it is a good opportunity to attack the Navy headquarters. Although it is difficult to destroy the naval headquarters, it is still possible to weaken the strength of the naval headquarters. As a pirate, I am very good at things like falling into a hole. Those two guys also came, but unfortunately, they just came to watch the game. If the four of us can join forces this time, it is not impossible to destroy the Admiralty. Kaido glanced at the distance, where there were two pirate ships parked, which formed a sharp contrast with their dense pirate ships. However, he would not underestimate the two pirate ships because of this. Because these two pirate ships are the pirate ships of the other two Four Emperors, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. The two big Four Emperors joined forces to attack the naval headquarters. Such a big thing naturally attracted the attention of the other two big Four Emperors. However, although they came, they didn't mean to attack together, they were more like watching a play. That guy Shanks is understandable, but the guy with Whitebeard didn't take advantage of this great opportunity to attack the Navy headquarters with us, and I don't know what he was thinking. Whatever they are, in order to prevent any accident, and while the Admiralty is not fully ready, let's start. Kaido looked at the Admiralty headquarters in front of him. Because of their arrival, the Admiralty headquarters had already assembled a lot of navies. However, because the interior of the Navy was still in chaos before, the gathering this time was not as complete as it was before the Whitebeard pirates. This is also a good opportunity to attack the naval headquarters. Under the order of Kaido and Big Mom, the two pirate groups, including other pirate groups under their command, launched an attack on the naval headquarters. Dad, Kaido, and Big Mom have already started their attack on the Admiralty. Why don't we come along? On Whitebeard's pirate ship, Marco looked at the two pirate groups that had already started to move, and asked very puzzled. Yes, the Navy wanted to execute Ace before, and even Ace almost died at the hands of the Navy. 35. Without that Mr. Kling's help, Ace would be dead. Now is a good time to attack the Navy, why don't we do it? The captains of the other squads also asked. When Whitebeard brought them here, they thought they were going to attack together. Unexpectedly, it was just to watch the battle. Those present here do not have any favorable impression of the Navy. Before Ace almost died, and even his father was seriously injured, they still remember it. However, don't leave such an opportunity that can cause a huge blow to the Navy. They really don't understand what the father is thinking. I believe that Dad must have his reasons for doing this. At this time, Ace said. In fact, he had already guessed a little why the father didn't do this. Ace is right, there is my reason why I didn't attack with them. This reason, maybe you will know later. Whitebeard looked at Malin Fando in the distance, his face a little dignified. Kaido and Big Mom attacked the Navy headquarters, which must have been a huge blow to the Navy headquarters. You must know that even before his Whitebeard pirates, it was just a force of the four emperors, which had caused a lot of losses to the Navy headquarters. Not to mention that the two four emperor pirates joined forces. Even if the Admiralty headquarters is not destroyed, it will definitely cause heavy losses to the Admiralty headquarters. But here is the problem. He clearly remembered that when his Whitebeard pirates and Ace were at a critical juncture, the mysterious group of thugs sent a thug, the Mr. Kling, to help. In the end, he not only saved Ace, but also directly killed a naval admiral. And now, it is the Navy's turn to be in crisis. Maybe, in the Navy, some people will ask the thugs from the thugs to help. Whitebeard now knows some information about the thugs. Knowing that if you run into something really tough, or if you need help, you might get the attention of the thugs, trigger a mission, and get help from the thugs. Therefore, the Navy, it is possible to get the help of the thugs. The strength of the thugs, although Whitebeard is not clear, but the leopard in the tube, it can be seen. Mr. Kling, who was sent by the thugs group before, is strong enough to kill in this world. And this Mr. Kling is not necessarily the most powerful thug in the thug group. The strength of the thugs group is far from what he can imagine. Don't look at Kaido and Big Mom, the two big and four emperors joined forces, and they are very powerful. But if the Navy really invites the thugs of the thugs to help, then the cooperation between the two will be meaningless, and they will definitely be killed by the thugs of the thugs. And it is possible that not only Kaido and Big Mom will be killed, but all the pirates under them will also be killed. If you mix it in yourself, maybe at that time, you will also become the target of the thugs. Of course, Whitebeard also knew that this was just a possibility. The Navy would not necessarily invite thugs to help, and even if they did invite thugs, maybe they would put him and the Whitebeard pirates on the side of him because he was a previous employer. However, he dare not gamble. If the bet is won, at most it will cause some more losses to the naval headquarters. But if he loses the bet, he will pay not only his own life, but also the lives of his sons. Although he did not bring all the pirates under him this time. But basically the high-end combat power of the Whitebeard pirates is here. If this is done in one pot, then the Whitebeard pirates will basically be dead in name only. He can't afford the price of losing the bet. Therefore, Whitebeard felt that it would be better to be more stable. Looking at the dignified expression on Dad's face, Marco and the others felt a little puzzled. It had been a long time since they had seen Dad show such an expression. Even when he rescued Ace before, Dad never showed such an expression on his face. Could it be that there are other hidden methods in the naval headquarters that would pose a threat to the two big four emperor pirates who attacked them? But this should not be possible, if the Navy really has such hidden means. Should have taken it out before then. It's a pity that we don't know where Mr. Kling is. If we can invite him here, it will be an easy task to destroy the naval headquarters. Marco sighed and said. If I'm right, maybe you'll see Mr. Kling again later, or someone from the same place as Mr. Kling. What Whitebeard said was naturally a group of thugs. If the Navy really got the help of the thugs who came to help them might be Mr. Kling last time. Of course, it's also possible to change a thug. But no matter what the situation is, as long as it happens, the Navy will be saved. Hearing Dad's words, Marco and the others were a little puzzled. They felt that Dad seemed to know something. However, since Dad didn't say it, they didn't need to ask. Now that Papa said, they might be able to see Mr. Kring again, or someone from the same place as Mr. Kring. Then they keep watching. On the other side, the battle between the two big four Emperor pirates and the naval headquarters has already started. Since the last time the Whitebeard pirates declared war on Admiralty to save Ace. This time, it is another huge war between the Navy and the pirates. And the scale is even bigger than the last war on the top. Of course, the scale here refers to the pirates. Last time, there was only the 4 Emperor pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. But this time, 2 4 Emperor pirates joined forces. And the scale of the Navy is not even as good as last time. At least last time, there were 3 admirals in the Navy, and there was also Shishibukai to help. And there are a lot of other Navy soldiers. But this time, not only is there one less general, but there is not even one Kaiwohei. Moreover, even the number of those Navy soldiers has decreased a lot. The blow and loss that Kling inflicted on the Navy last time was too great. Although Krillin only killed the Admiral Akainu. But because of this incident, many navies feel that it is meaningless to join the Navy. There are such terrifying powerhouses on the pirates' side. When they join the Navy, they are simply courting death. So, many soldiers quit the Navy. Because of this time, it faced the joint attack of the 2 big 4 Emperor pirates. The combat power that the naval headquarters can come up with is only 2 generals, some lieutenant generals and major generals. And the soldiers below, compared to the previous confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, a full 1/3 less. With such combat power, facing the joint efforts of the 2 great 4 Emperors pirates, it is undoubtedly a very tricky one. Carp, this time, the Navy might be in real danger. Sengoku looked at Kaido and Big Mom's attack, and said with a very ugly expression. In terms of high-end combat power, Kaido and Anti can fight against the 2 generals, Kizaru and Aokiji. Even Kaido alone can hold them. Although the 2 generals could not fight together, it was still possible to hold them for a while. And Ant, even if it is to be dealt with by Garp. But the problem is, Kaido and the guys under Big Mom are not vegetarians either. The 3 disasters under Kaido, those sons under the Ant. Although a single combat power is not as good as the 4 Emperors level or the general level. But if they join forces, there is no problem in resisting the strength of the next Emperor or General. These people, the Marshal, had to take action in person. Although it seems that the high-end combat power can be tied. But the problem is that in terms of mid-range and low-end combat power, the Navy is no match for the 2 big 4 Emperor pirates. If the Navy is on the side, there can be one more general-level combat power. The result will be different. However, one of the generals had already died in the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. And the death was very tragic, the kind of chi who didn't even have a body left. The new admiral has not had time to be selected. Kaido and Big Mom are joining forces this time, and the timing is very favorable for them. But for the Navy, it is very unfavorable. Even if it is later, when the Navy recovers a little, at least the lost generals will be made up. That wouldn't be so passive either. Now, the only fortunate thing is that although Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks also came, they did not plan to join Kaido. Sengoku looked at the white-bearded pirate ship and the red-haired pirate ship in the distance, a little fortunate. Chapter 74. The red-haired Shanks didn't do anything, so he could understand that. After all, Shanks didn't actually cause any trouble to the Navy. Among the 4 emperors, the redhead was the only one who didn't care much and didn't want to deal with it. But Whitebeard didn't even act, which made the warring states a little confused. The fight with the Navy was so intense before, but now it's not a fight. However, no matter what the reason for Whitebeard's failure to take action, at least for now, it is a little less pressure on the Navy. Otherwise, if you add a Whitebeard, then the Navy really don't play. Sengoku, even at the cost of serious injury or even death, I will kill one of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. 99. Besides Sengoku, Garp looked at Kaido and Ant, who rushed over, and said with a firm expression. With his strength, it is not difficult to defeat one of the two of them. But it is very difficult to kill any of them. Even if it can be done, he will be severely injured, or even die. But he is not afraid. If one of the four emperors can be desperately killed, it will be good for the Navy. Last time, because Luffy was there, he was basically paddling. And this time, he can do his best. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku looked at him. Looking at the firm expression on the other party's face, Warring States knew that his old brother, this time, had really put his life and death aside. Garp has never done this before, whether it was the Whitebeard pirates before, or the Golden Lion earlier, he never said such a thing. This also means that, in Garp's heart, the danger encountered by the Navy this time is too great. If you die, I won't live alone. Sengoku also said firmly. You old guy, what are you doing with such disgusting words? It's like you're going to die with me. This is what I really think in my heart, but when you say it, it changes the taste. At the moment of the enemy, Garp and the old brothers of the Warring States period of the past few decades still can't change the problem of mutual loss. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and laughed. They know that this time, it is very likely that they will lose each other for the last time. As a naval marshal and a naval hero, even if he were to die, he would definitely not be able to let Malin Fando be defeated by Kaido and Anti. They have already prepared the consciousness of desperately fighting the two four emperors. At this time, the two big four emperor pirates had already rushed up. The fierce war between the Navy and the pirates broke out again. Kizaru and Aokiji each blocked one of the four emperors, and their faces were also full of solemnity. When facing the Whitebeard pirates before, they could paddle. But now, they can't paddle, and they have to explode with all their strength. Lingling, leave these two guys to me, you can deal with the others. Kaido stood in front of Big Mom and wanted to block Kizaru and Aokiji with one person. Ant didn't refuse either, bypassing Kaido and rushing towards the others. Aokiji wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Kaido. The opponent of the two of you is me. Kaido looked at Kizaru and Aokiji and said. Although facing the two admirals, Kaido's face did not show any fear at all, but a look of excitement. He hadn't fought against the strong for a long time, and he was dying of boredom. Because of this, he took advantage of the chaos in the Navy and brought his beast pirates to attack the naval headquarters. He wants to start a war of the highest order in the world. Before Whitebeard led his pirate group to attack the Navy headquarters, he felt very excited. Therefore, I want to unite with the other three emperors and use the power of the four emperors to attack the naval headquarters together, leaving a deep impression in history. It's a pity that it's only him and his aunt now. But it's okay, the two emperors joined forces to attack the naval headquarters, this war is also exciting enough. Facing Kaido, Kizaru and Aokiji's expressions were also very solemn. For this one of the four emperors, he is known as the man who is the strongest creature in the world. Although the fight has not yet started, they have already felt a strong sense of oppression. Although they are not afraid, they also know that even if the two of them join forces to take down Kaido, it will take a little time. But, at this time, time is very important for the Navy. Kizuna, I'll block Kaido, you go block Big Mom. As long as the two of us can hold the two of them, the remaining people will be handed over to Mr. Cab, and the Sengoku Marshal to solve them, which will also relieve a lot of pressure on the Navy. What the Warring States thought of, King Z also thought of it. Once the high-end combat power of the Navy is delayed, the Navy has already lost half of it. Therefore, the two generals, he and Kizaru, must not be held back by Kaido alone. If one of them can free up his hands, it can relieve a lot of pressure on the Navy. Kizaru didn't refuse either. At this time, he didn't have that lazy expression on his face anymore. Although he likes to paddle, he is an old fritter. But also know the priorities of things. If he doesn't work hard at this time, then there may be no place to pay him wages. This will not work. Seeing Kizaru wanted to leave, Kaido quickly stopped him. Ice Age. As soon as Kaido moved, Aokiji hurriedly attacked. In the face of Aokiji's attack, Kaido is not casual, after all, it is also a general level attack. He waved the mace in his hand, made a thunderous gossip, and attacked the green pheasant. Moreover, because it is covered with domineering, this move can even attack from a long distance. Another target of Kaido's attack is Kizaru. The power of this move was very huge, it shattered Aokiji's attack, and the domineering arrogance wrapped around it also flew towards Kizaru. Because Kyobo didn't expect Kaido to attack like this, when he reacted, it was too late to dodge. So he had no choice but to stop and resist Kaido's attack. Kaido held the two generals, Kizaru and Aokiji, with the power of one person. At this time, the ant also brought her men to fight in the navy. With her strength, to deal with these navies, even if it is a powerhouse at the level of a lieutenant general, it would be a random killing. Even if she didn't kill the lieutenant-level powerhouses, she still hurt them. Finally, when Big Mom was killing, Garp appeared and stood in front of her. The appearance of Garp also made the ant's expression dignified. To say that in the navy, who she fears most is not the admiral warring states, nor the admiral. It was the naval hero who was in front of her now. Garp. For other navies, even high-level combat power, such as admirals of the navy, marshals of the warring states period, etc., Ant is not very afraid. Unless there are more than two, or if it is one-on-one, then she is still confident that she can compete. But there is only one navy exception, and that is Garp. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Garp's heroic appearance, she still remembered it in her heart. Although at that time, her strength was not as strong as it is now. But Garp at that time was not as strong as he is now. In the face of the powerful Rocks pirates, Garp and Roger, the two sides that should have been enemies joined forces to disintegrate the powerful Rocks pirates at that time. Although many people were paddling at that time, Cap's powerful figure still made Auntie feel a little trembling. She knew very well that even if she had participated in the war and faced Garp, even if she could resist a few punches, it would not be any better than those who were defeated by Garp's iron fist. At most, it can only hold a few more punches. From that time on, she was afraid of Garp. Even if he has become the fourth emperor now, he can still not provoke this monster. But now, she has to face Garp head-on. However, the ant also knows that as long as she can hold Garp, and then her sons and the three disasters under Kaido, Sengoku alone cannot deal with it. At that time, the navy will be defeated. So, she has to hold Garp down. However, if possible, she would rather face the warring states period and hand over the monster Garp to her sons and Kaido's three plagues to deal with. Even if they add up, they can't beat Garp, but at least they can hold off for a while. But now that she has faced Garp, there is nothing she can do. Auntie is very afraid of Garp, and Garp is much calmer when facing Auntie. For him, there are only a few pirates who can make him feel troublesome, such as the original One Piece Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and the like. And Charlotte Lingling in front of her is not in this ranks. But no matter what, the other party is one of the four emperors, and it is impossible to solve it easily. In the current situation where the navy is at a disadvantage, all he can do is to defeat the opponent as quickly as possible, and then go to support other navies. Therefore, Garp didn't hesitate, armed the domineering look directly on his fist, and then punched the ant with a punch. Facing Garp's attack, Auntie did not choose to resist hard. In the whole world, apart from Kaido's powerful defensive monster, it is estimated that there is no one else who dares to resist Garp's punch. Even Whitebeard couldn't resist Garp's punch, he must use his fruit ability to resist. So, Auntie grabbed it casually, grabbed a few pirates around her, and threw them to Garp. She didn't expect the guys she threw out to stop Garp's attack. She just wanted to delay for a while to change an opponent. As for her goal, it was naturally the warring states period. Originally, she wanted to exchange with Kaido and let Kaido deal with Garp. But think about it, if she and Kaido swap opponents, it's going to be against two admirals. 1, she's not afraid, but 2, that's fine. Persimmons have to be soft, although the strength of the warring states is also very strong, but in comparison, he is the best bully. Seeing the ant running towards him, the warring states suddenly became angry. It was obvious that Carp was in front of her, but she didn't want to fight Carp, but came to him instead. What does this mean? Do you think he is more bullying than Carp? If the ant could know what warring states was thinking, she would definitely reply to him, yes, I just think you are more bullying than Carp. Ant rushed over, and the warring states had no choice but to fight. The other party is a figure of the 4 emperors level, so as soon as he comes up, the warring states period directly starts the Buddha mode. The warring states period with the big Buddha mode turned on was no worse than Anti's, even a little taller. Facing the ant, he was not polite, and directly waved a palm with a shock wave. In the face of the warring states period, Anti's confidence was much stronger, and she was also confident that she could block the attack of the warring states period. As the ability of Soul Fruit, Anti's ability is not only able to deprive other people's souls. You can also inject the soul into the body of people or animals, and let them obey her. Of course, natural elements like lightning and wind can also be injected into the soul. And this is also the source of Ant's attack moves. Facing Sengoku's attack, Anti was also rude, letting flames and electricity surround her fist. Then one punch. Ant's fist and Sengoku's slap collided together, and the huge shock wave formed not only caused the two to retreat. Even the navy and pirates around them were affected. Warring states. Charlotte Lingling handed over to me to deal with, you go to help others. At this time, Garp's voice sounded, and he said to Sengoku while rushing towards the ant. Although the strength of the warring states is also very strong, it is definitely not as good as him. Although it is possible to compete with Ant, it is still very difficult to defeat the opponent. Carp's idea is that he will deal with the ant and win the opponent in the fastest time, so that he can help other people together with Sengoku. After all, although the 4 emperors can be blocked by the high-end combat power of these navies, but the low-end combat power is still better than pirates. The 3 disasters under Kaido, those children of Big Mom, are not vegetarians either. Although he can deal with them, but after all, the number of them is a bit large, and he can't win them quickly. Let warring states stop them, although warring states is not necessarily their opponent, but if you want to hold off, it is still possible to cooperate with some other naval powerhouses. And he can defeat the ant as soon as possible to help the warring states, which is the most suitable. If Carp knew an idiom, he thought it fit his plan. That is Tianji horse racing. As a wise general, Sengoku immediately understood Garp's plan. He nodded, and stopped tangling with Anti, and wanted to leave. You guys, stop Garp for me. 35. The ant naturally wouldn't let Garp succeed. She shouted loudly at her children and the 3 disasters under Kaido. She doesn't want to fight Garp. The ant's children naturally obeyed the ant's words. Although they also knew that Garp's strength was very strong, they still rushed to Garp. And the 3 disasters are not the subordinates of the ant, so there is no need to obey the other party's orders. You 3, stop Garp too. Just then, Kaido gave an order. He fights 2 admirals alone, and can also issue orders for the 3 disasters. You can see how powerful he is. Chapter 75. The fact is also true, although Kaido fought against Kizaru and Aokiji alone, he was beaten more often. But because his defense is very strong, he can resist even Garp's iron fist. Therefore, Aokiji and Kizaru couldn't take him down for a while. The boss of his family has spoken, and the 3 disasters are naturally obeyed. Together with Big Mom's children, they rushed towards Garp. Although the strength of these people is not as good as the emperor and the general, but together, they can also compete with the emperor and the strong. Garp was held back and couldn't get to Sengoku for a while. No way, he can only solve the enemy in front of him first. At this moment, he was very envious of the mysterious person who appeared before. He doesn't need to be as strong as the other party, even if he has the flying ability of the other party, he can fly to the ant very quickly, and he won't be blocked by these people now. Although Garp's strength is strong, it is not easy to feel the cooperation of the 3 disasters and even the children of the ant. If it weren't for other naval powerhouses coming to help, it is impossible for Garp to deal with so many people by himself. However, even if someone helped, it still turned into a tug of war. The current situation, the tug of war, is very unfavorable for the Navy. Dad, it seems that this time the Navy is going to be hit hard, and it is very likely that it will be destroyed. Through the telescope, Marco and others were able to see what was happening on Marin Van Do. The current situation is very unfavorable for the Navy. Hearing Marco's own words, although Whitebeard didn't say anything, he became a little curious in his heart. Navy, can you get help from the thugs? With the passage of time, the Navy has completely fallen into the disadvantage. Kaido fought against Kizaru and Aokiji alone. Although they couldn't beat the two of them together, it was also difficult for the two of them to take him down. The battle between Warring States and Big Mom has not yet been decided. Both of them have injuries, but they can continue to fight. The only good thing is the battle on Garp's side. Among the three disasters, two have already fallen to the ground, and some of the ants' children have also fallen to the ground. However, Garp and they are not feeling well. Garp was also injured, and most of the naval powerhouses who helped him fell to the ground. As for those low-end combat power, not to mention, the morale of the original Navy has not recovered yet, and on the pirate side, the morale of each one should not be too high. In this case, how could the Navy have any chance of winning? Looking at the fallen Navy one by one, the Warring States period was completely broken, but there was no way. He was dragged by the ant, and there was no way he could help. It is useless to draw high-end combat power. If the Navy loses too much low-end combat power, the Navy will be abolished. After all, the Navy does not rely solely on their high-end combat power. More, isn't it still those ordinary Navy soldiers? You're in trouble right now, do you need help? It was at this time that suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of Warring States, making Warring States stunned for a moment. That is, at this moment, the ant seized the opportunity and sent the Warring States away. But at this time, Sengoku's attention was not on the ant. He was puzzled, where did this voice come from? You, who are you? I'm the one who can help you, do you need someone to help you with this crisis? Although I don't know who you are, if you can really help me, I need it. Ding! The thug quest has been generated. Help Sengoku and solve this naval crisis. 35. Bai Yi, at all members, here comes a new mission, those of you who want to grab it can prepare it. Beerus, great, finally a new mission. Xiongpa, the people of the 6th universe, this time, do my best to snatch it, and I can't let the people of the 7th universe take it away. Beerus, Xiongpa, you're just joking, we didn't try our best to snatch that mission. If you say that it's useful, then the last mission should have been taken away by your people from the 6th universe. Already. Whis, Lord Beerus, for now, let's focus on the rush mission first. Beerus, oh yes, I can't miss a good opportunity to grab a quest just to argue with Xiongpa. Bai Yi, since you are all ready, I will send the task to the group. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta, the thug, for grabbing the mission. Vegeta, good. This time I got the quest. 39. Monkey King, Vegeta, your luck is so good, I envy you so much. Xiongpa, damn it. Why did the people from the 7th universe grab the mission again? Beerus, okay, although it's a pity that it wasn't me who grabbed the mission, but as long as it wasn't someone from Universe 6 who grabbed the mission, it would be fine. Beerus, at Xiongpa, so I said, those words you said are useless, we all try our best to grab the task, whoever can grab it depends on luck and seriousness. Bai Yi, you two are true, you have to fight for this kind of thing. At Xiongpa, the number of people in your 6th universe in the group is less than the number of people in the 7th universe, so the 7th universe can fight. The probability of reaching the mission will definitely be higher than that of the 6th universe. Bai Yi, by the way, you are from the 6th universe. At present, I want to invite people to join the group, and all of them have already joined the group, so at least for a while, there will be no people from the 6th universe. Join the group. Xiongpa, at group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, can I ask why this is? Beerus, Xiongpa, does Lord Baiyi want to invite someone to join the group? Do you still need to give you a reason? Xiongpa, I didn't mean that. 39. Baiyi, there is no special reason. For some reason, I did invite a little more people from the 7th universe. Baiyi, of course, you don't need to feel sad, Xiongpa, because I invite people from the 6th universe, which is considered a lot. 99. Baiyi, for most of the rest of the universe, except for God of Destruction and angels, I will not invite others for the time being. When the level of the thugs group increases, the number of people who can be invited will increase, and I will invite all the people I should invite. After coming in, I will invite the remaining people who have not been invited into the group 5. Xiongpa, so it is, I know, Lord Baiyi. Seeing Lord Baiyi's words, Xiongpa felt a lot better. Lord Baiyi has said that there are many people in his 6th universe, and some universes, apart from the God of Destruction and angels, will not invite other people to join the group for the time being. In this way, the people of his 6th universe are actually the second most numerous in the group. Although there are not as many as Universe 7, Lord Baiyi has said that for some reason, more people from Universe 7 are invited to join the group. And as Beerus said, what is the reason? Does he deserve to know? Baiyi, okay, at Vegeta, hurry up and finish the task, and be a little gentler to the employer. 35. Baiyi knew Vegeta's temperament, so he specifically asked. Vegeta, I see, Lord Baiyi. As the portal opened, Vegeta stepped into it and disappeared. But seeing him disappear, Bulma and Trunks on the side were not too surprised. They also knew about the group of thugs, and knew that as long as someone went to other worlds to complete the task, such a situation would occur. They had seen it once before when Krillin went to complete the mission. It seems that this time, it's their husbands, fathers, turn. Pirate World. Because he was hit by the ant, the injury of Warring States was aggravated. As a result, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with his ant. It was at this time that a black vortex appeared suddenly, attracting the attention of many people present. Most of the navy present had seen Quelling descend before. So when they saw this familiar scene, they were shocked. Could it be that the previous situation is going to happen again? And the pirates present were seeing it for the first time, and they didn't know what was going on. This is... Looking at this familiar picture, Sengoku couldn't help but think of the last war with the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, there was also such a black vortex, and then a mysterious person appeared from it, helping the Whitebeard pirates, which brought a huge blow to the navy. Could it be that this time, he is here to help the pirates again? If that's the case, then the navy is really done. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Vegeta walked out of the portal. Who is the Warring States? Vegeta glanced at the people present and asked. He only knew the employer's name, but he didn't know what the employer looked like. I am the Warring States. Vegeta looked at Sengoku, and then appeared beside him. Vegeta's sudden appearance startled Sengoku and made him even more nervous. Because he remembered that the mysterious man who helped the Whitebeard pirates did the same thing. You're the employer, aren't you, and I'm the thug who's here to help you this time. 35. Vegeta remembered Baiyi's instructions, and tried to speak to Sengoku in a gentle tone. Ask for flowers 0. Hit, beater. Warring States was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly understood one thing. Shouldn't it be that the mysterious man from before was also a thug called by Whitebeard? I don't know this gentleman, do you know a short man with not very long hair in a red dress? Sengoku described Krillin's appearance. As for why Krillin is wearing red clothes. Because when Krillin came to the pirate world before, it happened to be when he attended Bulma's birthday party. He was wearing casual clothes, just a red dress. Hearing Sengoku's description, Vegeta knew who the other party was talking about. I know him, he and I come from the same place, but not as strong as me. 5. Really? Hearing Vegeta's words, Sengoku can be sure. Before, Whitebeard must have invited thugs, so he could reverse the situation. But this time, he invited the thugs. He has seen the strength of the thug before, and it can be said that it is powerful beyond this world. And the thug in front of him said that the previous thug was not as strong as him. You can see the strength of the opponent. With the help of the other party, this time the crisis of the Navy can be said to be solved. I'm here to help you solve this crisis. I don't know what your requirements are. How do you need me to solve it? This is what Vegeta learned before. Before completing the task, ask the employer what are the requirements and brush the employer's favorability. 0.0. I hope you can destroy all these pirates who attacked the Navy headquarters. Yes, the ones wearing the same clothes as me are the Navy, please don't do anything to them. Worried that Vegeta didn't know which ones were pirates and which ones were Navy, Sengoku specifically asked. He knew very well that the thug in front of him was absolutely capable and wiped out everyone present, including the Navy. Therefore, in order to prevent accidental injury, it is very necessary to specifically ask a sentence. Vegeta looked at the surrounding Navy and pirates and nodded. This condition of the employer is also very satisfactory to him. Because the employer wants to destroy, not defeat. The former, he can kill, and the latter, he can't kill those pirates. For him, slaughtering is definitely easier than just defeating. It is not surprising that the Warring States period made this request. Since he has invited a powerful helper, and this helper has the strength to eliminate all the pirates present. So why not ask them to do it? Once the pirates lose 2-4 Emperor pirates, it will definitely cause a shock. At that time, the strength of the pirates has been weakened a lot, which is very beneficial to the Navy. Vegeta glanced at everyone present, including Kaido and Big Mom. Those who were swept by Vegeta could not help but get goosebumps, as if they were being targeted by some ancient beast. Kaido and Big Mom looked at Vegeta with serious expressions. Ant no longer entangled with Sengoku, and hurried to Kaido's side. And Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru also came to the Warring States side. They looked at Vegeta up close, although the mysterious man who suddenly appeared was a little short. And just standing there normally. But for some unknown reason, they felt a very strong sense of oppression from each other. And Sengoku also revealed the identity of Vegeta. Only then did Garp and the others know that this mysterious man came from the same place as the mysterious man who killed Akainu and rescued Ace. Dead. The vision caused by Mr. Kling's appearance has reappeared. And just like Mr. Kling last time, there was also a person who came out of that black vortex, but it was not Mr. Kling. And that person, standing with the Warring States period. The appearance of Vegeta was naturally seen by Marco and others. They hurriedly said to Whitebeard. What? Hearing Marco and the others, Whitebeard hurriedly stood up, took the binoculars and looked at it. When he saw Vegeta, although he hadn't seen the other party, he knew that the other party must be from a group of thugs, a thug in the group of thugs. And this thug is now standing with them in the Warring States period. In other words, they were invited by the Warring States period. Whitebeard rejoices. Sure enough, he knew that when the Navy was in crisis, it was very likely that he would get the help of the thugs. He didn't get involved in this matter, he was right. 1. Chapter 76. Now you understand what I said to you before. Whitebeard looked at his sons and said. Whitebeard's words reminded Marco and the others that Daddy had said before that they might see Mr. Kling again, or someone from the same place as Mr. Kling. Now, sure enough, there is a man from the same place as Mr. Kling. That is to say, Dad knows where Mr. Quelling and the people who are now around Warring States came from. Dad, do you know where Mr. Kling and this mysterious person who has appeared now come from? Yes, I do know, not just me, but Ace too. Ace also knows. Marco and the others looked at Ace. Dad knows, they're not surprised, but why does Ace know too? Dad, do you mean that the mysterious person who appears now is also from a group of thugs? 35. Hearing his father's words, Ace understood. Although Ace is not the employer, Luffy also told him about the thugs before. After all, it was a group of thugs who saved him, so it's not too much to know who the savior is. The thugs? What is that? Sounds like a place about thugs. What a thug is, Marco and the others all know. Before they joined the Whitebeard pirates, some of them had also been thugs. But what this group of thugs is, they don't know. After all, in the pirate world, there is no such thing as a chat group. The thugs are a very mysterious and powerful place. You just need to know that before we were able to successfully rescue AI-010 and inflict heavy damage on the Navy, it was Mr. Kling. As for Mr. Kling, he comes from the thugs. You should have already seen his strength 5. So now you understand why I don't want to join forces with Kaido and the others. 35. I'm just worried that if I push the Navy in a hurry, the Navy will get the help of the thugs, because at the beginning, Ace's younger brother and I both had the help of the thugs. While talking, Whitebeard couldn't help but praise his wit in his heart. If he really teamed up with Kaido and the others before, he could wait to die now. Facing the thugs, he didn't even have the confidence to resist. But now it's good, he doesn't need to face the thugs, it's perfect. It turns out to be like this, no wonder you rejected Kaido's proposal without any hesitation, Daddy, not to join forces with him. 35. I am afraid that the Navy will get the help of the thugs, and if we are enemies with each other, it will bring disaster to our Whitebeard pirates. Yes, don't look at us as the Whitebeard pirates, but let me tell you, in the eyes of some people, killing us is just a casual thing, very simple. You have seen how easy it was for Mr. Kling to kill Akainu. Dad, if we are to join forces with Kaido, will the thugs see that you are the previous employer and let us go? I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious and want to ask. I don't know about this either, if the person who came is Mr. Kling, it may still be possible. But the person who came here is not Mr. Kling, so I don't know if the other party will see Mr. Kling and my former employer's face and let us go. 99. But I think there should be a high probability of not, because these thugs are neutral, and whoever is their employer, they will help whoever. 99. Although I was an employer before, but I am not now, and it is meaningless for us to talk about it now. Anyway, we are not involved, and we don't have to be afraid to face each other. 5. That's right, but since the Navy got the help of the thugs, then this time, Kaido and Big Mom are planted. Yeah, I think the Navy will definitely let the thugs wipe out the two of them, as well as their pirate group. After today, there will be 2 fewer 4 sovereigns, and the pattern on the sea will undergo huge changes. Look, they seem to be about to start. Enter Marin Vando. Sengoku and the others kept a distance away from Vegeta. In fact, they were standing beside Vegeta, and the faint sense of oppression on the other side made them very uncomfortable. Moreover, under the order of the Warring States period, all the navies gave up the confrontation with the pirates and all returned. Although Vegeta knows which are the navy, but when the time comes to fight, if the pirates and the navy are too close, it is very likely that they will be accidentally injured. And all the pirates all retreated behind Kaido and Big Mom. The 2 camps are separated, and there is only one person among them. Vegeta. Who are you? Are you a helper from the navy? Kaido looked at Vegeta and asked. Although Vegeta was very short in front of him, for some reason, he felt a threat from the other side. It's like the person in front of you can kill him. What nonsense are you talking to him? He was called by the Warring States period, and he must be the helper of the navy. Since it is the helper of the navy, we will destroy it together. The ant on the side didn't feel anything special about Vegeta. Especially since she is taller than Kaido, Vegeta is no longer a dwarf in front of her, just like a toy. Big Mom is very upset that Vegeta obstructed her fight with Sengoku. Because she fights with the navy later, she is likely to fight Garp. Although Garp is injured now, his stamina has also consumed a lot. But if it is about to fight, she still has no confidence that she can beat Garp. Originally, he had a good fight with the Warring States period, but he was hindered by this very small guy in front of him. Ant's heart, that's called a bad mood. So, Auntie moved first. Flames and electricity covered her fists, and a thunderbolt hit Vegeta. She used this trick to fight the Warring States evenly before, and she didn't believe that this guy in front of her could be blocked. Big Mom's fist soon came to Vegeta, and Vegeta just stood there, motionless, as if sluggish. The people on the pirate side believed that Vegeta was too late to react, and they seemed to have seen the scene of Vegeta being severely injured or even killed by a punch under this move by Big Mom. The Navy, on the other hand, is not worried at all. They now know Vegeta's identity. This is from the same place as the mysterious person last time, and even the existence of strength is higher than the other. Although the ant's attack is powerful, in front of the opponent, it is nothing more than that. As for why he didn't hide, it was probably because he was disdainful. Sengoku and the others guessed right. If you look closely at Vegeta's expression, you can see that in the face of Big Mom's attack, there is no fear on his face. Instead, there is a sneer of disdain. Ant's attack may be very powerful in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, there is no other adjective except weak. Even if there is, it is nothing more than very weak, very weak. Vegeta didn't even have the desire to hide from Big Mom's punch. At this time, Big Mom's fist has come to Vegeta. The ant is very tall, so her fist is also very huge, even much bigger than Vegeta's face. In the face of this, in the eyes of others, a sense of oppression and a powerful punch. Vegeta casually stretched out a finger in front of him. Then, Big Mom's fist hit Vegeta's finger. It didn't happen that the pirates imagined that Vegeta was seriously injured or even killed by a punch. Vegeta's fingers, in front of Big Mom's fist, were not even a toothpick. However, it was such a seemingly ordinary finger, but it blocked the punch of the ant, so that the fist of the ant could not move forward. And those flames and electricity wrapped around Big Mom's fist shattered the ground near Vegeta. But not even a single hair of Vegeta was knocked out. Block it! How is this possible? Mom's such a powerful punch was actually blocked by the opponents so easily. It is impossible for such a thing to happen. 35. The situation in front of me made the pirates under my ant unbelievable. Such an understatement to block ant's punch, even a naval admiral, or even a naval hero Garp, can't do it. Could it be that this sudden appearance is stronger than Garp? But how is that possible? Is there still such a strong man in the world? And it looks so young. Sure enough, we don't need to worry about the opponent's strength at all. The thugs from that mysterious group of thugs are all monster level. Yet, with him around, the crisis in the Navy can be said to have been lifted, and even the two major four Emperor pirates can be left behind. The pirates are unbelievable, and the Navy is ecstatic. The stronger Vegeta is, the better it will be for them. After all, the other party is here to help them. You little ant, how could you stop my punch? His own attack was blocked, and the ant couldn't believe it. In her eyes, Vegeta is just a little ant, but now this little ant can actually block her punch. How could she not be surprised? Big Mom punched again, but this time, before her attack came to Vegeta, Vegeta's finger flicked on her previous fist. Although it was just a random shot, Vegeta also weakened a lot of power. But the ant still felt that her fist was hit by an incomparably powerful force. Then, a sharp pain spread from her fist all over her body, and her whole body flew out uncontrollably. Vegeta flicked it at will, sending the huge ant flying away. Anti fell into her own pirate group and killed a lot of pirates. He is so small, why does he have such great power? 9. I saw it very clearly just now, that person just flicked on Mom's fist, and Mom was thrown away by him. How could he have such a powerful force? Looking at Vegeta's small size, many pirates don't understand why he has such a powerful power. In fact, using body shape to judge a person's strength and strength will only appear among ordinary people or weak people. In the case of weak strength, body size can indeed determine the strength of strength. But when the strength is strong to a certain point, it does not look at the body shape. It does not mean that a person with a tall body is necessarily strong in strength. And people who are short in stature must be weak. If you have any other skills, use them all. My first time in other worlds, let me have fun. Vegeta looked at the group of pirates in front of her and said with a sneer. With his strength, he can wipe out all these pirates with a single wave. But that makes no sense. It was the first time he came to another world, so he could have fun and relax. Staying with Beerus, I have been cultivating all the time, or I will learn from that guy Kakarot. Occasionally change the flavor. And he remembered that when he watched Krillin's live broadcast before, he found that although the people in this world are not strong, they have all kinds of interesting abilities. Still can bring him some fun. You guys, give it all to me. The ant stood up from the ground, angry with shame, and shouted to the pirates under her. There was a constant pain in her fist, and it was uncontrollable. She knew that her fist had been abolished. So, she's going to make Vegeta die. She's going to make Vegeta feel fear, and then use the fruit power to deprive him of his soul. 0.1 Ant's order made her pirates look at each other in dismay. The scene of Anti being kicked off by Vegeta just now is still vivid in my mind. The other party has such a strong strength, they go up, and there is not much difference between sending them to death. They also know what Big Mom wants to do. She wants to use the number to consume each other to death. No matter how powerful the opponent is, his physical strength must have a limit. With so many of them, they will definitely be able to exhaust each other's physical strength. But the problem is, whether the people who rushed up in front can survive or not is a big problem. The ant wants to use their lives to consume each other to death. What are you still doing? Are you trying to disobey me? Seeing that the pirates under her command did not move, the ant was immediately angry. She killed some pirates nearby and roared loudly. Among the pirates she killed were her children, but she still killed them without hesitation. Due to Ant's deterrence, her pirates had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush up. And Kaido didn't act. He knew from Vegeta's easy ejection of Big Mom that the opponent's strength was very strong. Even he may not be able to withstand the opponent's attack. Therefore, since the ant wanted to use her subordinates to consume the opponent's physical strength, he watched from the sidelines. Anyway, it was not his subordinates that were consumed. Seeing the many pirates rushing towards him, Vegeta smiled disdainfully. Want to drain his stamina with numbers? When the strength is strong to a certain extent, the number of people has no meaning, unless it is not much different from his strength. It is possible to be consumed by the number of people. It's a pity that these people are far from having such strength. Chapter 77. Vegeta has no interest in these miscellaneous soldiers. He mainly wants to see what the abilities of the two leaders are, Kaido and Big Mom, and whether they can let him have some fun. However, because the employer's request is to eliminate all the pirates. Therefore, these miscellaneous pirates are also his target. The first pirate rushed in front of Vegeta, raised the knife in his hand, and slashed at Vegeta. Vegeta let the opponent's knife slash on him, he stretched out a hand and put it on the opponent, and then, an energy ball condensed. Then, the energy ball pushed the pirate and flew out, flying into the crowd, and the energy ball burst. The huge explosion devoured these pirates and directly wiped out most of the pirates that rushed over. The remaining pirates were completely frightened, their feet were shaking, and they couldn't take a step to rush to Vegeta. With one move, so many of them were wiped out. Such a monster, the number of people has no meaning at all. Kaido, let's join forces. 35. After being exterminated so many subordinates, Auntie also woke up at this moment. Although she does not take the lives of her subordinates seriously, if she loses too many subordinates, it will also be a blow to her. Therefore, she looked at Kaido and wanted to join forces with Kaido to deal with each other. Kaido nodded and picked up his mace, while Big Mom took out her weapon. Kaido and Big Mom have a combined skill called Ba High, which is very powerful. The two of them stood side by side, swinging their weapons in Vegeta's direction at the same time. A powerful shock wave rushed towards Vegeta. The power of this move is enough to destroy everything in a large area in front of the two of them, and the power is very powerful. Even Garp, Sengoku, and the two admirals of the navy saw this move, and their faces were solemn. If it was replaced by them, it would be impossible to resist this combination of Kaido and Big Mom. This is the combination of the two four emperors. In the world, there are almost no people who can stop it. Of course, excluding the thugs in the thugs group, these monsters, with a casual blow, have such power. Vegeta felt 22 hit the shock wave, but he still didn't move, not even blocking it. Just this shock wave, the aftermath of the battle between him and Kakarot, I don't know how many times stronger than this. However, since this move was made by the two of them together, it is estimated that it is the strongest move of the two. What he saw in the live broadcast before, the ability of those people to transform themselves into elements, it is estimated that these two people are gone. In this case, it is meaningless, let's fight quickly. Vegeta dodged and disappeared in place, appearing beside Big Mom. Let's start with her. Vegeta's speed is too fast, he has already come to the ant, and the ant has not reacted. In other words, no one responded. Afterwards, Vegeta punched out and hit the ant's head, directly knocking the ant flying out. Vegeta's punch directly blew half of Anti's head and smashed Anti into the sea. The ant's huge body smashed into the sea, causing the sea to shake violently. Even the sea water was shaken up high. The ant who lost half of her head is not dead yet, but she is already dying, let alone in the sea. She only felt that she was weak, and her vitality was running wildly. Even his vision began to blur. Although the ant's strength is very powerful, she is the fourth emperor, but she is also a devil fruit ability. One of the weaknesses of devil fruit power users is sea water. Even if the ant is in her prime, if she falls into the sea, all her powers will be sealed and she will feel weak. Not to mention being beaten half of his head by Vegeta. Big Mom's huge body began to sink into the sea, and a blood red spread from under her. Before being completely swallowed up by the sea, the ant regretted it a lot. If she had known such a thing would happen, she would not have come with Kaido. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Old Daddy, Big Mom, was punched in the head by that gentleman, and was also thrown into the sea, and now it has sunk into the sea. 35. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who were watching the battle from a distance, felt the shaking caused by Big Mom falling into the sea. They, who were watching the whole time, naturally knew how this movement came from. Although I know that the thugs who are from the same group of thugs as Mr. Quelling are definitely very powerful. But when they saw that Vegeta killed one of the four emperors with a casual punch, they couldn't help but be surprised. That is the four emperors. The existence of the same level as their father. But now, it was simply beaten to death by someone. This impact is even greater than the impact of killing Akainu by Mr. Krillin at the beginning. After all, Mr. Kling killed Akainu very easily. But it wasn't as simple as it is now. Anyway, he used a punch and a powerful energy attack. And now this one, that one punch killed one of the four emperors. Fortunately, Dad didn't listen to their chatter, and followed Kaido to attack the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, the fate of the ant is their fate. Even the Phoenix Marco, whose vitality and recovery ability are very strong, does not have any confidence that he can block the opponent's punch and not die. Since the other party can blow Ant's head with one punch, he can still blow his head, even easier. He doesn't have the confidence to go with Anti, who has a harder head than anyone else. And if his head was blown, he would still die. Although the Phoenix has a strong recovery ability, it is not really immortal. If you are hit in the fatal part, you will still die, not to mention your head will be shot. Wait a minute, look. The sea water that was shaken by Big Mom didn't fall down, there is a problem. After Ace's reminder, Marco and the others also discovered that the seawater that should have fallen long ago did not fall, but formed a tsunami. The ant smashed into the sea, and although it caused a lot of movement, it has not yet reached the point of forming a tsunami. So, there must be something wrong here. The problems that Ace and the others discovered were also discovered by Sengoku and others. Needless to say, the only one who can cause this is the ant. Because only she fell into the sea. And the fact is also true, before falling into the sea, the ant used her last strength to inject all the souls she had collected into the sea. Ant can control those things that she has infused into her soul, including sea water, by infusing her soul. And this is the tsunami formed by the ant's consumption of all her soul, which is bigger than the tsunami she has formed before. This is her final blow to Vegeta before she dies. The tsunami that Anti created before she died was too huge. There are thousands of meters in height. If this tsunami raged down, even the entire Marin Vando would be destroyed under this monstrous wave. This is also the last thought of the ant before her death. She not only wants to kill Vegeta, but also let everyone in Marin Vando be buried with her. Damn it! I didn't expect Big Mom to create such a huge tsunami before he died. Looking at the huge tsunami that stretched over 1,000 meters, the expression on the warring state's face was unsightly. If this tsunami falls, the entire Marin Vatican will definitely be destroyed in one fell swoop. Not only that, the people above, who can survive, are absolutely few and far between. In the face of such a huge tsunami, let alone those devil fruit capable people. Even someone like Garp who doesn't have the power of devil fruit can't resist. Because of the huge impact of this tsunami, I will be shaken to death. It is even possible that there will be no bones left. Aokiji, can you freeze this tsunami? Warring States looked at the green pheasant beside him, and asked with some anticipation. To say that who can deal with this tsunami now, there is only Aokiji. His frozen fruit might be able to freeze this huge tsunami. This tsunami is really too big, even if I use all my strength, it is impossible to freeze all of it, at most only a part of it. Moreover, if only a part of it is frozen, but not all of it, it is meaningless, because the frozen place will also recover due to the huge impact. Aokiji said helplessly. Although he can freeze the sea water, it is really too difficult for him to freeze such a huge tsunami. Even if he tried his best, he could only freeze a third of it at most. And the point is, if it's not completely frozen, then even if it's partially frozen, it doesn't make any sense. Because there is no frozen seawater, it will carry a strong impact and shatter the ice cubes that have frozen the seawater. So, unless you can freeze the entire tsunami at once, it doesn't make any sense. Aokiji's words made Sengoku's face even more ugly. But he also knew that although the green pheasant was strong, it also had limits. If the other party can really freeze the tsunami of thousands of meters, then his strength has far exceeded the strength of the naval admiral. Because of the huge strait, the sea level began to shake violently, and even marine fanduo began to vibrate. Those pirate ships that were taken by Kaido and their subordinates also swayed left and right under this huge tsunami, and were even destroyed a lot. Faced with such a huge tsunami, both the navy and the pirates fell into panic. If a tsunami of hundreds of meters rushes down, the range is very huge. They can't escape at all. That old woman, she's going to bring me such a big trouble when she's dying. Looking at this huge tsunami, Kaido's face was also very ugly. He can escape himself, but his subordinates will definitely die under the tsunami. But it is impossible for him to block the tsunami. Not to mention whether he can block it or not, even if he can block it, it will consume a lot of his physical strength. He was already having a headache now because of the strong man invited by the navy. If he consumes too much physical strength to block the tsunami, it will be even more difficult for him. So after thinking about it, Kaido decided to give up his subordinates and run away by himself. If his subordinates are gone, he can recruit again, but if he himself is gone, then there is really nothing left. Kaido used his fruit ability, turned into a huge blue dragon, and flew into the air. Seeing this scene, Vegeta has some interest. A person turned into a dragon? Interesting, I didn't expect this world to have such an ability. This was the first time he saw that a person could actually become a dragon. Still kind of weird. I just don't know if the old woman who was beaten to death by him has such ability. But it doesn't matter whether there is or not, the other party is already dead. 010. That guy Kaido wants to run away by himself. He can turn into a blue dragon, and he can indeed escape the attack of the tsunami, but the people under him are finished. If he doesn't escape, he'll be done for himself. On the Whitebeard pirates, Marco and the others also saw Kaido turn into a blue dragon. They quickly understand what Kaido wants to do. They will not believe that Kaido is trying to block the tsunami, so the only purpose is to escape. Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, has the ability to fly and can indeed escape the attack of the tsunami. However, this tsunami is really huge, and I don't know if Dad can solve it. 35. You think too much of me, this tsunami is beyond my ability. Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others, and said helplessly. His Whitebeard is not strong enough to ignore everything. Such a huge tsunami, in the entire pirate world, no one can stop it. However, although I can't stop it, no one in our world can stop it. But it doesn't mean that no one can do anything about the tsunami. Whitebeard looked at Marin Fando, mainly at Vegeta above, and said, "Yes, with that gentleman here, we should be able to solve this tsunami. I just don't know how he will solve it." Enter Marin Fando. Kaido is ready to escape, and the navy and pirates are in all kinds of chaos. That's right. 35. Sengoku suddenly slapped his head. Although they have no way to take this huge tsunami, but someone has a way. Mr. Vegeta, could you trouble you and help us solve this tsunami? Sengoku looked at Vegeta and said loudly. Now, only this Mr. Vegeta can solve this huge tsunami. And he believes that the other party has this ability. Can. Vegeta nodded and did not refuse. Even if the warring states did not say anything, he would still take action. Although he didn't take the tsunami seriously, others couldn't. If the tsunami comes down, he will be fine, but everyone else, including the employer, will die. When the employer is dead, who will he ask for a 5-star review? And maybe his mission will simply fail. Although he didn't know the punishment for failing the mission, he knew that he should not be able to bear the punishment. Therefore, he will solve the tsunami first. As long as he solves it, the employer's favorability will definitely be higher, so is there any problem with the 5-star praise? As for the guy who escaped, it will not be too late to solve it later. If you escape, where can you escape to? Chapter 78. The tsunami of thousands of meters was already close to Marin Fando at this time. The huge tsunami, just by looking at it, gave people a strong sense of oppression. If it falls down, then the entire Marin Vatican can become history. Although Vegeta promised Sengoku to solve the tsunami, most of the navy was still very panicked. Especially the navy with devil fruit abilities. The sea water was their nemesis, and now they are facing such a huge tsunami. If it wasn't for their strong psychological qualities, they would have been frightened long ago. But even if not, it is estimated that it will leave a big psychological shadow in my heart. Compared with the navy with devil fruit ability, those navy without fruit ability are better. But not much better. Although they are not afraid of sea water, they can't bear such a huge tsunami rushing down. In the face of such a huge tsunami, it makes no difference whether it is a devil fruit power user. In the end, he'll die anyway. The navy was in a panic, not to mention the pirates. It can even be said that the panic on the pirate side is stronger than that on the navy side. The pirates on Big Mom's side, because this tsunami was caused by their mother. It can be said that they are full of despair. Unexpectedly, they did not die in the hands of the navy, nor did they die in the hands of the powerhouse invited by the navy. In the end, he would actually die at the hands of his mother. How can this not make people feel hopeless? And the pirates under Kaido are not much better than those under Big Mom. Although this tsunami was not caused by their boss Kaido. But the problem is, their boss Kaido, in front of them, escaped. This means that they were abandoned by their boss Kaido. This feeling of being abandoned by others, but also by the boss who is loyal to him. It's so bad. It's also really disappointing. Countless pirates were panicked and wanted to escape, thus triggering a tragic stampede. Many pirates did not die under the tsunami, but died at the feet of their own people. Mr. Vegeta, it's all up to you. 35. Seeing the tragic appearance of the pirates, Sengoku looked at Vegeta's back and said. He has put all his hopes on Vegeta. Although the situation on the navy side is much better than on the pirate side. But that's because they know that this huge tsunami has Vegeta to deal with. If Vegeta can't deal with it and is known to other navies, the warring states period can imagine that the situation of the navy will never be any better than that of pirates. In the face of life and death and despair, whether it is a navy or a pirate, it is actually the same. They are just a group of ordinary people who do not want to die and are afraid of death. The only one who can stop this tsunami now can only rely on the thug from the thug group. I just don't know how he will solve it. Marco and the others looked at the tsunami that was about to rush down, and said curiously. In addition to curiosity, the more is to be happy. From the appearance of the thugs, until now, they have been thankful that Dad didn't bring them to mix with Kaido and the navy. Otherwise, they will now face this huge tsunami. Kaido can turn into a blue dragon and escape, and Marco can turn into a phoenix and fly away. But others can't escape. And they also know that even if Marco can escape, he will not escape. He must have chosen to die with them. I think he should use his powerful strength to push the tsunami back. Such a huge tsunami, it is unrealistic to want it to disappear like this. At most, let it calm down. If that's the case, does our pirate ship need to go back a little bit? Such a huge tsunami wants to calm it down and not hurt Marin Vando. The most likely way is to let it fall backwards. But if this is the case, the impact it will cause will definitely affect our side as well. Yeah, Dad, do we want to go back a little bit on our ship? To avoid being affected when we get there. Hearing the words of his sons, Whitebeard thought about it and nodded. He also didn't know how the thug would solve the tsunami. If it is really like what his sons say, it will really spread to their side. If a tsunami of that level smashed down, even if their ship was some distance away from Marin Vando, it would definitely be affected. Even, the resulting movement will not be small. Therefore, under the instructions of Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirate ship retreated for a distance. At this time, the tsunami had already smashed down towards Marin Vando, and everyone except Vegeta had a bad look on their faces. They were fine in the Warring States period, but their faces were also a little nervous. As for the other pirates and navy, most of them even had expressions of despair on their faces. On Vegeta's face, there was a sneer of disdain. Then, he stretched out a hand to aim at the tsunami, an energy ball condensed in his hand, and then flew towards the tsunami. This move of Vegeta made Sengoku and others a little confused. Could it be that this Mr. Vegeta just wanted to stop the tsunami? Although his attack is very powerful, even his attack can disperse the tsunami. But that was only scattered, at most it was to disperse the power of the tsunami. But a tsunami of this level, even if its power is dispersed, is enough to destroy the entire Marin Vatican. Vegeta's attack collided with the tsunami, and a huge explosion appeared, sending thick smoke billowing into the tsunami. Everyone looked at the thick smoke. Behind the thick smoke, there was a huge tsunami. They didn't think that just such a move could stop the tsunami. They were completely desperate at this time, just waiting for the tsunami to continue rushing down. However, after waiting for a while, they found that the tsunami did not come down. When the smoke cleared, they saw a scene that stunned them and would never forget them even in this lifetime. The tsunami that is as high as thousands of meters, the tsunami that carries huge power and rushes down. Now, it has actually disappeared. If it weren't for the wreckage of the pirate ship that was destroyed by the tsunami floating on the sea. It was as if the huge tsunami that was enough to destroy several Marin Vandos had never happened before. Tsunami, tsunami gone. What's going on? Tsunami, why did it suddenly disappear? At this time, the surviving navy and pirates were thinking about such a question in their minds. Even Sengoku, Garp, and others were a little dazed and didn't know what happened. Garp, what did you see just now? Why did the tsunami suddenly disappear? How can I see that the tsunami was blocked by thick smoke just now? However, if such a huge tsunami suddenly disappeared, and we haven't felt anything yet, then there is only one possibility. What is possible? Mr. Vegeta's blow directly vaporized the huge tsunami. When he said this, Garp's voice trembled a little. Because this possibility is really too scary. Such a huge tsunami was evaporated in a short moment. How much energy does it take to do this? Unimaginable, simply unimaginable. One blow, vaporized such a huge tsunami, this. Sengoku wanted to say it was impossible, but he also knew that what Garp said should be correct. Because why would the tsunami disappear if it wasn't evaporated? Even if it is smashed in the opposite direction, it will definitely produce a huge movement, and even the entire Marin Vatican will shake violently. But they didn't feel that way just now. That is to say, there is only such an explanation. Although I know that the thugs are very strong. But this power is too strong. It is no wonder that Mr. Vegeta said that his strength is stronger than that of the thug who appeared before. If this was replaced by the thug who killed Akainu before, it probably wouldn't be possible. If Vegeta knew what Sengoku was thinking, he would definitely tell him that he thought Krillin too weakly. Not to mention Krillin, who is now fused with Sun blood and can transform into even the previous Krillin. It is not difficult to do this. The previous Krillin, although weak, was also a star killer. It's just a 1,000-meter height tsunami. Is it difficult to solve it? And if Whitebeard and the others were here now, they would also tell them in the Warring States period, and what Garp said was right. During the Warring States period, they were blocked by thick smoke, so they couldn't see what was going on. But the people behind the tsunami could see clearly. Although Whitebeard did not see Vegeta attack. But they saw that the tsunami that had already rushed down suddenly exploded with a huge explosion, and then a thick smoke appeared in front of the tsunami. And those of them on the back of the tsunami saw that the energy generated by the explosion directly swallowed the tsunami. They even vaguely saw that there were wisps of white smoke appearing, like water vapor. Combined with the previous situation, it is not difficult to guess that the huge tsunami has been evaporated into water vapor. Even under normal circumstances, a large tsunami will be evaporated into water vapor, which will produce a large amount of water vapor. But only vaguely seen. It can be seen that more seawater is directly evaporated completely, and even water vapor is not formed. From this, we can see how much power is contained in that blow. If this attack hits them, it is true that even the ashes will not be left behind. And the only ones who can perform such a powerful attack are the thugs in the thugs group. To be honest, I have thought about how the thug will deal with this tsunami. I even thought about several possibilities, but I didn't expect that it would be so simple and rude. Yes, but this method can only be done if the strength is strong to a certain extent. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence in this world. Marco and the others thought that this group of thugs existed somewhere in this world. Who told you those thugs were from this world? At this time, Whitebeard said. Dad, what do you mean? Although you may not believe it, this mysterious group of thugs, and the thugs in it, come from other worlds. What? And other worlds? That's right, or do you think that if they were people from this world, they would have no information at all, so mysterious? Yeah, too. Whitebeard's words made Marco and the others feel very reasonable. Indeed, if they really had such a powerful existence in this world, they even formed an organization. There can be no news at all. Unless, these thugs are not people from these worlds. Although these thugs actually come from other worlds, there are other worlds besides their world. This incident surprised Marco and the others. But on second thought, it makes sense. No wonder whether it is Mr. Kling before, or this thug who has appeared now, the strength is so strong. It was from another world. That world must be a very powerful world, so there are such powerful fighters. So, Kaido's escape didn't make any sense. He thought he would die under the tsunami, but it didn't. 55. Even though, what got it, I think Kaido escaped not only because of the tsunami, but also because of the thug. If he continues to stay, he will definitely die at the hands of the other party, so the appearance of the tsunami just gave him a chance to escape. 5. I just don't know if Kaido will be able to escape from the hand of that thug. I guess it's difficult. Don't forget, since Mr. Kling can fly, then this thug should also be able to fly. And with the opponent's strength, even if Kaido escapes early, he will definitely catch up soon. Yeah, let Kaido run away for a few minutes, and you can still catch up. Marin Vando. After the tsunami was resolved, the faces of the Navy and the pirates showed the excitement of the rest of their lives. Mr. Vegeta, thank you for saving us. Sengoku, Garp, and the others walked up to Vegeta and said gratefully. This is a request from your employer, and I will naturally satisfy you. There's another guy who just escaped, and I'm going to get him back now. No need, Kaido has escaped for so long, and he doesn't know where he has escaped, so let's forget it, we have received enough help from you. This is the sincerity of Sengoku. Originally, he asked Vegeta to destroy all the pirates. But after the tsunami just now, he discovered that nothing is more important than his own life. Vegeta has saved them all, and has killed Big Mom too. This has already helped them a lot, and if they still help them catch Kaido, then they will feel very embarrassed. Escape? Where can he escape to? I said, I will meet your employer's request. you asked me to eliminate all the pirates before, and it has not been completed yet, then my task is not completed. Chapter 79. How could Vegeta not see that the employer Sengoku said that because Kaido had already run away and felt that he could not find the opponent's position? If he really doesn't know where Kaido is, then maybe that's it. But the thing is, he knows. From Kaido's escape to the present, it has always been in his perception. Where Kaido escaped, he could say it was clear. Since this is the case, it is natural to continue to fulfill the previous requirements of the employer and wipe out all the pirates. Wait a second, I'll deal with all these pirates first. Vegeta didn't go after Kaido first, but set his sights on the other pirates. Anyway, knowing where Kaido is, you can chase it anytime. Now, let's get rid of these miscellaneous soldiers first. Otherwise, when he went to chase Kaido, what would he do if he escaped? With so many pirates, it is impossible for him to remember all of their anger. Therefore, it is better to eliminate these pirates first. All right. Seeing that Vegeta insisted on destroying all the pirates, Sengoku didn't say much. But the heart is full of emotion. Look at the attitude of people doing things, it is called a meticulous. What is this called? This is called professionalism. Seeing that Vegeta was paying attention to them, the pirates who were still glad that they survived, panicked one by one. Their previous attention was completely focused on the tsunami, and they forgot that there is a person who is more terrifying than the tsunami. Although they didn't know how the tsunami disappeared, they knew that the person who made the tsunami disappear was the helper invited by the navy in front of them. Now this person is coming to deal with them, how could they possibly stop it? At this moment, the panic expressions on the faces of these pirates were stronger than when the tsunami came before. Last time though, there was Vegeta addressing the tsunami. And this time, no one helped them stop Vegeta. Although there are still quite a few pirates left, the number is completely meaningless under Vegeta's attack. Soon, all the pirates, not a single one left, disappeared from this world. Vegeta's attack was still too strong for the people of this world. Even letting these pirates leave a corpse can't be done, and the ashes are directly raised. After solving these pirates and sensing Kaido's position, Vegeta flew directly towards Kaido's position. The scene where Vegeta flew away did not surprise Sengoku and the others. They are also the ones who have seen the big scene now. And 010 hasn't seen someone fly before, isn't it strange that the thugs in the thugs can fly? Not at all. They also knew that Vegeta left to capture Kaido. Although they don't know where Kaido is now, but since Mr. Vegeta is going to catch Kaido, that means he knew it. As for how they knew it, they didn't know, and they certainly couldn't understand it anyway. The other side. The blue dragon that Kaido transformed into is flying desperately. His destination wasn't his sight, the island of ghosts, but he was flying around randomly, wherever he went. It would be stupid to go back to the island of ghosts at this time. Although Marin Fando has a tsunami crisis, it is possible that with the help of that mysterious and powerful guy, he will get through this crisis. Of course, he hoped that the tsunami would be smashed down, and it would be best to destroy the entire Marin Fando. But if not, when the Warring States period comes, they may let that helper go to the island of ghosts to find him. So, at this time, the island of Oni is very dangerous. He went to other places to hide for a while. If Marin Fando was destroyed, then he could go back naturally. But if it was not destroyed, then he would have to consider and change to another site. However, what Kaido didn't know was that above him, there was someone flying just like him. This dragon is far worse than the dragon summoned from the Dragon Ball. But it's interesting that he was made from a man. Vegeta looked at the blue dragon that Kaido turned into below, and compared him to the dragon in Dragon Ball. It's definitely incomparable in terms of size. But this is changed by people, which is very unusual. Unexpectedly, people in this world can not only turn themselves into natural elements, but also turn themselves into dragons. I don't know if it can be turned into something else. What abilities do you have, the dragon you've become, use it for me to see. Vegeta's voice sounded from above, startling Kaido. He looked up quickly and saw Vegeta was looking at him above his head. How is this possible, you can actually fly? Kaido was going to be dumbfounded at this point. Why does the person in front of me fly? And it seems that it doesn't use any fruit ability. Before I take you back, use all the abilities of the dragon you turned into, otherwise you will have no chance. Vegeta didn't care about Kaido's surprise at this time. He was only curious, what abilities the opponent who became a dragon had. Anyway, it is definitely impossible to make a wish, and I don't know if there are other interesting abilities. Hearing Vegeta's words, Kaido also recovered from his surprise, looking at Vegeta with a very ugly face. Since the other party will appear here, it means that the tsunami crisis of Malinfando has been lifted. And more importantly, he has been flying for a while, but the other party can still catch up and know where he is. You must know that after escaping Malinfando, he didn't fly straight forward, but circled several times in the middle. Now, even he himself doesn't know where he is. But the other party was still able to find him, indicating that the other party had any way to find his whereabouts. In addition, the opponent's speed is faster than his own. If you want to get rid of the other party, and even live without fear in the future, the best way to do it once and for all is to kill the person in front of you. Although the strength shown by the other party before made him very shocked, and even made him feel the threat of death. However, killing the other party is the only way. Thinking of this, Kaido looked at Vegeta, then opened his mouth, and a pillar of fire appeared and flew towards Vegeta. This is Kaido's move in the state of the Blue Dragon, Heat. The power is so great that it can level a mountain. Kaido in his Blue Dragon form is much stronger than his human form. So Kaido thinks that it is still possible that he can kill each other. The heat hit Vegeta, causing an explosion, and Vegeta was engulfed in flames. Seeing this scene, Kaido laughed proudly. No matter how powerful the opponent is, under his own move, it is impossible for him to be unscathed. Only the next moment, Kaido's smile froze on his face, and it was a little too early for him to be happy. A figure emerged from the flames, and as the flames disappeared, Vegeta reappeared in front of Kaido. Unscathed. How is this possible? I can turn a mountain into ashes with one move, how could you be unscathed? Kaido's unbelievable voice sounded. As the four emperors, his concentration was originally very powerful. But the scene in front of him still shocked him. Even his move just now can't do anything to Vegeta. But at least get hurt a little. This unscathed appearance makes him very shameless. If Kaido knew how Vegeta dealt with the tsunami, it would be even more shocking. Anything else? Vegeta also wanted to see more of Kaido's abilities. The blow just now, to be honest, didn't bring him any surprises. Take it, pick it up. Needless to say, Kaido also continued to launch a savage attack on Kabgita. He opened his mouth again, but this time, many wind blades came out of his mouth. This trick is Kaido's bad wind. These wind blades are extremely sharp, and each wind blade is enough to tear a person's body. But Kaido knows, that's not enough. Therefore, Kaido swirled his body while using the wind blade. Under the rotation of Kaido's huge blue dragon's body, many tornadoes appeared around. The combination of the tornado and the wind blade also increases the power of both. Oh! Interesting. This time, Vegeta was somewhat interested. He was used to seeing those energy attacks in Dragon Ball World. Before Kaido's heat, there was no difference in essence from those attacks, so he had no interest. But this time, Kaido can actually create a tornado, and he can also send out a series of wind blades from his mouth. It was the first time he had seen such an attack. I won't talk about the power, but it's interesting. With this ability, in summer, it will not be hot. After all, a natural wind like this is more comfortable than the cold air of an air conditioner. That's right, Kaido is comparable to a natural disaster level attack. In Vegeta's eyes, it can only be used to heat up in summer. Those tornadoes blowing on him only made him feel a little cooler. Those wind blades hitting him can only make him feel a little colder. The difference between the two is that the tornado is continuous, while the wind blade is intermittent. Kaido attacked desperately, even if he saw that his own attack could not break Vegeta's defense, he kept attacking. Then, seeing Vegeta's somewhat enjoying expression, Kaido immediately chose, run. This can't be beat at all. All his attacks are useless to the opponent, how can he fight? Kill each other? Who can kill such a monster? In Kaido's view, the probability of his success in escaping is higher than the probability of him killing the opponent. However, for Vegeta, the two probabilities are actually the same. It's all zero. Seeing Kaido running away, Vegeta knew that the other party had no means and could no longer bring him any fun. Your toy is still unqualified. Vegeta sneered, appeared on top of Kaido's head, and then stepped on it. Kaido only felt that his head was about to be stomped on, and a huge force spread from the top of his head to his whole body, and the whole person fell down uncontrollably. Kaido didn't fall into the sea, because there was an island right below. Kaido smashed into the island, causing the island to shake a few times. Kaido, who fell to the ground, changed from a blue dragon form back to a human form. The two dragon horns on his head have been broken. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Kaido's head is sunken. He was in a daze all over, but the severe pain in his head made it impossible for him to faint. At this time, Kaido's heart is full of fear. This is the fear of death. Although he has been committing suicide, he even went to challenge the other 4 emperors and the navy alone, all kinds of suicide. But when it came time to face death, he was still terrified. He didn't have this feeling in the past because he knew that he would never die. But now, there is someone who can kill him. Vegeta came to Kaido, did not kill him, but took him back to Marin Vando. Since the employer asked him to kill all the pirates, it means that there must be some deep hatred between the employer and the pirates. That being the case, taking this person back and killing him in front of his employer would be considered a relief to his employer. In this way, employers should be more satisfied. When Vegeta brought Kaido back to Marin Vando, everyone's eyes were on him and Kaido he was carrying. Seeing Kaido's tragic appearance, Sengoku and others can imagine what kind of heavy blow Kaido suffered. You know, Kaido's defense is very powerful. Although Kaido has been captured several times before, he has even been sentenced to death dozens of times. But every time he was executed, he could not be killed. Poke with a spear and the spear will break. To be hanged, the chain will break. Put on the guillotine, and the guillotine will also be crushed. Even if the admiral of the navy shot, although it could cause damage to him, it would be difficult to kill him. It can be seen how powerful Kaido's defense is. But now Kaido has 2 broken horns on his head, and even his head is sunken. It looked as if it had been stepped on. If this kick is on other people and kills a general, it is estimated that there is no problem. No, there is definitely no problem. There is only one pirate now, kill him, and my mission will be completed. Saying that, Vegeta kicked out again and kicked Kaido. During the Warring States period, Garp and others could clearly hear the click. Looking at Kaido again, he's out of breath. Good guy, he kicked one of the 4 emperors to death, or Kaido the Beast. Moreover, there is not even a last word. Although they and Kaido are enemies, it is still a bit sad to see Kaido's end. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be a kind of luck to be able to die in this way at the hands of Vegeta, the thugs of the thugs. At least one body remains. Those miscellaneous pirates who died at the hands of Vegeta, but even their ashes were raised. My task has been completed. If you feel satisfied, please give me a 5-star praise. By killing Kaido, Vegeta's mission is truly accomplished. Hearing Vegeta's words, Sengoku naturally nodded desperately, although he didn't know what the 5-star praise was, but if he could give it, he would definitely give it. Chapter 80. It was at this time that the Warring States saw a pirate ship in the distance. Where the red hair pirates were before, the pirate ship had disappeared. And this pirate ship is the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, but it seems that it has withdrawn for a distance. In Sengoku's heart, an idea appeared, that is, let Mr. Vegeta destroy the Whitebeard pirates. If the pirates lost 3 of the 4 emperors at once, it would definitely cause a very big chaos dash. At that time, their navy seizes this opportunity, and it is possible to destroy all the pirates. But after thinking about it, the Warring States still gave up. Because the other party can also summon thugs to help. Even, earlier than he summoned. Don't say whether this Mr. Vegeta will take the other party's face as the previous employer and let them go. Even if they don't let it go, the Whitebeard pirates will see that they are in crisis. He also looked for a group of thugs for help, and summoned a thug to help. The final result will become a battle between the two fighters of the fighter group. Not to mention whether there will be a fight. If it does, with the strength of these thugs, it will definitely destroy the world. Maybe at that time, the whole world will be destroyed by them. Warring states did not doubt whether the thugs and the thugs had the ability to destroy their world. There must be. It would really be a tragedy if this really caused the two thugs to go to war in their world. Therefore, Sengoku gave up the idea of dealing with the Whitebeard pirates. Even, in the future cannot have such an idea. On the Whitebeard pirates, Marco and the others were shocked when they saw the eyes of Sengoku looking at them. They thought of a terrible possibility. Dad, the warring states looked at us. You said, will he let that thug man deal with us? Yes, Daddy, if warring states really does this, then we can't stop it at all. Marco and the others were very worried, knowing that the thugs invited by the father had killed a Navy admiral. It can be said that there is a great hatred between them and the Navy. Now that there are thugs in the Navy, it is really possible that the warring states period will let the thugs deal with them. And once the warring states really did this, they would have no resistance at all in the face of that powerful thug. Probably not. 35. Compared with the nervous Marco and others, Whitebeard will appear much calmer. Because, the things that warring states can think of, he naturally also thought of it. If warring states dares to let goons deal with him, then he can also summon goons to help. At that time, once the two thugs fight, what kind of navy, what kind of pirates, and even the whole world will be destroyed. Therefore, the warring states should not make such a decision. Hearing Whitebeard's explanation, Marco and the others were also relieved. Indeed, it was as if the Navy could call in goons for help. So can their dad. You glanced over there. Do you want me to help you eliminate the pirates over there? Vegeta saw Sengoku's eyes. He also saw the Whitebeard pirate ship, and it was much clearer than what Sengoku saw. No, Mr. Vegeta, I have no more requirements. As for the 5-star praise you said, I will definitely give it to you. Okay, if you need help next time, you can find me again. As long as you give me a 5-star review, I can help you settle anything. After speaking, Vegeta chose to return and left the world of pirates. After Vegeta left, Sengoku also came to the Whitebeard pirate ship with Garp and others, and saw Whitebeard. And signed an agreement with Whitebeard. That is, in the future, between them, the well water will not violate the river water, and try not to cause any conflict. Whitebeard knew why the warring states period signed such an agreement, and he did not refuse. Because now, both sides can get the help of the thugs, and no one can do anything about the other, and it is their world who will be hurt in the end. Shaking hands and making peace is the best way. Of course, Vegeta doesn't know about this, he has returned to the Dragon Ball world. Ding! Congratulations to Vegeta for completing the task, getting points, 800,000. 35. Ding! Congrats to Vegeta for her 5-star praise and a lucky draw, 5. Sun Wukong, okay, Vegeta, you really got a 5-star praise from you. Vegeta, why, Kakarot, are you surprised that I got a 5-star rating? Sun Wukong, I didn't mean that, I was just worried that with your temper, you would offend the employer. Vegeta, just kidding, I am very gentle in front of my employer, how can I offend my employer? Sun Wukong, gentle Vegeta, I really want to meet you. Krillin, Goku, it's a pity that you didn't attend Bulma's birthday party before, otherwise, let alone the gentle Vegeta, even in front of Lord Beerus, you can see the obedient Vegeta. Vegeta, at Krillin, are you looking for death? I have completed the task and gained points now, I want to beat you, but it's easier. Luo. Monkey King, Vegeta, don't say that, Quelling, although I haven't seen you being a docile man, I have seen you as a good husband. Monkey King, how dare you hit my Bulma, smile. Vegeta, when you said this to Lord Beerus, you were really handsome. 39. Vegeta, Kakarot. Are you looking for death? I have gained points now, and I will improve my strength faster than you, and you will not be my opponent in the future. Vegeta, you wait for me. When I improve my strength, I will defeat you first. Krillin, speaking of which, the gap between me and Vegeta in completing the mission is too big. I also completed a hidden mission. The total points obtained are not as many as Vegeta's points for this mission. Krillin, the points after the upgrade are really many. Piccolo, yeah, so it's possible that those who complete the task in the future will be rewarded with millions of points directly. At that time, they can directly buy Sun bloodline, and there is no need to draw a lottery 5. Beerus, speaking of the lottery, Vegeta, hurry up and see what you can get. Beerus, alternatively, let me help you to draw the lottery. My luck is still good. I also got good things in the lottery before. Xiongpa, although what you have drawn is good, it is still a little different from the number 17 in your universe. He has directly drawn a combat power improvement card. Number 17, at Vegeta, if you let me draw for you, I'm also willing, and I don't charge you a fee, how about it? Monkey King, Vegeta, can you let me draw too? I really want to try the feeling of drawing, I haven't drawn it once. Tianjin Rice, actually, I haven't smoked it once, and I really want to experience it. Xiongpa, come on, you guys, at least you people from Universe 7 have grabbed missions, but my people from Universe 6, including me, haven't even grabbed missions. 99. Caulifla, why is this quest so difficult? It's even harder than getting stronger. Kyr, sister, if I grab the task later, then I'll give it to you. Caulifla, no, Kale, the task you grabbed is yours to complete, and I have to rely on my own efforts to grab the task. Seeing Kyr speak, Bai Yi suddenly remembered. There is a Broly in the 7th universe that needs to be transformed. In the 6th universe, there is also Kyr who needs to be transformed. Although Kyr's strength is far inferior to Broly, she also has a super bloodline. At that time, it would be embarrassing if she really grabbed the task and ran away when she completed the task. Bai Yi, at Xiongpa, at Bados, you too, then bring Kyr to you to practice, help her to control her power, and don't let her run wild. Xiongpa, run away? At Group Owner Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, what does this mean? Weiss, Lord Bai Yi, is it possible that this Kyr is in the same situation as Broly? Bai Yi, yes, she is in the same situation as Broly, but her strength is not as strong as Broly, so it is easier for her to control her own power than Broly. Caulifla, what's going on? What's the same situation as Broly? What are you talking about? Is there something wrong with Kel? Vados, at Weiss, brother, what the hell is going on? Tell me about your old sister. 35. Weiss, it's like this, in our 7th universe, there is a Sun named Broly, his power is very powerful, but there is a problem, that is, he can't control his power and will run wild. Weiss, once he goes berserk, he will lose his senses, and attack indiscriminately, until he destroys everything. Flowers 0. Weiss, so, in order to allow Broly to complete the task normally, Lord Bai Yi asked me to help him control his power. Now Broly has been in control very well, as long as it takes a while, he will it's in full control. Vados, it turns out that this is the case, it should be dealt with properly. Xiongpa, at Group Leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, don't worry. I'll bring Kyr over immediately and let her practice on my side. Vados, Lord Bai Yi, I will help her control her power too. Caulifla, I remembered. That's exactly what happened to Kyle. She's been so violent before that even I wanted to attack. 35. Caulifla, at Kale, your situation really needs to be changed. If you don't solve this problem, then if you really grab the task and go berserk when you complete the task, it will not only failure to complete the task will also harm the employer and the world in which he lives. Kyle, I know, sister. Vados, at Kyr, you don't have to be nervous, with my help, you will soon be able to fully control your power, and then your power will become very powerful. 35. Kale, at Bados, thank you. 35. Sun Wukong, wait a minute, if that's the case, then Kyr, she's also a Sun. Krillin, Really? Bai Yi, it's not surprising. Universe 6 and Universe 7 were originally corresponding universes. Universe 7 has Xuans, isn't it normal for Universe 6 to have Xuans? 35. 0. Bai Yi, not only Kair is a Xuan, but Califla and Gabe are also Xuans. Otherwise, you think, why I invited them into the group is because of their potential. Bic, that's the case. So, Lord Bai Yi will invite me, Quelling, Tianjin Fan and Gaixianren to join the group, and he also sees our potential. Seeing the news of Bic, Bai Yi wanted to say, he thought too much. The reason why he wanted to invite Piccolo, Quelling, and the others into the group was simply because of his feelings. However, now Krillin has obtained the blood of Xuans, soaring into the sky. Maybe Piccolo and the others will have such an opportunity in the future, but it is also a potential stock. But then again, as long as you can get a strong bloodline, everyone is a potential stock. Bai Yi, okay, Vegeta, you can draw the lottery, or you can find someone to draw for you. 35. Monkey King, Vegeta, ask me to help you draw. We have been good brothers for many years. Vegeta, Kakarot, a word for you, get out. Krillin, so Vegeta, are you going to smoke it yourself? Vegeta, no, I decided to get someone to draw for me. Monkey King, Vegeta, who do you want to draw for you? Beerus, ahem, I think my luck is good, and I'd be happy to help you. King Quan, I am me. This lottery is so interesting, I want to draw too. 35. Vegeta, at group owner Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, if you are not in the thugs group, can you also draw a lottery? Bai Yi, yes, you just need to give him the chance to draw, and he can draw for you. Bai Yi, so, you think I'm not someone in the group to help you draw? Vegeta, yes, Lord Bai Yi. Although Vegeta also wanted to draw by himself, he was not so confident in his luck. But he believed that one person's luck should be good. Bulma, are you free now? I need your help with something. That's right, Vegeta wants Bulma to draw for him. What's the matter? Bulma looked at Vegeta and asked very curiously. Later, Vegeta told her about the lottery. This is very interesting. Dad, let me smoke it for you. Trunks on the side heard it and said very excitedly. What are you messing around with as a child? Vegeta pushed Trunks aside and handed the lottery chance to Bulma. But why don't you smoke it yourself? I think your luck is better than mine, so I want you to help me draw. Trunks watched his parents throw dog food there, feeling like an accident. Okay, then I'll help you draw, but first, if the things I draw are not good, you can't blame me. Don't worry, how could I blame you? Trunks. Chapter 81. Ding. Congratulations to Bulma for winning the lottery, getting rewards, combat power upgrade cards. Monkey King, Vegeta, you actually asked Bulma to help you draw a lottery. Vegeta, what's the matter, can't you? 35. Turtle Immortal, Bulma's luck is good, the combat power upgrade card, although not the best thing, but it can directly improve the strength, it is already very good. Vegeta, of course, my wife's luck, could it be bad? Krillin, I knew this earlier, my first lottery draw was also made by my wife for me. Number 18, yes, so why didn't you ask me to give you a lottery before? 99. Krillin, I didn't know that at the time. Califla, at Quelling, I saw you say before that if you completed a hidden task, then you are equivalent to completing 2 tasks, and you can draw the prize 013 twice. Caulifla, if that's the case, then you can smoke by yourself once, and let your wife smoke once. Krillin, didn't I say it? At that time I didn't know if I could find someone in the group to smoke. Kling, also, although my first draw wasn't very good, my second draw was useless. Number 18, I know this, you told me that you took the second chance to draw a lottery and exchanged Xun blood with Lord Bai Yi. Number 18, it's not a loss for you to do this. Even if you asked me to help you draw a lottery at that time, I would let you exchange with Lord Bai Yi. Number 17, wait, number 18, what did you just say? What do you mean by saying that Quelling and Lord Bai Yi exchanged Xun blood? Number 18, it's literally, your brother-in-law has now acquired the blood of usse, and has become usse blood. Number 17, this is also possible. Gabe, get the usse blood and become usse. At Krillin, Mr. Krillin, that means you were not usse before? Krillin, yes, I used to be a human being from Earth, but now I have become usse after I acquired the blood of usse. Caulifla, I didn't expect usses to be transformed in this way. Caulifla, but, at Krillin, why do you want to become usse? Isn't it bad that you were some Earthling before? Krillin, because usses are very strong, and they can transform, their strength will become even stronger. Caulifla, the usses will transform? What do you mean? Sun Wukong, at Carifura, your usses in the 6th universe, won't you transform into a super usse? Caulifla, super usse transformation? What is that? We won't. 35. Piccolo, it seems that there is still a big difference between the usses of the 7th universe and the usses of the 6th universe. Gabe, at Sun Wukong, Mr. Sun Wukong, I don't know what you mean by super usse transformation, what is that? Vegeta, it's in the mall, see for yourself. Vegeta, it's been a while since you joined the thugs group, haven't you seen the stuff in the mall? Caulifla, we don't have any points, and we can't afford a single item in the mall, so why should we look at it? Monkey King, but you can first look at the things in the mall to see what you want, and then go to collect points. 99. Vegeta, okay, take your time, I'm going to use the combat power upgrade card now. Vegeta, by the way, since Bulma's luck is good, let her help me use it, maybe my combat power will increase a little more. Bulma, this is a combat power upgrade card. As long as you use it on me, I can improve my combat power. Vegeta gave Bulma the power-up card and wanted her to use it on herself. Although Trunks was very interested, he knew that his father would not let him help. It is good. Bulma nodded, and then used the combat power upgrade card on Vegeta. Then, Vegeta only felt a very powerful force appear. He also knew how much combat power the combat strength upgrade card had boosted him. An increase of 1.5 times. Be aware that this is a 1.5 times improvement. His current strength is not multiplied by 1.5, but by 2.5. Because this is on the basis of his original strength, and the strength has been increased by 1.5 times. Therefore, his current strength is 2.5 times that of the previous one. At present, the combat power improvement card of this level, the maximum multiple that can be improved is twice. That is, your own strength multiplied by 3. He is now able to increase 1.5 times, which is already very good. Sure enough, Bulma was lucky. If he is allowed to use it himself, then he does not have the confidence to increase it by 1.5 times. The strength has improved so much all of a sudden, making Vegeta feel that the training that he had worked so hard before seemed to be meaningless. With those products in the mall, it is much easier to improve your strength. And he still has 800,000 points, so he has to buy the power of Chi to improve his strength. Monkey King, at Vegeta, Vegeta, have you used your combat strength card? How many times has your strength increased? Krillin, I think, Vegeta shouldn't have used the combat power upgrade card himself, but let Bulma use it for him. Vegeta, you know me quite well, yes, I asked Bulma to help me use the combat power upgrade card, as for the enhanced combat power, I am still very satisfied. Vegeta, Bulma deserves to be my wife, luck is good. Monkey King, so Vegeta, how much has your strength improved? Vegeta, not much, it's just 1.5 times higher, my current strength is more than double what I was before. Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, my current strength is stronger than that, and I can finally beat you by 0.1. Krillin, Bulma's luck is really good. I remember that the same thing was drawn on the 17th, but he only improved his strength by 50%. 5. Number 17, you, a guy who didn't even get a combat power upgrade card, come to me. Krillin, but I got the Usse bloodline, which is better than the combat power upgrade card. Number 17, it's as if you drew the Usse bloodline yourself. Number 18, number 17, how are you talking to your brother-in-law? Krillin, number 18, it's fine, what number 17 said is right, if I draw it myself, I probably won't be able to draw anything good. Monkey King, Vegeta, your luck is really good, you have improved your strength so much in one fell swoop. Beak, it's Bulma's luck, what's his business? Chapter 82. Piccolo expressed puzzled, Vegeta can improve so much strength, it all depends on Bulma. Sun Wukong, but if he hadn't grabbed the task, he wouldn't have gotten the chance to draw a lottery. Beak, yeah, being able to grab the mission is already a good luck. Xiongpa, the strength is directly more than twice that of the previous one. The speed of this strength's improvement is too fast, and I really want to feel it. Beerus, if you want to feel Vegeta's soaring strength, you have to divide it into 4 steps. Luo. Beerus, the first step, you have to grab the mission first, the second step, you have to get a 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. The third step, you have to draw a combat power upgrade card. 4 steps, after you have drawn the combat power upgrade card, you have to increase your strength by at least 1.5 times. Beerus, but unfortunately, you can't even take the first step, so if you want to experience this feeling, you can just sleep, and you have everything in your dreams. Elephant Paw, Beerus, don't be too complacent. Since you can grab the quest, I can definitely grab it too. Beerus, then 22, come on, and also, don't be lazy for what Lord Bai Yi told you to do. If your Kyra from the 6th universe has something wrong when he completes the task, this will be a problem. Responsibility, you can't afford it. Elephant Paw, Beerus, you don't need to say more, I know. 35. Bai Yi, in short, so far, those of you who have gone to complete the task have performed well. Bai Yi, by the way, Vegeta has completed the task, so the fighter rankings will also be updated. Afterwards, the people in the group saw that the ranking on the leaderboard had undergone some changes. As soon as Vegeta was on the list, it was directly ranked 2nd. And Krillin, who was originally 2nd, dropped to 3rd. Bick, who was originally 3rd, fell out of the top 3 and fell to the 4th position. Krillin, why is Vegeta's ranking so high all of a sudden? He and I both went to the same world to complete the mission, and I also completed one more hidden mission than him. Kling, why is he ranked higher than me? Vegeta, what, do you have any questions about Lord Bai Yi's ranking? Kling, no, of course not, it's just that I can't figure it out. 99. Bai Yi, this ranking is not made by me, but the ranking made by the thugs group based on your completion of tasks, difficulty, etc. I am only responsible for updating them. Bai Yi, of course, if you can't figure it out, I can also explain it to you. 99. Bai Yi, although you and Vegeta both went to the same world to complete the mission, and even you completed the hidden mission, but in general, Vegeta's mission this time is more than your 2 missions combined. It is difficult, so his ranking is naturally higher than yours. Vegeta, that's it, Krillin, I remember that you were helping those pirates back then. Your original mission was to save people, and your hidden mission was just to kill a person in the navy. Vegeta, but for my mission this time, it killed a lot of pirates, and even 2 of them were as powerful as the navy you killed in the hidden mission. Vegeta, then my ranking is higher than yours, what's the problem? Krillin, I guess so. Xiongpa, Beerus, what mission did you accomplish in the first place? Why do you always occupy the top spot? Beerus, my original mission was to help the people of one world get their planet out of another planet's gravitational circle, and then help them get the planet to their destination. Xiongpa, that's it? Isn't this task very easy? Why do you take the top spot? Beerus, Xiongpa, you don't even think about it, this task is indeed very simple for us, but for some people in the group, it is very difficult, or even impossible to complete. 99. Beerus, when I completed the task before, it was always in the universe. We gods have no problem in the universe, but there are still some people in the group who cannot survive in the universe. Xiongpa, yes, but I don't think the human beings who can't survive in the universe are too strong. Xiongpa, just like Hit, the strongest killer of my 6th universe, he can survive in the universe, and his strength is also the strongest among the human beings in the 6th universe. You are right, she's special. I can indeed survive in the universe, but whether my strength is stronger than the ancestor of the 6th universe, I don't know, maybe there are other beings stronger than me. 99. Xiongpa, you are the strongest killer in the 6th universe, don't be so unsure of your own strength. Beerus, oh? Xiongpa, I don't really agree with what you said before, who said that people who can't survive in the universe are not strong enough. Then you really don't know Xian's strength. Caulifla, that is to say. We Xians can't survive in the universe, but our strength is very powerful. Vegeta, the last person who underestimated our Xians, his grave grass is already several feet tall. Xiongpa, why, do you want to touch me, the god of destruction? 013 Beerus, why, haven't you seen the various transformations of Xians in the mall? I tell you, even I want to get Xian blood. Beerus, why do you want to touch your god of destruction, why, do you want to touch me? Caulifla, at Xiongpa, I think you'd better take a look at the mall, I only know now that we Xians can transform so powerfully. Xiongpa, look at it, I don't believe how powerful this mere Xian is. Beerus, so ignorance is really scary, and Xiongpa, the weakest god of destruction, how did you have the courage to be so confident in your own strength? Beerus, especially in front of Lord Bai Yi, Lord Quan Wang, and Lord Grand Priest, what's the use of your identity as a god of destruction? King Quan, how about, the god of destruction in the 6th universe, change it? Xiongpa, I was wrong. Lord Quan Wang, I just made a joke with them. 35. King Quan, okay, in fact, I'm just talking about it. Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, while there is no task now, let's learn more. Vegeta, my strength has improved so much now that I can definitely beat you. Chapter 83. Vegeta's dream has always been to defeat Sun Wukong. But before, his strength has always been a little weaker than the opponent, so this dream has not been realized. Now, his strength has greatly increased, which is a good opportunity to defeat Sun Wukong. Quelling, at Vegeta, it's not fair for you to do this, you have completed the task and your strength has increased greatly, but Wukong has not completed a single task. Krillin, you can say that you are taking advantage of people's dangers. Piccolo, indeed, even if it is a real comparison, it will only be done after Goku has completed a mission. Piccolo, if Wukong completes the mission and doesn't get any combat power booster cards, then he can only blame him for bad luck. You have no problem fighting him. Piccolo, but now, Goku hasn't even completed a mission, you have to challenge, Vegeta, it's not like you. Vegeta, why, didn't I grab this mission by myself? I can greatly increase my strength now, and that's because of myself and Bulma's help. Vegeta, it's a power boost that I got through my own efforts, what's not fair? Vegeta doesn't mind using some means in order to defeat Sun Wukong. Of course, the means he used were limited to improving his own strength. I won't do any sneak attacks, I will attack while Sun Wukong is injured. This is the danger of taking advantage of people. What he wants is to fight Sun Wukong openly and above board after improving his strength. Like the original Majin Buu incident. In order to improve his strength and defeat Sun Wukong, Vegeta was deliberately controlled by the magician Babadai. At that time it might even be said that he used improper means. But this time, he was uprightly relying on his own efforts, and of course the help of his wife, to improve his strength. This is no different from before. Bulma helped him create a gravity chamber, and then he practiced hard in the gravity chamber. If the current situation is replaced by the past, it is equivalent to that. After he cultivated in the gravity room, his strength has greatly increased, surpassing that of Sun Wukong. What? Could it be that he still has to wait for Sun Wukong's strength to improve before going to fight with the opponent? The strength improved by his own efforts and the help of some foreign objects is not the strength improved by improper means. Why not let him fight Kakarot? Sun Wukong, okay Vegeta, your current strength has improved so much, if I fight with you, then my strength will definitely improve too. Sun Wukong doesn't care much about Vegeta's challenge. He also didn't care that Vegeta had to surpass himself. He just wants to fight a strong opponent and become stronger. What's more, if you really say transcendence, in fact, Vegeta surpassed himself once before. When he was fighting Beerus-sama before, Vegeta said the famous line, "How dare you hit my Bulma," but the power that erupted has surpassed him. Turtle Immortal, the boy Goku, he is only interested in fighting powerful opponents and becoming stronger. He doesn't really care if Vegeta surpasses him or not. Tianjin Fan, however, if that's the case, wouldn't Vegeta's heart be more uncomfortable? Tianjin Fan, Vegeta has always wanted to surpass Goku, but Goku never took this matter to heart. This is simply ignoring it. Tianjin Fan is right, after seeing the news of Sun Wukong and learning that Sun Wukong doesn't care at all. Vegeta felt unhappy in her heart. His dream has always been to surpass Kakarot, but the other party doesn't care at all. It made him feel as if he was humiliated. Krillin, the pattern, this is the pattern of Wukong. Wukong has always wanted to fight against powerful opponents and then become stronger. 55. Kling, who surpasses him, he doesn't care at all, maybe, he will be happy because he finally has the goal of fighting. Beerus, although I don't know what kind of love and hatred there is between Vegeta and Goku, but it seems that Goku's pattern is indeed bigger, in comparison, at Vegeta, your pattern should be smaller. Vegeta, I just want to surpass Kakarot, that's what I've always dreamed of. Xiongpa, at Vegeta, then I want to ask, if you surpass Sun Wukong and realize your dream, what do you want to do next, and what other dreams do you have? Vegeta, I'll talk about it later, maybe, after I defeat Kakarot, I'll concentrate on completing the task and make my strength stronger and stronger. 35. Vegeta, to prevent this guy from Kakarot from overtaking me again. King Quan, it seems very interesting, so can I watch the battle? When you went to complete the task before, I couldn't see the situation when you completed the task, it was a bit boring. Beerus, indeed, Lord Quan Wang is right, except that the first time Krillin completed the mission, the live broadcast was broadcast, so we could see the situation in another world. Beerus, we didn't broadcast the next few missions, so Lord Quan Wang and the others couldn't see the scene where we completed the mission. Bai Yi, that's right, that's it, when you go to complete the task in the future, you don't have to start the live broadcast. When there is a task coming, I will directly share the task screen to the group. Bai Yi, in this way, you can also know in advance what the situation of the task is like, and you can also know who the employer is, so you don't have to find the employer every time you go to other worlds. Who is it? A few times before, when people in the group went to complete the task, as long as the employer was not alone, they had to ask who the employer was. If you can let them know in advance the status of the task and who the employer is, that will make it easier for them to complete their tasks. Before these mission screens, only Bai Yi could see them. But if it can be shared in the group, other people in the group can also see it. In this case, even the person who completed the task later did not start the live broadcast. People in the group can also see how they have completed the task through the task screen. Xiongpa, thank you Mr. Bai Yi for sharing. Beerus, Xiongpa, don't you think that by flattering Lord Bai Yi, you can get the mission? Beerus, thank you, Lord Bai Yi. Lord Bai Yi really thinks about us. Chapter 84. When Beerus completed the task before, he appeared directly next to Lu Piqiang. So he didn't look for an employer, and he couldn't understand the second half of Bai Yi's words. Still, it's interesting to be able to see how other people are doing their jobs. As for Krillin, Vegeta, and the others, they all asked who the employer was. It's not a big deal to ask though. But they still feel embarrassed and unprofessional even if the employer doesn't know who it is, and they have to ask. Now, they can know in advance who the employer is. Then they can go directly to the employer without having to ask first. In this way, the impression to employers should be better. Bai Yi, then I will share the picture with you when the next mission appears, but there are no missions yet, you can do whatever you want. Beerus, at Weiss, if Vegeta is really going to fight Goku, create a space for the two of them and let the two of them have a good fight. Weiss, okay, Beerus-sama. Elephant Paw, so this is an infighting between thugs in the 7th universe? Interesting, Beerus, I'm going to watch the fight too. Xiongpa, by the way, just how powerful your thugs in the 7th universe are. Beerus, don't worry, it will definitely surprise you. My fighter in the 7th universe, 013, is much stronger than your fighter in the 6th universe. Xiongpa, oh? Really, your thugs in the 7th universe have completed so many tasks and their strength has greatly improved. This is normal. Xiongpa, however, even if your thugs in the 7th universe have mission bonuses, they may not necessarily be stronger than my thugs in the 6th universe. Xiongpa, I don't dare to say about the others, but Hit is definitely stronger than any of your thugs in the 7th universe. Beerus, really, since this is the case, then we can compare privately in the future to see which universe's thugs are stronger. Beerus, of course, if you really want to compare, all the thugs on the thugs rankings are from Universe 7, but I know that you will definitely say it's unfair, so let's compare our strengths in private, how about it? Xiongpa, but several of your thugs in the 7th universe have received bonuses from the mission, even if you beat my thugs in the 6th universe, it doesn't mean anything. Bai Yi, you 2 universes are going to have a private trial. I don't care about this, and I even agree with it. As for Xiongpa's concern, then let the thugs from the 7th universe who have not completed the mission play. Xiongpa, yes. Sure enough, Lord Bai Yi is smart. Beerus and I never imagined such a method. Beerus, indeed, Lord Bai Yi is not only powerful, but also very powerful in wisdom. Bai Yi, okay, let's talk about your affairs later, now there is a new task, and I will share the task screen to the group. Elephant Paw, great. Another mission. Beerus, I don't know what the mission world looks like this time, although I haven't seen most of the previous mission worlds. Vegeta, since the mission is here, then Kakarot, the battle between us, we will talk about it later. Now it is more important to grab the mission first. Monkey King, okay, Vegeta. I hope I can grab this mission. 35. After Bai Yi shared the mission screen in the group, the mission scene appeared in front of everyone. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and in the sky, there was a huge door. At this moment, the door is slowly opening. From the gap where the door has been opened, you can see that there is a deep darkness on the other side of the door. Anyone who sees it knows that if this door is fully opened, something bad will definitely happen. However, the people in the picture are not included. They looked at the door that was about to be opened in the air, not only did they not have any fear, there is even a look of anticipation on each of their faces. They were actually looking forward to the opening of this dark door. At this time, a figure turned somersaults, came to the door, put his hand on the door, and wanted to close the door. This figure is a figure in tights, with 2 eyes that look like salted duck eggs on his head. Sun Wukong, why are the human beings in this world so different? Some people look normal, but this one in tights looks very strange. Krillin, yes, his head is so strange, no, it should be said that his whole body is so strange, how come he wears a tight suit and looks strange? Bai Yi, strictly speaking, he is not a human being, he is called the Giant of Light, also called Ultraman, Ultraman Tiga. That's right, the source of this mission is the world of Ultraman Tiga. Bai Yi, however, he was also transformed by humans through light. 35. Piccolo, the Giant of Light? So he's huge? It doesn't seem like that. 35. Bai Yi, that's just appearance. In fact, he is at least 50 meters tall, and he can indeed be considered a giant. 99. Monkey King, 50 meters. That's really high. Beerus, so, since there will be such a giant in this world, it is really interesting. Bai Yi, actually, it's quite interesting to be able to receive thug tasks from thugs. Bai Yi, if it's not interesting, then there is no need for the help of the thugs. 35. Xiongpa, Lord Bai Yi is right, how could a world that can get the help of our thugs would not be interesting? Beerus, you can't imagine that. 5. Beerus, too lazy to tell you. Ultraman Tiga wanted to close the door in front of him. because he knew that once this door was completely opened, it would be a huge disaster for mankind. However, it is not easy to close a door that is about to open. Those who dare to rebel against God Kiriarod will be severely punished. Seeing that Ultraman Tiga was trying to close the gate of darkness, a man in a black robe said. Then, he opened his hands. Ultraman Tiga suffered several attacks and fell from the air. You suffer in front of stupid humans and then die miserably. A woman in a black robe also spoke. Later, she and the man in the black robe turned into a huge monster. This monster is not the Kirialord god they call it, but a Kirialord. However, this time, the Kirialords are even stronger than those who appeared before. Chapter 85. Ultraman Tiga and the Kiriarod fought, but they were not the opponents, and were quickly suppressed by the opponent. However, Ultraman Dija is not fighting alone, he still has a winning team. With the help of the victorious team, he slightly suppressed the Kiriarod and threw the opponent out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ultraman Tiga also quickly changed his form and turned into a red power type. It is also commonly known as the Big Ancient Happy type, or the arrogant form. Ultraman Tiga is obviously a mage, good at long-range warfare. But Daegyu prefers to use the power type to fight in close quarters. A good mage has completed a warrior, but there is no one left. Seeing Ultraman Tiga change his form, Kiriarod also changed his form. If the appearance of Ultraman Tiga's transformation form has only changed a color, the transformation form of the Kiriarod people is still a little big change in appearance. Not only does he seem to be wearing a layer of armor in front of him, but there is also a scimitar that derives from each of the wrists of both hands. Both sides changed their forms, and the Daegyu happy type was instantly unhappy. He was beaten even worse than before he didn't change his form. The Kiriarod's attack hit Ultraman Tiga, producing critical hits again and again. But on the other hand, Ultraman Tiga's attack hit the Kiriarod, as if scraping. Soon, the color timer in front of Ultraman Tiga began to flash red under the attack of the Kiriarods. Finding that his happy type was unhappy this time, Ultraman Tiga changed his form again and became a rarely used aerial type. Then, he flew into the air and wanted to go and close the door first. However, the Kiriarod has also changed, and two wings have grown behind him. He, who couldn't fly before, can fly, and his speed is faster than that of Ultraman Tiga in the air. The Kiriarod quickly caught up with Tiga and gave Tiga a heavy blow in the air. Tiga was beaten down and fell heavily to the ground. The Kiriarods, on the other hand, came to the door and wanted to speed up the opening of the door. As the door was opened more and more, a thick layer of fog began to spread, making the already dark sky even darker. At this time, Tiga suffered 2 and 3 heavy blows, lay on the ground, and was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Darkness, use light, must use light. Captain Megami immediately thought of how to save Tiga, that is to wake Tiga with light. The victorious team began to give Tiga the light, but all they could do was turn on the lights of the planes and cars to the brightest level. But these lights are simply not enough. No, these lights are simply not enough. Lena said in despair. For Tiga to wake up, the light needed far exceeds what they can provide. Looks like you're in trouble and need me to send someone to help you. 5. It was at this moment that Bai Yi's voice sounded in Lena's ear. Yes, I need someone to help Tiga. Although the sudden voice startled Lena. But this time she didn't think too much about it. If it drags on, Tiga may really be swallowed up by the darkness. Okay, I'll send someone to help you right away. Ding! The thug quest has been generated. The content of the task, let Tiga wake up again. 35. Bai Yi, the mission has already appeared, but this time the mission is a bit different, it needs to wake Tiga up. Bai Yi, if you want Tiga to wake up, you need to let him get enough light. Bai Yi, so, this time the task, not everyone can complete, think about your own ways to provide enough light for Tiga, those who can't do it, don't grab this task. Beerus, provide enough light to Tiga, at group leader Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, then I will take him to the sun, that's okay. Bai Yi, it's okay, but don't get too close to the sun, otherwise you'll be fine, but Tiga will die at the hands of the sun. Beerus, I see, Lord Bai Yi, it seems that I can grab this mission this time. Xiongpa, I can also rob him. I can also take him to the sun. As for the others, if there is no way to provide enough light for Tiga, then it is best not to rob him, lest he fail to complete the task in time. Piccolo, unfortunately, I don't seem to be able to provide enough light for Tiga. Fur Flowers 0. Piccolo, if the content of this mission can be changed to defeat that monster, then I can do it. Krillin, if that's the case, then I can grab this mission too. 35. Turtle Immortal, Quelling, why can you rob, what can you do? Kaylin, Teacher Wu Tian, have you forgotten that I know Sun Fist? If I use Sun Fist, I should be able to provide enough light to Tiga. 35. Sun Wukong, that's right. Kaylin is right, if he knows Sun Fist, he can also grab this quest. It just so happens that I also know Sun Fist. Tianjin Fan, since this is the case, then I can't help but say a word, you must know that the birthplace of Tei Yankin is here. 0. Tianjin Fan, whether it's Quelling or Wukong's Tei Yankin, they all learned from me, and I am the first ancestor of using Tei Yankin. Tianjin Fan, I didn't expect that one day, Tei Yankin would be able to stand up. Vegeta, Sun Fist? I remembered, Kakarot, the move you used to dazzle my eyes when I fought you. Vegeta, is this trick difficult to learn? Can I learn it right away? Sun Wukong, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Xiongpa, at Vegeta, since you don't even know that Sun Fist, don't grab the mission this time, and study it specially, in case you miss the best time to complete the mission because of your study, you can't afford this responsibility. 9. Beerus, indeed, I still agree with what Pa said this time, Vegeta, since you don't know Sun Fist, then don't take this mission. Beerus, if you really grabbed the mission, if you can't learn Sun Fist right away, wouldn't you be blind to the mission? Monkey King, actually, Vegeta doesn't need to learn, doesn't he have points, he buys Sun Fist completely in the mall. 35. Monkey King, the price of Sun Fist in the mall is not very expensive. Xiongpa, at Beerus, Beerus, this guy named Sun Wukong, is there something wrong with his brain? Vegeta has always wanted to defeat him, and he even thought of a way for Vegeta. Chapter 86. Vegeta has always wanted to defeat Sun Wukong, and now his strength has already surpassed Sun Wukong. But this guy, Sun Wukong, is still helping Vegeta. It's not a brain problem, what is it? Quelling, at Xiongpa, Mr. Xiongpa, Wukong doesn't have a problem with his brain, he's just helpful, of course, he may also be a little lacking in heart. Xiongpa, this is not the level of lack of heart, it's just a problem with the brain. Quelling, Master Xiongpa, you don't understand this is Wukong, and because of this, he can harvest our group of life and death brothers. Even Piccolo and Vegeta, who were originally enemies, have become Goku's brother. Vegeta, who is brother to Kakarot. Bai Yi, Vegeta, let him go to Tsundere, the rest of you, think about it, if you don't have the ability of 017 to provide enough light for Tiga, don't take this task, I don't want to see your mission failed. 5. Beerus, don't worry, Mr. Bai Yi, if someone doesn't have the guts to think about it, and even knows he doesn't have the ability to grab the quest, and the quest fails, you don't have to do it, I'll be the first to let him go. Xiongpa, and me. I will never let go of those who are shamed by the thugs. 35. Bai Yi, if that's the case, then you should start robbing. 99. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Tianjin Fan for answering the mission. Tianjin Fan, that's great. I grabbed the mission. It must be that Lord Bai Yi is blessing me, and let me, the ancestor of Sun Fist, grab the mission. Vegeta, since I didn't grab this quest, then I don't need to learn Sun Fist. Bai Yi, since it's Tianjin Fan and you grabbed the mission, then you can go quickly. Diga has little time left, so give him plenty of light. Tianjin Rice, okay, Mr. Bai Yi, I'll go now. At this time, Tiga World. Under the efforts of Captain Megami, he persuaded everyone present that they took out all the things that could shine on their bodies and gave them light to Tiga. However, their light is still not enough. At this time, Tianjin Rice arrived. "Hello, I'm the thug who came to help you this time. My name is Tianjin Fan. You want Digga to wake up again, right?" Tianjin Fan came to Lina and said politely. This is the benefit of Bai Yi sharing the mission screen to the group. At least, Tianjin Fan knows who the employer is, so there is no need to look for the employer after arriving. "Yes, it's me, can you help me?" Although I don't know how and who Tianjin Rice came to be. But I don't know why, when Lina saw him, her anxious heart calmed down. It was as if the bald man in front of him really had the ability to wake Tiga up again. "Okay, I don't know if you have any other requests, for example, let me beat that guy." Tianjin Fan pointed to the Kiryarod who was opening the door in the air and asked. "No, no need." Although Lina didn't know what method Tianjin Fan could use to wake Dija up. However, she does not believe that a human being can defeat the monster. And still defeated Tiga's monster. It is good. Since the employer didn't need him to deal with the monster, he wouldn't go to the trouble. Afterwards, Tianjin Fan came to Diga, and looked at the huge Diga in front of him, and was also a little emotional. "When I looked at the picture before, I didn't feel how big Tiga was. But now, when he was in front of the other party, he realized that the title of the other party's Giant of Light was truly worthy of the name." In the group of thugs, the comparison between Tianjin Fan and Dija also made the people in the group sigh with emotion. "Sun Wukong, this Mr. Tiga is really huge, no wonder he is a giant." Queling, yeah, looking at the comparison of his body size with Tianjin Fan, I guess he can hold Tianjin Fan with one hand. The gap is a bit big. 39. Beerus, however, although he is a little bigger, his strength is a little weak, and he can't even beat such a big moth. In the eyes of Beerus, the winged Kiryarod looked like a big moth. "Xiongpa, so this Tianjin Rice will use that Sun Fist to wake Tiga up, right?" "Xiongpa, speaking of this Sun Fist, can you really turn a person into a sun?" 99. Sun Wukong, at Xiongpa, "Lord Xiongpa, of course this can't be done, Sun Fist can actually make people emit a very dazzling light." "Xiongpa, so that's how it is, I thought it was really possible to turn people into the sun." 39. Hit, look, Tianjin Fan has turned into 4 people, and it seems that these 4 people are real, not phantoms. Hit, so that's his move too? 35. Quelling, at Hit, yes, this is also a move of Tianjin Fan, called 4-body fist, which can divide a person into 4. Krillin, it's just that after dividing into 4, the power will also be divided into 4. If this is the case, the effect of 4 people using Sun Fist is actually the same as using 1 person. Tianjin Fan, at Quelling, this is all in the past. Now I have practiced this trick. Even if it is divided into 4, my strength will not be weakened in any way. Tianjin Fan, so, if I use Tei Yankin after being divided into 4 people, the effect will be 4 times better than if I use it alone. 59. Quelling, sure enough, Tianjin Fan, you are a genius. If this is the case, whoever fights with you in the future will be equal to defeating 4 of you with the same strength. 5. Tianjin Fan, but my own strength is not strong, so it doesn't make much sense to use this move against a powerful opponent. Tianjin Rice, let's not talk about it, I'll wake up Tiga first and then talk about it. Tiga 0.1 World. Seeing that Tianjin Rice was actually divided into 4, it became 4 identical people. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but rubbed their eyes. They wondered if it was their eyes that saw too much light and spent it. How can one person become 4? However, when they rubbed their eyes, they found the same situation. This, Lina, who is that person? Actually, it is possible to do such a thing. 35. Captain Jumahue also saw this scene and was very surprised, looking at Lina who was beside him and asked. I don't know about this either, but someone told me before that they could send someone to help me, and then he came. Maybe, the other party saw that Diga was so miserable, so he sent him to help. Chapter 87. Originally, Lina was very puzzled about how Tianjin Fan would help her to wake Dija up, and even said she was skeptical. Because now there is only one way to wake Tiga, that is, enough light is needed. But they have given all the light that so many of them can give, but it is still useless. And there is only one person in Tianjin rice, how to do it? However, seeing that Tianjin rice can be divided into 4 parts now, with such a miraculous ability, maybe he can really wake Dija up. In Lena's mind, Tianjin Fan has become an alien from another planet. But this alien seems to be on their side. There seems to be no problem for aliens to rescue Tiga. The 4 Tianjin fans gathered around Dija's head and surrounded Dija's head. Afterwards, they opened their hands at the same time and placed them on both sides of their heads, posing as a sun fist. Also please close your eyes, otherwise your eyes may be illuminated by strong rays of light. Before casting sun fist, Tianjin Fan kindly reminded Lena 22 and others. 4 times the power of the sun fist, if it is directly irradiated to the eyes of ordinary people, it may directly make people's eyes blind. If the employer's eyes are blinded by him, it will be funny. Although they didn't know what Tianjin Fan was going to do, Lena and Megami, who had already seen Tianjin Fan's 4 body punches, chose to believe him. They also quickly made everyone around them close their eyes, and then closed their own eyes. Seeing that everyone around them closed their eyes, Tianjin Fan nodded, and then cast Sun Fist. Sun Fist! Tianjin Fan roared, and 4 very strong rays of light emanated from the 4 Tianjin Fans, like 4 suns. The light emitted by the 4 times the power of the Sun Fist is not a cover. Even Lena and the others who had closed their eyes could feel a very dazzling light blooming in front of them. Even the sky shrouded in black fog became brighter because of this dazzling light. The Kiryarod, who was opening the door, found a dazzling light behind him. He looked back subconsciously, and was almost blinded by the light. He was struck by the light and fell from the air, feeling very puzzled in his heart. How can a mere human being have such a strong light? After a while, Tianjin Fan withdrew the Sun Fist and looked at Tiga in front of him. He didn't know if the light he just released was enough. But even if it's not enough, it doesn't matter, it's enough to use it again. Lena and others also opened their eyes, and they all looked at Tiga. The strong light just now should be able to wake Tiga up. After a while, they saw that Tiga, who had been lying motionless on the ground, moved. He sat up from the ground, posing as a world-famous painting. But the difference is that in the original book, Tiga woke up after accepting the light of human beings, but the color timer in front of him was still flashing. And this time, after being awakened by Tianjin Fan's Sun Fist, the color timer in front of him not only did not flash red, but also turned green. Ultraman's color timers generally have 3 colors: blue, red and green. Blue and red are the most common. Blue represents only 3 minutes of energy, and once it turns red, it means that the energy is already low. It's like a cell phone battery. And green, it represents a lot of energy. This rule of only 3 minutes can be broken. On Earth, it is not easy to get a green color timer. This thing is only possible in Ultraman's own territory, or in the universe. However, because the light released by Tianjin Rice just now was too strong, let Tiga absorb a lot of energy. For others, the light blooms and blooms. But Tiga is different, he can absorb energy from the light. And 4 times the sun punch, 4 times the happiness. At this time, Tiga only felt that he had endless energy in his body. He looked at the 4 Tianjin meals flying in the air beside him, a little dazed, not knowing what happened. However, the most important thing right now is to defeat the Kiryarod first. If there is any doubt, after he changes back to Daegyu, just ask Lena and the others. Seeing Dija wake up, Tianjin Fan also retracted his avatar and came to Lena's side. I have completed your task, and I hope you can give me a 5-star praise. The employer's task is simply to wake Tiga up. As for fighting monsters, the employer did not ask for it, so it was not his task. Therefore, Tianjin Fan came back after looking for Lena. Seeing Tianjin Fan's departure, Lena and Captain Jumahui felt even more that the other party was an alien who came to help them. They have also encountered many aliens. Although most of them came to invade the Earth, there are also some good aliens. So it's not particularly strange that aliens come to help them. Ding! Congratulations to the Thug Tianjin fan for completing the task and getting points, 500,000. Ding! Congratulations to the Thug Tianjin fan for his 5-star praise and a chance to draw a lottery. Tianjin fan, I'm back. The mission this time is really simple. I thought that the employer, 017, wanted me to defeat that monster, but I didn't need it. Krillin, it should be the employer who thinks that since Ultraman Tiga wakes up, he can let him deal with the monster. Sun Wukong, yes, Tianjin Rice. The 4 of you cast Sun Fist together, the light is still very strong. Tianjin fan, I didn't expect that one day Sun Fist would be so useful. I haven't used this trick for a long time. Quelling, Tianjin fan, let's draw a lottery and see what goodies you can draw. Krillin, even if you get points reward, as long as you get more than 500,000 points, you can also buy Sun Bloodline. Monkey King, but Quelling, I think it's better to draw other things. Points can be obtained as long as you complete the task, but other things need to be bought with points, so it will be more cost-effective to draw them. 35. Pick, at Sun Wukong, Sun, I didn't expect you to be able to think of this, it really made me a little surprised. Sun Wukong, at Pick, Bick, why do I listen to you, as if you don't think I can think of this? Vegeta, Kakarot, because of your image in our minds, you just don't have a brain. Monkey King, Vegeta, is the image of me in your heart like this? I'm so wronged. Wronged. Sun Wukong, wronged. Chapter 88. Vegeta, well, ask other people what your image is in their minds in terms of wisdom. Turtle Immortal, okay, since Tianjin Rice is going to draw a lottery, let's do it. Maybe, he may really become the second person to obtain Sun blood after Quelling. Tianjin Rice, I borrow your auspicious words, Teacher Wu Tian. Xiangpa, or you can also ask someone to draw for you. Isn't that Vegeta who asked his wife to draw for you, and then got something good? You can also ask your wife to draw for you. Sun Wukong, Master Xiangpa, he has no wife at Tianjin Rice. Xiangpa, without a wife, that's really a bit pitiful. Beerus, what a pity, like Pa, making it look like you have a wife. Xiangpa, I am the god of destruction. What kind of wife does the god of destruction want? Have you seen any god of destruction that has a wife? Xiangpa, but isn't it normal for humans to have wives? Tianjin Rice, but Master Xiangpa, it's normal for humans to have no wives. Tianjin fan feels a little wronged, what's the matter, must a single dog be pitiful? Single dog, who is to blame? In order to prevent continued entanglement on this topic, Tianjin fan hurriedly drew lottery, and did not ask anyone else to draw for him. Ding! Congratulations to the fighter Tianjin fan for winning the lottery. Get a reward, 1 million points. Krillin, I'm in the right place? It's really a reward for points. Piccolo, 1 million points, you can't get so many points even for completing the task. Sun Wukong, wow! With this million points, doesn't it mean that Tianjin fan can buy Sun blood? Tianjin fan can also become a Sun. Turtle Immortal, actually, my old mouth said, Tianjin fan will become the second person to obtain Sun blood after Quelling. Xiangpa, that's not necessarily true, maybe he doesn't want the Sun bloodline. If these more than 1 million points are used to buy other things, how much power can be improved? Beerus, at Xiangpa, Elephantpa, I beg you to see the various transformations belonging to Suns first, okay? If you read them, you will know how fragrant Sun blood is. Vados, like Pa, these Suns are indeed very unusual. Their transformations are very powerful. The key is that you can also integrate Sun blood. Elephant Pa, fusion Sun blood? Why should I fuse? Xiangpa, wait a while, this transformation can increase the strength dozens of times and hundreds of times, are you sure it is a Sun transformation? Beerus, so now you know how powerful the Suns you look down on are really. 35. Beerus, the strength of the Suns is not very strong, but their transformation is really very powerful. Beerus, and the point is, we gods of destruction can also fuse Sun blood, so think about it, how strong would we be if we could master these transformations too? Xiongpa, if I can also perform these transformations, then my strength will not be the bottom of the 12 gods of destruction. Xiongpa, but how strong this Xun is after transforming, in fact, it is still the original normal strength, so the stronger the normal strength, the better the effect. Xiongpa, if you are a person with low normal strength, even if you can transform into a Xun, your strength is only like this, it is a waste. Sun Wukong, you can't say that, Mr. Pa, even if our current strength is very weak, we can become stronger through the group of thugs. Sun Wukong, as long as we can get enough points, our strength will definitely be improved to a very powerful level. Xiongpa, although this is the case, how many points do you need to raise your normal strength to the level of us gods of destruction? Vados, Lord Xiongpa, if according to what you said, the only people who are qualified to integrate Xun blood are Lord Bai Yi, Lord Quan Wang, and Lord Grand Priest. Vados, after all, if you want to improve your strength to their level, you need more points than Sun Wukong and the others to improve your strength, and much more. Beerus, that is to say, Xiongpa, how can you be qualified to say such a thing? What's the matter, weak people, can't fuse Xun blood? They fuse Xun blood, isn't it just to become stronger, what a waste. 39. Beerus, as Vados said, if you say so, don't talk about Bai Yi, even I can say that it is a waste to let you fuse Xun blood. If you are not convinced, we will fight. Xiongpa, why can't this message be retracted? Well, I admit, I did say some mindless words just now. Xiongpa, I mean, it turns out that this Xun bloodline is so strong. If it was before, it would be useless to know it, and we are not Xuns. Xiongpa, but now, we have the opportunity to fuse the Xun blood. Does that mean that in the future, everyone in the thug group can fuse the Xun blood? The scene where everyone transforms together will definitely be its spectacular. Krillin, I just don't know if there will be more powerful bloodlines of the race demi-humans in the mall in the future. Piccolo, didn't Mr. Bai Yi say it before, the Xun blood we can buy now is just the most common Xun blood, and there are more advanced Xun blood on it. Piccolo, but it's basically Xun bloodline, so there will be no bloodline above Xun bloodline, so I don't know. Vegeta, the Xun bloodline is the most powerful bloodline, certainly not as powerful as the race demi-human bloodline. Beerus, it doesn't matter whether it has it or not, even if it does, it will only be necessary to replace it when the time comes, it just needs points. Caulifla, I also agree with what Vegeta said, although the strength of our Xuns is not the strongest, but our bloodline is definitely the strongest. Gabe, Caulifla, it's not very good for you to say so definitely. If there is a bloodline with stronger blood of the demi-humans in the future, it will be embarrassing. 39. Caulifla, then it hasn't appeared yet, if it does appear, it's nothing more than being slapped in the face, and I don't care. Caulifla, like Vegeta, is very proud of being a Xun. Chapter 89. Caulifla, by the way, Gabe, you are also a Xun, don't you have so little confidence in your bloodline? Gabe, it's not that I have no confidence, it's just that I don't want to be too absolute. Turtle Immortal, so Tianjin fan, do you plan to buy Xun blood with your more than 1 million points, or do you plan to use it for other purposes? Tianjin Rice, at Gui Xianren, Teacher Wu Tian, then I must choose to buy Xun blood. Tianjin fan, after integrating the Xun blood, the subsequent strength improvement is definitely not comparable to the strength that is now improved with points. Tianjin Rice, although after I purchased the Xun bloodline, the remaining points are not enough to greatly improve my strength, but as long as I can become a Super Xun, the strength improvement will definitely is to be surpassed. Beerus, yes, you can have such an idea, it shows that you still have your own ideas, and are not affected by the words of the guy like Pa. Caulifla, I don't know what the scene of a person who is not a Xun and becomes a Xun after merging with the blood of a Xun looks like, I really want to see it. 39. Sun Wukong, it's actually very simple if you want to watch it, just let Tianjin fan start a live broadcast when it is integrated. Caulifla, this 017 is not necessary, and there is no need to start a live broadcast in order to let me see what it looks like, which is too troublesome. 55. Tianjin fan, it's not troublesome, at Carifura, if you want to watch it, I can start a live broadcast. 35. Califla, if that's the case, then I'll trouble you. Tianjin fan opened the live broadcast, and then purchased the Xun bloodline with 1 million points. Xiongpa, however, with such a powerful Xun bloodline, it only sells for 1 million points, isn't it a bit cheap? 39. Beerus, what's the matter? It's not good to be cheaper. If you think it's cheap, you can buy a few more, no one will stop you. Bai Yi, the reason why Xun bloodline has only 1 million points is because this bloodline needs to be matched with transformation. 35. Bai Yi, the problem is, it doesn't mean that after you have the Xun bloodline, you can transform into a Xun. If you can't learn to transform, then the strength of the Xun bloodline is equal to none. 35. Xiongpa, so that's the case, thank you Bai Yi for your answer. Beerus, so Xiongpa, you know, it's not that the Xun blood is cheap, but to exert its true power, you need to match the transformation of the Xun. Beerus, if you can't transform, then this bloodline is just that, so it's cheap. 99. Xiongpa, I'll know after Lord Bai Yi said it. Beerus, there's no need for you to say it to me again. Beerus, I'm not afraid that you don't know, so I'll explain it to you. After all, with your IQ, even if Lord Bai Yi has said it so clearly, he may still not understand it. 5. Xiongpa, Beerus, you underestimate my IQ too much. Beerus, why, is there anything about your IQ that deserves my attention? 99. Sun Wukong, look, Tianjin Rice has now begun to integrate Xun blood. 5. During the live broadcast, Tianjin fan merged the Xun blood he purchased. After that, a layer of white arrogance enveloped Tianjin fan, and his aura began to increase rapidly, just like the original Quelling. Although the Xun bloodline is not very powerful when it cannot be transformed, some other bloodlines even surpass it. However, it must be stronger than the bloodline of the Earth people. If it is replaced by Bic, there may be no improvement in strength. After all, Piccolo's Namek bloodline is actually not bad compared to the Xun bloodline, which cannot be transformed, and even surpasses it. But Tianjin fan and Queling are both Earthlings, so their strength will naturally improve after they integrate Xun blood. Although there is a saying that Tianjin Rice is a three-eyed star, cab, there is no substantial evidence to prove it. Could it be that just because he has 3 eyes, he is really regarded as an alien? After the fusion of Xun blood, Tianjin fan has officially become the second Xun born the day after tomorrow among the thugs. Krillin, at Tianjin fan, how do you feel? Do you feel very refreshed and feel that your strength has increased a lot? Tianjin fan, indeed, my current strength is several times stronger than before. Sure enough, even if I can't transform, the Xun bloodline is much stronger than the Earther bloodline. 99. Krillin, after you transform, you will be able to experience that powerful feeling even more. The feeling that your strength will increase a lot with one transformation. It's really cool. Krillin, it's no wonder that when we encountered the enemy before, Wukong and the others were in front, and we could only play soy sauce on the side. Tianjin fan, yeah, but from now on, I can fight side by side with Wukong and the others. 35. Queling, but Tianjin fan, I want to tell you something bad. Tianjin fan, Queling, what's the matter? Seeing the news of Queling, Tianjin fan was a little nervous. After all, the news of Kling was so serious and scary. Krillin, after we fuse Xun blood, we will become pure-blooded Xuns, not mixed-race Xuns like Gohan and Goten. 99. Tianjin fan, so what? Does it matter? You mean, pure-blooded Xuns are not as talented as half-blooded Xuns, so it's a pity. Tianjin fan thought about the talents of Sun Wufan and Sun Wushan, these mixed-race Xuns. Sun Gohan defeated Shuru when he was a child. And Sun Wushan and Trunks can become Super Xuns at a very young age. You can see how talented they are. But they all wasted their talent. Krillin, that's not what I meant. Goku and Vegeta told me before that the hairstyle of pure-bred Xuns will not change, what hairstyle they have when they are born, then this hairstyle will follow them for a lifetime. Krillin, and those of us who merged with Sun blood, what hairstyle did we have when we fused, and then we will keep what hairstyle, and there will be no change. Tianjin Fan, it's nothing, I've always been bald, and I'll keep my bald hairstyle in the future. It's not a problem for me. Tianjin Fan didn't understand why Quelling wanted to talk about hairstyles. He has always been bald, and hairstyles are not important to him at all. Besides, didn't Krillin also have a bald head before? Chapter 90. Krillin, no, Tianjin Fan, you don't understand what I mean. Think about it, when Goku and the others became Super Saiyans, not only did their strength change a lot, but their hairstyles also changed. Krillin, don't you think it's weird that you have a bald head, you don't have a single hair, and you become a Super Saiyan in the future? After becoming a Super Saiyan, not only the strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Hairstyle too. And it will be dyed too. But Tianjin Rice is bald, has no hairstyle, and won't dye it. This looks a little weird. When Krillin knew this before, he regretted it in his heart. Knowing this earlier, he should have grown his hair a little longer, and then merged with the Sun blood. The longer the hair is, the more handsome the hairstyle will be after becoming a Super Saiyan. Although he has hair now, he is not as bald as before, but his hair is not long enough to match the hairstyles of Monkey King and Vegeta. The transformation of Saiyan, strength is one aspect, handsome is another aspect. But now, he can't change his hairstyle. Purebred Saiyan hairstyles don't change, it's really not a cover. Don't say it is long, even if it is cut short, it will return to the original hairstyle in a very short time. Even the lengths are exactly the same. Tianjin Fan, so that's it, it's nothing, as long as I can gain a strong strength. Kling, but isn't it better to be able to get a handsome look while gaining great strength? Tianjin Fan, I don't care about this, what's more, aren't there bald heads among the Saiyans, the Saiyan who came to Earth with Vegeta back then? Bick, I know, it's called Nappa. At that time, his strength was very strong for us. With only one person, we beat us very badly, and even I died at his hands. Tianjin Fan, yes, it's him, isn't he also bald? If he can also become a Super Saiyan, wouldn't he also have no hairstyle? Vegeta, at Tianjin Fan, I don't agree with what you said, although Nappa is indeed a bald head, but he has a beard. Vegeta, so, if he can become a Super Saiyan, there won't be a haircut change, but his beard can change. He's still a little more handsome than you. Tianjin Fan, but I really don't care about this, I'm just interested in getting stronger. As for the appearance, it's fine to keep the way I am now after the transformation. 55. Beerus, that is to say, you young people, you still look too important to your appearance. When you experience more, you will know that appearance is not important, the most important thing is strength. 39. Elephant Pot, at Krin, so what will happen after the Saiyan transformation? Kling, at Xiongpa, it won't change much, but the hairstyle will change, and it will also change the color of the hair. 39. Kling, it doesn't matter to people who don't care about appearance, but I think if the hairstyle is better, the appearance after transformation will be more handsome. Number 18, Kellen, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Beauty Association, so you value appearance so much. 35. Kaylin, I'm not so exaggerated, but my handsome appearance must be more attractive, and it's not a problem to say that I am a member of the Yanji Association, so I will marry you as a wife, you look so beautiful. Number 18, you really hate it, saying such things in front of so many people. Vegeta, the person who shows affection will show me privately. Now that the task has been completed, Tianjin Rice has also integrated Sun blood. 35. Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, the battle between the two of us should also begin. Krillin, Vegeta, don't you agree with what you said? How about showing affection? It's like someone has never shown it before. Krillin, how dare you hit my Bulma? JPG, I don't know who said this. 35. Vegeta, Krillin, you are really inflated to the point of death. Wait for me. After I defeat Kakarot, the next one will come to you. 5. Kaylin, what are you asking me to do? Your strength has surpassed me, there is no need to defeat me to prove it. Seeking flowers 0. Vegeta, who wants to beat you to prove that your strength surpasses you, I just see you upset and want to beat you up. Krillin, sorry, I refuse, I don't have the habit of being beaten. Vegeta, do you think you can refuse? Last time you refused, I let you go, but this time I won't. I must teach you a good lesson. Otherwise, you will continue to swell. Krillin, this, at Beerus, Lord Beerus, save me. Vegeta is so bullying. 35. Beerus, actually, I think it's quite interesting. 35. Xiongpa, your thugs in the 7th universe will bully their own people. Beerus, oh? Like pot, if that's the case, why don't you come and bully the thugs in the 6th universe? Xiongpa, okay, if that's the case, then let's find a time to send out the thugs who have not completed the mission, and see which cosmic thug is stronger. 35. Xiongpa, the ranking on the thugs list does not represent the strength of the thugs. Beerus, okay, I'm fine. King Quan, at group leader Bai Yi, can I watch when Beerus and Xiongpa take their cosmic fighters to compete? I think it's very interesting. 35. Bai Yi, yes, I also think it's very interesting, not only you want to see it, but I also want to see it. Isn't this Beerus and Xiongpa taking the people from their own universe to compete? Isn't it in the original book, the 6th universe and the 7th universe fighting competition? Of course, the situation is definitely different now, and the people on both sides are also different. It seems to be quite interesting, take a look and pass the time, it is still possible. Quan Wang, at Beerus, at Xiongpa, when will you two start the competition? 99. Beerus, at Quan Wang, Lord Quan Wang, actually we don't know when we should compete, or can you give a time? Xiongpa, yes, Lord Quan Wang, we will hold it whenever you want us to hold it. 99. King Quan, let me decide, at group owner Bai Yi, you want to see it too, then tell me when it would be better to hold it. Chapter 91. Seeing that King Quan threw this question to himself, Bai Yi thought about it. When would it be better to hold it? This time must be set in advance, after all, the 7th universe and the 6th universe must be given some time to prepare. Bai Yi, well, the time is set in a month, just right, after the thugs group was established, we didn't have any group gatherings. Bai Yi, take this time, the competition between the fighters of the 6th universe and the 7th universe, as the first group gathering of our thugs. Bai Yi, of course. Since it is a competition, there is no need for punishment, but there is still a reward to make the competition more exciting. King Quan, okay, Bai Yi, what kind of reward do you want? Bai Yi, the winning side, no matter whether there are any fighters who have participated in the competition, I can give each of them 020 the power of 10 chi, how about it? Bai Yi, although the reward is not huge, at least it can make you compete for nothing. Beerus, Lord Bai Yi is very good. Lord Bai Yi, don't worry, even if there is no reward, we will compete seriously. Xiongpa, yeah, Lord Bai Yi, you are really kind. I think too much for us thugs. We will definitely compete seriously and bring you and Lord Quan Wang a wonderful duel. Bai Yi, since you all agree, then it's fixed. The time is set in a month. As for the venue and the rules of the competition, you can decide, and you can tell us when the time comes. Beerus, okay, Lord Bai Yi. Xiongpa, you can rest assured, Lord Bai Yi, we will definitely think hard about the rules of the competition. Sun Wukong, great. I can compete with the powerhouses of the 6th universe. Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, it's a pity for you, you have already completed the task and are not eligible to participate in the competition. Vegeta, humph. So what if you can't participate, but I think the people who can participate are miserable, and they haven't completed the task. 99. Vegeta, also, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, since you want to participate, then you don't want to grab the mission, if you grab the mission, then you don't meet the requirements to participate. Beerus, yes, at Xiongpa, those who have completed the task can't participate, so this condition should be abolished, otherwise, when there is a task, you can't grab the task to your heart's content, it will be boring. Xiangpa, but if that's the case, then the strength of so many people in the 7th universe who have completed the mission has improved so much, isn't it unfair to my thugs in the 6th universe? Beerus, but this test is in a month, and we don't know how many tasks will appear in this month. Beerus, maybe, in the next mission, your thugs in the 6th universe can grab it. 95. Beerus, also, to put it a little bit impossible, your thugs in the 6th universe, except for you and Vados, are 4, if they each grab a mission in the next month, then at that time, in your 6th universe, wouldn't there be no one to take part in the competition? Beerus, you can't be a guy to participate. 99. Xiangpa, you seem to have a point, so that's it, we can set the location and rules first. As for whether this condition should be abolished, then wait a month to see if the thugs in my 6th universe grab the mission. Let's see the situation. Beerus, alright, after all, no one knows what will happen in this month's time. 35. Xiangpa, but Beerus, it's rare for you to say a good word. You hope that the thugs of the 6th universe will grab the mission. I got it. Beerus, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I don't know where you got it from, and it's something I didn't mean at all. Vegeta, it's a month away anyway, now I just want to fight Kakarot, at Kakarot, come fight. Sun Wukong, okay Vegeta, let's fight. Your strength has become stronger, I will definitely be able to become stronger in the battle with you. Vegeta, so Kakarot, do you mean that I didn't deserve to make you stronger? Krillin, cough cough, Vegeta, although Wukong definitely didn't mean it, but after you said it like this, it seems that it really is. Krillin, the problem is, Wukong didn't have such a meaning, it was made up by your own brain, which means that in your opinion, the former you are indeed not worthy of making Wukong stronger. Vegeta, at Krillin, Krillin, you guy, you wait for me, after I beat Kakarot, the next one will come to you. Monkey King, Vegeta, don't bully Krillin. Let's fight. On the earth, there are two figures floating in a wide wilderness, it is Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Since they want to fight, of course, they need to find a deserted place, so that they can fight without any scruples. Kakarot, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, I can finally beat you. Vegeta looked at the Monkey King in front of him and was very excited. He has always wanted to defeat this guy who is obviously a lower level warrior, but whose strength is higher than himself. But before, he has never been able to surpass the opponent, and his strength has always been below the opponent. But now, his strength has been greatly improved, and he has absolute confidence in defeating Kakarot. There was a mission before, so the battle could only be delayed. Now it finally works. Unless there is another mission now, nothing can stop the battle between them. Moreover, even if the quest came, if neither of them grabbed it, then even if he didn't see the pictures of other people completing the quest, he would have to defeat Kakarot first. He doesn't want to wait any longer. Unless Kakarot grabs the mission this time, otherwise, today is the day when he defeats Kakarot and officially surpasses the opponent. It's impossible to be such a coincidence that a mission happened, and it happened that Kakarot grabbed it. The probability of such a thing happening is very low, in Vegeta's view, it is simply impossible. Xiangpa, at Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, can you start a live broadcast when you fight, let's see too. Beerus, Xiangpa, what do you want to do? This is a matter between our thugs in the 7th universe, what's your business? According to Beerus Object Pa's understanding, Xiangpa definitely doesn't just want to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 92. Xiangpa, I'm just curious and want to see it, don't you even let me see it? Beerus, you're too stingy. Beerus, it's not that I'm stingy, you must have some purpose. 35. Beerus, by the way, I see, you guy, you must want to see Goku and Vegeta fighting, so that you can know in advance how strong they are, right? 39. Beerus, good guy, you actually gave me this trick to know myself and my enemy, it really belongs to you. Xiangpa, I don't mean this, I just want to take a look, if you are stingy and don't want me to see it, then you can just say it directly, there is no need to slander me. Beerus, you know whether I slander you or not. I'm really stingy, and I won't let you watch the live broadcast. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, you two don't have to broadcast live, I don't want your strength to be known by this guy like PA35. Monkey King, I see, Lord Beerus. Vegeta, humph, it doesn't matter even if it's a live broadcast, even if the people of Universe 6 know my strength, they won't be able to surpass me. Monkey King, Vegeta, we still don't know how powerful the people in the 6th universe are. Maybe there is such a very powerful existence 5. Xiongpa, at Sun Wukong, although your brain is a little stupid, but your words are very nice, I am very satisfied. Xiongpa, my people in the 6th universe are of course very powerful, especially him, at Hit, he is the strongest killer in our 6th universe, and his strength is beyond your imagination. Xiongpa, at Vegeta, even if your strength has improved a lot, you will not be his opponent, what's more, he may also grab the task, and his strength will become even stronger. Beerus, then he has to grab the mission. Beerus, anyway, it's all about the future, at Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, don't be affected by the words of this guy like Pa, let's fight first, after this fight is over, the two of you will be together. The things in between can also come to an end, and then concentrate on completing the task. Krillin, I think it's impossible for the two to come to an end. If Vegeta defeats Goku this time, and the next time Goku's strength is also improved, Goku will definitely fight with Vegeta. Yes, it will be over again by then. Bic, it can be said that the evil relationship between these two people will be entangled for a lifetime, and in a sense, they can be considered to fall in love and kill each other. Vegeta, at Bic, do you guys know how to use words? If not, I can teach you, this is not called falling in love and killing each other, this is the fate of me and Kakarot all along. Turtle Immortal, Vegeta, this seems to be what you think so, Wukong's child never thought it was fate, you have always been pestering him. Vegeta, I don't care anyway, I must defeat Kakarot once. Vegeta, and after I beat Kakarot this time, Kakarot will never try to surpass me. Krillin, this is not necessarily, as long as Wukong grabs a task, it is possible to surpass you. Vegeta, then he has to draw the same combat power upgrade card, and his combat power must be increased by at least 1.5 times. I don't believe his luck is so good. Vegeta, even he can't even finish the first step and grab the mission. Vegeta, stop wasting time, Kakarot, let's fight. Sun Wukong, okay Vegeta, I haven't really fought you for a long time. Bai Yi, it's not good to disturb you when you are in a hurry, but there is a new mission, so, at Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, do you two want to fight or grab the mission first? Vegeta. He was still thinking before, it couldn't be so coincidental, this time he came to the mission before he and Kakarot fought. But it turned out to be so coincidental. It was the same last time, and it is the same this time. It doesn't matter, as long as this guy Kakarot doesn't grab the mission, everything will be fine. Vegeta comforted herself in her heart. As long as Kakarot is not the guy who grabbed the quest this time, even if he doesn't watch the quest screen, he will defeat Kakarot first. What? What if he grabbed the mission? Need to say that, it must be the first priority to complete the task. If he completes another task, his strength will become stronger, so it will be easier to defeat Kakarot? And it is even more difficult for Kakarot to surpass him. Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, Vegeta, what do we say, do you want to grab the quest, or keep fighting? 99. Vegeta, at Sun Wukong, Kakarot, do you have a problem with your brain? Since there are quests, you must grab the quest first. Vegeta, but let's say it first, if neither of us grabs the quest, we'll continue fighting, and we won't watch the quest screen this time. Sun Wukong, that's it, well, let's grab the mission first. Bai Yi, then I will share the mission screen to the group first, and you can take a look at the situation of this mission first. The mission screen appeared in front of everyone in the group 020. In the picture, there is a piece of ruins, and it can be judged from the ruins that this place was originally a city. But now it has turned into ruins, showing what a huge disaster it has suffered. It was still raining in the sky, but the color of the rain was green. Among the ruins, stood a very large and sturdy green monster with several arms. In front of this green monster, stood four people with red, blue, black, and multicolored hair. This green monster is called the Four Beasts, and these four people are called Alu, Coco, Sani and Zebra. They are called the four heavenly kings of food. That's right, the world where the mission comes from this time is the captive world of gourmet food. Facing the powerful four beasts, Alu and the other four heavenly kings summoned the gourmet demons in their bodies. However, even if the gourmet demons are summoned, they are still not the opponents of the four beasts. The point is, the green rain falling in the sky is not ordinary rain just by looking at the color. It's called green rain, and it's poisonous. Those who have been drenched will die within an hour. Not to mention that Alu and the others were still fighting against the four beasts, and the poison in their bodies developed faster, weakening a lot of their strength. Chapter 93. The green rain will poison the Alu and the others, weakening their strength. But when the four beasts got wet, nothing happened. Under such circumstances, Alu and the others were simply not the opponents of the four beasts. Their attacks hit the four beasts, and the four beasts will transfer the attack to the outside of the body, so they will not be injured. No matter how they attacked, the four beasts would always divert their attacks. And the attacks of the four beasts can deal critical damage to them. Soon, the four of Alu fell to the ground, covered in scars, almost reaching their limit. The situation is very bad. Oops, it's too strong, we might really die this time. Sani said weakly. It shouldn't be an opponent who can't be defeated, the problem is, the poison of this rain has already attacked very badly. Zebra also said very weakly. If there is no green rain, with the strength of the four of them, they can definitely fight against the four beasts together. But it was because of this highly poisonous rain that all four of them were poisoned. Coco, can't you make antibodies? This is the poison of the food world. I analyzed the ingredients, but it was difficult to decipher it. Coco said very helplessly. Although he has antibodies to many kinds of toxins in his body, he is the only one who does not have the food industry. You know, the food world and the human world are completely two-level worlds. The creatures in the human world are in the food world, and they are really ants. Except for those super strong, it is very difficult for others to survive in the food world. It's time to prepare yourself mentally. The mental preparation that Sani said was naturally the mental preparation for being killed by the four beasts. It was at this moment that a sudden stomach growl sounded. It was sent by Alu. Alu, UBD, you are not allowed to make such an indecent sound from your stomach at this time. The other three said in unison. Ah, sorry, but I suddenly remembered what Ling said about Dad's message. Oh. It seems that Dad mentioned the taste of the four beasts at the end. If the normal body of the four beasts is severely damaged, it will make it flow out of the body. But then certain amino acids are created, and that adds to the savory component of the meat, ripening it with every flow. 35. That is to say, the more severe damage is caused to it, the more delicious the four beasts will be. Having said that, but now the four of them have been seriously injured, it is almost impossible to defeat the four beasts. Not to mention eating the four beasts. You are in danger now and need help? 35. It was at this time that Bai Yi's voice sounded in Alu's ear. Who is talking? I am someone who can help you. Do you need someone to help you defeat the four beasts? If you can, of course you need to. However, the strength of the four beasts is very powerful. It is a creature from the food world, and the rain is poisonous. It is very difficult to defeat it. 5. You don't have to worry about that, you just need help. Ding! The thug quest is generated. The content of the task, help the four of Alu defeat the four beasts. Bai Yi, you all know the content and situation of the task. This rain is poisonous. As long as it is drenched, it will be poisoned, but it shouldn't matter to you. 5. Beerus, poison? What poison can poison the god of destruction? Quelling, even if it's poisoned, it's just a matter of a fairy bean, a small problem. Sun Wukong, but this four beasts are so big, how do I feel that it is even bigger than the previous Diga? 35. Vegeta, what, Kakarot, are you scared? What's the use of being huge? This big guy looks weak. Bai Yi, if you are all ready, then I will release the task. Beerus, Lord Bai Yi, we are all ready. Those who are not ready, they deserve to fail the mission. Xiongpa, yes, Lord Bai Yi, I am always ready. 35. Xiongpa, hopefully this time it's my 6th universe thugs grabbing the mission. Krillin, actually, I hope that Goku can grab the mission, and then after he completes the mission, his strength improves, and Vegeta is no longer an opponent. Krillin, that's what makes it interesting. Vegeta, at Krillin, then you can hope, this is just what you hope, the probability of this happening in reality is very small. Bai Yi, you guys are ready, I'm going to release a mission. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Sun Wukong for grabbing the mission. 99. Vegeta. Monkey King, what? Is it me? Did I really grab the mission? Quelling, Wukong, you read that right, you grabbed the mission, and you finally grabbed the mission. Monkey King, great! I can finally complete the mission. Xiongpa, it was the thugs from the 7th universe who grabbed the mission. But this time it was a bit interesting. 35. Xiongpa, at Vegeta, I'm very curious, you said before that the chance of Sun Wukong grabbing the mission is very small, but he grabbed it, I don't know what you are thinking. 99. Caulifla, speaking of what was said before, it won't really happen, right, that's what Krillin wants. Caulifla, I won't wait until Sun Wukong completes the mission and his strength has increased greatly, so Vegeta is no longer his opponent. In this case, should Vegeta continue this challenge? Gabe, but I think that even if Mr. Sun Wukong completes the task, his strength may not be able to surpass Mr. Vegeta. 99. Gabe, after all, Mr. Monkey King still needs to draw something that can improve his strength. Vegeta was a little stunned at this time. The things he had thought about before, the impossible things, those coincidences, all happened. As he thought before, there is no way that this mission will appear when he and Kakarot are fighting. The result came. If that's the case, that's fine. But he felt that the chances of Kakarot being able to grab the mission were slim. As a result, the opponent was really grabbed by the force. Vegeta only felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Why are these two things that are very unlikely to be separated, and even less likely to be combined, both happened? He is so drunk. And after seeing the news of Gabe, Vegeta felt that this sin in the 6th universe could be dealt with. The other party can speak very well. That's right, what if Kakarot grabbed the mission? As long as he doesn't draw something like a combat power upgrade card that can directly improve his strength by a large margin. That would still not be his opponent. Even if it is really lucky to draw, but as long as the improved strength is less than his, he can still defeat. Chapter 94. Vegeta, at Gabe, you have a great future, I'm very optimistic about you. Vegeta, that's right, even if Kakarot grabs the mission, as long as he can't draw something that can greatly improve his strength, he still won't be my opponent. Krillin, at Vegeta, Vegeta, I think you better not talk too much. 35. Krillin, you said before that the probability of Wukong being able to grab the mission is very low, but in the end, Wukong really grabbed it. Piccolo, indeed, maybe Goku will actually get something you don't want him to get, so Vegeta, you'd better talk less. Number 17, in one sentence, Vegeta, your mouth is a bit poisonous, but it's just a reverse poisonous milk. Number 18, at number 17, what do you mean by that? Number 17, it means that Vegeta said something will not happen, then this happened. Number 17, so, if he continues to say that the possibility of something happening is very small, then the probability of this thing happening will increase and become very likely. Number 18, that's what it meant, but number 17, when did you learn this? Number 17, which boy doesn't know something like this? At 18, you wouldn't think 020, I was studying and doing homework when I was free. Number 18, okay, it turns out that you used to pretend to be a good boy. Krillin, at number 18, in fact, number 17 is right, it's normal for boys to be interested in things. 18th, at Klin, so that's how you were when you were younger. Krillin, of course I'm not. When I was young, I had no time. Either I was cultivating, or I was on the way to cultivation. Krillin, number 18, you don't know how hard I practiced to fight against the great demon King Piccolo and the Sun invasion. Vegeta, humph, the result of your cultivation is just like that. 35. Krillin, then I was still a human at that time, of course I can't compare with Useans. 99. Bai Yi, okay, let's finish the task first. At Sun Wukong, hurry up, the four beasts are about to attack the employer. Sun Wukong, okay, Lord Bai Yi. Vegeta, I'm sorry, I have to go to complete the task first, you can wait here for a while, and then, Cab, will come to you after I complete the task. After Sun Wukong finished speaking to Vegeta, he opened the portal and went to the captive world of food. Shout, this guy's luck is really good. Vegeta said something, and then focused on the shared screen in the group. The captive world of fine dining. Coco and the other three are asking what happened to ALU. Why did he suddenly talk to himself? Didn't you hear? A voice rang in my ear just now, asking if I needed help. ALU, have you been poisoned so deeply that you have auditory hallucinations? Maybe, or maybe it's an illusion that my life is coming to an end. ALU looked at the four beasts walking towards them, and was mentally prepared for death. It was at this time that the portal appeared, and Sun Wukong walked out of it. As soon as he walked out, Sun Wukong was drenched by the green rain. However, he did not feel any poisoning. My name is Sun Wukong, and I am here to help you. 99. Sun Wukong walked to ALU's side, helped him up from the ground, and then said, so, the voice just now wasn't my hallucination. ALU looked at Sun Wukong, a little sluggish. Someone actually came to help them. And Coco and the others also looked at Sun Wukong with a puzzled look. Could it be that this is what ALU said, the master of the voice that said it could help them? Just take a rest for a while, I'll help you deal with this four beasts first. Sun Wukong helped ALU aside and sat down, then looked at the four beasts. You have to be careful, the strength of the four beasts is very powerful, and they can also divert your attacks. More importantly, you were also caught in the green rain, and you were also poisoned. As time goes by, your poison will become deeper and deeper, and you will be the same as us. ALU looked at Sun Wukong and said worriedly. He didn't know whether this sudden appearance could help them defeat the four beasts. Moreover, he doesn't know each other at all. He has seen most of the powerhouses in this world, but there is no opponent. Therefore, ALU was actually a little skeptical in his heart, doubting whether Sun Wukong could help them defeat the four beasts. Really? But I don't feel poisoned at all. Sun Wukong experienced it again and found that he was the same as before, without any feeling of poisoning. Could it be that this poison is useless to him? Who cares, the big deal will be to eat a fairy bean to detoxify. Sun Wukong walked up to the four beasts and looked at each other with great interest. He has played against many opponents, but this is the first time he has played against such a guy. The four beasts also saw Sun Wukong, roared loudly, and punched Sun Wukong. As long as it is human, it is its food. Looking at the attack of the four beasts, Sun Wukong did not dodge or resist. When the fists of the four beasts were about to hit him, he hugged the four beasts, and then threw them over his shoulders, throwing the four beasts out. This. Seeing this scene, ALU and the others were stunned. Throw the four beasts out with a shoulder throw. Just by looking at the size of the four beasts, you can know how heavy it is. Even if the four of them join forces, at most they can defeat the four beasts. Not to mention throwing each other out. And it's still an action like a shoulder throw. Even if the four of them add up, they can't lift each other's feet. What a powerful force it takes to throw the opponent out with a shoulder throw. It is estimated that even if it is Father Yulong, this is nothing more than that. The four beasts that were thrown out quickly stood up, but there was some confusion on its face. Probably thinking, it was actually thrown out by someone just now? With such a large body and such a heavy body, it was actually thrown out by someone? Is it shameless? Then, the four beasts roared loudly. It's going to give the human who threw it a hard lesson. After the lesson is over, it will eat the other party again. The arms of the four beasts stretched out one by one, and then they clenched their fists and hit Sun Wukong. So many arms and fists, and they are still coming at such a fast speed. The feeling of oppression is simply overwhelming. Chapter 95. The madness of the four beasts also caused the surrounding city, which was originally in ruins, to suffer an even greater disaster. The originally tall ruins collapsed, and the already very messy city was even worse. Alu and the others watched the attacks of the four beasts and felt very fortunate in their hearts. If it wasn't for the appearance of that mysterious powerhouse, if the four beasts launched such an attack on them, with their current state, they simply cannot escape, let alone block them. Sure to die. As for worry, they are not worried. Since the opponent has the power to throw the four beasts out, that strength is definitely not weak. The four beasts' attacks shouldn't cause him much trouble. But the problem now is that the other party is also drenched in rain and poisoned. If the four beasts cannot be eliminated quickly, then the poison will be deep, and they will be the same as them. Although Alu and the others wanted to remind Sun Wukong to fight as quickly as possible, they did not speak now. Because they were worried that if they opened their mouths to remind, it would disturb Sun Wukong, and if they were hit by the four beasts, it would be bad. In the face of the attack of the four beasts, Sun Wukong did not choose to dodge, but rushed forward to face the attack of the four beasts. The attack of the four beasts was very violent in the eyes of Alu and the others. If they were to face it, they could only dodge, but they might not be able to dodge. But in Sun Wukong's eyes, the four beasts' attack was too slow, so slow that he didn't even have the desire to dodge. Fly, fly! This Mr. Monkey King can actually fly. 35. Sonny was surprised when he saw Sun Wukong rushing towards the four beasts. Although they can jump so high. But it is clear that the other party is not jumping, but flying. A human who can fly, even Father Yulong can't do it. Sun Wukong came to the four beasts, looked at its huge bald head, and punched out. The four huge beasts were directly sent flying by Sun Wukong's punch and fell to the ground, creating a big hole. And its head was also sunken. Although the four beasts can transfer the attack from the body, this ability is not invincible. If it is attacked beyond the limit it can deflect, it will still take damage. Otherwise, the four beasts would be invincible even in the food world. But its capture level is only 350. In the human world, this is already a level that can destroy the world. But in the food world, such a level is the bottom of the bottom. The strength of the four beasts is not strong, and Sun Wukong has no idea of fighting it. However, just when he was about to give the four beasts the final blow, he suddenly thought of something that Alu had said before. Excuse me, did you say before that the heavier the attack on the four beasts, the more delicious it will become? That's right, this is what Sun Wukong suddenly remembered. You know, for Sun Wukong, a foodie, being able to eat delicious food is also a very happy thing for him. And these four beasts can actually make Alu growl just thinking about it. I don't know how delicious it will be. Yes, the heavier the attack on the four beasts, the more delicious it will be. Alu was not surprised that Sun Wukong knew that he had said this. The voice earlier asked him if he wanted help, obviously seeing him in crisis. If this is the case, then the other party is likely to know what he said before. However, now this Mr. Sun Wukong is asking this question. Does that mean that he is also interested in the delicacy of the four beasts? Well, I know. Sun Wukong nodded, looking at the four beasts, sparkling in the eyes. That's the look of food. Although he doesn't know how delicious the four beasts are, it is very likely that it is more delicious than anything he has eaten before. Just thinking about it made his stomach feel hungry. Sun Wukong's actions and expressions were naturally seen by the thugs. Quelling, okay, I already know, this guy Wukong wants to eat these four beasts. Vegeta, humph, cockroach is a waste of time. He can kill these four beasts in seconds, but he has to waste time just to eat. Cling, at Vegeta, Vegeta, isn't that a good thing for you? Vegeta, what's up with me? Piccolo, I know what Krillin means. What he means is that the longer it takes Goku to complete this task, the later he will fight you. Piccolo, if Wukong's strength has increased to a level stronger than you after completing this task, then you will be defeated by him a little later. Krillin, yeah, Piccolo, that's what I meant. Vegeta, Bic, you two are so firm that Kakarot will be stronger than me after completing the task, right? 35. Vegeta, if his strength wants to surpass me, he has to draw something that can directly improve his strength. If he only relies on points to improve his strength, he will not surpass me. Tianjin Fan, I don't think this is necessarily the case. Maybe Wukong can really draw something that directly improves his strength. Anyway, it's not the end, Vegeta, it's better that you don't jump to conclusions so easily. Beerus, I don't care if Goku draws anything to improve his strength. What I care about is, can these four beasts really be eaten? Beerus, looks green and looks ugly, does such a guy really taste good? Xiongpa, Beerus, you don't know much about eating, some things don't look delicious, but they really taste delicious. Beerus, really, it seems that when it comes to food, you, a dead fat pig, are more experienced. Xiongpa, I remember that you like to eat your skin and bones. You don't even know this kind of thing. I think you have eaten everything you used to eat in vain. Grand Priest, so you guys have been eating? Has the work of the God of Destruction been done well? Beerus, Grand Priest, Lord Grand Priest, don't worry. I have completed the work of the God of Destruction. 35. Xiongpa, yes, sir, we only eat something to relax when we are free, but when it's time to work, we all work very seriously. King Quan, you eat, and don't forget to destroy God's work. Beerus, I see, Lord Quan Wang. Xiongpa, don't worry, Lord Quan Wang. We have done the work of the God of Destruction seriously. King Quan, but you have all eaten something delicious, and I seem to have eaten it too. I seem to have never eaten anything. 55. Bai Yi, Quan Wang, then it's really a pity that you missed a big blessing. For the existence of King Quan, there is no need to rely on food to maintain life. Not even the two gods of destruction, Beerus and Changpa. They like to eat, it's just a hobby. However, it is indeed a very happy thing to be able to eat a variety of food. King Quan, group owner Bai Yi, it's like you've eaten something, I remember you and I are the same, you haven't eaten anything. 99. Bai Yi, that was after I met you. Before I met you, I also ate a lot of good things. Bai Yi, however, although I have eaten a lot of good things, it can't be compared with the world that Sun Wukong went to. This world is completely a world of delicious food. Bai Yi used to be a captive of food. In this world, there are hundreds of thousands of kinds of ingredients. It really has all kinds of ingredients, all kinds of food. When it comes to food, there is really no other world that can compare to this one. Beerus, Goku is really lucky to be able to go to such a world to complete his mission. Beerus, I think after he finishes his mission, he can still taste the food of this world. Xiongpa, why don't you let him come back with some delicious food from this world after completing the task? Beerus, good idea. But it doesn't seem to be your business. Even if he comes back with food, I can eat it, but you can't. Xiongpa, I can go to the 7th universe to eat. Beerus, you won't be so stingy, you won't want to share something to eat. Beerus, if it was Lord Bai Yi and the others, then I would definitely be very happy to share it, but why should I share it with you? 39. Krillin, speaking of which, two gods of destruction, can we wait for Wukong to complete this task before discussing this issue? Beerus, also, let Goku complete the task first, and after he completes the task, I will ask him if he can bring back some delicious food from this world. Sun Wukong's attention was now on the four beasts. So I didn't see the news in the group. Since the four beasts are attacked more heavily, the more delicious it will become. Then his next attack will be lighter. Otherwise, if you kill the other party directly, it probably won't be much delicious. Then how much attack does it take to be the most delicious? Sun Wukong suddenly thought of such a question and asked again. We don't know this either. Our father Yulong only told us that the heavier the attack of the four beasts, the more delicious it will be. But I don't know, in the end it needs to be attacked multiple times to make it the most delicious. Alu shrugged and said helplessly. Perhaps, when the four beasts don't transfer damage to the body, it will be the most delicious time. Because if it doesn't transfer damage, it means that the damage it can transfer has reached its limit, which is when it is most delicious. Coco thought about it and said. However, if Mr. Sun Wukong's attack is too strong and you directly kill the four beasts, then it's hard to say. Coco added another sentence. The punch from Sun Wukong just now let Coco and the others know. This Mr. Sun Wukong who came to help them is very powerful, and he can easily kill the four beasts. If it wasn't for his interest in the taste of the four beasts, the four beasts are probably dead now. Therefore, this Mr. Sun Wukong is absolutely capable of launching a super strong attack that makes the four beasts unable to move. It turns out that this is the case, I know, then I will start as lightly as possible. Sun Wukong felt that what Coco said was reasonable, and since that was the case, he would have to be merciful as much as possible. 00. Otherwise, he is afraid that if he is not careful, he will directly kill the four beasts. At this time, the four beasts did not know that Sun Wukong and Alu were discussing how to make it taste the most delicious. It was sent flying by Sun Wukong, and it has already stood up from the ground. The place where Sun Wukong was hit did not recover. It is resilient, not only able to deflect attacks, but also recover where it was hurt. Similar to Piccolo, Majin Buu's regeneration ability. However, it is weaker than their regeneration ability. And Sun Wukong's punch just now, although it didn't kill it, left it with an irreversible wound. And this, in addition to making the four beasts more angry, there is also some fear. This is the first person it has encountered who can cause such serious injuries to it that it cannot even recover. If it knows, Sun Wukong is still thinking about how to make it the most delicious. Guess it's going to break down. The arms of the four beasts are waving like whips, and the sound of waving them makes people feel a little worried. The four beasts want to increase their sense of oppression through this method. At the same time, it also decided, if it still can't take down the guy who hurt it, and the other party hurt it again, and it still can't recover, then it escapes. Anyway, this time it was born, it has eaten a lot of humans. Although I really want to eat all the remaining humans. But if its own life is threatened, then it feels that its own life is more important. The way the four beasts increased their sense of oppression was of no use to Sun Wukong except for bringing some sense of oppression to Alu and the others. Alu and the others would worry that the four beasts' waving arms would be seriously injured if they were hit. But Sun Wukong has no such worries at all. What if the four beasts were hit? Can you break his defense? If you can't, then why be afraid? Sun Wukong flew into the air, grabbed an arm of the four beasts, and then grabbed the arm and waved the four beasts in the air like a whip. Not only that, Sun Wukong also threw the four beasts over and over, crushing a lot of ruins and leaving a lot of big pits on the ground. Anyway, there is no one else around except the employer and the four of them. And the surroundings are already in ruins, so he can throw the four beasts around to his heart's content. This is what Sun Wukong has in mind. He wanted to do this first to make the four beasts taste better, and then he would make another move to make the four beasts the most delicious. Of course, when he fell, Sun Wukong also controlled his power. If you accidentally drop the four beasts to death, it will be embarrassing. Watching Sun Wukong slap the four beasts like whips, the faces of the four Alu were filled with emotion. Chapter 96. This Mr. Sun Wukong is obviously about the same height as us, even a little shorter than us, and his body is not as burly as us. But his power is stronger than ours, I don't know how many times, it's really powerful. 99. Alu looked at Sun Wukong who was tossing the four beasts around, and said with great emotion. He knows the truth that people can't look good. But seeing that Sun Wukong, whose body size is not as good as theirs, actually has such a powerful strength, still couldn't help but sigh. I really want to play with him. Battle Mad Zebra said so. Zebra, forget it, I'm afraid you will be killed by Mr. Sun Wukong. He can knock the 4 beasts flying with one punch, and even left an irreversible wound on the 4 beasts. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist even one punch from him. Sonny rolled his eyes and said to Zebra. However, Mr. Sun Wukong was also drenched in this green rain, but looking at his appearance, he was not affected. 55. Maybe it's because his strength is so strong that he can ignore this green rain. But if we don't defeat the 4 beasts, then the green rain will not disappear, and we can't last much longer. I'm afraid that before Mr. Sun Wukong kills the 4 beasts, we will die first because of the poison of the green rain. I don't know how Komatsu's antidote has been completed. If it is not completed, even if we can live until Mr. Sun Wukong defeats the 4 beasts, we will not survive. We should trust Komatsu, he will definitely be able to complete the antidote. 9. And among the thugs, Quelling, at Sun Wukong, Wukong, can you read my news? Defeat the 4 beasts as soon as possible, otherwise, your 02 employer will die under this poisonous green rain. Vegeta, humph, if Kakarot's employer dies and the mission fails, then Kakarot will take full responsibility. Whoever asked him to eat 4 beasts is a shame for our thugs. Beerus, this guy, if it's really because of him that the mission failed and the thugs are embarrassed, I will never let him go. Monkey King, at Beerus, don't worry, Beerus-sama, I won't shame the thugs. Beerus, so you saw it, so why don't you get rid of the 4 beasts? Beerus, is it more important to make the taste of the 4 beasts better, or is it more important to complete the mission? Monkey King, I see, Lord Beerus. In fact, without the reminders from Quelling and the others, Sun Wukong also sensed that their employers were getting weaker and weaker. Therefore, he did not continue to throw the 4 beasts around. Sun Wukong fell the 4 beasts to the ground, did not lift it up again, but came to the 4 beasts, punched the 4 beasts one by one. Every time Sun Wukong punches, the 4 beasts want to divert the attack out of the body. Moreover, because Sun Wukong's attack is too heavy, the 4 beasts need to spend more effort to move. This has also led to the secretion of the amino acid that can make the 4 beasts more delicious. Moreover, although the 4 beasts tried their best to divert Sun Wukong's attack, but Sun Wukong's attack was too heavy. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't transfer the strength of even a punch. Not to mention that Sun Wukong punched so many punches in one go. So gradually, the transferability of the 4 beasts failed, not to mention the recovery ability. In Sun Wukong's perception, the chi of the 4 beasts became weaker and weaker, and he knew that the 4 beasts had reached their limit. With the final punch, the 4 beasts fell to the ground, completely losing their breath. At the moment when the 4 beasts died, the sky that had been shrouded in dense fog became bright again. The green rain that was falling at first also stopped. The sunlight that disappeared after the appearance of the 4 beasts also re-illuminated the earth. Although the surroundings were in ruins at this time, but now the sun has reappeared. The restoration of the city will also come in the near future. After the 4 beasts that have caused the calamity to be eliminated, there will still be hope for the remaining people. Mr. Monkey King, thank you for helping us solve the 4 beasts. Alu and the others came to Sun Wukong and said very gratefully. Without each other, they would most likely be dead now. Don't thank me, this is my task, just give me a 5-star review. By the way, can I also taste these 4 beasts? Sun Wukong looked at the 4 beasts and said a little embarrassedly. After all, he was here to complete the task, and now he has to eat the 4 beasts, which seems a little inappropriate. Of course. Needless to say, how could Alu and the others refuse Sun Wukong's request? Not to mention that the 4 beasts were originally defeated by the opponent. Even if not, they like to share good food with other people. At this time, the ground suddenly began to vibrate. Then, Sun Wukong saw that a very huge horse was running over. The horse was so huge that the 4 beasts looked like an ant in front of it. Roughly estimated, the height of this horse, more than 1,000 meters. On top of the horse's head, there are 2 people. Mr. Arup. Mr. Coco, Mr. Sonny, Mr. Zebra. It's really great that you're okay. Komatsu almost cried when he saw Alu and the others who were still alive. Later, Komatsu and Ling came to Alu and others together. For Sun Wukong, the two of them are not surprised. Because through the live broadcast before, they saw the appearance of Sun Wukong, and also saw the picture of Sun Wukong's great power and killing the four beasts. This gentleman, thank you for saving Mr. Alu and the others. 35. Komatsu came to Sun Wukong and thanked him very gratefully. No thanks, this is my job. By the way, this is the detoxification rice cake, which can detoxify the green rain. Komatsu handed a few purple, ball-shaped rice cakes to Sun Wukong. This is the detoxification rice cake he developed, which can detoxify the green rain. Although Sun Wukong feels that he is not poisoned, and even if he is poisoned, he can use fairy beans to detoxify. However, looking at the detoxification rice cake in front of him, Sun Wukong really wanted to taste it. Delicious, really delicious. After eating a detoxification rice cake, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He has eaten a lot of good things, but he has never eaten something so good. Even if it is just rice cakes, it has surpassed everything he has eaten before. Sun Wukong quickly ate the rest of the rice cakes, with an unfinished look on his face. Komatsu was also very happy to see Sun Wukong's eating. As a chef, the happiest thing is that the food you make can be liked by others. Among the fighters, Quelling, it seems that the detoxification rice cake is really delicious, and I have seen Wukong eat it many times. Krillin, but I've never seen Goku make such an expression. 9. Vegeta, humph, isn't it just rice cakes, how delicious can they be? Piccolo, Vegeta, you'd better wipe your drool before you say that. 55. Piccolo, I know, you must be craving it right now. Vegeta, I don't want to eat it. Beerus, what kind of rice cake is this, is it delicious? When I was on Earth before, I didn't seem to have eaten something called rice cake. Tianjin rice, Lord Beerus, because rice cakes are not a high-end ingredient, you didn't eat them at Bulma's birthday party before. Beerus, it's not a high-end ingredient, but Wukong eats it so deliciously. Maybe the rice cakes in this other world are different from the rice cakes in our world. Xiongpa, Beerus, now that Sun Wukong has defeated the four beasts, when you hurry up and let him come back, bring some more food. Beerus, why are you so excited? Anyway, even if he brought it here, it wouldn't be your share. Elephant Paw, Beerus, don't be so stingy. Bai Yi, otherwise, if Sun Wukong can bring the food, how about the food for our first group gathering? Bai Yi, after you two fighters from the universe have finished the competition, you can taste the food, I think it will definitely be good. Beerus, I think Mr. Bai Yi's proposal is very good. Xiongpa, in this case, we people in the 6th universe can also eat it. Long live Mr. Bai Yi. Beerus, at Xiongpa, you are cursing Mr. Bai Yi, long live? Who are you looking down on? Xiongpa, my. At group owner Bai Yi, Mr. Bai Yi, I don't mean that at all. Bai Yi, okay, I know you don't mean that, but you should think about it before you speak. Bai Yi, at Sun Wukong, if you can bring back some delicacies from your world, and I will treat these delicacies as the food to eat at parties later. Monkey King, at group leader Bai Yi, okay Mr. Bai Yi, I got it. Sun Wukong saw Bai Yi's news, and naturally he would not refuse. I want to ask you one thing, I don't know if I can. Mr. Monkey King, please say, as long as we can do it, we will never give up. I'd like to bring some of your food here, but I don't know if I can. That's all? Of course there's no problem. Mr. Sun Wukong, you can bring as much as you want. Alu and others thought that Sun Wukong had something to do. Turns out I just wanted to bring some food. Of course there is no problem. Although the human world has been destroyed a lot by the four beasts, there is still a lot of food. By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong, now that the four beasts are dead, you can taste the four beasts with us, or you can bring back some of the meat of the four beasts. Speaking of the four beasts, in fact, when I killed the four beasts before, I sensed a lot of weak energy from its body, I don't know what it is. 99. Weak breath? There is no concept of qi in this world, so Alu and others couldn't understand what Sun Wukong was talking about. But soon, they understood. The 4 beasts that were originally killed by Sun Wukong suddenly flew up, radiating dazzling light all over their bodies. With the disappearance of the light, the 4 beasts have disappeared, replaced by a huge mountain of meat that is incomparably huge, like a big mountain. Obviously, this mountain of meat was formed by the 4 beasts. And next to Roshan, there is this glowing sphere. I saw a lot of electromagnetic waves from that sphere. Coco looked at the sphere and said very excitedly. He understands what that means. I heard it too. Zebra also spoke. Could it be that? Alu, Sani, and the others also suddenly understood. As the light of the sphere disappeared, many small black dots fell. If you look carefully, you can find that these little black dots are human beings one by one. These humans are the humans who were eaten by the 4 beasts before. Originally, the 4 beasts wanted to eat all the humans and then find a place to absorb them. Therefore, the humans that it ate before were stored in the body by it and did not absorb it. So these humans are not dead. After the 4 beasts were killed by Sun Wukong, these humans were also saved. I'm going to save them. Seeing these humans fall, Sun Wukong wanted to save them. No, Mr. Sun Wukong. However, Alu stopped him. Sani. I know. Sani's hair grew longer, and then, woven into a huge web. These fallen humans fell onto the net and avoided being thrown to death. It turns out that you still have this hand. Seeing Sani's actions, Sun Wukong was also a little surprised. In the previous mission screen, he did not see the abilities of Alu and the others, but only saw the screen of them summoning the gourmet demon. So I don't know the ability of the 4 kings of Alu and the others. 0.1 Although their strength is a little weaker, this ability is still very interesting. If he made a move, it would be a bit difficult to save everyone. After all, there are too many people. And this ability of the other party can just save everyone. Mr. Monkey King, I made you laugh, in front of you, my ability is nothing at all. 35. Sani looked at Sun Wukong, a little embarrassed. After seeing the powerful strength of Sun Wukong, he will show his ability. There is always a feeling of playing a big knife in front of Guangong. No, your abilities are very interesting. Sani is also a little proud of being praised by Sun Wukong. The meat mountain turned into 4 beasts fell to the ground. The whole meat mountain was like a pudding, and it bounced a few times, showing how elastic it was. Since the crisis of the 4 beasts has now been lifted, let all humans taste the 4 beasts. 39. Alu looked at Roshan and suggested. His proposal was naturally approved by everyone. Then, countless people began to act. A large number of chefs were ready to cook the 4 beasts, and many transport teams also came to deliver the meat of the 4 beasts to the chefs. This is the first big meal in the human world after the crisis has passed, and everyone is very excited. Many chefs have come up with their housekeeping skills and even their own secret recipes to cook the 4 beasts. The entire human world is completely boiling. Hey, Zebra! You're stealing food here if you don't help. Seeing that Zebra didn't go to help transport the meat of the 4 beasts, but was eating there alone, Sani said with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 97. However, Zebra didn't care about Sani's unhappiness, and was still eating there. You eat it raw? Don't you cook it? Seeing that Zebra was eating the flesh of the 4 beasts, Sun Wukong asked with some doubts. Everything he eats is cooked, he doesn't like to eat raw food, and he has never seen other people eat raw food. Therefore, seeing Zebra eating the raw meat of the 4 beasts, and eating it so fragrantly, is somewhat incomprehensible. These 4 beast meats are delicious even if they are eaten raw. Would you like some? As Zebra spoke, he handed the 4 beast meat to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the raw meat in Zebra's hand, thought about it, took it, and bit it. When eating into the mouth, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He doesn't like eating raw food, but the raw meat of the 4 beasts gives him the feeling that it is more delicious than the cooked food he has eaten before. It's so delicious even raw, let alone cooked. Sun Wukong is very much looking forward to what kind of delicious food it will turn into after the chefs cook the meat of the 4 beasts. He had heard that this time the chefs who cooked the meat of the 4 beasts numbered more than 100,000. How many delicious foods can hundreds of thousands of chefs make? Sun Wukong is looking forward to it. The efficiency of ALU and the others was very high, and in a short while, the meat of the four beasts was transported. Of course, ALU also left a large piece of the four beast meat for Sun Wukong and asked him to take it back. Sun Wukong was very satisfied with this move of ALU, and even the other people in the thugs group were very satisfied. Beerus, yes, this Aru is very good at being a man, and he took the initiative to ask Wukong to bring back a little meat of the four beasts. When he saw Sun Wukong's expression of enjoyment after eating the meat of the four beasts, he swallowed, wanting to taste how delicious the meat of the four beasts really is. However, because the meat of the four beasts was to be distributed to all human beings, Beerus did not ask Sun Wukong to ask ALU for it because he was afraid that it would not be enough at the time. After all, ALU is the employer. If he wants other food, ALU will not care, but if he wants the meat of the four beasts, it may make the other party a little uncomfortable. Now ALU has not rated Sun Wukong yet. If he doesn't give Sun Wukong a 5-star praise at that time, it will be a big loss. He also can't lose a 5-star praise for Sun Wukong because he can eat the meat of the four beasts. But now, since ALU took the initiative to give it, there is no problem. The employer is very good and very personable. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, Wukong, these four beast meats were brought back by your employer, you don't want to eat them secretly. Sun Wukong, at Beerus, don't worry, Lord Beerus, I still have a lot of four beast meat to eat later, of course I won't eat these. Beerus, that's good, by the way, you ate the raw meat of the four beasts before, looking at your expression, it seems delicious. 95. Krillin, indeed, I've never seen Wukong eat raw food, and Wukong doesn't like eating raw food either. Quelling, but after Wukong eats the raw meat of the four beasts, he can show the expression of enjoyment, which shows that even the raw meat of the four beasts is delicious. 99. Monkey King, Quelling is right, I've never eaten something so delicious. It's even better than the detoxification rice cake before. And it's still raw. 5. Sun Wukong, I'm looking forward to how delicious it will be if the meat of the four beasts is made into delicious food. Xiongpa, at Sun Wukong, then can you bring back some delicious food made from the meat of the four beasts of the right? Sun Wukong, this, but the remaining meat of the four beasts is what my employer wants to share with all human beings here. If there is not enough time, then I can't ask them for it. 5. Beerus, that's right, Gaku, don't listen to this guy like Xiongpa, if you don't have enough time, then forget it, if there's still some leftovers, you can ask for some. 35. Monkey King, I see, Lord Beerus. When Sun Wukong was in the water group, ALU and others also brought him to the edge of the city. This place has not been ravaged by the four beasts, so it has not suffered much damage. At this time, a row of temporary stalls have been erected here, each stall has a chef, and in front of the stall, there is a long queue. As Monkey King, who defeated the four beasts and saved the human world, and the four kings of food, ALU, they naturally don't need to line up. They have a dedicated dining table. After Sun Wukong sat at the table, many top chefs, or bigwigs in the human world, also came to him to thank him. They have also seen what happened through live broadcasts before. Knowing that Sun Wukong killed the four beasts, and it's still that simple. They not only thank Sun Wukong for saving the human world, but also respect the strong. Afterwards, one after another delicious food was served on the table, and under the leadership of ALU, after saying I'm starting, Sun Wukong also showed his strong appetite. Of course, the four heavenly kings of food around him were not to be outdone. Sun Wukong watched ALU and the others while eating the food. Besides Vegeta and Gohan, this is the first time he meets someone who can match his appetite. And ALU and others also noticed Sun Wukong. But they weren't very surprised by Sun Wukong's appetite. In the world of gourmet food, it is not necessarily the strong that can eat, but the strong can definitely eat. Because you need to eat food to absorb the food energy in the food and stimulate the food cells in the body. In their opinion, this Mr. Monkey King is so powerful. Isn't it normal to have such a big appetite? This banquet ended very late. The panic and depression caused by the four beasts were also released through this banquet. Before Sun Wukong left, Alu and others also prepared a lot of food for him, and the food could be piled up into a hill. Mr. Monkey King, I don't know where you live, we can help you deliver the food there. So much food, Sun Wukong alone is not easy to take, so Alu suggested. For Alu's proposal, Sun Wukong naturally refused. After all, he is not from this world, he can come to this world through a group of thugs. But Alu and the others could not go to his world. Sun Wukong, at Beerus, Lord Beerus, so much food, I don't know how I can get it back, I wonder if you can do anything? Beerus, so much food, it's a bit difficult to get them all at once, so you might as well take them separately, just a few more times. Bringing the food back is a breeze if Wes is around. But now there is only Sun Wukong alone, so Beerus can think of a way to get the food back, that is to get back a little at a time, and get it a few more times. Krillin, Lord Beerus, can I go back after Goku returns? This method should not work, right? Beerus, yeah, so how do you get all this food back? Quelling, I have a solution here. At Sun Wukong, you can buy some all-purpose capsules in the mall, and then put these foods into the all-purpose capsules. 55. Monkey King, yes. But Quelling, I don't have any points now, how can I buy the universal capsule? Beerus, it's okay, I'll give you the points for buying that omnipotent capsule. Beerus looked at the price of the all-purpose capsule in the mall, and it was very cheap. Therefore, Beerus directly transferred 1000 points to Sun Wukong. With these 1000 points, you can buy 100 universal capsules. After getting the points given by Beerus, Sun Wukong also bought all the universal capsules. Then, in the stunned expressions of Alu and the others, they put the food into the universal capsule. Mr. Sun Wukong, I don't know what this thing is. When Sun Wukong was halfway through, Alu finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked. He saw very clearly just now that Mr. Sun Wukong threw a very small thing, but after he threw it, it turned into a very big thing. After putting the food in, it became that tiny thing again. This thing is simply black technology. Is there such a black technology in this world? How could he not know? Not only Alu, but others as well. Looking at the universal capsule in Sun Wukong's hand, it was a surprise. It is very convenient for them to have this thing. This thing is called a universal capsule, you gave me too much food, I can't take it, so I use these to hold it. Sun Wukong didn't notice the expressions on the faces of Alu and the others. His attention was now all on the food. Mr. Monkey King, can you give us a few, we can help you pretend. 35. Sure. Monkey King handed over a few universal capsules to Alu and others, and asked them to help them pack them together. After getting the universal capsule, Alu and the others looked over and over again. This universal capsule doesn't seem to be anything special, but how did it become such a big thing? Making such a big thing into such a small capsule form, this black technology is a bit outrageous. With the help of Alu and others, the food was quickly finished. Alu and the others returned the universal capsule to Sun Wukong with some reluctance in their eyes. Such a magical thing, they naturally want it very much. But this is Mr. Monkey King's thing, they are not easy to ask each other for. If you can operate it and enjoy it, it is already very good. Turtle Immortal, at Sun Wukong, you bought 100 all-purpose capsules, but you haven't used them up, and it's useless for you to keep the remaining capsules. Give these capsules to your employer, I think they are very good. Want. 39. Sun Wukong didn't notice the reluctance in Alu's eyes, but Turtle Immortal did. Having lived for such a long age, he has a very good understanding of this kind of worldliness. The universal capsule is useless to Sun Wukong, and this thing is not unusual at all. It would be better to give them to Alu, it can also improve their goodwill, and it is easier to get 5-star praise. Quelling, Teacher Wu Tian is really still Teacher Wu Tian. I have a lot to learn from the world of people. I still have a lot to learn. Beerus, if you can use these little things in exchange for the employer's favor and 5-star praise, it's not a loss at all. At Turtle Immortal, Yes, if it wasn't for your reminder, the Gaigaku would definitely not have thought of it. Of this. 99. Turtle Immortal, Lord Beerus has won the award. After all, I have experienced more than Wukong and the others. Although the strength is not as good as them, 023 is in this aspect, and they still have a lot to learn. Bai Yi, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and the rivers and lakes are not just fighting, but also human beings. Turtle Immortal, Mr. Bai Yi is right, although in our world, the role of sophistication may not be so great. Turtle Immortal, but since we are going to other worlds now to help the employer complete the task, it is still very important to be sophisticated. Beerus, it's true, how to get your employer's favorability is part of the world. Beerus, at Xiongpa, you know, you just take your temper and character, if you are really lucky to get the job in the future, I'm very worried that you will offend the employer and bring shame to our thugs. 5. Beerus, learn well. Xiongpa, at Beerus, I don't need you to teach me, how can I not understand things you can understand? Xiongpa, also, why do I get shit luck when I grab a mission? It makes it seem like it's hard for me to get a mission. Beerus, isn't it difficult? I'm curious, when will you be able to get the quest, or will you never be able to get it? 5. Xiongpa, then just watch, I'm sure I'll get the task soon. The other side. Sun Wukong counted the all-purpose capsules containing food, and he only used 70 or so. A dozen or so left are empty. What Grandpa Gaixianren said was right, this thing is useless to him, and it is not unusual at all. Not only is it very cheap in the mall, but there are also many on the earth. He wants to, just ask Bulmana directly, her father is the inventor of the universal capsule. There are more than 20 vacancies here, if you want, I will give them to you. Sun Wukong distributed the empty universal capsule to Alu and others. Mr. Sun Wukong, this thing is very precious, you. No, this thing is not precious at all. Not precious. Well, Alu looked at the 70-odd all-purpose capsules that Sun Wukong had in his hands and pockets. They took out so many all-purpose capsules in one breath. In their eyes, it was a thing of black technology. For Mr. Monkey King, it was really not precious at all. I don't know where Mr. Sun Wukong got these things. For something so precious to them, Mr. Monkey King can actually take out so much, it seems like wholesale. Okay, my task is completed, I'm going back, and thank you for your hospitality. The food is very delicious. By the way, please give me a 5-star review. 99. After speaking, Sun Wukong chose to return and disappeared in front of Alu and the others. Chapter 98. Ding! Congratulations to the thug Sun Wukong for completing the task and getting points, 800,000. Congratulations to the fighter Sun Wukong for his 5-star praise and a chance to win a lottery. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, the food is with you now, you have to keep it safe, it will be used when we hold a group party later. 99. Bai Yi, at Sun Wukong, you can give me these all-purpose capsules with food, and I will keep them. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, you have seen what Mr. Bai Yi said, let Mr. Bai Yi take care of it, so we can all rest assured. Sun Wukong, okay, Lord Bai Yi. Afterwards, Sun Wukong gave all the universal capsules in his hand to Bai Yi through the group of thugs. Of course, Bai Yi's way of keeping it is not really placed with him. Bai Yi, you take out all the food in these omnipotent capsules, and then temporarily seal them up. In this way, even after a month, the food will be exactly the same as it is now. The group gathering will be held a month later, after the battle between the fighters of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Even in the universal capsule, after a month, these foods may change. The best way is to let the Great Priest seal it up. In this case, let alone a month, even if it is a year, 100 years or even hundreds of millions of years, these foods will still be exactly the same as they are now, fresh as ever, with the same color, fragrance, and taste. Grand Priest, okay, Lord Bai Yi, I understand. Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, wait a moment for the duel between us, I got a chance to draw a lottery. Let me draw the prize first. Quelling, at Sun Wukong, it is very likely that after you draw the lottery, Vegeta has no intention of fighting with you. Sun Wukong, Quelling, why is this? Piccolo, because you are very likely to draw something that will improve your strength. If you do get it, and your strength increases to be stronger than Vegeta, he won't be able to beat you again, and naturally he will want to fight with you. Vegeta, hey, don't be too confident in Kakarot. He may not be able to draw anything good. Turtle Immortal, at Sun Wukong, since Vegeta asked Bulma to draw a lottery before, and the things he drew are also good, then you can also ask Kikai to help you draw. Sun Wukong, at Gui Xianren, Grandpa Gui Xianren, Kikai, she probably won't help me draw a lottery, she has never wanted me to practice, so she should also refuse this kind of lottery that may improve my strength. Turtle Immortal, well, then you can change someone to draw for you, or you can ask Bulma to draw for you, isn't she lucky? Vegeta, at Turtle Immortal, what do you mean, old guy? Let my wife help Kakarot draw. Turtle Immortal, I don't mean anything, I just think that Bulma's luck is not very good, so if you let her help Wukong draw the lottery, maybe you can draw something good. Krillin, it makes sense, Wukong, you can really ask Bulma to help you draw the lottery, it will be interesting if the things you draw are better than the ones you draw for Vegeta. Xiongpa, when you say that, I want to see it, at Sun Wukong, you can go to that Bulma to help you draw a lottery, anyway, it's just a lottery, nothing to do. 5. Vegeta, no way. My wife, why are you helping other men in the lottery? Quelling, at Vegeta, with the relationship between Bulma and Wukong, what's the matter with helping him draw a lottery? You're too stingy, you don't even want to draw a lottery. Vegeta, at Quelling, what you said is easy, then you ask your wife to help Kakarot draw the lottery. Krillin, if the 18th is willing, I don't care. Anyway, I'll draw a prize and see how the 18th's luck is. Krillin, if I'm lucky, I'll let her draw for me when I get a chance to win a quest in the future. 35. Number 18, I have no problem, if Sun Wukong is willing to let me draw for him, then I will draw for him. 35. Beerus, at Sun Wukong, so do you want to draw it yourself, or do you want someone to do it for you? Beerus, if you want to find someone to help you draw, who are you looking for? Anyway, I think Bulma's luck is still good, you can try it with her. Vegeta, Pin. Monkey King, no, Beerus-sama, I'm afraid Vegeta will be angry, so I'd better get someone else to help me. Number 17, actually, you can also ask me to help you draw. I have also drawn a combat power upgrade card before, and my luck is still very good. Sun Wukong, no, I know who to ask to help me draw, let Gohan draw for me. 35. Monkey King, I think Gohan's luck should be good. Piccolo, Gohan, that's okay too. Sun Wukong used teleportation to come to Sun Wufan's house, told Sun Wufan what happened, and wanted his son to help him draw a lottery. Son Gohan naturally agreed without hesitation. Dad, don't blame me if the things I draw aren't very good and I can't make you stronger than Uncle Vegeta. Before the lottery, Son Gohan said specially. Why should I blame you? Gohan, don't worry. Okay, then Dad, I'm going to smoke. Well, let's smoke. Ding. Congratulations to Son Gohan for winning the lottery. Get items, Combat Power *3 cards. Krillin, Combat Power *3 cards? Could it be that Goku's strength can be tripled directly? Piccolo, yes, that's what this card does. This card is stronger than the Combat Power-Up card that Vegeta drew before. Tianjin Fan, Bic, correct me, Bulma got it. Beerus, let me see, the effect of this Combat Strength *3 card is equal to the Combat Strength Increase card, which increases the combat strength twice. 55. Beerus, that is to say, at Vegeta, you are really unlucky, after Goku used this card, his strength surpassed you again. The Combat Power *3 card means that the user's strength is directly multiplied by 3. In other words, on the basis of the original strength, the strength is doubled. And Vegeta uses the combat power upgrade card to increase his strength by 1.5 times, and the effect is actually equivalent to combat power * 2.5 cards. Therefore, after Sun Wukong uses this card, his strength will surpass that of Vegeta. Vegeta's basic strength was originally a little worse than that of Sun Wukong. Now Sun Wukong has improved more than Vegeta. Therefore, the tragedy tower is well deserved. Vegeta's face turned green when he saw the results of Sun Gohan's lottery. He only felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Obviously things were going very well before. His strength has been greatly improved, and he has also challenged Kakarot. He is 99% complete before defeating Kakarot and officially surpassing the opponent. But the last 1% was disturbed by the sudden task. That's fine, after all, the task of robbing must be given the top priority. But this task was grabbed by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong can grab the task early and grab the task later. But it happened that they grabbed the task when they were about to duel. Of course, if you just grab the quest, it's fine. After all, Sun Wukong may not be able to draw something that can improve his strength. After all, his strength has been directly increased by 1.5 times. It is not so easy for Kakarot to surpass this strength gap. He was unwilling to let his wife Bulma help Kakarot to draw a lottery. On the one hand, I really don't want my wife to help other men draw a lottery. On the other hand, he was also worried that in case Bulma really helped Kakarot draw something good, it would even make Kakarot stronger than him. Then, he couldn't surpass Kakarot again. Second, where does his face go? But I didn't expect that this guy Kakarot would actually find his son to draw a lottery. And Gohan, this kid, actually helped his dad get some good stuff. Combat power * 3 cards. Directly let Kakarot's strength improve more than him. In other words, other people's sons are so powerful, what about their own sons? Vegeta thought of Trunks, but shook her head. He felt that if Trunks were to draw a lottery, he would definitely not get anything good. Or someone's son to force. If only Trunks knew what his dad was thinking. Courtesy, are you Trunks? After using the combat power * 3 card, Sun Wukong only felt that his strength had doubled on the original basis. You must know that he cultivated to his original strength, but it took a lot of time and a lot of hard training. But now, with just one card, you can directly improve your strength so much. Amazing, really amazing. Although I knew before that the group of thugs is very magical, the goods in the mall are also very magical. But if you really use it yourself, you can deeply appreciate the magic. Dad, your strength. Feeling his father's sudden surge in strength, Sun Wufan was stunned. He is not a member of the thugs group, so although he has drawn a combat power * 3 card, he does not know what he has drawn, only that he has drawn a card. Then, after my dad used that card, his chi suddenly increased so much, it doubled directly. He knows how strong his father is, and if he wants to have the current strength, it is not difficult for his father. But it also requires hard work. But now, with just one card, it's done directly. That card is so amazing. Sun Wuhan knew very well that his father's strength suddenly became so powerful, it must be because of the card he drew. This card must be the product of that magical group of thugs. Gohan, your luck is very good, the card you drew just now is called the combat power * 3 card. I only used this card to increase my strength so much at once. That group of thugs is really mysterious and powerful, and they even have such things that directly enhance their strength. Indeed, the group of thugs is amazing, and I have gone to other worlds to complete tasks before. 35. Dad, you went to another world. Yes, that world is very interesting, not only the people there have interesting abilities, but also many very delicious things. I also brought back a lot of food from that world, but these food will be used when we hold group gatherings later. I will see when I can see if I can let you eat it too. Hearing his father's words, Sun Wufan felt a little eager to join this group of thugs. Before, he didn't care whether he could join the thugs group or not. After all, he is now a scholar and has a family, so he is no longer interested in that kind of fighting. But now, he hopes to join the group of thugs too. After all, it sounds very interesting to be able to improve strength so easily, and also to go to other worlds. Although he doesn't like fighting and killing, he doesn't like cultivation very much. But if you can improve your strength without cultivating, and you can still improve your strength so much, why not? But unfortunately, whether or not he can join the thug group is not up to his father. Moreover, his father and Uncle Big also told him before, why, good enough, that Mr. Baiyi didn't invite him to join the thugs group. He wants to join the group of thugs, which is difficult. Sun Wukong didn't know what his son was thinking. After the lottery was over, his strength also improved, so he could also fight with Vegeta. However, when Sun Wukong used teleportation to come to Vegeta, he found that the other party had already returned. Vegeta, why are you back? Don't we have to fight? Humph, I suddenly don't want to, let's do it another day. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong and said very unwillingly. Originally, his progress beyond Kakarot had already reached 99%. Well now, the last 1% not only did not move forward, but the original progress also returned to zero. He wanted to defeat Kakarot, but he knew that the opponent's strength was stronger than him. There is no need to fight. It is possible to learn from each other, but his purpose is to defeat Kakarot, not to learn from each other. Why, is your body unwell? Sun Wukong didn't understand why Vegeta wanted to fight him so much before, but now he doesn't. Sun Wukong has always felt that the battle between himself and Vegeta is no different from the usual sparring. So I don't know what it means to Vegeta after my strength is improved. Vegeta, now my strength has improved, and your strength has also improved. If we fight, we can definitely become stronger. Kakarot, if you want to learn from each other, then another day, you just finished the task, you should take a rest. Vegeta looked at the blank face of Sun Wukong. It was speechless. He admitted that Kakarot had a very high IQ when he was fighting. But in normal times, this brain would lack a muscle. Chapter 99. Quelling, at Sun Wukong, Wukong, I just felt that the chi of the two of you are no longer in the original place, it must be Vegeta going back, he doesn't want to fight with you anymore. Monkey King, at Quelling, Quelling, how did you know? Quelling, is this still a guess? Your strength is stronger than him now, then he can't surpass you, and naturally he doesn't want to fight with you. Sun Wukong, but the two of us can learn from each other. My strength has become stronger, and I really want to try how strong I am now. Quelling, no, Goku, you don't know what Vegeta means. Vegeta is fighting with you this time, not to compete with you, but to defeat you and officially surpass you. This is what he has always been. Dreams since. Krillin, but now, your strength is stronger than him again, he can't surpass you again, and his dream will be delayed again, so of course he doesn't have the mood to fight with you. 39. Bic, at Sun Wukong, Wukong, you still have a lot of things to learn in terms of human relationships. Sun Wukong, that's it, well, it's a pity, I still want to try how strong I am now. Krillin, it's okay, Wukong, there will be opportunities in the future. Although Vegeta is not willing to fight with you now, he should still be willing to discuss with you, right? Vegeta. At Vegeta. Vegeta, humph, let's talk about the discussion later, I'm not in the mood right now. Tianjin fan, Vegeta's heart seems to be broken. Xiangpa, at Vegeta, isn't your heart so fragile, isn't it just such a small thing, what can't you think about? Beerus, at Xiangpa, Elephantpa, you really don't have back pain when you stand and talk, I'll take you as an example and give you an analogy. Beerus, your strength is the weakest among us, God of Destruction, and you have always wanted to surpass the God of Destruction in front of you and get rid of the title of the weakest God of Destruction. 35. Beerus, your strength finally surpassed the opponent. You found the opponent and wanted to challenge, but the opponent found that the opponent's strength was still stronger than you. If it was you, how would you feel? Vados, Sir Beerus's analogy is quite appropriate, but it's not strong enough, it should be like Pada 023, you are very confident to challenge the God of Destruction who is stronger than you, very confident you can beat the opponent and surpass the opponent. Vados, and the strength of the other party at that time was actually weaker than you, Master Xiangpa, so for you, Master Pa, this matter is almost certain. Vados, but, the other party's luck is so good. When you were about to fight, you grabbed the task, and you got something that greatly improved your strength, so that your strength surpassed you, Master Xiongpa. Xiongpa, okay Vados, don't talk anymore, I'm already getting angry. At Vegeta, I can understand your mood now, it's really not so easy to see things like this. Vegeta, then I really thank you for understanding me. Quelling, by the way, at Group Master Bai Yi, Lord Bai Yi, since Wukong has completed the task now, can he also be on the top fighter rankings? Krillin, I don't know where Goku can rank. If he surpasses Vegeta, wouldn't Vegeta be even more angry? Bic, at Krillin, but Krillin, if Vegeta is surpassed by Goku, then your ranking will drop out of the top 3. Krillin, yeah. I forgot about that. But if that's the case, there's no way around it. Bai Yi, then I'll update the rankings. In fact, I don't know where Sun Wukong will rank. This ranking is determined by the thugs. With the update of the fighter rankings, Sun Wukong's name appeared on the rankings. When I saw the ranking of Sun Wukong, Kling, at Vegeta, Vegeta, don't mind, I was just talking, I didn't expect my mouth to be so smart. That's right, Sun Wukong is ranked 2nd. Vegeta, who was originally 2nd, came in 3rd. As for Kling, who was originally 3rd, he has dropped out of the top 3 and came to the 4th position. Vegeta. He only felt that his mood was ups and downs today, how happy he was before, and how sad he is now. Finally, the chance to surpass Kakarot is gone. In 2nd place, it's gone. Destroy it now, he is tired. Beerus, the competition for the 1st place is really fierce, but I still can't shake the 1st place. Bai Yi, at Beerus, Beerus, don't be too complacent, Sun Wukong and Vegeta who are ranked 2nd and 3rd, if they grab another mission later, it is very likely that they will rank beyond you. Beerus, thank you, Lord Bai Yi for your teaching. In order to prevent this kind of thing, the best way is for me to grab more missions. Beerus, as long as I complete enough tasks, then my ranking can always be in the 1st place. Xiongpa, at Beerus, Beerus, you should wash and sleep, you have everything in your dreams, and you want to keep grabbing the quest, why don't you say that all the quests that appear in the future will be left to you? Beerus, if I could, I really thought about it, but Mr. Bai Yi is so fair and just, he wouldn't do such a thing. Xiongpa, it's good if you know, so, just like Mr. Bai Yi said, don't be too complacent. Although you are number 1 now, you may not be able to keep it up forever. Beerus, if the 2nd-ranked Son Goku and the 3rd-ranked Vegeta said these words to me, I would be able to agree. Beerus, but you, a guy who hasn't even grabbed a single mission, never completed a single mission, and didn't even have your name on the leaderboard, how can you say such a thing? Xiongpa, maybe I will grab several quests in a row, and then surpass you in one fell swoop to become number 1 on the leaderboard. Beerus, I'll give you back what you said before, you'd better wash and sleep, there's everything in your dreams. Beerus, we also grabbed several quests in a row, and right now, none of us have seen a thug who has completed 2 quests, all of them have only completed 1. Xiongpa, but what does this have to do with me? Your thugs in the 7th universe have only completed 1 mission, and I have grabbed several missions in a row. This is not a conflict. Beerus, that's why I said, you'd better wash and sleep. 39. In the dark space, there are several spaceships sailing. Frieza sat in the spaceship headed by him, looking at the screen in front of him. On the screen, is a galaxy shining with the light of many stars. King Frieza, we are now close to the Milky Way, and we will reach the solar system in a short time. A miscellaneous soldier came to Frieza and reported the situation. Hearing his subordinate's report, Frieza's eyes narrowed, and a sneer slowly emerged from the corner of his mouth. It has been a while since he was resurrected, but after he was not resurrected, he immediately went to Sun Wukong and the others for revenge. Because he knew that with his previous strength, it was impossible to want revenge. However, after this period of cultivation, he has already brought his potential into full play. Now, he has the confidence to succeed in revenge. At the speed of Frieza's army's ships, it doesn't take much time to go from the edge of the galaxy to the solar system. The Galaxy Guard located in the Milky Way discovered Frisia's whereabouts and dispatched the team member Gok to the Earth, and told the people on Earth that Frisia, Cab, was coming to Earth. Gok came to Earth, found his old acquaintance Bulma, resurrected Frisia, and told her that he was on his way to Earth. Frisia resurrected, and is coming to Earth now. Hearing Gok's words, Bulma was still a little worried. Because now the powerful warriors on Earth are not on Earth, they are all practicing with the god of destruction Beerus. The only people who stayed were Son Gohan and Piccolo. Bulma worried that, with their words, they might not be able to stop Frisia and the others. Especially Gohan, this guy has not practiced or fought for a long time. If he could keep cultivating, Bulma wouldn't be so flustered. So, she hurriedly took out what Whis gave her that could be linked to him, and contacted Whis. Beerus planet. Son Goku and Vegeta are sparring. After Sun Wukong's strength became stronger than himself, Vegeta temporarily gave up the idea of a duel with Sun Wukong. However, the usual sparring is still possible. When there are no tasks, they will not waste their cultivation time. Although now you can become stronger through the goods in the thugs group. But points are limited after all, and they have to save up points to buy better things. Therefore, the previous way of learning and practicing is still necessary. In addition to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Quelling and Tianjin Fan were also discussing. After Tianjin Fan merged with Sun blood, he also came to Beerus to practice. After all, they have already obtained the blood of Suns, and it would be a waste if they were only cultivating alone on Earth. During the time when he came to Beerus to cultivate, Tianjin Fan has also been able to transform into a Super Sun. However, because it didn't come for a long time, I haven't realized the power of God for the time being, and I can't transform into a Super Sai God. Whis and Beerus stayed by the side. On the surface, he was watching their discussions, but in fact he was in the group of thugs, chatting with Xiongpa and the others. Because of this, Whis did not notice that Bulma had contacted him for the time being. Oops, Whis can't get in touch. Sun Jun and Vegeta have no way to know about Frisia's coming to Earth. Bulma's face was a little ugly. She couldn't contact Sun Wukong and the others, so she had no choice but to contact Piccolo and others who were still on Earth first. Piccolo and Son Gohan were also taken aback when they learned that Frisia was coming to Earth with his men. Soon, they sensed Frisia's chi, and they were already close to the Earth. Therefore, they also rushed to the place where Frisia's army might land. Gohan, you haven't fought for a long time, are you alright? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan, who was wearing casual clothes and glasses, and couldn't look like a warrior at all, and said worriedly. If it was Gohan when he fought Majin Buu, he wouldn't have any worries. At that time, Gohan was even stronger than his father, Sun Wukong, and could be called the strongest single fighter. God rice is not blowing. But the current Son Gohan has completely lost the appearance of Shen Fan, and more of the appearance of Nobifan. So, Piccolo is very worried. Since Frisia dared to come to Earth, she must be ready. Although he and Gohan's strength has improved a lot compared to when they were on Namek. But who knows, whether Frisia's strength has improved. Moreover, now that Sun Wukong and the others are not on Earth, the only people who can fight are him and Gohan. In the original work, before the arrival of Sun Wukong and the others, in addition to Piccolo and Sun Wuhan, there were also Turtle Immortals, Quelling, and the others. But now, there are only Piccolo and Son Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, we are the only ones who can fight on Earth now, I can. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo and said firmly. This time Frisia comes to Earth, if no one stops it, it will definitely bring huge losses to the Earth. He also has a family now, and to protect his family, he must fight. By the way, Uncle Bic, don't you have a way to contact Dad and the others? You can contact them through the group of thugs. 39. Suddenly, Son Gohan thought of a way to contact his father and them. You can go through the gang. Yeah. I forgot about that. Piccolo patted his head, and he was a little flustered by the arrival of Frisia. He actually forgot that he could tell Sun Wukong about them in the group of thugs. Bic, at Sun Wukong, at Vegeta, at Tianjin Fan, can you guys see my news? 99. Beerus, at Bic, the four of them are now practicing and practicing, do you have anything to do with them? Piccolo, at Beerus, Lord Beerus, please tell them that Frisia has been resurrected and is coming to Earth with his men, so they can come back quickly. Piccolo, without them, I and Gohan might not be able to stop it. Beerus, Frieza? Isn't that guy dead? How did he come back to life? Piccolo, I don't know about this, maybe they didn't know where to find Dragon Balls, and then used them to resurrect. 35. Piccolo, anyway, they are close to Earth now, Lord Beerus, let them come back quickly. Beerus, okay. Earth is a food paradise, and Beerus naturally didn't want the Earth to be destroyed by Frisia. U4, pause. Beerus stopped the discussion among the four. Chapter 100. Beerus-sama, is something wrong? The four of Sun Wukong came to Beerus and asked very puzzled. Look at the news in the group, Piccolo is looking for you. 35. The four Sun Wukong opened the group of thugs and took a look, and saw Piccolo's request for help. That guy Frisia is resurrected? Seeing Piccolo say that Frisia was resurrected, the four were very surprised. Because Frisia has been dead for so long, how could he suddenly be resurrected? But they also knew that Piccolo wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Since Frisia is resurrected and is heading to Earth, it must be my revenge. Humph, Frisia actually dares to resurrect this guy. Exactly, I died at his hands once before, but I never killed him. This time, let me personally send him back to the underworld. 35. Vegeta, I've died at Frisia's hands before, why don't you just let me deal with Frisia this time? The resurrection of Frisia was a bit of a panic for Piccolo because they were worried about their lack of strength. But for Vegeta and Krillin, the two people who once died at Frisia's hands, there was a lot of excitement. Because they have a chance to get revenge. Especially Krillin, he was still saying before that it was a pity that Frisia was dead, otherwise with his current strength, he would definitely be able to defeat Frisia. Unexpectedly, Frisia was resurrected, this is the chance God gave him. Why give it to you? Frisia is my prey, I tell you, don't rob me. 99. Vegeta, I want to fight Frisia too, what should I do? Kakarot, you've beaten Frisia once before, and this time it's my turn. Me too, so that's it, Vegeta, how about the two of us shooting together? Let's do it together? That's too much for Frisia. I said, why don't we go back to Earth first? Seeing the three arguing about who should deal with Frisia, Tianjin Fan said. He had no interest in dealing with Frisia. After all, he has never fought against Frisia, only when Frisia came to Earth for the first time in the past, he saw the scene of Frisia being killed by future Trunks from a distance. Therefore, he is not so eager to play against Frisia. Tianjin Fan is right, let's go back to Earth first, and then discuss who will deal with Frisia. Sun Wukong nodded and let the other three grab him, and he wanted to use teleportation to return to Earth. Of course, not only the Monkey King but Beerus and Whis also went with them. Just in time for a meal on Earth. As for Frisia, they didn't care at all. Sun Wukong used teleportation to return to Earth and appeared beside Piccolo and Sun Wuhan. Seeing them appear, Piccolo and Sun Gohan were also relieved. Sure enough, it's Frisia's anger. After this guy was resurrected, he didn't hide in a corner and survived, and he actually dared to come to Earth. Vegeta sensed Frisia's anger and said disdainfully. With his current strength, it's not too easy to deal with Frisia. I'm worried that Frisia came prepared this time. He was planted in the hands of future Trunks, and since he dared to come this time, he must have some confidence. 35. Big said with some concern. What are you worried about? Don't talk about us, even you have completed tasks and your strength has grown a lot. 39. Maybe, even you can defeat Frisia now, even if Frisia has any confidence, we are still here. This time he dares to come, then I will send him back to the underworld. Vegeta, before Frisia arrives, let's discuss, who will deal with Frisia. No need to discuss, I'll deal with it, you can just watch from the side and see how I solve him. This can't be done, Vegeta, I also want to fight him to avenge my death at his hands. Just wait for the next time, maybe Frisia will be resurrected in the future. Watching Monkey King, Vegeta, and Krillin arguing over who will take on Frisia, Piccolo and Son Gohan were full of emotion. Poor Frisia, who finally came to Earth for revenge once, must be very confident in her revenge. But in the eyes of the three people in front of him, Frisia was not in their eyes at all. Especially Piccolo, he was thinking, if he could get the Sun blood too. Now, it is very likely to be a member of this debate team. Although he did not die at the hands of Frisia, Frisia almost killed him in the first place. If it wasn't for his strong vitality, he would have really died at the hands of Frisia. It's a pity that he didn't get the Sun bloodline. Although his strength has been greatly improved, he still doesn't have enough confidence that he can definitely deal with Frisia. So, Frisia should leave it to the Suns to deal with it. When Monkey King and others were arguing, Bulma drove a plane and came here with Gok. Beerus and Whis went to find Bulma to eat. With Sun Wukong and a few others around, they didn't have to worry about Frisia at all. And Frisia was never taken seriously by them. It was at this time that the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and saw several huge spaceships appearing in the sky. In the spaceship headed, they felt Frisia's chi. Frisia, it's finally here. The spaceship of Frisia's army stopped on the open ground, and then a dense crowd of soldiers appeared. This time Frisia brought 1,000 soldiers. His goal is only Sun Wukong, and at most one Vegeta. As for the rest, he was too lazy to take action, so he left it to his subordinates to deal with. After all the soldiers came out, Frisia, as the king, was the last to appear, sitting in his pram with his logo. Frieza, how did you come back to life? Seeing Frisia, Sun Wukong asked. Oh ho ho ho, Sun Wukong, long time no see, and Vegeta. Humph, although I don't know how you were resurrected, but you still dare to come to Earth after your resurrection, I really don't cherish your life. Vegeta looked at Frisia, looked at his once hated face, and said very unhappy. Although it has been so long now, the hatred for Frisia in his heart is not that deep. But seeing Frisia, he was still very upset. No, I only come to Earth now because I cherish my life. I was resurrected a few months ago, and I have been cultivating for the past few months. 35. You dare to come to us for revenge after only a few months of cultivation, Frisia, are you too confident in yourself, or are you underestimating us? 99. Hearing Frisia's words, Vegeta said disdainfully. He was still thinking, what kind of confidence does Frisia have? The result is this? You have only practiced for a few months, and you dare to take revenge? Could it be that he thought that after practicing for a few months, he could succeed in revenge? But also, Frisia doesn't know yet that he, Kakarot, and even Krillin can already become Super Blue, and their strength has long since changed. Perhaps, Frisia's perception of their strength is still in the period of Super Saiyan. By the way, when Frisia was killed by his son Trunks, he couldn't become a Super Saiyan. Thinking like this, Vegeta understood why Frisia was so confident. After only a few months of cultivation, he dared to come to Earth to seek their revenge. It may be that the other party thinks that after cultivating for a few months, his strength can match that of a Super Saiyan, so he will come. In the face of Vegeta's disdain, Frisia is not angry either. The more disdain Vegeta is now, the more miserable his end will be. Although he came to Earth this time, the main purpose was to kill Sun Wukong. But Vegeta, and those of Sun Wukong's comrades, are also his targets. Moreover, he wants to kill his friends and Vegeta before killing Sun Wukong. He wants to make Sun Wukong die, and then kill Sun Wukong. Only by doing this can he wash away the pain and humiliation that Sun Wukong brought him to his body and mind. You guys, let's play with them first. 35. Frisia gave the order to the subordinate beside him. He brought so many subordinates, naturally not to join in the fun. Sun Wukong's friends who died in his hands were not qualified, and handed them over to his hands to solve them. Of course, Sun Wukong and the others will definitely take action. As it happens, he can also observe their strength. Although he is very confident in his current strength, but knowing himself and his enemy can help him survive 100 battles. Knowing Sun Wukong's strength in advance is very helpful to his success in revenge. With Frisia's order, the 1,000 soldiers under his command also rushed towards Sun Wukong and the others. In that case, let's warm up first. Vegeta moved a bit and rushed into the miscellaneous soldiers. The role of these miscellaneous soldiers is to warm up him. After Vegeta, Sun Wukong and others also shot, including Piccolo and Monkey King. Against Frisia, they probably won't. But they still have no problem dealing with Frisia's men. Under the powerful strength of Sun Wukong and others, Frisia's miscellaneous soldiers had no resistance at all. After a while, most of them were wiped out. In addition to Sun Wufan, the rest of the people faced these miscellaneous soldiers, and they were completely slaughtered. And Sun Wufan is in some trouble here. Because he encountered a somewhat difficult opponent. And the opponent Sun Gohan met was Tagoma, who had been practicing with Frisia during the past few months. In the past few months of practice, not only has Frisia's strength greatly increased, but Tagoma's strength has also made great progress. Therefore, the battle between him and Sun Gohan still prevailed. Gohan, this kid is no longer a warrior, and he can't even deal with such a thing. 99. Seeing that Sun Gohan was struggling to resist Tagoma, Piccolo shook his head and said helplessly. If this is the previous Sun Gohan, let alone the godfan of the Majin Buu period. Even Gohan in Charu's time would not be so embarrassed, even Frisia's soldiers fought so hard. Yet, it's no wonder that Lord Baiyi didn't invite him to join the group of thugs. 0. However, this kid's ambition was not to become a fighter. Now that he has a family, it is already very good to be able to come here to fight. Sun Wukong also said with some emotion. I said, is it really okay for the two of you to just watch Gohan fall into a disadvantage and not help? Seeing Piccolo and Sun Wukong watching Sun Wufan being beaten and commenting there, Quelling couldn't stand it any longer and said. These two people, one is really the father, the other is the godfather. I think Gohan can handle it alone, he hasn't turned into a Super Saiyan yet. However, as soon as Piccolo's words fell, Sun Gohan was kicked and flew out by Tagoma. This time, Piccolo couldn't sit still, he kicked Tagoma, who wanted to continue attacking Sun Gohan, and helped Sun Gohan up from the ground. Gohan, what's the matter with you? Even if you can't beat him with your current strength, what about Super Saiyan? Why don't you become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo looked at Sun Gohan and asked very suspiciously. Uncle Piccolo, I haven't been a Super Saiyan for a long time, and I can't get back that feeling for a while. 5. But I've slowly regained that feeling just now. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Piccolo resisted the urge to roll his eyes. After having a family, Sun Gohan's regression was really great. Now, even turning into a Super Saiyan has to find a feeling. What, if I can't get the feeling back, can't even the Super Saiyan be changed? Looking at Sun Gohan, Piccolo had something to say in his heart. But in the end, all the words turned into a sigh. This is Sun Gohan's own choice, and no one can say anything to him. He can't, and neither can Sun Wukong's biological father. Sun Gohan now chooses to become a scholar and give up his identity as a warrior. This is his own choice. No one has the right to say whether his choice is right or wrong. However, Big still felt very sorry. After all, he knows the potential of Sun Gohan, which is stronger than his father and Vegeta. If he could put more effort into his cultivation, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to his father, and even surpassed. It's a pity that his temperament is not very similar to his father. However, Sun Gohan is not a purebred Saiyan after all, and he still has half of the blood of the earth in his body. In other words, if you use Saiyan blood for Sun Gohan, will he be able to turn into a pure-blooded Saiyan? If possible, would Sun Wufan spend more time on training and becoming stronger? However, this is only possible, and it can only be imagined. After all, even he himself doesn't have Saiyan blood. Uncle Pic, don't worry, I can beat him. Seeing Piccolo's somewhat regretful expression, Sun Gohan said firmly. He didn't want to disappoint his Uncle Pic. He's going to beat Tagoma to prove he can. 1. Chapter 101. If Piccolo knew what Sun Gohan was thinking, he would definitely feel more regretful. Once such a good warrior, he went to Namek to fight Frisia at a very young age. And after that, he fought with Charu and defeated Charu. Even in the battle with Demon Bu, he turned into a god meal and beat Big Bu. Although he did not defeat Big Bu in the end, it was also because Big Bu absorbed him and Gedunks. At that time, the strength of Shenfan was definitely the level of the strongest single person. However, Gohan, who has had such a glorious past and pictures, now has to prove that he can rely on defeating Frisia's miscellaneous soldiers. Fallen, truly fallen. Fortunately, Tagoma didn't know what was in Piccolo's mind. Otherwise, he will definitely say that he is not a miscellaneous soldier. He is a trusted confidant who has been practicing with King Frisia for several months. Son Gohan wants to defeat Tagoma by himself, and Piccolo naturally won't refuse. He stepped aside and looked at Son Gohan. However, if Gohan can't beat Tagoma later, he will still help. However, if Gohan became a Super Saiyan, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. Even if Gohan has fallen, he hasn't fallen to this point. It's hard to say. Piccolo found that he no longer had the confidence he had in Gohan now. No way, who made Gohan really degenerate is too outrageous. It's almost impossible to change a Super Saiyan. At this time, Tagoma, who was kicked by Piccolo, has returned to Son Gohan. Looking at Piccolo who kicked him away, he launched an attack. However, Tagoma's attack did not hit Piccolo with 023, Sun Wufan blocked Tagoma's attack in front of Piccolo and deflected Tagoma's attack. Afterwards, Son Gohan roared, golden arrogance enveloped his whole body, and he became a Super Saiyan. I have to say, if you don't know who his opponent is, the scene where Son Gohan blocks the enemy's attack for his Uncle Pic, and then turns into a Super Saiyan to meet the enemy, is still very bloody. But knowing the opponent he faced, the atmosphere disappeared. In order to deal with one of Frisia's minions, do you need to become a Super Saiyan? Oh? Super Saiyan, interesting, I didn't expect that even the son of Sun Wukong can become a Super Saiyan now. Frisia was a little surprised to see Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. He still remembers Sun Wufan, when he was on Namek, he dealt with him with his father. I didn't expect that the little kid at the time could actually become a Super Saiyan now. This Saiyan legendary super warrior is a bit too worthless. In addition to the accident, Frisia looked at Son Gohan with some displeasure and anger. Because he lost to Super Saiyan twice before. The grudge between him and the Super Saiyan can be said to be very heavy. Therefore, seeing Son Gohan turning into a Super Saiyan now, part of the anger in his heart appeared. But for Son Gohan, Frisia is just taking the attitude of solving it easily. If Sun Wukong turns into a Super Saiyan, Frisia recalls the scene on Namek. I guess the anger can't be contained. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan's strength has greatly increased, and he, who was originally at a disadvantage, also beat Tagoma. Seeing this scene, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and others also felt a little fortunate in their hearts. Fortunately, after Gohan became a Super Saiyan, he was able to press down on the opponent. If this is not the opposite opponent even after the transformation, then they really don't know what to say. Although Gohan now needs to become a Super Saiyan to be able to press down on the opponent, it has already made them a little at a loss as to what to say. But at least, not to the most outrageous level. Under the fierce attack of Son Gohan, Tagoma was quickly defeated, kneeling on the ground clutching his stomach, with a look of pain on his face. Uncle Piccolo, I beat him. After defeating Tagoma, Son Gohan came to Piccolo and said very happily. He made it. He defeated the opponent and proved himself. Seeing Son Gohan's happy look, Piccolo didn't know what to say. The former genius warrior is now so happy that he even defeated one of Frisia's soldiers. However, Piccolo didn't have the heart to say anything about Son Gohan, so he could only nod his head. On the other side, Tagoma, who was kneeling on the ground clutching his stomach, suddenly saw a frog in front of him. This frog jumped on the ground and actually wrote 2 words. Exchange. Tagoma recited these 2 words subconsciously, and then, 2 rays of light appeared from the frog and Tagoma, and hit the other side respectively. After a while, Tagoma stood up from the ground and assumed a pose that he thought was very handsome. I'm Jinyu, I'm back. That's right. This frog is exactly Jinyu who exchanged bodies with the frog on Namek. He also came to Earth from Namek, and has lived to this day. And just now, he found a good opportunity and finally exchanged bodies with others and got rid of that damn frog body. Taguma, no, it should be Jinyu by now. Jinyu came to Frisia with a face full of excitement and bitterness over the years to his king Frisia. Then, he looked at Sun Wukong fiercely. The reason why he turned into a frog is entirely because of this guy. Jinyu, I didn't expect you to be alive. Seeing Jinyu, Vegeta was also a little surprised. He hadn't heard of this name for a long time, and he was almost forgotten. Unexpectedly, this guy who used to be the #1 general under Frisia is still alive. Vegeta, you still betrayed King Frisia. It seems that you already knew before you turned into a frog. What are you doing so surprised now? Also, what a pity. What a pity. If you are a frog obediently, at least you won't die. Saying that, Vegeta dodged and appeared in front of Jinyu. Condensed energy in hands. Wait a minute. Jinyu didn't expect that this fellow Vegeta actually said he would do it. And, it's so fast. He could feel the intensity of the energy in Vegeta's hand. Killing him is totally fine. Jinyu never imagined that Vegeta, who had never been in his eyes at the beginning, had become so powerful. However, how could Vegeta listen to Jinyu's words? The energy ball in his hand pushed Jinyu out and then exploded. Jinyu couldn't resist Vegeta's attack at all and turned into dust. Vegeta's shot was sudden, and Frisia didn't expect that he would actually do it directly. By the time he reacted, Jinyu had already been killed. Frisia felt a little pity. Jinyu can be said to be a very effective helper. It's a pity that he was killed after only a few minutes of playing. Frieza, now that your subordinates have been dealt with, you should also take action yourself. 99. I was not your opponent at the time, and I even died at your hands, but not this time. 99. This time, I will kill with my own hands to help me in my original hatred. 9. Vegeta looked at Frisia and said coldly. Because he killed Jinyu, he is now the closest to Frisia. Naturally, he wanted to attack Frisia. He thought that he was one step ahead of Kakarot and Krillin. Vegeta, you are so cunning. We were still discussing who should deal with Frisia. Why are you coming up alone now? However, Vegeta still thinks too much. After hearing his words, before Frisia could say anything, Sun Wukong came to him. Yeah, Vegeta, you're taking advantage of the opportunity to kill Jinyu, and you want to get ahead of us and attack Frisia. That's impossible. Krillin also came to Vegeta and said. At this moment, 3 big question marks appeared on Frisia's head. What does it mean? These 3 guys, who were discussing who would deal with him before. Looking at the meaning of these 3 guys, it seems that they are planning to fight him alone. Good guy, is he the dignified emperor of the universe Frisia, so there is no line? Also, the 2 Suns, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, are nothing more. After all, they are also a bit powerful, and they can transform into Super Suns. But what about this other guy? Don't think that you don't know yourself if you grow your hair. Isn't this guy the bald head who died in his hands when he was on Namek? He still remembered that it seemed that he killed the bald head in the first place, which made Sun Wukong extremely angry and turned into a Super Sun. Just such a guy, now he is actually discussing with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. It seems that he also wants to deal with himself? What a joke! Just such a guy who was crushed to death by him at first, dare to step on him? He has been dead for so many years, and the other party has become so inflated now? Or does the other party think that they can bully themselves by relying on the presence of Sun Wukong? If this is the case, then he can only say, think too much. That's right. He got it. Frisia suddenly thought of a possibility. It was because he killed this bald head that Sun Wukong became a Super Sun. Is it possible that the other party wants to use the same method now? Does the other party want to fight with him, and then be killed by himself, so as to make Sun Wukong angry again, and then burst out with more powerful power? The more Frisia thought about it, the more likely it was. Because he really can't think of any other reason that can make the opponent so inflated, and he still wants to fight with him. Little bald head, I know what you want to do, but I tell you, don't waste your time. Frisia, who thought she knew about Krillin's plan, looked at Krillin and said. Frieza, my thoughts are the same as Vegeta. I want to get rid of you and avenge me for being killed by you. Why are you acting like I have some plans? Also, I'm not bald now, I have hair. Since the fusion of Sun blood, Krillin has some regrets about his hairstyle, regretting that he didn't have more hair, which made him not very handsome when he became a Super Sun. And Frieza actually dared to call him a little bald head, which was unbearable. He used to be bald, but not now. No, 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 you don't think you can beat me in the past few years. I tell you, I could kill you like an ant in the past, and I can do it now. You must want to die in my hands again, and then let Sun Wukong be as angry as before, so that he can burst into stronger strength. I tell you, it's useless. I'm not what I used to be, even if Sun Wukong is really angry, I'm not afraid. Frieza is very confident in his own strength. Even if the situation on Namek happened at the beginning, Sun Wukong gained powerful strength through anger. But the ending will definitely be different. Hearing Frieza's words, Krillin was also stunned, he hadn't thought about it at all. When did Frieza become so clever? Not only Krillin, Monkey King, and Vegeta, but even Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others, didn't know what Frieza was talking about. But judging from Frieza's words, it seems that on Namek, it was because he killed Krillin that Goku burst into a powerful force and was able to defeat Frieza. Vegeta looked at Krillin, then at Sun Wukong, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. 0.1 He was very puzzled at the beginning, why Kakarot, a lower-level warrior, would become a Super Sun faster than he, the Sun Prince. Now that he heard Frieza's words, he knew. Dare because Quelling sacrificed to heaven. However, he was still very disdainful of Frieza's words just now. Frieza didn't know what happened to Krillin. I thought Krillin was the little bald head that he could squeeze to death at will. The current Kling, wanting to crush Frieza, should be as easy as Frieza crushed him back then. Frieza, what happened on Namek is no longer going to happen. My strength is not what it used to be. The me now is not the bald head that you crushed to death at will. Really? It seems that you have been too inflated over the years, and you have forgotten the feeling of being killed by me. Alright, I'll let you experience it again. Saying that, Frieza stretched out a finger and pointed at Krillin. How he killed Quelling in the first place, and now he kills the opponent in the same way. With Frieza's finger, Krillin only felt a rush of energy locked on him. Looking at Frieza's fingers, Krillin's heart beat faster. After all, he was killed by Frieza's move in the first place. Although he is no longer afraid of Frieza, there is still a little psychological shadow in the face of Frieza's move. And if you want to get rid of this psychological shadow, you have to defeat Frieza yourself. At first, he died under Frieza's move. But now, not anymore. Chapter 102. Krillin raised his strength to resist Frieza's attack. As Krillin's power became stronger and stronger, Frieza discovered that his move was actually freed by the opponent. At the beginning, I used this trick to kill the opponent with ease, but now I was actually freed by the opponent. It seems that over the years, your strength has indeed improved somewhat, no wonder you dared to say that before. But you don't think that you can compete with me with such a little strength. Well, anyway, you are also the target I want to kill this time. Since you can't wait to find death, let's start with you. Although Krillin broke free of his moves, Frieza still didn't take Klein to heart. He just made a random blow just now, and the opponent was able to break free. It can indeed be said that the opponent's strength has become stronger. But that still doesn't change the outcome. Goku, Vegeta, you both have heard, now it's not that I take the initiative to shoot Frieza, but Frieza who wants to take the initiative to shoot me. So, this battle, let me do it. Hearing Frieza's words, Krillin said excitedly to Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Before he was still arguing with the two of them, who should fight 22 Frieza. But now, Frieza took the initiative to attack him. Then he fights back, is it reasonable? The one who fought Frieza was him, isn't it reasonable? Okay, Krillin, since Frieza wants to hit you, let you deal with him this time. 99. This was Frieza's initiative, and Sun Wukong had no choice but to give Frieza to Krillin. Humph, although Frieza took the initiative to find you, if you can't defeat Frieza, don't blame me for taking over. Vegeta said a little unhappily. Afterwards, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stepped aside to watch the battle. What's going on with Goku and Vegeta? Krillin is supposed to deal with Frieza, how could Klein be Frieza's opponent? Seeing this scene, Bulma said with some dissatisfaction. She didn't know how strong Krillin was now, although she knew that Krillin merged with Sun blood and became a Sun. But Suns are also strong and weak. Wasn't the older brother of Goku also a Sun? The strength is not even as good as Piccolo. Even if Krillin is fused with Sun blood, it has only been a long time, and his strength should not increase so quickly. So, in Bulma's view, Son Goku and Vegeta had Krillin and Frieza fight. This is to let Krillin die. You don't need to worry, Kailin's current strength is much stronger than before. If Frieza's strength doesn't improve, he won't be his opponent. Beerus said from the side. Is Kellen's strength already that strong? But since Frieza dares to come, it means that his strength must have become stronger. 35. Just watch, do you think Goku and Vegeta would let him fight Frieza if they didn't have confidence in Krillin? Yes. 9. For Beerus' words, Bulma still thinks it makes sense. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would not have let him fight Frieza alone if he hadn't had confidence in Krillin's strength. Vegeta may still be possible, but Sun Wukong is impossible. She knows very well how deep the relationship between Wukong and Krillin is. He wouldn't do anything to kill Krillin. Oh ho ho ho, I didn't expect Sun Wukong and Vegeta to be so relieved of you. Although I don't know why, but I promise, they will regret it soon. Seeing that Monkey King and Vegeta didn't help, let Quelling face him alone. Although I felt something was wrong in my heart, I didn't think too much about it. Could it be that they felt that this little bald head had the strength to compete with him? What an interstellar joke! However, since they were watching the play, he wouldn't mind letting them regret it. Moreover, in order to prevent Sun Wukong and Vegeta from saving people, Frieza decided to show some of his own strength. Frieza flew out of the stroller he was sitting in and came to Krillin. Afterwards, he roared loudly, a powerful aura erupted from him, and a dazzling light also bloomed from him. In this burst of light, Frieza also changed and became his final form. In the beginning, I used this form to kill you, so this time is the same. 35. I feel honored. With your strength, you were not qualified to transform me. Frieza looked at Krillin and said with a sneer. Frieza's strength is indeed much stronger than before. Nonsense, otherwise how dare he come to us for revenge? However, if he only has such a little strength, then Queling can easily deal with him. I don't know if he will hide a stronger strength, if not, it will be a bit boring. Feeling the momentum of Frieza's transformation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta spoke. Although Frieza's strength is indeed much stronger than before. But if that's all there is to it, it's not enough, far from enough. Since this is the case, then I will also let you see my strength. 99. Frieza, let me tell you, times have changed. Seeing Frieza's transformation, Krillin did not hesitate to perform a super transformation. With his current strength, it is still a bit reluctant to want 023 to use normality to fight Frieza after the transformation. Of course, if it's Goku and Vegeta, it's definitely possible. However, since the normal state is not enough, then he will transform. A Sun who doesn't transform has no soul. Krillin didn't directly become Super Sun or Super Blue or anything. Because with Frieza's current strength, it is not worthy of him to use such a powerful transformation. The most common super game transformation is enough. Krillin, who became a Super Sun, looks similar to Sun Wukong and the others after they transformed. But the difference is that he has less hair, so the hairstyle after transformation is not handsome enough. I didn't expect Uncle Krillin to be able to transform into a Super Sun now. Son Gohan was also very emotional when he saw Krillin become a Super Sun. He remembered that it had only been a few months since Uncle Krillin merged with Sun blood, and he was already able to transform. This talent is a bit powerful. If Son Gohan is emotional. Frieza was stunned. What did he see? Opposite this little bald head, the guy who was easily crushed to death by him. Now, unexpectedly, he has become a Super Sun. Frieza can see clearly that Krillin is the Super Sun. Chapter 103. Frisia can't be wrong about what a Super Saiyan looks like. After all, he was defeated by Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan once, and died once again by a young Super Saiyan. The golden arrogance, the golden hair standing up, and the green pupils, can be said to be deeply engraved in his DNA. Frisia is actually not afraid of Super Saiyans. After several months of training, he is confident that with his current strength, he can completely defeat the Super Saiyan. He wouldn't be surprised if Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan. Even Vegeta, who couldn't change at the beginning, would not be surprised if he transformed. But the problem is that now, it is neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. It was the bald head who was easily run over by him back then. More importantly, this bald head is not a Saiyan at all. Could it be that now Super Saiyans don't need to be Saiyans to change? Or, did the opponent gain the ability to transform after being killed by him? But either way, it seems unlikely. The super warrior in Saiyan legend, the Super Saiyan, has now been transformed by a guy who is not a Saiyan. If it wasn't for him to know, he is very awake now, and it is estimated that he would have thought he had hallucinations. Frieza, you should be familiar with the way I am now. You lost to Goku in this state and died at the hands of Trunks in this state. I forgot to tell you before, but now I can also become a Super Saiyan. Krillin looked at Frisia's unbelievable face and said proudly. Seeing Frisia's expression, he was so happy. He had previously thought about how Frisia would look if he knew that he could become a Super Saiyan too, and even saw his transformation with his own eyes. He thought about many possibilities, but the ones he thought couldn't compare with Frisia's real expression now. Why can you become a Super Saiyan when you are not a Saiyan? Frisia couldn't help it and asked. He really wanted to know why. Even if the opponent becomes a Super Saiyan, he is not afraid with his current strength. But now it's not a question of whether or not to be afraid, but the question of why the other party can transform. Before Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan was just a legend, and even most Saiyans in the race of Saiyans could not transform. But now, he has been successfully transformed by a guy who is not a Saiyan. If this is to let those Saiyans who died in his hands know that their legendary warriors have been successfully transformed by a guy who is not a Saiyan, I don't know if I will die from anger again. As for the possibility of Krillin becoming a Saiyan, Frisia never thought about it. Maybe in his view, this is simply impossible. How can I transform? You don't need to know this, you just need to know that I can transform. Frieza, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, I can finally beat you with my own hands. Saying that, Krillin took the lead and charged towards Frisia. The normal Krillin is no match for the transformed Frisia. And after becoming the super match Kling, not necessarily. Krillin came to Frisia, raised his hands high, and a huge amount of energy gathered in them. Then, his hands fell, and the huge energy turned into an energy beam and flew towards Frisia. Facing Krillin's attack, Frisia disappeared in place, dodging Krillin's move. When he appeared again, he came behind Krillin and kicked out. However, Krillin also reacted quickly and turned around to block Frisia's kick. Before it was over, after blocking Frisia's attack, Klein quickly grabbed Frisia's feet with both hands, turned around in the air a few times, and threw Frisia out. Afterwards, Quelling kept sending his hands forward, and the prince's tactics were launched. A large number of energy balls flew towards Frisia like raindrops, causing bursts of explosions. Krillin is ruthless as soon as he comes up. Seeing that Kelling's attack was so violent, Sun Wukong said. Humph, Kakarot, do you think everyone is like you? First test the opponent's strength when you come up. Furthermore, he also died at the hands of Frisia, so it's normal for him to be so cruel. Vegeta understood Krillin's actions very well. Because he, like Krillin, once died at the hands of Frisia. If it were him, he would definitely be as ruthless as Kling. And maybe even more ruthless than Krillin. But I think Frisia's strength should be more than that. He endured such a violent attack from Krillin, but his anger did not weaken much. That's the best way. If Frisia is dealt with so easily, it won't be interesting. I also hope he can beat Krillin so I can get my hands on it. 35. Vegeta, but I also want to fight Frisia, what should I do? We can't join forces with the two of us, it's too bullying for Frisia. 99. The two of us joining forces? Frisia doesn't have the qualifications. Which one of us will take action against Frisia? I'll talk about this later, and now I want to know how strong Frisia's hidden strength is. 99. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta know that Frisia's strength is definitely more than that. Although his current strength is much stronger than before. But this should not be his full strength. Since Frisia dared to seek revenge on them, it would be too unreasonable if his strength had only improved so much. According to what they know about Frisia, and, to Zhao, Frisia was still so confident before. He definitely has more power hidden in it. Not only Son Goku and Vegeta know this, Krillin knows it too. As soon as he came up, he launched a violent attack, not only to vent his unhappiness, but also to force out Frisia's true strength. So, after a princely attack, Krillin stopped and looked at Frisia, who was shrouded in thick smoke. Although Frisia has endured a lot of his attacks, it can be known from perception that Frisia's chi has not weakened much. In other words, Frisia wasn't hurt at all. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Frisia's figure appeared, but there was no injury. Frieza, your strength should be more than that, you should use all your strength, otherwise you will be defeated by Krillin. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia and called out to the Taoist priest. Chapter 104. Not only Krillin, Sun Wukong and Vegeta want to see how strong Frisia really is. Although it is possible to catch the opponent by surprise before Frisia can show more strength. But that makes no sense. It would be fun to beat Frisia after Frisia had used his full strength. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frisia's eyes narrowed. His strength is now stronger than before, even though he has endured a lot of attacks from Krillin, he actually didn't suffer any damage. In this case, Sun Wukong also asked him to show stronger strength. That is to say, the strength of this little bald head in front of him may be more than that. If it was before, he would definitely not believe it. A guy who was crushed to death by him at first, how strong can he be? But now, he doesn't think so anymore. The other party can even change a Super Saiyan, and it also hides a stronger strength, which doesn't seem to be a strange thing. However, Frisia is still very confident. He is confident that even if the opponent still hides a stronger strength, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Because his hidden strength is many times stronger than his current strength. Even the opponent has hidden strength, but it is absolutely impossible to be stronger than his hidden strength. Since this is the case, then I will let you 027s see the results of my cultivation in the past few months. 39. Aha! Frisia didn't grumble, and with a loud roar, an even more powerful aura erupted from him. Not only that, a dazzling golden light bloomed from him. Quelling, Sun Wukong, and others were surprised to find that Frisia's aura was growing at an extremely fast rate. Even every increase in strength is stronger than the strength he has shown before. Under Frisia's powerful momentum, the situation changed, and the entire Earth began to vibrate, and even the universe began to vibrate. The surrounding mountain peaks could not bear such a powerful momentum and began to collapse, and even the ground had countless cracks. Under the dazzling golden light, Frisia's appearance also began to change. Originally the main body was white, but he began to turn golden yellow. The originally white face also began to be covered with purple. As the light disappeared, Frisia's figure appeared in front of Krillin and the others. They were surprised to see that Frisia had changed a lot at this time. There is no change in his appearance, cab, and his height is still the same. But his color has changed a lot. The whole body is golden yellow, as if the whole person is made of gold. His face was purple and looked a little weird. Of course, it's fine if it's just a color change. The key is that the momentum that Frisia burst out at this time is completely incomparable to the previous one. If Frisia was like a galaxy before, then now, it is like the universe. The difference between the two, I don't know how many times the difference is. This is the new form I have achieved after practicing for several months. 35. Because the whole body is golden, this pattern is also called the golden pattern by me. After turning into a golden form, Frisia looked at Krillin, Sun Wukong, and the others, and said with a sneer. The past few months of his cultivation were not in vain, nor did he merely improve his previous strengths. If so, how could he come to seek revenge on Sun Wukong? The golden form he has transformed into now is where his confidence lies. The gap between the golden form and his previous final form is simply too great. Big enough to fill Frisia with confidence. No matter how powerful Sun Wukong and the others are now, they can't possibly be his opponents. You know, this is his dignified King Frisia, relying on his powerful talent, he has cultivated a new form and strength for a few months. Let alone a few months before, he hadn't even practiced for a day. Although Sun Wukong and these Xuns can become Super Xuns. But the talent is just like that, otherwise it wouldn't have been his subordinate for so long. And a mere Super Xun transformed, and now he is no longer in his eyes. Golden form, Frisia, so this is where your confidence lies. Humph, that's all. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have different attitudes towards Frisia's golden form. Sun Wukong was a little excited. Although he knew that Frisia must have hidden strength, he did not expect it to be so powerful. You must know that Frisia has only been resurrected for a few months, so he was able to cultivate such a powerful strength. It can be seen how terrifying Frisia's talent is. Vegeta, on the other hand, is disdainful. Although he was also a little surprised that Frisia was so powerful. But if this is the case, it is still not qualified to be regarded by him. It's pretty good that you can force out my new form. 99. It is your honor to be able to die in the hands of my new form, but not everyone has this qualification. Frisia looked at Krillin and said with a sneer. Back then, Klein was crushed to death by him, but now Klein can let him use a new form. Already very good. But that's it. As soon as his new form came out, let alone this little bald head, even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he was not afraid. Frieza, don't underestimate me too. Since you have shown your true strength, let me show you my true strength. Aha! Krillin roared, and the arrogance surrounding him began to soar. But what surprised Piccolo and Son Gohan was that the current Quellin's momentum should be constantly getting stronger. But they found that they gradually could not feel Quellin's anger. As the golden arrogance around Krillin was transformed into blue, so did his hair. Although it seems to have changed a color, Piccolo and Son Gohan found that they could no longer perceive Krillin's anger now. What's going on? Why can't I feel Uncle Kling's anger now? Uncle Bick, can you feel it? I can't either. I think it should have something to do with Kling's current transformation. Piccolo didn't know about the transformation of the gods, so he didn't know why he couldn't feel Krillin's anger. Because Krillin's current transformation is the transformation of God after comprehending the power of God. 35. Humans can't perceive the breath of God, just like when I became the Super Saiyan God, you couldn't perceive my breath. Seeing the blank faces of his son and Piccolo, Sun Wukong explained. Chapter 105. Transformation of God? The transformation of understanding the power of God. So Goku, does this transformation have anything to do with the Super Saiyan God you turned into before? Piccolo asked curiously. Actually, Krillin's current transformation is a Super Saiyan transformation based on the Super Saiyan God. We also call it Super Saiyan Blue, or Super Blue for short. Super Saiyan transformation based on Super Saiyan God, Super Blue. Piccolo didn't know what to say anymore. The transformation of this Saiyan is really gimmicky. Moreover, it seems that the transformation of this Super Blue and Super Saiyan, in terms of appearance, just changed a color, from golden yellow to blue. While Beak knows, it's certainly more than just a color change, it's that simple. But I can't help it, I want to complain a bit. This Saiyan is transformed, as long as you change a color, the strength can undergo earth-shaking changes, and there is no one else. This also made Piccolo want to acquire Saiyan blood even more. Look at how Krillin looks like now. Although he doesn't have hair, he certainly won't have a hairstyle like Krillin's after the transformation. But the hairstyle is not the key is the improvement of this strength, it's really cool. In other words, Frisia's new form looks like it's just a color change. Could it be that these transformative guys can gain stronger strength as long as they change their colors? I don't know if they will have any new colors in the future. So Tianjin Fan, you can also become Super Blue like Quelling now. Piccolo looked at Tianjin Fan, who was beside him, and asked. He remembered that Tianjin rice was also a fusion of Sun blood. I didn't, after all, I was later than Krillin when he fused the Sun blood. But I've been able to transform into a Super Sun now. Also, it's only a matter of time before I can transform into a god like Krillin. Tianjin Fan looked at the super blue transformation of Quelling, and was a little envious. But he also has confidence in himself. As long as he is given more time, he can also realize the transformation of God. Hey, all of you are so good, only me, without the Sun blood, can't transform into a Sun. Piccolo sighed and said helplessly. Originally, he was similar to Quelling and Tianjin rice. His strength is even stronger than the two of them. But now, the other two are fused with Sun blood, and their strength has far surpassed him. It doesn't matter, Piccolo, you will definitely get the Sun blood in the future. Let me lend you auspicious words, but now that Krillin has become super blue, can he defeat Golden Frieza? No, in terms of strength, Kellen's strength is still not as good as Golden Frieza, but it's not so easy for Frieza to defeat Kellin. Sun Wukong looked at Krillin and Frieza and said. In his perception, Krillin's aura was still not as strong as Frieza's. But the gap between the two is not that big either. And the other side. Frieza was a little stunned once again when he saw that Krillin turned super blue. What's the situation? When did Suns transform like this? And this transformation, compared to Super Sun, seems to have only changed one color. Of course, this is not the crux of the problem. The crux is, why does he feel that he can't seem to win the opponent easily? Is this his delusion? It must be that he was a little surprised after seeing the other party's transformation different from Super Sun, which caused him to have an illusion. His current strength is already very strong, how could he be his opponent if the opponent's color has changed in a mere way? Frieza never thought about it. It seems that his golden transformation is also a kind of transformation that changes color. In order to let Krillin know that even the color-changing transformation is not his opponent, Frieza took the lead and charged towards Krillin. And Krillin didn't underestimate the enemy, and he even knew very well that even if he had become super blue now, it would be very difficult to defeat Frieza. He knew that defeating Frieza seemed to be out of his turn. But he wouldn't give up fighting because of this. Even if he couldn't defeat Frieza, he would still leave a deep impression on Frieza. He wanted to let Frieza know that he, Quelling, was no longer the ant that could only be crushed to death by him. Flowers 0. He now has the strength to compete with him. Even in his new form. In his golden form, Frieza's strength has greatly improved, and his speed has reached a point where Piccolo and the others cannot keep up. Even Krillin didn't react. Frieza came to Krillin and threw a punch. This punch contained most of Frieza's power. Although he was very confident in his own strength, the current climb made him a little confused, so he didn't shoot at will. Of course, he still thinks that Krillin is not worthy of letting him shoot with all his strength, and it is already very good that he can use most of his power. Frieza's fist was getting closer and closer in Krillin's eyes. Krillin finally reacted, and quickly raised his hand to block in front of him. A dull collision sounded, and Frieza's fist hit Krillin's arm, knocking Klein out. Frieza took advantage of the victory to pursue, and began to use the prince's tactics on Krillin as he did before. A large number of energy balls flew towards Krillin. Seeing this scene, Krillin tried his best to stop the body he flew out, and then his hands swayed wildly, trying to deflect all of Frieza's attacks. However, Kellen's speed was not as fast as Frieza's after all. The number of energy balls that Kellen bounced off was limited, and the remaining energy balls, Kellen still failed to stop him, and collided with him. A violent explosion appeared, and Kellen's figure was immediately enveloped by the explosion and thick smoke. Uncle Krillin. Seeing this scene, Sun Wuhan was very worried, because he couldn't sense Uncle Kellen's anger now. Therefore, it is impossible to judge whether Uncle Kellen is injured or not by the strength of Chi, and how the injury is. Don't worry, Krillin is fine. Although his strength is not as good as Frieza's, these attacks by Frieza are not so easy to hurt him. Humph, although he wasn't seriously injured, he wasn't unscathed, he also suffered some injuries, and this time he was no match for Frieza. 99. Looks like it's time for a change. Sun Wukong and Vegeta spoke in succession. Sun Wukong comforting his son. Vegeta, however, had already thought about changing someone to deal with Frieza. Chapter 106. As the explosion disappeared, Quellin's figure also reappeared in front of Sun Wukong and others. He has some injuries on his body, but it is not serious, and he can continue to fight. For Sun Wukong and the others, this is not surprising, because they have already felt it. But for Frieza, it was a bit of a surprise. After being attacked so fiercely,